Happy Tuesday morning, Rickies. We are the Junks. We're coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan, Team 980, 910 The Fan in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network, brought to you by Crop Metcalf, the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. If you're looking to be the next 5-star HVAC technician or plumber, just go to cropmetcalf.com. Join their team today. I'm Cakes at Money Metal Cakes on your Twitter, at Cakes Flops on that Instagram. Go give a follow if you're not already. I'm joined as always by Jason Bishop.
Yep. Morning.
What's up? Also joined by John Paul Flame.
Morning, Cakesy.
Hello. And by Eric Pickle.
Hey, Ricky, Lurch is telling me, JP was telling me Montgomery County is 2 hours late because of, I guess, rain. I don't know. I don't understand it. So I got to text my wife, make sure she knows.
Yeah.
Who on earth would possibly think?
That must have just come through early this morning.
Who on earth would think that the school would be 2 hours delayed today?
Yeah, well.
I don't even know if our school follows Montgomery County. I assume they do, but I have no idea.
Ours does. I get an alert. From our school. School starts at 9:45. My wife will have to scramble because she teaches classes early in the morning. Have to figure out what to do with Isabella.
Mm-hmm.
You have neighbors.
Can she bring her to work while she's teaching and then take her to school?
She wouldn't be able to take her to school because she teaches.
Oh, she teaches all day.
A bunch of classes today.
Yeah. Well, you got to figure something out.
Got a carpool. It's not on me.
Yeah.
We kind of pre-discussed it yesterday, and I think maybe she takes it over to one of the other families'
discussed
houses.
the possibility that schools would be late for rain today.
Some wintry mix moving in.
You got to be
I'm
ready.
oblivious because I just drove the work thinking
It was all rain. Yeah.
Well,
I just don't even.
I knew there was going to be precipitation, but I didn't know if it was going to be rain or snow.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see any snow. I just see rain.
I know, but they're calling for it last night. They're saying the possibility of snow today.
They were calling
it's snowing like in the western areas, like Fredericksburg. I think it's snowing.
Yeah, western. Loudoun's 2 hours late because the western part of Loudoun is sleet or snow.
Sure.
At my house today, it was. I mean, this morning it was raining.
I mean, I could care less if the kids go to school or not. It doesn't affect us. I'm, just selfishly, it means nothing. But it's just so bizarre to me. It's just bizarre. It's just bizarre.
Well, the weather will be cleared out by the time you have to drive the Beltway to Fairfax for the George Mason Cornell game.
Well, I may not have to pick up someone in Tyson's at 5:45. That person decided it wasn't worth their hassle.
So they're not going?
That's less hassle for
less
Eric
hassle
Pickle.
for me.
Yeah,
right.
Certainly.
Right. So I could just go straight to Mason.
Your boy,
very good,
averaging 22 a game, having a really good year.
Great. Yep.
By the way,
so like in the last 2 games though, because they've been like blowouts, hasn't played as much, so his points have gone down.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
George Mason,
They're like
they're
undefeated.
they're 8. No, all 5 starters are transfers. I believe the first 2 guys off the bench are transfers. I think their top 7 players, top 7 scorers are all transfers.
That's
I don't know what to
college
make of them
basketball.
though, because I looked at their schedule. It's not like they played a murderer's row.
And they just beat JMU pretty bad. I mean, that's not a huge win, but I mean, they've been. You're right, but they're.
I don't know what to make
8-0.
of them. I assume they'll be good. It's a team that's been to the Final Four. Whatever. School
years ago.
Yeah. You know what I mean? They have some pedigree. In other words, they have pedigree to them. It's not like a random school.
And that's our guy Tony Skinn coaching.
Yeah,
former Mason player.
That should be a good game, I would think. I would think that would be
probably
a good game.
Yeah.
Nice.
Terps play Wagner tonight, trying to bounce back from those horrible 40-point losses against Gonzaga and Bama. GW's playing Army in 5 hours.
If GW's decent
on a Tuesday.
Where's that game?
At Army.
Okay.
On a Tuesday morning at 11.
Yeah.
Explain that to me.
I don't know.
It doesn't make sense to me.
Well, I feel bad for I know no one cares, but just whatever. Cornell just played Bucknell on Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
Was it Saturday? Sunday. It was Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, okay, because I watched it. It was at 2:00. So I watched football till 2. Then I watched Cornell beat Bucknell, and then they had to drive back to Ithaca to go to classes on Monday. And then turn around and come back here and play Mason today and Towson tomorrow.
Right.
Like just because.
What do they do about classes on Tuesday, Wednesday?
They're only allowed to miss apparently like 5 classes, 5 days of school all season.
Mm-hmm.
So it's different in the Ivy League than it is.
They
in
must
other
do
schools.
something online when they're in the hotel rooms. They've got to be online.
I don't know. Why didn't they just do that yesterday? They just added 10 hours of travel for no reason.
Got to get the games in.
No, I know, get the games in, but why drive back to Ithaca to come right back down here? It just seems so dumb. It's a waste of everyone's time.
Maybe you should lobby to be the new AD.
I don't even think it's the AD. It's an Ivy League rule. I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah.
The Ivies are weird about stuff like that.
Yeah.
Other conferences can start practice sooner.
I guarantee the SEC and the Big 12.
Yeah, they're
and-
missing more than 5 days of school.
They don't have those stringent
Yeah.
rules in place.
Yeah.
I would guess.
I don't know how the baseball team does it because baseball teams are notorious for playing 40, 50 games or whatever. I mean, that's like an interminable season. I'm sure it's a little smaller still in the Ivies, but still.
Yeah, I
Crazy.
got to think that they're taking online. They got to be online in the hotel rooms for a certain amount of hours. I got to think when they're traveling.
I have no idea. I don't think
Ask-
the volleyball team didn't do it, but they only played on the weekends
Mhm.
except for non-conference stuff.
Yeah.
So anyway,
you got some
it'll be fun. Looking forward to that.
local
actually.
college hoops to tune into.
Is Towson any good? I'm honestly have no idea.
How would I know?
Yeah.
Honestly,
Like UMBC's had good coaches lately. You know,
I think
like,
Towson's decent, but I really don't
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
I mean, don't really
I'd
follow
have
them
to
that
look up
closely.
Towson's record and schedule.
Yeah.
Don't know much about Towson.
I assume they're not.
Yeah, I don't know. I wish I could tell you. I wish I was more dialed in, but I'm not. I was dialed into the Monday night game last night because I was fading
Mhm.
Drake May,
Yeah.
and it
How'd
looked
that
like
work out for you? Not great, right?
it actually worked out.
He didn't
because
put up the 36 points he needed.
if
Oh,
he
he
go-
needed
if he went
36
for
for you?
36 fantasy points, my battleship was completely sunk.
So even
Yeah.
though he threw for like 290 and 2 touchdowns, that wasn't good enough.
Didn't quite
No.
get there.
And almost
great.
80% completion.
Yeah.
He's the real deal, bro.
He's had 10 games this year with a passer rating over 100.
He is the MVP now. Things
I'd say
can,
he's probably in the lead.
things can
as we
change
speak.
in year 2 of his career, by the way. Think about that.
Oh, it's very
Uh,
impressive.
It's phenomenal. Things can change in the next 4 weeks, but it's not just the fact, it doesn't lead the league in touchdown passes, but he's number 1 in yards.
Mhm.
He's number 3 or 4 in QBR. He's number 1, I believe, in yards per completion.
You deserve a victory lap. You've been a Drake
Well,
May
I mean,
guy since day
everyone was
one.
talking about Jaden last year, and
Yeah.
it's fine. Jaden had a great year,
Mhm.
but now you got to give it up to Drake May.
Yeah, of course. He gets his
Yeah.
flowers.
And then the guys like Merrill Hodge, who said he was the 6th best quarterback in the class.
Right.
I don't know what you were smoking.
Mhm.
Uh,
Well,
he's clearly the leader in the clubhouse. Not saying he's going to win the MVP, but he's the leader in the clubhouse.
now on
Well,
the
yeah,
other
because
side,
the team is winning nonstop.
They got a big one next week
I
against
mean,
Buffalo.
they've won 10 games in a row.
Yeah.
You look at their offense, which, you don't know many of those names
Mhm.
in terms of receivers, but they're finding a way to get it done. They are 7th in scoring,
Mhm.
and then their defense is 5th in scoring.
Yeah, defense.
So they got a really good team.
Vrabel's coach of the year.
he's real. Yeah,
He's got to be coach of the year.
I would
Right.
think.
Yeah.
Now on the other side, did you guys see the Young Wei Koo field goal attempt? You had to have
Yes.
seen it.
I saw
That's
it this morning.
hilarious.
I don't think
It
anybody in
was-
the world could.
It's
miss
probably
it.
the worst field goal attempt that I've ever
Do you
witnessed.
call it an attempt?
He didn't even get charged with an
You didn't
attempt.
kick.
He didn't even get charged
Yeah, I
with
guess.
an attempt.
I mean,
Got charged with a sack.
yeah, I don't know what it's called then.
Sack.
Whatever that was,
Tackle
Was-
for loss. I don't know.
I've never seen anything like it. I've never seen a kicker stub
He
his
got his steps messed up.
stub his foot into the turf and not even touch the
It
ball.
almost looked like he stopped himself, and that's why he stubbed his foot. You know
I
what I
think
mean?
he
I got
got
it.
his-
It looked like an OCD thing.
It's like he got his steps messed up because his left foot was right next to the ball too.
I think
Not
that's-
like it was too close to the ball.
he's.
Mhm.
Look, you could. When I first saw it, I said, "Oh, he hit it chunky." Like okay, that happens like
Yeah,
in golf or whatever.
sure.
It can happen with a kick, but I don't know. I think that was like a brain fart.
It looked like somebody from the
It
Patriots
looked like
too
he
was,
glitched.
was joning on him too, like walk. Just kind of, what can you do at that point?
That game was
Yeah,
over.
balance.
That game was over at halftime. No,
Oh, that game was men amongst
Yeah.
boys.
30-7.5.
Jackson Dart got pummeled on the side. I mean, he was getting hit all night.
I saw
He
everybody
just
was talking
he hasn't
about it.
learned. He clearly
He's
hasn't
got-
learned his lesson.
Yeah, I mean,
He just came back from being concussed, and I guess they either haven't stressed it to him or it hasn't sunk in for him to
Well, what he
slide
said
or get out
afterwards,
of bounds.
He said, "It's just how I play."
Yeah.
He said, "I played football."
Well,
like
that's
this
fine.
my
And
whole
then-
life."
play that way,
I
but-
appreciate that, and I
Yeah.
respect
That's
that.
great, but when he gets knocked out of games and misses games for more concussions or other injuries, then
Who's the
There's a reason
interim?
about
Who's the
why.
interim guy? in New York?
Kafka.
Kafka. I guarantee you, Kafka is talking to him during the week,
Yeah.
saying,
well, that guy's got
"Get
great-
out of bounds, get down, slide,
If
whatever."
he's talking to him, Jackson Dart may be falling asleep. because that guy is a super bore fest. I saw him talking to the sideline reporter, maybe Lisa Salters. I'm not sure who it was.
Kafka.
Yeah.
Man, he was droning me to sleep in about 20 seconds.
Apparently, he's putting Abdul Carter to sleep because he's showing up late all the time.
Yeah,
Well,
was that second time?
Second time, they're saying.
There's
And
also a viral rumor that his headphones came unplugged from his phone and that he was watching porn during a meeting. Apparently
Nice.
that was not the case. That was just a
That
viral,
was just a
viral
rumor.
rumor that kind of took off.
Jason, you're
But
kind
I
of
want to
sleeping
believe
on
it. I want
Mhm.
to believe that happened.
Yeah.
You're sleeping on another Coach of the Year candidate,
Peyton?
Ben Johnson.
Okay.
First year coach, has the number 1 seed right now. I mean, it depends on how things play out here down the stretch. Like, I don't think Chicago is going to be in the 1 seed when it's all said and done. But right now, they're the 1 seed.
Yeah, I would say those are the 2 favorites. I'd give it to Vrabel just because of how bad the Patriots were last year.
Right.
And Vrabel's got a track record. He's won Coach of the Year before, hasn't he? Did he win
Vrabel?
Coach of the Year at Tennessee one year?
Sounds like he did, but I'm not 100% on that.
But when you have the best record in the league, I got to think you got to be the leader in clubhouse.
Coming up on a Tuesday show, lots to get to. We got Chris Doering to talk about the latest drama in the SEC. He'll join us coming up at 7:20. The Wizards general manager Will Dawkins joins us coming off a big win against the Bucks last night at home. So look forward to talking to him at 8:45. And Von Miller from the Commanders, he's going to join us coming up at 9:20. So lots to get to on the show. Coming up at 6:45, we're going to give you a chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Washington Capitals take on the Carolina Hurricanes.
It's a hot ticket, Cakes.
It is. That game is Thursday, December 11th. So keep listening for your chance to win those tickets coming up at 6:45. When we come back, we'll get into the Junk Sports page, get into some audio from Dan Quinn about his future, about potentially calling plays in 2026. We'll do that next here on The Fan. Don't forget at 6:45, we'll give you a chance to win a pair of tickets to go see the Caps, who are red hot, take on the Carolina Hurricanes. That should be a fun affair at Capital One Arena. We'll give those tickets away at 6:45.
Not to get off on a Caps tangent. I don't mean to at all, but I remember it was just 2-3 weeks ago or so. We were kind of questioning where they were, and they're just balling since.
Yeah, just grinding. 1 and 7 of 8.
Yeah,
I believe 3 or 4 straight. I'm not sure the exact number. But
way up in the standings.
yeah, they're killing it.
Up to third in the division.
Very good.
Remember they were in the basement in the division there for
just like 2 or 3
days.
weeks ago. Yeah.
Well, when you win 7 out of 8,
Yeah, you're going to jump up
you're
quick.
going to move up.
Tom Wilson's having a great year.
He is.
I mean, having a great year.
Yep. Also coming up later in the show at 8 o'clock, we're going to go through the playoff team pros and cons for both the AFC and NFC teams in the NFL.
I don't know what you mean by that.
We're going to go through each of the teams that are in the mix for the playoffs and give quick pros and cons for each one.
Just Google it.
It'll be easy.
When
I
you
sent
say
Valdez
pros
a
and cons
text.
for each one, you mean
It's
why
fine.
they will make it and why they won't make it?
Basically, yeah.
Okay.
I sent Valdez a text on. I was thinking more Super Bowl. Like teams,
That's
do
fine.
you think they can win the Super Bowl?
Oh.
You know what I mean? Like the Patriots would be an example. They've won 10 in a row. They have the best record, but some people would argue they don't have the experience. So
Right,
we'll
right.
kind of kick it around.
Yeah,
All
I
right,
mean,
so-
you got a second-year quarterback. You don't have a superstar at receiver, but if you're good, you're good.
And this year's
Now,
wide open. I think the reason why I sent him a text is like people were hyping up the Rams, and I'm not saying the Rams can't win the Super Bowl this year, but people were hyping them up, and then their last game they lose,
Yeah,
and it
that's
seems like that happens every week where there's a team where everybody's talking about,
Right, and then they,
and
look
then
like
they
crap.
lose,
Yeah.
and then
And
the
then they
two
slip.
teams right now that are the 1 seeds. Not everybody's buying into them because they don't have experience. They've got second-year quarterbacks. Caleb Williams' completion percentage isn't great.
Yeah.
So people aren't really buying the Bears, but they have the best record,
Right.
or they're the 1 seed in the NFC. And then the AFC, I think more people are buying into the Patriots, but still, that's a team that won 4 games last year. So people are a little surprised by them. So kind of wanted to kick it around.
Well, the Pats have to play Buffalo, who they already beat in Buffalo this year, but they play Buffalo next week at home. If they win that game, they pretty much wrap up the division, and then they play at Baltimore. So they got 2 toughies in the next 2 weeks.
They also have a bye heading into it, which is nice to get some rest.
Oh, I'm sorry, they got the bye first.
Yeah.
So Buffalo, Baltimore on the road, and then they've got the Jets in Miami. So 2 cupcakes to close the year. But we'll see over the next couple weeks how they match up against some of the better teams.
Yep. All right, let's get into some audio of a team that sadly will not be contending for the playoffs. That is the Washington Commanders. This is Dan Quinn talking about potentially calling plays in 2026 on the defensive side like he's doing right now.
Dan, this is more of a future question, but I'll just ask it now. You obviously, part of your thinking was you wanted to delegate a bit more. Now that you've done this a couple games, is there a world where you could be the play caller next year?
I think, there's a possibility of that. As we're going through it, I'm finding a battle rhythm to go. So I'm not sure where I'm at on that yet, Ben. I haven't, discussed or gone down that road too far yet, but I would say that's a possibility.
I like it. I think he's very
It's still
good
vague,
at it.
though. I mean,
Very
it's
vague.
possibility is certainly not a.
It's
Yeah,
not
but,
a
he's not
given.
but he's not denying it.
Yeah.
He's not ruling it out.
Yeah.
He's not ruling it out. That's for sure. He acknowledged he's kind of finding a rhythm to it.
He's
I
got
have no problem with it. What is
I would actually prefer it.
what is McDonald doing in Seattle? I think he's calling defensive plays, right?
That's his calling card, I assume.
Is D'Amico Ryans doing it in Houston? They have the number 1 defense. I know he's a defensive guy. I don't know if he's the play caller.
I don't know if he's actually calling the plays, but we can find out.
I certainly have no problem with it. We've talked about it a bunch the last couple of weeks. You look around the league and all these head coaches who have offensive backgrounds are calling the plays.
No, they're saying he's not. He delegated it to Matt Burke.
Gotcha.
He handed over play calling duties to Burke in a game this year, and apparently it's been ongoing since.
Right. They've been pretty good.
So who knows?
I feel like Quinn would obviously want to have input, but I just feel like he wants somebody else doing it. He can oversee it, and if he needs to get into the mix, he can insert himself like he has here. I just don't know if he wants that full-time responsibility.
That's a lot during a game.
It's a lot. It's putting a lot on his plate.
Because
I
the
think
head
it's a lot
coach
during the week.
lot during the week, and then during a game. I mean, the head coach has to focus on so many things.
Right.
You know, it's not just defense.
But why don't we have a problem with all the offensive guys? I mean, probably half the league, they call plays and their head coaches.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be really good at it, and then you really trust the other guys on the other end of the ball. Yes, I mean, but still, it's a lot to ask.
I just think he should put his future in his own hands.
Yeah.
He's really good at it. It appears, unless he hires someone that's just a no-brainer, that proven.
Yeah,
you know. I don't know. I'm not interested in promoting somebody and giving them their first crack at it.
Mm-hmm.
We don't need that right now. We're going into year 3 basically. We don't have time for that.
Right.
Proven guy. We need somebody to force a couple punts.
They got 4 punts this week.
4 punts, and they held them to 2 field goals.
If I were him,
drives.
though, I wouldn't be rash about making the decision right now. I'm going to see how the firings go, who's available on the market, and then if I feel like there's a guy that I trust that's out there that I think works well with my personnel and scheme or whatever scheme he wants to run, I'm going to have some discussions with those guys. I'm going to have them in.
That's fine. I don't know.
Would you have a problem with him bringing someone in who he hasn't worked with before, or do you want him to
if
have?
They're proven.
I mean, if it's proven, but they haven't ever worked together,
it's fine.
I don't have an issue with that.
Yeah,
hire the best
but you gotta let him. But you can't handcuff him like allegedly Carroll did with Chip Kelly,
right?
Supposedly.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, if you're gonna hire a guy, you can't then just say, "But you got to run my stuff."
If Max Brosmer plays this week, you have to win. I don't care who's playing quarterback for Washington. He
threw one of the most mind-bending picks I've ever seen.
Dumb.
The underhand one.
Now he threw a bunch of them,
yeah.
But the one where he was trying to evade pressure. He was going down. He just underhands the ball like he's trying to roll a strike at your local bowling lane, and the Seahawks bring it back for like a 60-yard touchdown.
Did I read last night that Jaden again was not cleared?
Was not cleared
this week, right? So it's not
cleared.
over. They can clear him maybe midweek, but initially not cleared again. So
not cleared.
He's on the outside looking in for this week.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to listen to these reports that Valdez is talking about that Mommy said that he might be playing or was overheard that he'll be playing in the Minnesota game.
My guess is he probably thought he was.
He might still. I don't know, but even if he doesn't, and Mariota is starting.
Right,
Mariota, he's going to beat Brosmer.
Well, they should beat.
Now McCarthy, different story.
They should. I don't think it's that much of a different story.
Well,
I think they
I'm
should
just saying,
beat whatever quarterback the Vikings trot out this upcoming weekend. The defense should be able to handle that person, whoever it is.
Should, but we'll see.
Brosmer, McCarthy, player X off the street if they decide to sign another quarterback. I mean, who knows what the Vikings are going to do?
Maybe they'll trade for Joe Flacco. Play for his third team.
Yeah. All right, let's get into some audio. This is Jay Gruden yesterday with Grant and Danny talking about Dan Quinn's future as the play caller.
I think that's up to Coach Quinn, how much he wants on his plate as the head coach and play caller on defense. And I think this is a good test for him. I know he's been a head coach before in Atlanta. I'm not sure if he called defenses in Atlanta, but, it's all coach what he feels comfortable with. Or if he has a play caller that he has in mind that's going to be on the streets. And there'll be 7 or 8 coaches are going to be fired this year in the NFL again, so there's going to be some good coordinators available. So if he finds a coordinator that he likes that calls plays, he'll probably do it. Otherwise, I think he'll do it himself again.
He gave both answers right there. It was a great job, Jay.
Now, the one of the names that came up yesterday that I'm pretty sure Quinn has history with, that there's a good chance he gets blown out, is Raheem Morris.
Mm-hmm.
Because things are not going swimmingly in Atlanta. I mean, they just lost to the Jets. I mean, that might be fire-worthy in and of itself. I mean, he could be on the market.
I know he has a good reputation. Everybody likes Raheem Morris, and I would have to look at the numbers though, like just to be convinced myself. Mm-hmm. I know everybody likes Raheem Morris.
He strikes me as the classic guy who he hits his head on the ceiling of defensive coordinator.
Yeah.
Like, I know he's gotten 2 cracks at being a head coach, but he just seems more fit like defensive coordinator. That is your role, sir. So maybe that's a possibility or a name that could be in the mix here.
I'd rather have Quinn than Raheem.
Maybe.
And look, Raheem's been a head coach twice.
Mm-hmm.
Does he have a great quarterback situation?
No, he is far from it. I mean, he's relying on a washed-up Kirk Cousins right now, trying to get him through the end of the season.
No, but he had a rookie. I mean, not rookie, but had a young starting quarterback, who's out, but he was playing pretty well.
So when he was the defensive coordinator in 23 with the Rams, they were ranked They were ranked 20th.
He won a Super Bowl.
Okay, in 22 they were ranked 19th. In 21, when he was a D coordinator, they were ranked 17th. I haven't seen him ranked higher than 15th. This year they're actually 15th in defense. He's the head coach, though. Is he coordinating the defense? Maybe he is. I don't know.
No, I think it's Ulbrich
No.
who's coordinating in
Yeah.
Atlanta.
I wouldn't have a problem with if Quinn continues to show that he's an upgrade over what they've had, and he certainly was for 2 weeks. And you have Witt in the booth. I have no problem with them continuing with that system.
Right.
You could still have Joe Witt name the defense coordinator, and Dan Quinn has his imprint.
I don't think that's happening. I think as soon as, does he still have that title?
Of course he does.
Joe Witt still has his title is still defensive coordinator.
What do you think he is?
I would have thought that
Maybe
I would have thought that Dan
assistant
Quinn
defensive
would have told somebody to go to his door at Commander's Park and scratch out defensive coordinator.
I'm not saying he's acting like the defensive coordinator because clearly Dan Quinn is.
Yeah.
But I assume he still has his title.
I would have him renamed defensive consultant or defensive quality control.
Just assistant,
Some sort of assistant.
head coach, assistant defense. I don't know, whatever. Call him whatever. Who cares? He can help prepare. He can help go through film. He can put all the game plan stuff together, and then DQ can implement on game day.
DQ did hook himself though.
But in terms of doing it against good opponents,
Well,
good
yeah.
opponents for him. Yeah.
It's like, let me have Joe Witt be the defense coordinator against the Lions, against the Cowboys. I mean, these are the most explosive teams in the league.
Yeah.
And he's like, I'll be the DC. You know what? I'm going to take over against the Dolphins. And the Dolphins are playing better. Tua's playing better against the Vikings.
Yeah.
I don't think it was that calculated.
Even the
but
Broncos. I
it
know the
did work
Broncos have
out
a great
in his favor.
record, but they don't score a ton.
Yeah. I don't think it was that calculated, but it does work out in
Probably
his
not,
favor.
but it is quite a coincidence that he takes over against some of the weaker opponents on the sched.
It helps you. Look, I know that in Dallas, Dan Quinn's defense has had a reputation of forcing turnovers, but I saw that when he was the head coach in Atlanta, if you went year by year, their defenses didn't have some sort of great records.
Mm-hmm.
They weren't
I know,
like,
great
it wasn't
stats.
like he had top 10 defenses year after year. I mean, in Atlanta, the team that he took to the Super Bowl, it wasn't known for their defense. It was known for Matt Ryan and an explosive offense.
Well, I could tell you for a fact that when Raheem Morris has ever been defensive coordinator, he's never had a top 10 defense either in points or in yardage.
Mm-hmm.
Now he's been a secondary coach and he's been some other, through the years, but when he's been the defensive coordinator, they're in the teens. Or a couple of years in yards, they were 29th.
Well, they'll figure that out, but they just have to get better players on the defensive side.
Certainly. And they need
That's
to
going to
force
make
more,
a defensive coordinator's numbers look
force
better.
more turnovers too.
Force more
Let's
turnovers.
do that. I mean, they're -8 in turnover differential. The only teams worse, the Jets at -12, and the Vikings just spiked to -15 after last week's debacle in Seattle.
Mm-hmm.
Not going to win a lot of games when you're -15 in the turnover department.
Well, I personally, I'm glad that he's open to it. I know that he wants to be more of an overseer, and so he can kind of maybe get involved a little bit more in all aspects of the game. That's admirable. But unless there's a proven guy, I'm still team DQ as the DC.
The starting defensive unit right now. Let's go through the names. You tell me if you think this person will either be on the team next year or even a starter.
Okay.
Jacob Martin.
Yes, he'll be on the
here,
team.
yeah.
All right, but probably not a starter.
I don't know. He'll be a contributor.
I mean,
he'll be a contributor.
All right, but maybe not a starter.
Borderline, yeah.
Deron Payne.
I think he'll be
I don't
elsewhere.
think he's going to be here.
All right.
I think you will.
Kinlaw will be here.
Kinlaw, yes.
Von Miller.
I doubt
Probably
it.
not.
Probably not.
Frankie Louvu.
Probably not going to want too much money. Or they have a potential out for him in his contract after the
I think
season.
Louvu will be here.
Talked about Bobby Dub yesterday.
I think he gone.
I hope he's gone.
Sanders still will be here. Will
Yeah.
Harris.
Don't know.
Probably will be here.
Maybe
suffered
not a starter,
big
but
injury early in the season.
Quan Martin.
He'll be here.
I think you want to upgrade from Quan.
Jonathan Jones. He's not going to be a starter.
Don't think so.
Noah I.
Not a starter.
Yeah. So you half the defensive unit we think will be different.
Well, I don't think he's going to be part of the future, but you do have guys who are hurt right now who might be in the plans, like Marshawn Lattimore, like the defensive end.
Dorrance
got hurt.
Armstrong.
They're not
gonna be
bringing
here.
Lattimore back.
I don't think.
I don't think so.
But Armstrong, I
Yeah,
would
Armstrong.
advocate for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
Provided he has
Yeah,
a
he's
healthy.
That's
a
what I'm saying.
relatively young guy that can give you double-digit sacks.
So you've got other guys who are either not on the team at all, or guys that are on the injured list,
Right.
who will be starters, and not the guys that are currently there on the
Right.
starting unit.
All right, don't forget, coming up later, Chris Doring is going to join us. We'll talk about the
Lot to talk
Lane
about with
Kiffin
him, man.
saga with him. He's an SEC Network analyst. Don't forget, coming up at 6:45, we will give you a chance to win a pair of tickets to go see the Caps take on the Carolina Hurricanes. So keep listening for your chance to win. We'll be right back. In just a few minutes, we'll give you a chance to win a pair of tickets to go see the Caps take on the Carolina Hurricanes when they come to town on December 11th. So that is soon. That is 9 days away. Here's what is 1 day away. The December Cakes Classic at MGM National Harbor. I know what you're saying. You're saying all you sickos and degenerates out there. Then you just have a Cakes Classic like last week? Yes, because we pushed the November date late for Thanksgiving Eve. That's a big going out night. We had a good turnout. The next one is tomorrow.
Oh, my
and
God.
we have a new special guest in the mix. He's an old special guest. He's making a return appearance,
All
and he
right.
does work in this event. His name is Matthew Myers, also known as One Matt Valdez.
All right.
He will be the special
Yeah.
guest bounty tomorrow night because we're going to be double dipping. We're already going to be at MGM National Harbor for the Odyssey Company holiday party. So we're going to do like early company holiday party and then say our goodbyes around 7:15 and mosey our way on up to the poker room
Perfect.
tomorrow
yeah.
night.
That's a good poker
Good.
player. He always has good
It's
results.
very
I'm
good.
going for my third straight cash in the Cakes
I mean,
Classic.
all he does is does work in the
That's
event
good.
with my stupid nickname on it. So
Good.
good for him.
Good job.
So he will be there
I
tomorrow
expect a good showing
with an
Valdez.
extra bounty on his head.
I won't be
Oh, good.
surprised if you have a
So
very
that's a
good
good thing.
Oh, that'll be fun.
We'll have a few drinks on the company dime.
And you're
then
staying overnight, obviously, there.
staying overnight.
showing. Nice.
Nice.
And then I'm taking a couple of vacation days on Thursday, Friday. Then Valdez is going to drag his ass in here after hopefully 1 or 2 hours of sleep
Mm.
on
Good.
Wednesday
Are you
morning.
going? You're not going away and out of town, are you?
No,
Doing a little like couple day getaway.
correct.
Yeah.
Just
All right.
burning a few vacation days.
Good.
That's good. You're gonna sleep in a little bit.
Oh, so much sleeping in.
Oh,
I mean,
So
if
great.
Valdez and I chop a room, I'll just see him walking out at, whatever, 3:45, 4 in the morning, and I'll just feel bad for him.
I did all the things yesterday to try to get some sleep because I didn't sleep well the night before, and it helped. I think it was inevitable. I slept nothing the day before, but I was like rubbing magnesium on my feet. I was taking
I thought you were
magnesium.
saying
I
you're
took
rubbing something
melatonin.
else.
No, I did. I should have done that. I did the vibration plates. I did the sauna. I did the closed mouth humming. I was doing everything
Yeah.
yesterday to prepare myself
Pulling out all the stops.
for sleep. Yeah,
Right, right.
got a little decent, better than the night before.
Next week is next week I was supposed to have off because of the Christmas vacation schedule.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But I found out you can roll the days over to next year.
Okay.
So I'm going to work a few days next week
Mm,
and
very
push them
good.
to 26.
Okay.
And just have more days in 26.
Okay. I like it.
You do whatever you
So,
got to do, my friend.
I'm going to do that.
Yeah.
I just feel like I was off for 2 weeks. All right. Do
you
I
don't
take
need
another?
to be off.
So Valdez, I'll let you know what days I'll be in next week.
Valdez.
But tomorrow is my anniversary.
Ah,
How many years?
26.
Nice.
very good.
I do.
Plans?
Just dinner. Go out to a nice dinner.
Okay, good.
Our
Excellent.
30th is this July.
Is it?
My wife keeps asking me to do something.
Right.
I'm like, well, what do you want to do?
Probably wants to go somewhere.
What do you mean? We do something. What do you want to do?
Right.
You're pondering.
Yeah.
Hey,
Where do you
while-
want to go?
We're
While
just-
you ponder, we're going to hook up caller number 10 right now at 800-636-1067. You're going to score a pair of tickets to see the Caps Thursday, December 11th at Capital One Arena. They take on Carolina. Tickets are on sale right now. For tickets and more event info, go to thefandc.com/contest. So 10th caller at 800-636-1067. You will win.
You're close to empty nesting, like 2 years from empty nesting. Then you could travel the globe, BB.
Yeah, your dream.
That's not going to happen.
Your fantasy.
You and Dina hand in hand through Europe.
Is it
Asia.
technically? Is it technically? I guess it is when your last one's off in college.
Yeah.
I guess that could consider.
Kind of.
I guess so.
If they're
It's
not
not
living in the
official.
home.
Well, I mean, they'll live in the home in summers and
Right.
that sort of stuff.
Yeah, but
Yeah, I
That's
guess,
Empty
empty
so.
nester
nesting.
for half the year.
I guess so. Yeah. Or my mom will be there. Part of the time. My mom's there
Your mom will be there tonight
right now. Yeah, I
at
got
the Mason game.
Yep, got a
Hmm.
whole thing. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. Is parking over there at the Patriot Center. Is that what they still call it? Or they have a different
Think
name?
so.
Eagle Bank Arena. I
Eagle
believe.
Bank
Eagle
Arena.
Bank,
Yeah.
Okay.
I just call it the Patriots.
Where do I drop her? I don't have my handicap thing expired. I used to have a temporary thing I could put on my
Okay,
windshield or whatever.
right.
It expired.
Do you still have it?
It might
I
still
don't-
work. I mean, someone going to really look
Yeah,
at
I
the
mean,
date.
somebody really good.
I just don't. Honestly, I don't think I have it there anymore because I think my wife took it out because it was expired or
Oh,
something.
okay.
She's like on those details.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what am I going to do? Can will they let me drive up to the front and drop her off?
I don't see why
because
not.
I can't. You know, I have one of those like temporary. They're not really wheelchairs, but they're like JP knows what they are. They're like kind of like wheelchairs, like you can push them or you can sit in them.
Sure, it's like a
You can't
walker
bring that
with-
to a game. You know what I mean? Because I'm going to put her in the normal seats.
Well,
how am I going to get her around?
it's not like Mason's playing Kentucky tonight. I mean,
I know.
they're playing Cornell. I can't imagine there's going to be a ton of people there. So you should be okay. Just drop her off at the front.
Yeah, I agree. It's not navigating the people. It's navigating the distance. You know what I'm saying? Like from where I have to park to get her in. Once I get her in the building, how am I going to get her down the steps?
There has to be people that are helping handicap.
Yeah, there has to be
not
like
calling her handicap, but they're helping people who need some assistance.
there also
to their
has to be
seats.
like seating areas where it's
No, she's
easier.
going to sit with us though. I don't
Right.
want her sitting in like where they put a wheelchair.
Right.
So I'm going to walk her down with us, butt slow.
Right.
She takes the slowest steps down. I have no patience for it. I'm like, come on. What are we doing? I'm holding your hand. There's no chance you're going to fall. Zero. Impossible. Move your feet.
Hard to move when
Honestly-
you're almost 90.
Honestly,
Yeah.
that's how I am with her. Ask any of
I'm
my
sure
siblings.
she loves it.
I'm like, what are you doing? Because she's afraid she's going to fall. I go,
Sure.
it's impossible you will fall with me. It will not happen. Move your feet.
Wait till you're
Move
90.
your feet
If
quicker.
if you make it,
I can't
I'm gonna
handle
bet.
it.
I'm gonna bet on nobody
No.
in this room makes 90.
probably.
Yeah, we ain't
I mean, that's
It's the
just
way
to
it
save
is.
money.
It's just the way it is. I can't remember exactly the last time I took your mom to lunch. I had told my wife, like she had an appointment, said I'll be home by 2. And I was 20 minutes late. And she's like, what happened? You know, it was grilling me. I was like, well,
Eric.
I was with Mrs. B. And it just, she's like, I thought you were just going to lunch. I was like, we did.
Can I
But it
say
just
this?
takes a while to get
Say
in and
this
out.
In my defense,
Yes.
it does speed her up.
When you yell at her,
Yes.
when you prod her.
Yes. She's scared of me, I think. So I think it does help.
Tough love.
Tough love.
Tough love
We're in
works.
the tough love phase of our relationship.
Yeah.
She's going to get the
Let's
last
go.
laugh though
Yeah.
when he's
Huh?
still the executor of the
Yeah.
estate. And for 2 years, he's going, oh, I got to
Yeah.
drive to Upper Marlboro.
Him being executive of the estate is gonna be slower than his mom walking at this point.
D asked me yesterday because to pick up some medication,
Sure.
and I'm just gonna say it. It's at CVS.
Okay. Yep.
World's worst pharmacy. Okay. Slowest by far. There's no question about it. Always 100 people. She said, just do the drive through this time. I mean, there was 8 cars in the
Yeah, I can't do
drive-thru.
drive-through pharmacy.
8 cars
I
in
have
the
to draw a
drive-thru.
line.
So then I went inside. There were 10 people in line inside.
Yeah.
So
Wow.
I can't imagine. Like I'm groaning and complaining about going to the pharmacy. Can you imagine the list of things you have? I mean, you've done it. The list of things Jason's done it. The list of things you have to do for when you're, you have to deal with an estate. It's impossible that I'm going to be able to deal with it.
You're gonna have to hire like an assistant
Yeah.
to help you.
It's impossible.
Just raise the white flag and say, you know what, you guys, you just take
Yeah.
everything.
or no. Don't take everything, but you Matt and Chad, you guys are gonna chop the paperwork, and then we're gonna chop everything else up.
Sleeping
after
on
that.
Carissa too.
Oh,
He's got-
Carissa, yeah, I forgot Carissa.
She won't let me.
Yeah.
She won't let me off the hook.
Mm.
And I think it'd take like an act of a court or something to get me off that hook.
Yeah,
Right?
probably.
Yeah. Anyway, she's not allowed to. I told her not allowed to die. Not allowed to
You
die.
gotta
And
keep
you
living.
walk faster.
Well,
Right.
the problem is she's just
She
gonna walk
can't.
slower
She can't.
It's gonna
Yeah,
be
that
walking
she-
slower
slower
every
as-
day. It's gonna be
as
slower
she
and slower.
ages.
Move those feet. You're
Yeah.
not falling. Let's go.
By the way,
Let's go.
that's rich for a guy who shuffles his feet to be yelling at somebody else to go faster.
Cakes. If you saw how slow it was,
I can imagine. I mean, we
I
all have
just,
aging parents.
I just
or
don't
have
have,
had
I
aging.
don't have the tolerance for it. I'm not built for it.
Right.
I'm just not built for
Not-
it.
you know what? Caretaker, not really in your wheel.
I'm not built for it. She asked me last night what I had for dinner. I said, I don't know, Mom. Whatever you want. The
Mhm.
entire house is yours. Whatever you want.
Was that her asking what, like, you're going to make her for dinner?
Yes.
Okay.
And I said, I'm just too tired. Whatever you
That's what
want, Mom. It's my house is your house. Just whatever you
So
want.
basically, you're telling her you're on your own, kid, for
Yes.
dinner.
That's exactly what
Sure.
I said.
What did she wind up making?
I think I helped her pull out a salad that my wife had made yesterday.
Okay.
It was still in a bowl. And it
Okay.
was covered.
Sure.
And I grabbed the salad and said, "Here, take that."
Right.
And then
You yelled at her.
He's such a joy.
And then, I was tired. And then I just come back from the pharmacy. Big errand.
Right. You were there for 45
Um,
minutes.
And then I don't know, something else. My duty also now currently is I have to put on her compression socks every day. So it's not a big deal. It takes 20 seconds.
Yeah, but you got to look at her feet. And...
Actually, her feet. First of all, she's a female, right? So female feet are better than guy feet.
Okay, but they're 90-year-old
They're
feet.
90. I'm telling you, she got the greatest. She could be a foot model.
Okay.
90-year-old foot model.
She can make money online.
Hey, put her on
There's a
OnlyFans.
market.
Yeah.
If you guys are into feet, if you're into old people feet,
Hey,
these are great feet.
start
nobody's
selling
into
her
that.
feet
So,
pics
like,
out.
my mom's
Granny
feet,
foot pics.
my mom's feet are great. They're clean. They're not sweaty. It's not a problem.
She doesn't have hammer toes like her son.
No, she got great feet.
Will you text me a picture of them? I want to see them.
They're great.
Oh.
She got great feet.
I want to be the
Yeah,
judge.
you be the
Compared to my
arbiter.
I do not want
My
to see
feet
it.
are a 0. My mom's feet are a 10. They're they're not sweaty. They're clean. Doesn't matter time of
She
day.
has to drink.
Would she seriously?
Yeah.
If you took the pictures and you did all the work,
Mhm.
and this was your side hustle,
Yeah, can I put
could you
my mom's
could you
feet-
sell the feet pics online?
I mean, I don't know, but I don't know that world. Are people that into it? Like, can
It's
you
almost
look it up, Ben? Can you look up and see if people are into
yeah, granny
like elderly
foot-
feet?
Oh, I'm
Foot
sure there
pics.
are
Granny
some
foot
psychos
fetish.
out there. We got a producer that's into it.
Yeah, look at it perking out.
Yeah.
Well, I know.
He's
I
out of the seat.
Well, I mean, you said how wonderful they are. I want to
I'm
say.
saying, in other words, it doesn't gross me at all. They're clean. They're not sweaty. No big deal. But she gets so anxious that in the morning I have to put her compression socks on. I have to put those on, or else her feet swell up.
Well, I don't know.
And so, like, if I'm playing golf,
Yeah, you're going
then
for
I'm
7
not home
hours.
until 5 p.m.
Yeah.
She didn't have her compression socks on all day.
Right.
So I
And your wife's not going to put them on.
Well, she doesn't. I mean, she does. My wife does a lot. Believe me, she
Oh.
does at least a word. But it's something.
Has
I
your
can
wife
do.
ever put the compression socks on you?
No, but it's my wife gives her a shower. I mean, so my wife can do anything, but it's like it's something I can do.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's like
It's
you
in
can
your
do
One of
this
the
wheelhouse.
few
stupid.
things you could do.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. So it's my responsibility. Put the stupid socks on.
Yeah.
Are you too above selling? Like if she agreed to it,
No.
and there were people out there that would buy $50 a picture.
Sold.
I mean, that
You
could be
would do it?
lucrative.
100%. Oh yeah, 100%.
I mean,
Anybody want to
without
buy pictures of my mom's feet?
Yeah, without her
Sure.
face on there.
Yeah, no
Sure,
face.
kidding?
Yeah.
Now they're elderly people's feet, so I mean,
Google AI. It says yes. Some people are into elderly feet as part of an umbrella of a foot fetish.
really.
There are a lot of perversions out there.
Yeah.
I mean,
a lot
I
of
think-
perversions.
I think especially when she wears it when there's no swelling, they're awesome. They're 10 out of 10. She got great feet. They're
Hey,
clean.
how much? Hey, how much?
A lot
Do
of
you think?
perverts in here.
Do you think a video of her painting her toenails would sell for?
I
Well,
don't
there's
think-
no way she could reach her
I mean,
toenails
she
at
can't
this point.
He would be painting her
Yeah.
toenails.
I mean, we could take her for a mani pedi or something.
Get a picture of Caleb Williams painting Mrs. Bickle's toenails.
I actually, I was telling my buddy this. I guess I didn't tell you guys this. I actually said to my girls because Meg's was in town. Actually, she is. And I said to Kate, "Can we go a week where no one buys anything?
Impossible.
Can we go a week with no mani pedis?
Mm.
Can we go a week where no one goes thrifting? Can we go a week where no one goes to the mall? Can we go a week where we don't order S on it? Just 1 week." And you know what the answer was?
No.
Here's the answer. The answer is it's Christmas time.
Yeah.
How can we do that? It's
Here's the
Christmas time.
answer right here.
No, no, no,
Can we go 1 week
no.
and just not order stuff, not get our
No.
nails done?
No.
How much you getting your nails done?
Oh, it's like
costs?
80 or $100.
It's like $100 with tip.
Yeah.
No.
And meanwhile, both of my daughters have the whole kit. They make beautiful nails themselves. They know how
Yeah.
to do it. They know how to do it. Do it yourself. What are we doing? What are we doing?
Isn't Meg making big bucks
Meg
now?
is fine. She's fine. She's basically taking care of herself now. So she's.
Yeah.
I got one finally off. Finally. But my youngest, she doesn't need new nails every couple weeks. What are we doing?
She's Kardashian.
Yeah, she just smashing it with a volleyball.
Yeah,
all the
you're
time.
getting smashed to smithereens all the time.
She
True.
need new nails
All the
for.
time.
No.
Yeah.
You won't start painting them.
No, she can do it. It looks professional when she does it. But I guess the other people know how to do design.
Yeah, sure.
You know,
They fancy
I've
it
been
up.
dealing with it for years,
you know,
bro.
put like the Bills logo on.
It's a lost cause.
What do people
I
do?
lose that game.
Yeah.
Girls are just more expensive.
I'm the
Way more
Tennessee.
expensive.
I'm the Tennessee Titans when it comes to battling their nails.
Can't afford.
Yeah, can't win.
Congrats, number one pick. All right, when we come back, we will hit the Skins. Don't forget, Chris Dorian will join us at 7:20. We'll get into the Lane Kiffin to LSU saga with him and more. That's all coming up here on the Junks.
All right, guys, it's your boy EB here for FanDuel. FanDuel's the number one sports book for same game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same game parlay or track every stat live all in one easy to use app. Right now, it's the perfect time to join because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way you want. All you have to do, head to FanDuel.com/EB to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/EB. FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present in D.C. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Junks are brought to you by Crop Metcalf, the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. Don't forget Chris Doring, SEC Network analyst. He'll join us in just about 17 minutes, coming up at 7:20. Talk SEC football with him. Lane Kiffin going to LSU. Everybody at Ole Miss hates his guts at this point. So we'll do that at 7:20.
Had his presser yesterday.
So Chris
Very
Doring at
interesting.
7:20. Right now, we're going to hit the skins cooked up by our friends at Oseo Korean Barbecue in the Lansdowne Town Center. Authentic Korean flavors, bold marinades, and premium cuts grilled right at your table. A dining experience that's as fun as it is delicious. Perfect for date night or dinner with the fam. Oseo means come on in.
All right, boys. First, let's just cut to the chase. There's some good stuff here, so stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Stay in your car. We got some good stuff here on the Washington Post. Actually, did a great article. I want to get to it, but first, let's get to some quotes about Jayden. But they did a great article about where Washington ranks in terms of being lucky this year, and how lucky they were last year, and how unlucky they are this year.
Yeah,
some metrics.
Okay,
to kind of
some
back
luck
it up.
metrics.
Yeah, so I'm going to go through some of that. I'm going to give you the PFF grades.
We need that tomorrow, Cakes.
We do need that tomorrow.
Gonna need some,
But
but
a lot of luck on our side.
but
But
the big question is, eventually Jayden's got to get back on the field. That's pretty obvious. They're going to play him when he gets cleared. And yesterday, DQ was asked about where Jayden is and all that.
Part of it's a little different, John, at the position because of it's not the normal contact like a linebacker or a running back. So it's more of the functional contact. Think of stiff arm on a bag. Think of, diving on the ground. So there's like more functional movements that he'll go through. He did some of that today, and he'll do more of that during the week. So the practice portion for him throwing, like ripped a bunch today and threw it hard, it's the functional movement, John, that he'll continue to work with. So some of that actually will be an individual and, working to the side, but we'll continue to work that part. And that's the step, that we need to see from the, let's say like a functional evaluation, functional contact. And it's not traditional in the sense of like taking a hit.
All right, that
It's
makes
functional.
sense to me.
I think he's going to be functionally in a luxury suite
Right. Or on the
this
sideline.
Sunday
Yeah.
against the Vikings.
I don't know. I think there's still some wiggle room, but that makes sense to me because I've always kind of mocked it and go, he doesn't need his left arm. But that's true. You need a stiff arm, right? You keep somebody at bay. That is a real thing. So you want to see some power and strength there.
Kind of brace yourself when you do hit
when
the
you
ground.
fall. Yeah, you want to make sure that you're not being too gingerly with
Nothing
it.
that he said there gave me confidence that he'll be playing on Sunday.
I'm
Now,
not
Aaron
sure
Rodgers
about-
played with a cast, right?
Aaron Rodgers
Yeah.
played with 3 fractures.
Yeah. Well, how did he play?
Yeah, but still, he played. The point is he was cleared.
Look at his numbers.
Point is he was
Yeah.
cleared.
Either throwing the ball behind the line of scrimmage or at the line of scrimmage for like half of his plays.
Yeah, but
He's in an
Well,
Arthur Smith
He was also
offense.
throwing
Okay.
to receivers who weren't in the right area.
Okay.
And he was getting pissed off.
I don't think it was because of his injury.
Yeah,
Well, the
exactly.
injury
He was
didn't help.
cleared. He was cleared. That's the point.
Who do they have next week? Because you could
Giants.
The Giants after.
because you could argue
At the
a
Giants.
Brian Flores high blitzing defense, Broncos defensive line. Maybe it's a softer landing spot against the
I mean,
Giants.
we've talked about that. Like,
I know.
it's hard to just cherry pick where you're going to bring him back, but nothing that Dan Quinn said in that 45 seconds or whatever it was leads me to think that he's going to be ready or
It's so
cleared
weird
for
that-
Sunday.
Because none of that discouraged me. Like, that all makes sense, but
The
he
fact
didn't-
they said he's working off to the side,
we said he's ripping balls, but some of the other
Yeah,
stuff you do on the side.
Yeah.
Like a stiff arm drill.
doesn't play Sunday. $2. Who wants it? He does not play. He does
Didn't
not
sound
start.
like it, but I wouldn't be
Anybody?
shocked.
I didn't-
Nobody?
I'll do
No,
I
it.
wouldn't rule it out.
Just to humor you, and you want to goad me into it, I will take $2 that he will play because I didn't hear anything that screams to me it's impossible. He just needs to see him be able to stiff arm guys.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Well, if he can't, he's not
If he
going to
can't,
play.
he won't
You know what?
play.
I'm betting on mommy.
You betting on the Bobby
I'll
Ripper?
take it too.
Yeah,
All
I
right,
want
let's
in.
do it. Let's
I
do
want
it.
in. I want in on that. I didn't hear anything there that made me believe there's no chance he could prove that he can't stiff arm a guy this week.
Let me win enough money to tip the maid at MGM tomorrow night.
Oh, we already have one for 11-3. Jayden will play in 2025 season after elbow injury.
Who
Well, that's
has
a
that
different
bet?
one.
What?
Who's
You-
on what side?
You and Eric.
I'm saying he will not play
Correct.
the
Yeah,
rest of the season.
Your head
Yes.
shut down.
Oh,
You had him shut down.
Hopefully, it's not for a lot of money.
No,
Cakes
it's
is
$2.
always a tanker and a shutter downer.
No, I'm fine with him if he's cleared and he's good to play. I'm more than happy to see him out there. I just don't think he's going to get cleared this week.
All right,
I know Dan Quinn speak. I know.
I think it's
when I hear him
50-50.
talk, I know where
I
he's
think it's
leaning.
50-50. Play that again.
Play it again.
Where's the part where he
Play the
said
hits,
he's out
Valdez.
this week? That he's not going to be
let's
able to
hear it.
show that to me this week.
Let's hear it
He
again.
didn't say that. He just says functional.
Yeah, wants
about
to see the functional
10 times.
but he wants to see the functional strength. All right.
Part of it's a little different, John, at the position because of it's not the normal contact like a linebacker or a running back. So it's more of the functional contact. Think of stiff arm on a bag. Think of, diving on the ground. So there's like more functional movements that he'll go through. He did some of that today, and he'll do more of that during the week. So the practice portion for him throwing, like ripped a bunch today and threw it hard, it's the functional movement, John, that he'll continue to work with. So some of that actually will be in an individual and, working to the side, but we'll continue to work that part. And that's the step, that we need to see from let's say like a functional evaluation, functional contact.
He loves that word.
It's not traditional
That's his
in the
word.
sense of like
Yes.
taking a hit.
Word du jour.
Yeah.
Didn't bother me. I
we'll
think
find
it's
out.
still open question. I think it's an open question. I don't think it's closed.
I agree.
I'd say
I
it's
would
open.
lean toward Cakes' side, but I'm sick of the talking about opponents and when he should play and soft landing. He's a football player. If he's healthy, I don't care if you're playing the 85 Bears defense. He should play.
Buddies want you to say the early 2000s Ravens defense, but that's
The
just
Ravens defense of the early 2000s. You play him. He's
right,
an
I
NFL quarterback. Learn to play against every team.
I mentioned the Post. Good article here. I'm gonna give credit to the writer. I guess it's Tom Shad. Is that the guy? I think.
Okay.
Yeah, Tom Shad. Okay, so he's writing about the luck and unluck or whatever. He kind of sets up the article with the last play there that they called it perfectly. They had the blitz. They had who did they have open over there? Was it McNichols slipped
Yeah.
wide open in the flat? If Mariota throws it with just a
Little
few
bit
more
higher.
degrees of loft,
Yep.
they're going to win that game. If linebacker Nick Bonito had taken a slightly different angle, they're going to win that game, etc. It's just been a crazy year. I didn't realize this now. That's 3 of Washington's losses have come by a combined 5 points. Okay. Each coming down to basically one mistake. The fumble by Jaden, the missed game-winning field goal by Matt Gay against Miami, and then the batted ball Sunday night. So, basically everything went right for them last year. In fact, NFL data scientist has attempted to measure some of these moments when he calls them part of his luck dashboard. Okay. He tracks 4 types of plays: dropped interceptions, dropped passes, missed field goals, points, and recovery. It calculates the cumulative impact on each team's winning percentage. Again, I'm stealing this all from the Post and Tom Shad, who wrote this article. Last year, by this guy, Tom Bliss, his metrics, Washington was by far the luckiest team in the NFL. This year, as of Monday morning, they're the second most unlucky. Only the Jets have fared worse
In
in the
those
luck
categories.
Poor Aaron Glenn.
Yes.
Who's number 1 in luck this year? Or
Who's
the
the-
top 3 teams?
Who's the biggest luck box?
Yeah,
It looks like, you know what? I don't know. I haven't looked at it yet.
Okay.
I don't
Oh.
want to. Somebody can look at it but as
they
I'm
do have-
talking and reading, I didn't look at
But
it.
they
that
do
way.
have the rankings of all the teams.
It looks like it in the 4 categories.
Oh, okay.
Who's got the good Andrew? Commanders
Might be-
had so much of it
Maybe
last year.
Broncos, because haven't the Broncos won every game by like
One
less
score.
than by 1 score, especially on the road?
Yeah.
That sounds
They've had
right.
a bunch of them.
And
I don't know that I'm
trailing?
reading this correctly, but net win probability added, it looks like Philly in weeks 1 through 12 is 1 plus 110. I don't know if that makes sense to you. Cincinnati, Dallas, Baltimore, Pittsburgh, Chicago. Let me see. Let me click on this. Let me click on it, make sure I'm getting the full. Yeah, I think I am reading it correctly. Yes, Yes. Okay. Yes. So Philly won. Philly's the luckiest. then Cincinnati, then Dallas, then Baltimore, then Pittsburgh, then Chicago, San Francisco, Denver. The bottom, the unluckiest teams, they also happen to be the worst teams. The Jets, the Skins, the Packers are weirdly in there. The Giants, the Panthers could be better if they got better luck.
Look, you knew that they weren't going to run the same way they did last year.
You didn't think it would be the direct opposite.
All the way to the other end. You didn't expect that big of a pendulum swing.
What are the factors, though, that come into their definition of luck?
Well, I told you. Dropped interceptions, dropped passes, missed field goals and extra points.
They've had some of those.
And then fumble recoveries.
Yeah.
Those are the
There's no
four-
injury luck.
See, some of
or
those
anything
things-
else.
None of those have to do with injury.
Now, those are luck, but sometimes, like the late game situations, I think some of that is skill. That last year we were talking about, well, the Commanders won so many games at the last minute.
But
They're
Jaden
kinda
made some
lucky.
plays.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, you
got to
have
be in
guys
position
who have
to
a
make
knack
plays.
for doing that.
Yeah, I don't think that can boil down to luck or not. Like when I think about when you said the Ravens, it made me think about when Humphrey made Brees Hall fumble basically at the 1 yard line
Right.
when the Jets are getting ready to score.
Mhm.
That's got to be the most reversal of fortune ever. That is
Well, that's
lucky.
where they're like maybe the second highest. It looks like just on quick glance in luck in terms of fumble recoveries, the Ravens. So their luck percentage in fumble recoveries, I mean, it's up there. It's in the top 3 or 4, right? But again, those things are lucky. Dropped interceptions, dropped passes. I don't know, field goals missed, if that's luck. Maybe it is. Field goals missed, extra points missed, and then fumble recoveries.
Matt Gay, by the way, looks like he's doing okay in San Francisco, Jason.
Yeah, I mean,
Has he had any 50-plus yard attempts?
I don't know what.
No,
his
it looks like
numbers
as
are.
long as a 47 right
Yeah.
now.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, you have a better offense. You don't have
Yeah.
as many long
Yeah.
graspers.
Let me know when he's kicking a bunch of 55-yarders.
He'll miss those.
Let me know when that happens. All right, coming up next, Chris Doring, SEC Network analyst. He'll join us. And don't forget, Will Dawkins, Wizards general manager. He's going to join the show coming up at 8:45 right here on The Fan. Had to move Chris Doring to 7:40. He had a scheduling issue, so we will talk to him in just about 20 minutes.
Can I just bring up, because when else are we going to do it? Not going to do it with Chris. But some of the rumors out there about Lane Kiffin they're outrageous. And I
Which
don't doubt that
rumors?
they're true. Well, the daughter was banging one of the running back last year, I think.
I don't know what to believe.
I don't know what to believe either. There's about him and co-eds.
Do you know that he's
text messages?
You know that Lane Kiffin is not. He's divorced, but his wife still travels with him all the time. His wife.
I thought he remarried the ex-wife.
I mean, it's his ex-wife. I don't know if he's remarried. That he doesn't wear a ring. You sure he remarried her?
Not sure.
So he's,
Maybe
I thought he got
co-parenting.
back
Maybe that's
together with her.
co-parenting. Maybe that's why he doesn't have any shame about it. 'Cause
Maybe
he's got text messages
maybe
all
he
over.
did. Maybe he did get back together. I don't know,
If
but
they're real or
they're
not.
not. I know they're not remarried. I don't think they're remarried.
You know, there's a theory that's out there because you know how you were obsessed about them like putting his clothes
Yes,
like in the
yes.
parking lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I thought that was hilarious.
Well, it's symbolic of them going to air his dirty laundry.
Oh,
Mhm.
I see.
Well,
There's
they're airing
symbolism
it
there.
out.
Yes.
They're airing
Also,
out 'cause
I
guys
love-
like students and like probably like student reporters or whatever that are leaking all these text messages. Now again, you never know.
You don't know what to believe,
if it's
right?
a real text or not. But I mean, they're hilarious.
I love that you're not
In that?
finding just you're in the SEC burner verse now.
Yeah.
The burner verse for SEC college football is a show.
Oh yeah.
The rumors that they
It's
spread,
the biggest thing down there.
It's
The
wild,
gossip,
dude.
the gossip.
the rumor mill.
Lane Kiffin gives no F's. He apparently holler at anybody, try to get girls to his room all the time. His daughter may have been banging one of his players last year.
I
It's
don't know
wild.
what to believe on
Well,
that.
she's got a date.
wild.
She's allowed to date.
Yeah, but apparently he benched the player, afterwards.
So there are rumors
Apparently
that
there was a video, allegedly, of the player with
Yeah.
his daughter.
You really down the wormhole.
he's not.
I mean, it's not hard to
You are
find.
deep in that burner verse.
It's like 2 tweets. I mean, it's not that deep.
Right.
Jason,
It's like 2 tweets.
he's not remarried to the estranged
Layla.
wife, but
Yeah.
it says that there are a lot of rumors that they've reconciled.
That's weird. I mean, what percentage of people get divorced and get back together?
It can't be a lot.
0.00001.
I mean,
That's just
I'm
weird.
sure it happens, but it can't.
It might happen more than you think.
I think we know somebody.
I mean, I
that
know a
remarried
guy-
His ex.
I know a guy who
You
did
do?
it. I'm
Yeah.
just- Are way
He likes
low.
to go on cruises.
Hmm.
I'm pretty sure.
Paulie?
Yeah, he sends us pictures. I was trying not
I've got
to
a
say
buddy
his
who
name.
did that.
I'm pretty sure Paulie divorced his wife,
I'm
or
just
she
saying,
divorced him, whatever they got divorced,
just
and then they get
abnormal.
remarried.
Yeah,
It's
well,
very abnormal.
I don't think it's normal, but I think it happens more than you might
It's
think. Exes
abnormal.
get
I'm
back
with you.
together.
It's abnormal behavior.
It doesn't happen.
Right?
But yeah, it is. And his presser yesterday was, and we can get into it with CD, but he basically said, I didn't even know what the contract was. I had no idea what the money was that LSU was offering. I don't believe
Yeah,
that.
I don't believe that for a second.
He just said, I wanted to know how much money the
Right.
school was putting towards the NIL and to the
I
resources.
actually
And
kind of believe him. Like if he says he didn't know, he might know generally. But
Yeah,
he probably
who
didn't know
knows?
specifics.
He knows he's getting a fat raise.
He knows
If
he was
doesn't
getting a
know
He's
the
already
amount.
making a boatload. Like
He was
I
making
don't think
9.
He
He was
worries
making
about money.
He was making 8 or 9 at Ole Miss. Now he's making 13.
It's hard for us, but I'm telling you, I don't think he cares that much about money. He wants to have money, but he's never not had money. Probably in the
Because
last 15
he's been
years.
loaded for
Years.
Yeah.
decades now.
Yeah, he's got
always-
money.
I don't think he really worries about money.
Heard
I
Marty
still-
Smith say that he maybe saw a picture of himself at one point and saw he was a big fatty, and so he started like worrying about his diet, and then that led to him cutting alcohol, and he's been sober the last 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, he said he hated the hangovers. He said he hated feeling the way he woke up in the morning feeling like crap. He said, I'm done with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you look back at some of his pictures,
Oh,
he
yeah,
did
he was
get
bloated.
big fatty.
Yeah.
That,
No, he
my
looks
buddies,
good.
when my buddies see me that I haven't seen in a while, like he always says, "Dude, you've lost so much weight," and it's because I don't look as fat in my
Mhm.
face from not drinking as much.
No, he looks good. He's just
He also
the presser
sends
was
pictures of
interesting.
his abs to chicks too. Apparently,
Lane does.
yeah, yeah, because those pictures are out.
By the way, I was thrown for a loop when my son gave me one of his drinks, and it was a little stronger than I thought it was going to be. And I
Mhm.
woke up the next day, I was like, it was a little stronger than I was expecting.
Oh, you were feeling
Poured
it?
a little stronger of a drink than.
Oh, okay. Was
Yeah.
it a special drink? Or
He was
something?
making like a Christmas cocktail with him and his girlfriend. I was
Oh,
like, why
okay.
don't you make one for your old man?
Yeah,
And
it knocked your socks off.
well, what I'm failing to mention is that after I had that drink, I went and got some of the prosecco that was left over and drank that too.
So
Oh,
it's
you
just
did?
too much.
It was more self-inflicted wounds.
Right,
Yeah, who
right.
knows?
These things happen sometimes.
Yeah.
Might happen tomorrow night, Valdez. Look out.
That's
Over
funny.
at MGM National Harbor.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Got to be careful out there.
Well, I know at this point, if I drink, like I had Thanksgiving, I had 2 drinks.
Yeah.
It felt like I had 100.
That's
I
some
have
good-
zero tolerance.
Now, this is I know nothing about wine. I had some solid red wine during Thanksgiving.
I
I
know
can't tell you if
nothing
it's a
about wine.
Merlot. I can't tell you what a Cabernet. I don't know what it was, but the red wine paired well with the rib roast and the turkey.
Good.
It was delicious.
Good for you.
I have to get into wine a little bit more, Valdez. I just crack a bottle tomorrow.
Right.
Might be our thing.
Yeah, I don't know how CD's going to feel about the Kiffin thing because, CD's a Florida guy.
Mhm.
Kiffin was talking to Florida, but Scott Strickland, who's the AD at Florida, he wasn't vibing with Kiffin. He wasn't
Feeling it.
He wasn't vibing it. He still was interested in him, but Kiffin wanted to bring his GM from Ole Miss and a bunch of the coaches, and Strickland was saying, we got guys.
I just don't think I'd ever be into it as much as you guys, I'm sure, saw the videos of Lane Kiffin boarding the flight from, I guess, Oxford or wherever to
going to Baton Rouge.
And there's Ole Miss people like 100 yards back behind the gate, screaming their guts out, like these are grown adults.
Yeah.
Flipping him the double barrel middle finger.
Yeah, they
like,
hate him so much.
losing their mind.
Oh,
They
yeah.
were cursing the assistants because it was kind of eye opening. Which assistants are we going to lose?
Right.
Yeah.
And they were like, oh, Charlie's leaving too.
Right.
And they're like mother effing the
Yeah.
coaches.
Yeah, they're losing 4 coaches.
Yeah. And
Offensive guys.
SEC football is just
But
just
think
more
about it.
intense.
But-
People are just way more into it.
But I was going to comment on that because think about then the other side. When you land
Yeah.
in Baton Rouge,
Oh,
you're getting the exact opposite
you're like-
reception.
you're a conquering hero.
yeah,
Yeah,
well, it's like you just landed
You're
on
the
the moon.
You're the
Yeah.
savior.
Right.
Yeah, you're the savior.
They're throwing rose
For
petals
now.
at your feet.
For now.
For now.
Yeah.
Yeah, until you get fired. But for now,
Like
He's going to win there.
what he's
going to win.
What
I
he
think
should
he'll
look
win.
at
I'm
is
not
the
saying
way
he's going to win a national championship.
Oh, no, but
he's
he'll
going
be
to
successful.
He'll be so much better than Brian Kelly was.
he should be.
He will be.
although he did.
But see, it'll be interesting to see what the college football committee, the playoff committee, does with Ole Miss. I don't think they're going to dip them too much. But remember, a few years ago, they dipped Florida State because Jordan Travis, their quarterback, was hurt. So they didn't view them as the same team,
Right.
and they left them out. Well, Ole Miss is losing 4 coaches, including their head coach, who is their play caller. All right, he calls their plays.
Mhm.
So you can't view them the same, especially when you're in the playoffs, when you're playing better teams. So it'll be interesting to see if they dip them a little bit. I know that they're not going to be out of the playoffs, but they may dip a spot or two based on that. I don't know how the committee views these teams, but they're going to be different when you lose your offensive coaches and your play caller.
It's just weird, as Cakes mentions, to be so loathed to have. And also, by the way, they loved them up until a couple of weeks ago, right?
Oh, yeah, of
Right,
course.
for years, because all he had done, giving them some of the best years in the program's history.
Mhm.
All of a sudden, they turn on you, which you know what happens when you're going to leave. You got to expect it to some extent. But then you get on the plane, and then an hour later, half hour later, you land, and they treat you like a conquering hero, and
Yeah.
you're going to see your new office digs, and there's people at the stadium cheering you on, and you're fist pumping, and just the range of emotions that guy went through in like a 4 or 5 hour periods, unbelievable. He said, he called Ed Orgeron because he just felt like Ed, and he said he was talking like Ed, and he was.
I'm sure he
you
talked.
might want to pick up my accent when you get down.
I'm sure he
down
talked to a
Baton
bunch of
Rouge.
people. But he basically said when he called Saban's the one who said you need to
gotta
go at
take-
LSU.
Right.
He said your dad would want you to go.
And not only that, but he also had criticized the Ole Miss fans for not showing up for all the games.
Mhm.
They weren't. It's not like LSU where you can't get a seat.
Right.
And there's 100,000 people at Tiger Stadium.
Yeah.
I think Ole Miss seats 65 or
Right.
so. It's much less in terms of vigor. But he was like, it's not the same spot.
I just couldn't imagine it's a different situation, but if Mike Loxley were to leave, say he had a similar level of success,
Right.
and got wined and dined by
Nebraska,
Michigan State,
Yeah,
or
right.
I don't think I'd go to the airport and
And
I'd
boo
be
him?
No.
screaming at.
You didn't do that for Kevin Willard. You considered it.
Yeah, but I'm kind of lazy, so I'm not going to go out there departing to Villanova.
If it was at a casino, not an airport, he'd go.
Oh,
I will
yeah,
say
you're
this
probably right.
about Illinois. I played at a different golf course, right? It was a different country club. I was a guest at a club, and the guy in front of me, clear, and I ended up talking to the guy.
Mhm.
was an LSU guy.
Okay.
So he's all in purple and yellow.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it's unbelievable.
Sure.
Middle of summer, purple and yellow, all LSU stuff. He's playing with his son and a couple other guys. His son played football at LSU.
Okay.
He was all in LSU stuff. Then you get to talking to the guy. His 2 daughters are at LSU.
Right.
They go to every LSU football. Their whole life is LSU.
Right.
And they live here.
Right.
Isn't that crazy?
It's a different world.
Yeah.
Yep.
Different mindset.
Yeah, different mind.
Way
Can you imagine?
more
Right? So
intense.
we're how many miles away are we from LSU? I mean, like we're so far,
I don't
we're so
know.
distant from it.
A couple thousand,
But I mean,
1,500.
he was just everything was LSU. They had like the purple and yellow shoes, and
Yeah,
like,
they're
we're on a
all
golf
in.
course.
They're
Say
all
about
in.
650. I'm going to guess 650 miles.
All right, 1,000. I just guessed
Roughly.
1,000.
Can you imagine what
Yeah.
it's like around there? Like
Oh,
the
I mean,
oh, it's
LSU
nuts.
mania.
Oh, it's crazy.
There's one guy.
Is he from Louisiana?
I don't know. I
What?
think he went there. His son played there. He had another son that went there, and he had 2 daughters that went there.
Yeah.
And they go there for every football game. And all
Imagine
they
what
wear
that
is purple and yellow.
Imagine what that travel.
I don't think he's
stipend
worried
is.
about money.
Yeah, I don't think he cares.
All right, well,
He
there
was
you
one
go.
of those
Doesn't sound like he
guys that don't
cares.
think he worried about money.
There you go.
But they were all in the LSU culture.
Yeah.
Which I really can't even fathom because we don't really quite have that around here. You know what I mean?
No.
Not
No,
really.
no.
I mean,
Not
when
really.
you go down to Blacksburg and
Maybe that's the closest thing.
the locals down there are
Mhm.
kind of like
Maybe
that.
Penn State.
Penn State's definitely like that.
Yeah.
I mean, these are LSU seats 102,000
Yeah.
people. Think about that.
Hmm.
102.
And that's
Sold-
not even the biggest stadium in that conference.
No,
Like that's how seriously they take it down
it's
south.
a different world.
Yeah, it's intense.
All right. Well, we can talk to CD next.
Yep. Bank local, cheer local, and business every day is game day. Business is always moving up or down, but never still. That's why the Main Street Bank team treats every day like game day. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Time to head out to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. We say good morning to our pal Chris Doring, SEC Network analyst. You remember him from playing wide out here in Washington back in the day. What's up, CD? How are you?
Good morning, boys. I appreciate your flexibility, man. I'm sitting here in rainy Charlotte, North Carolina, freezing my butt off. Had to do my hit back in Florida, and now happy to be on with you guys. So I appreciate you having me.
Of course, man. Well, the last 2 weeks has been just riveting with this Kiffin stuff, and you and I were talking about it on text, and he was talking to Florida, obviously talking to LSU. The fact that he didn't say, "People, I'm not leaving Ole Miss," told you he was leaving Ole Miss, and then of course the reaction of the Ole Miss fans. How are you feeling about this entire saga with Kiffin going again? And he's one of the most fickle coaches out there. He's at one period he went 3 consecutive years at 3 different spots as head coach. So you never know what he's going to do, but he had a good run at Ole Miss, and now he's going to be at LSU.
Yeah, so much to unpack. I mean, the Lane Kiffin saga has been tremendous content for guys like you and I. I mean, talking about this on the radio every single day has actually got to the point it's been a bit fatiguing, honestly. But, I think you're right. 2 things can be true at the same time. The guy can be an absolute offensive wizard, a great head coach, and can also be a bit of a disaster. And obviously, I was involved as well. I almost one that was thought to be in the mix, was actually thought to be the favorite for a while at Florida. That kind of didn't come to fruition, and a lot of negativity bubbled to the surface on Friday when the news was kind of broken that Florida was moving on from Lane Kiffin with the writing on the wall that he was going to go elsewhere. Florida didn't want to get stuck with not having their guys, so they moved on with Coach Summerall. And that was not met with a whole lot of excitement initially, but I think as time has passed the last few days, people are seeing some things they like about Summerall, and then they're also seeing the wake of Coach Kiffin's departure, and they think maybe they dodged a bullet to some degree. So I think you're right. He's gonna win at LSU. There's no doubt about it. But the answer is, how long is he going to be there? When's he going to leave? And what's the destruction going to look like after he does decide to move on?
Right. What I was reading some article yesterday. I don't know who wrote it. It was on CBS, but he was basically saying that inside sources said that initially Kiffin wanted to go to Florida, but that Scott Strickland, I think that's the AD's name at Florida. You could correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
But he wasn't kind of seeing eye. He wasn't a huge Kiffin fan. He was still interested in Kiffin, but I think Kiffin wanted to bring his own GM. This guy Glasscock, I think is his name. Was that true that he actually would have preferred Florida over LSU?
Well, let's remember. I mean, the Florida job was open first. There was a period that that was the best job out there without any question. I do think Florida made him an initial offer early on. I do think there was discussion about the structure. Including a general manager that didn't answer to the head coach, but answered to the athletic department, and they were hired separately. And excuse me, I can't imagine an established coach, whether we're talking about Lane Kiffin or anybody else in the SEC, that would move into a situation like that with the expectation being as high as it is, and a general manager that was not hired by the coach, or at least having a large amount of say on. I do think Florida kind of moved on from that approach and was open to it, but I also think by that time LSU opened up and pretty much gave him carte blanche. And at the end of the day, I don't think a lot of what Lane says is necessarily true.
Right.
I do think what is true is that the salary allocation, the money that was being given to build a roster, is as high, probably more so than anywhere else he could have gone. So yeah, it was disappointing at first, but I can see how it worked out the way that it did in Baton Rouge for him.
We can only guess what he told his players when he had a team meeting saying, "Hey, fellas, I'm leaving to go to LSU." But it's obvious he's going to LSU because he can get a better roster. So what do you think he tells his guys at Ole Miss? I'm leaving because I just think the team's going to be better at LSU.
Well, a couple things. I don't think he expected the team to be as good as they ended up being this year. I mean, last year was the year that there was thought that they were going to be able to make a playoff run. Jackson Dart was back. There was a number of other veterans that were back. They fell short, lost a disappointing game early at home to Kentucky and lost one in November at Florida. So I don't think he expected to be in this situation. But, you know, I think the conversation, I don't know that he would have addressed that with the team, but I certainly imagine that there's a chunk of that roster that's going to end up in Baton Rouge next year. I don't think there's any doubt about that.
Mm-hmm.
And that was one of the big deciding factors for Keith Carter was, you know, can we have him stay on and coach at Ole Miss while having access to every, you know, a recruit that we're trying to bring in, the database of you know, the additional time with the players to try to take some of those guys. I mean, it's the whole system is messed up in college football right now, from the college football calendar, you know, which is kind of the impetus for this debacle that's taking place in the most important part of the season, to the roster tampering and player movement and you know, there's no real defined rules or enforcement of those rules, and so it is kind of the Wild West right now.
So I was kind of talking about this before we went to commercial, before we got to you, but it's not just Kiffin who's leaving, who's not going to be coaching this team in the playoffs. Charlie Weiss Jr., offensive coordinator, he's leaving. Joe Cox is leaving. He's the co-offensive coordinator. A wide receivers coach is leaving. I think there's another guy who's leaving. So they're losing like half their offensive staff, including Kiffin, who calls plays. Do you think that the college football committee will look at them differently, like they did Florida State a few years ago when they lost Jordan Travers?
Yeah, well, first and foremost, you can't tell me in one breath that you're concerned about your players and what's best for them, and then in the other breath take all of the coaches that are going to be responsible for helping them compete in a ball game coming up.
Right.
So he tried to say that there was not a mandate about players or coaches having to get on the plane when he left on Sunday. I don't know that I believe that. I mean, when the whole Juice Kiffin came, the dog's not even his dog. I mean, there's a lot of fraudulence and smoke and mirrors going on out there right now. But as it relates to the committee, I think it's a different situation because the Jordan Travis injury happened during the season. We got to watch what Florida State looked like against the Gators. We got to watch what Florida State looked like in the ACC championship game. And we could tell that there was a totally different product on the field without Jordan Travis. There has not been a game played since this has kind of gone down. There's no data point for the committee to be able to point to. In fact, I think the team actually focused really well with this cloud of uncertainty hanging over their head. And if anything, it could be a positive. So there's no way they're leaving them out of the college football playoff field at 11-1 from the SEC, regardless of who's coaching.
I just thought they might dip them. They might drop them a few spots. I didn't
do that. I mean, this. Can you imagine? I don't know if you guys have been to Oxford before, but it's an amazing place. If they get a chance to host, which they should in the opening round, it's going to be an incredible environment. I'm hoping that I get sent there to cover it, but if the committee does bump them down because of that, I think it's an absolute travesty. And again, this is a coach-induced thing that's affecting the student athletes who we talked about caring about the most over and over, which is an absolute joke.
Chris, fill us in on Pete Golding, who takes over for Kiffin at Ole Miss. He gets kind of lost in the wake of all this. Kiffin going to LSU. What does he bring to the table? He's been named the permanent coach now, not just an interim.
Yeah, I think Keith Carter nailed it, and he moved decisively in naming Pete Golding, as you said, not only the interim coach, but the permanent coach. It's a guy that's been the defensive coordinator there for the last few years, has done a great job with that unit. In fact, the reason why this program has moved forward over the last couple of years to being, in national prominence is because of the defense's improvement. So I think he's done a great job there. But talking with people in Oxford, when this announcement was made, the team overwhelmingly showed their support for Pete. They showed excitement about him leading the way. His wife is from Mississippi. I believe she went to Ole Miss as well. So this is a guy that's vested in wanting to be there at the school. And I think everybody's rallied around, from the team to the fans to the collective. I mean, you're going to see an overwhelming amount of money continue to get poured in just to prove Lane Kiffin wrong, that they can't compete. This is going to, in the end, I think, do a lot to kind of build the program up even more. And Pete Golding inherits something. At the end of the day, I mean, Lane Kiffin said in his interview with Marty Smith on Sunday, I hope after a while they can appreciate what we did in the last 6 years. There's a lot to appreciate. And I think this program has come a long way and now is in good hands. And hopefully Pete Golding can keep it on the track.
Right.
So do you like what your alma mater did hiring Sumrall?
Yeah, I think initially there was disappointment, as I said before, about Lane Kiffin not being the guy. But I think as you look deeper into it, you're getting a guy in Coach Sumrall that's won at 2 different Group of 5 schools. He comes in with a lot of passion and emotion on the sideline, something that the fans got upset about with Napier, that he wasn't all that passionate or emotional on the sideline. I think the biggest key is who they hire from a coordinator standpoint. He acknowledged right off the jump that Florida's used to having entertaining, high-flying offenses that can score a lot of points, and so he's set to bring that along with a defensive coordinator that's probably of the same mindset as him as a defensive-minded coach. He played at Kentucky, he coached at Kentucky, so he's been in this league. He understands the SEC. It wasn't Lane Kiffin. It wasn't the flashiest hire, but I think it was a very stable hire that is going to work out. It's a different hire than Napier, as everybody tried to label it Napier 2.0, but I think that's completely unfair. I think this is a guy that's ascending, and I credit Scott Strickland, the athletic director, for moving quickly because this was about to be a done deal between Sumrall and Auburn. He didn't want to lose the guy that was 1B on his list, so he moved quickly on Friday and got the deal done.
Man, I know it's crazy how all these changes happened within minutes.
Yeah.
Look, last question. I know you're an SEC guy, but you're very familiar with James Franklin going to Tech. Home run hire, talking about money kind of being the influx of the additional resources, $240 million over the next 4 years. He's already getting some really good recruits. He flipped a quarterback that was going to Penn State, this kid from California who's now going to go to Tech. So he's getting the recruits. Your thoughts on James Franklin going to Virginia Tech? And I've been talking to a lot of people who are very close to the program, and they can't wait until next year.
Yeah, I'm excited about it. I mean, I do think Virginia Tech, again, they moved quickly to get the deal done there. I don't know, maybe if James Franklin is still available, maybe Florida State moves on from Mike Norvell. Maybe, there's some other jobs that would have opened up. So securing their guy was key. The commitment and the money that you talked about from the athletic department and collectives is key. There's certain programs, I think, in college football that you want to be good, that you need to be good to help the overall product. And Virginia Tech, in my mind, is one. I got a chance to cover James Franklin when he was at Vanderbilt a while back. And I think a lot of him as a coach. I mean, if you can go into Vanderbilt and do what James Franklin did with that program, you can go coach anywhere. So I know it didn't end well at Penn State and didn't get to where they ultimately wanted to be, but I think this is a major upgrade at Virginia Tech. And coupled with the financial support, I have no doubt that they're going to be able to take advantage of a weak ACC.
Real quick, do you like Georgia or Bama?
Man, I have not. I mean, I haven't finished up my prep yet. Initially, I'd like to say Georgia, but then again, you see Kirby. I think he's 1-7 against Alabama since taking over that job at Athens, and it's not the game's not in Athens as it was early in the season where they lost. It's in Atlanta. But Alabama's been pretty good in that city, so I'm not sure yet. But my first inclination is to lean Georgia, probably.
Chris, thanks as always for the time, man. We'll have you on again soon.
All right, brother. We'll talk to you soon, man.
Yep.
Thank you, buddy.
That's Chris Doring, SEC Network analyst. Don't forget Will Dawkins, Wizards general manager. He'll join us coming up at 8:45.
Off a win.
Off a big win over the Bucks last night at Capital One Arena. When we come back, we'll get into NFL playoff teams, pros and cons, which teams have a realistic shot at winning or getting to the Super Bowl. You can weigh in on that as well. 800-636-1067. We're the Junks. We'll be right back.
All right, here's your no huddle money play. Northwest Federal Credit Union, the official credit union of the Washington Commanders. They want to put $200 in your pocket when you open your first ever checking account and you meet some easy qualifications. No trick plays and no fourth downs, just a fast drive to free cash. So get in the game at nwfcu.org/score200. That's nwfcu.org/score200. Take command of your money this season. Federally insured by NCUA. Membership eligibility is required.
The Commanders may not know until later in the week whether or not Jaden Daniels can return to play this weekend at Minnesota. Dan Quinn saying he's still not yet cleared for contact.
The practice portion for him throwing, like ripped a bunch today and threw it hard. It's the functional movement that he'll continue to work with. And that's the step that we need to see.
Monday Night Football, Drake May threw for 2 touchdowns. Patriots win their 10th in a row, pounding the New York Giants 33-15. NBA, the Wizards came from 16 down in the second half to beat the Bucks 129-126. CJ McCollum had 28 points. Hockey, the Caps are out west this week, back on the ice tonight at the LA Kings, 10:30 p.m. here on 106.7 The Fan. College hoops, Maryland and Wagner tonight, 8 p.m. on the Team 980. Virginia Tech also plays at South Carolina, 7 p.m. Bloomberg 99.1. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Junks are brought to you by Crop Metcalf, the official heating and cooling company of the Junks. Coming up at 8:45, we're going to give you a chance to win a pair of tickets to see our pals OAR 3 Decades Tour when it comes to Merriweather Post this summer. So keep listening between 8:40 and 8:45, like right before we talk to Will Dawkins. We'll give those tickets away. So keep listening for your chance to win. All right, so we wanted to get into which teams have a realistic shot at making the Super Bowl. The playoff picture is starting to come into focus. What are the pros and cons of each of these teams as we enter the stretch run of the NFL regular season? Let's start with the NFC.
Well, let me say this. I think that there are teams that have great records, but then there are big question marks.
Right.
And that's why I sent in this topic yesterday is if you think of a team like Seattle, Jason said that he believes Seattle might be the best team in the NFC. They've got a great record. They're 9-3. They've got this great defense, ranked 3rd in terms of points against. They're ranked 3rd offensively, points for. But they've got Sam Darnold, and a lot of people will think about last season, the way it ended for Sam Darnold in Minnesota, and they just won't believe that they're going to be a Super Bowl team with Sam Darnold. I think there are a lot of teams that we can talk about if you want to start in the NFC that you have question marks. And you just wonder which teams can you really see in the Super Bowl?
Yeah, I mean,
no idea. I mean, when you talk about the NFC, some of the tough places to play in the NFC in terms of where they play and home field advantage, those teams are towards the bottom in the seeding, so they would have to go on the road. So unless the Packers can keep winning and they start, they host some games, or Seattle hosts some games, it wouldn't be as difficult to play them. If you have to go to Seattle, go to Green Bay, very difficult.
But if you want to start ripping through them, Cakes, I mean, the 1 seed's the Bears.
Yeah.
I don't know if people really believe that's a team that's going to be in the Super Bowl.
I have a hard time wrapping my head around it, but
I don't see it either.
I don't see it either, but they have a formula that looks like it's working.
They clearly can run the football.
Well, yeah, I mean, they've got the Swift and Monangai tandem that's leading the 3rd best rushing attack in all of football. Like they're kind of hiding Caleb Williams.
And the biggest,
if you're running at that high of a clip, why wouldn't you?
And the biggest factor in winning in the NFL is turnovers.
Right.
They are plus 17 in turnovers. So even though Caleb has a low completion percentage, and some people lament that his average time to throw is too long, which I think is because he scrambles around a lot. He takes care of the football. So he doesn't turn the ball over. He's not taking sacks. They run the football, but they have a mediocre defense. And I would not say, like, if you did buzz or ding, I would say I don't see them in the Super Bowl. Can't see it. Can you see them in the Super Bowl?
No, especially
I hope not.
They've got to play the Packers 2 more times.
Right.
And if the Packers end up winning the division, I was just talking about home field, and you have to go to play Green Bay instead of going to Chicago, that's going to be very difficult for them.
Maybe we shouldn't doubt them. I mean, they just ran all over, roughshod over the Eagles.
Yeah.
And that Eagles defense, I don't know if you watched any of the film breakdowns on ESPN. Orlovsky was pointing this out. If you watch these runs against the Eagles defense, Jalen Carter's like 5 yards beyond the line of scrimmage.
They're manhandling.
They are
people
just
up front.
mauling defensive lines. And so maybe that's sustainable. And if they get home field, that's cold weather.
Yeah.
You know, some teams might not feel comfortable going in there. And what travels in cold weather? Running games.
Running
I mean,
game
they
and
wouldn't have to
defense.
travel
Right.
if they're home.
And an opportunistic defensive forces a lot of turnovers.
Yeah, I still would say I don't buy it. I would give it a buzz.
Right.
And say, I can't see them in the Super Bowl. If you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067. Do you see them as a Super Bowl team?
I don't. But I mean, I also didn't see them being at 9-3 this late in the season.
Yeah.
I thought that Ben Johnson would turn them around eventually. I didn't know it was going to be in year one.
I think they're like the 6th luckiest team so far by that.
So
by
that's
that one match.
certainly helping them. Yeah.
But Seattle, if Seattle gets the 1 seed and they're hosting, they're going to be very difficult to beat.
All right, so
with that
Seattle
defense.
9-3.
Yeah.
They allow just 18.1 points per game, and they are scoring right now 29.2 points per game.
Yeah.
Big question mark there is Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
Can you see Sam Darnold in the Super Bowl?
Sure.
Yeah.
I can see that.
I don't think it's a huge negative.
Because they've got the best receiver in football.
Yeah, he's
They've got-
developed an amazing chemistry with that.
Yeah. They've
in
got a
year one.
couple guys like a 1-2 punch that can run the ball. And their defense, I mean, they're going to make up for some of the mistakes that the offense will make.
I question wide receiver outside of JSN. It's kind of a mixed bag.
Yeah,
but
you're
they
right.
seemed to make it work by just throwing the ball to Smith and Jigba all the time.
So you would put
But
Seattle.
they're going to have to beat the
they
Rams. in
lead the
2
NFL in
weeks.
point differential.
Yes.
Yeah. So you would put
They
would you
have to
put
be in.
Seattle above the Rams and the 49ers? If we're just looking at the NFC West, you've got the Rams 9-3,
I could see the
the
Rams. there.
Niners 9-4.
I like the Rams. I personally
Why
like
couldn't
the
I see
Rams,
the Rams
better.
there?
I
Just
just
because
think
they lost?
that the combo of Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua, if they're on,
Yeah.
that's the best. It's probably the best
And they can
tandem
run the ball, too.
in the league. They've got depth at running back too, because it's not just Kyron Williams. Blake Corum is starting to have a bigger role there, and Matt Stafford's playing he's like an MVP right now.
Yeah,
He's-
and
If there's one
and
quarterback
he's done it before.
you can
Yeah.
trust, it's Matt
the
Stafford.
question I have is that can he keep holding up? Because
Yeah.
the whole thing about him heading into the season was he's got a back injury. Can he be effective at the age of 37? He hasn't slowed down one bit. He's getting better.
The Seattle game when they play the Rams in 2 weeks, I believe it's 2 weeks. That game is in Seattle because they've already lost against the Rams in LA. Okay. So that's going to be huge.
Right.
That could be for the division. Now they also still have to play they play the Falcons on the road. They should beat them. They play the Colts at home, should beat them. And then that Ram game. So it's 3 weeks. That could be for the division. That could be for the 1 seed.
Look, I think all of us agree we could see the Rams in the Super Bowl. We could see Seattle in the Super Bowl. Can you see the 49ers?
Sure. Of course.
I could definitely see the
coaching-
Niners in the mix.
Coaching, defense, McCaffrey, they don't have to necessarily rely on Purdy. You can rely on McCaffrey and not just the run game, but the pass game. Kittle is healthy again, so he's always uses him. Shanahan knows how to work those two guys, McCaffrey and Kittle, together. Defense is playing a lot better now than it was in the first month of the season. I could absolutely see that,
And if Purdy's-
especially if they're hosting games.
If Purdy's turf toe pops up again, Mac Jones is a reliable backup.
Yeah.
Like you can turn to him for a game or two, and you don't feel like there's that big of a drop off.
The question is, do you think that Philadelphia, even though they're playing like butt right now in the regular season, can somehow turn it on?
I don't know. I have a hard time trusting a team that just has no real semblance of a passing game.
I don't.
I can't trust them.
I can't.
I
trust
don't
them
I
either.
cannot trust the Eagles, even though they're 8-4 and lead the NFC East right now.
I think they're broken, and there's a lot of noise surrounding that team. Whether it's the offensive coordinator, whose house apparently was egged by fans,
Yeah, I saw that.
whether it's Jalen Hurts, AJ Brown, there's just too much kind of surrounding it. And then you would think with that defense that has studs, like if you just look at their resumes, got these studs from Georgia, and got really good defensive player of the year candidates at linebacker and corner and everything like that. They got mauled by the Bears
Yeah, they did.
at home. They've lost a couple in a row. I think if they can get in, the Cowboys have a better chance.
But you're kind of, it's recency effect because you're talking about that game on Friday night. But they held the Cowboys down a little bit, right? Cowboys had to come from behind to win that game, I believe. They held the Lions to 9 points. All right, so the defense has been good for most of the year. This past week, no, Bears ran all over them, but I think the defense could carry them a little bit. And I'm just wondering, maybe the offense can find a way to get it together once the postseason starts.
I just feel like the defense is getting stressed by the fact that the offense
has to
doesn't
get better.
have long drives.
Correct.
They're on the field all the time.
They can't run the football anymore.
Yeah. This is
Saquon ran for 2,000 yards last year, and this year he can't even give you 4 yards per carry. So I would give them the buzz. I can't see them in the Super Bowl this year. I can't really see the Cowboys, although they're hot. I think you got to talk about them. Could you see them going on a run if they get in?
I mean, they're basically in a playoff elimination game this Thursday night against the Lions. Like, I feel like whoever wins that game still is alive in the playoff hunt. I feel like whoever loses lags further behind. I have a hard time buying into Dallas, though their defense has had a turnaround since Quinn Williams was acquired. Like, they've been much stiffer against the run than they were in the first 7 or 8 games of the season.
Cowboys, that's a massive game Thursday.
It's a huge one. It's a huge Thursday night affair.
The Cowboys have the Lions, then the Vikings and Chargers at home, and then they play Washington and the Giants on the road. So they've got 5 games left. Yeah, that Lions game on Thursday is
And by the way,
that's
the
a big one.
Lions just put Terry and Arnold, one of their starting corners, on IR.
Right, so Jason,
and also St. Brown is he probably won't play this week.
Right.
Could you see the Cowboys in the Super Bowl?
No.
All right, so they get a buzz.
And I'm basically saying that because Dak Prescott, even though he's having a really good year, he's had really good regular seasons for a lot of his career, but in the postseason, he just doesn't play the same.
All right, so right now you've got all of the NFC West teams as potential Super Bowl teams: 49ers, Seahawks, Rams.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's just going to plow through this. NFC South, you've got Tampa at 7-5, and you got Carolina.
I think the Buccaneers.
Anybody could anybody see either the Buccaneers or the Panthers making a run to the Super Bowl?
No.
Well, the Bucs more probable than the Panthers. I don't see the Panthers even qualifying.
I can't see
for the playoffs.
either.
I think the Bucs are just, man, they're just so banged up at receiver. Man, I know Godwin's back.
Godwin's back.
Not that great defensively.
Yeah, they're not great.
Evans looks like he might come back in the next few weeks. And Egbuka has slowed down. Egbuka came out of the gate super hot.
Yeah.
And he's, hasn't been what he was the first month of the season.
I could see them winning a playoff game.
Yeah.
I can't see them going on a run to the Super Bowl. They look like a good, not great team. And maybe the issues there aren't great teams. All right. The 2 teams that we probably should discuss, we haven't mentioned the Packers or the Lions. Now, the Lions right now, outside looking in, wouldn't make the playoffs. They're 7-5.
Yeah.
They just don't seem right. I don't know if it's that they lost Ben Johnson. I don't know if they've had too many injuries. They don't seem to be the same force as last year when they were 15.
Did you watch them against Washington? But no, you're right. They're not the same. And I'm sure there's a bunch of factors.
So I would give them a buzz.
They've been so
I could see them.
You could?
So you get hot, sure.
I think they have to. Because the problem with them is I don't see them going on the road to some of these teams and winning. They got to host. And I don't think they're going to be hosting.
And the Packers.
But that's a huge game against Dallas.
Now the
what did you say, Cakes? You think that's an elimination game?
Sounds like it. I mean, one team's what's Dallas 6-5-1, and Detroit 7-5.
Yeah,
it'd be tough. They would need some help.
So I would say but the Packers, if the Packers have the 1 seed and they're hosting all the way through, that's going to be very difficult for teams to go up there and win.
So Packers have won 3 in a row.
I don't know if I trust Jordan Love in a huge playoff spot.
Look, there's questions with all these guys. I'm just talking about the environment, the defense.
Yeah,
it's going to be very difficult to win up there.
That's another team that leans into the running game with Josh Jacobs, so it might not all have to be on Jordan Love. I just the back of my brain, I just don't know if I trust him in a big spot.
Their defense is ranked 6th in points against. They've won 3 games in a row. We saw Micah Parsons have an impact. Yeah. I would say I give them a shot, because if you don't give them a shot, you don't give the Bears a shot, you don't think the Eagles are right, then you're basically going all in on NFC West teams, which it might be the case.
I don't think that's a bad strategy at this point.
I believe the Packers, if they're hosting, will be very difficult to beat. If they have to go on the road, I could see Jordan Love stubbing his toe on that. But these NFC West teams, I mean, those are some good freaking teams. They've got good balance, offense and defense.
Let's make a couple of these calls before we move on to the AFC. Let's go to Mike in Fairfax, 800-636-1067 if you want to chime in. Mike, what's up, buddy? You over the Junkies?
Hey, boys, happy morning to you, man.
Hey, Mike.
Hey, I'm gonna have, yeah. I mean, so the Bears have the offense. I think they have the second best running game in the NFL, if I'm not mistaken.
Mhm.
But it's just the defense. I think Cakes pointed that out. But more importantly, Cakes, I have a question for you, brother. This is regarding heavy metal. I'm a huge metal guy. Are you going to see Megadeth and Iron Maiden?
That's a little bit far off the
huge, dude.
distance.
Don't disappoint me.
Thank you for the call.
All right.
That's a potential maybe.
You didn't really
next
want to
summer.
talk about the
No, I
pros
just
and
wanna-
cons of
he
the
just
NFL
wanted
team.
to
Thought he
sneak
was
it-
all in on the
sneak in a
conversation.
Heavy metal question.
Yeah.
Cakes, what would Jordan Love need to do for you to trust him? I'm just these are just numbers, but this his last 3 years, 32 touchdowns, 11 picks, 25-11, and this year 19-3.
I like him. I don't know if I love
I feel
him.
like you like Darnold more.
in a huge playoff spot. Darnold's hard to like. I've got some trauma left over in my brain from what he did in that late season game against Detroit, and then they were on the road against the Rams in the playoffs, right? And he melted down.
Yeah, his last two games
He was
were terrible.
I can't get that out of my brain either. That's why.
But you give the Seahawks a better shot to be in the Super Bowl than Green Bay.
I'm kind of in on the Rams. I'm feeling like the Rams.
The Rams
are gonna
have
be
that special
the
vibe to 'em.
representative.
Been there,
But
done
see, here's
that.
the thing.
Coaching,
Great coach.
Here's the thing with Jordan Love.
Well-rounded.
Jordan Love has played 3 playoff games.
Yep.
He's got 5 picks in the 3 playoff games.
Mhm.
They've all been road games.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. If they play at home, that's just a huge plus for them. But there's questions with all these guys.
Certainly.
It really is.
Yep. Everybody's got some flaws here.
But basically, you're saying 3 teams, maybe 4,
Yeah.
in the NFC have a shot making the Super Bowl.
Well, there's only 7. It's not like we're just picking 1 out of 7. Yeah, I think there's the majority of the teams have a shot.
All right, when we come back, we will go through the AFC, try to figure out which AFC teams have a realistic shot at making the Super Bowl, go through some pros and cons of each of those. And don't forget, coming up at 8:45, you'll have a chance to win a pair of tickets to go see OAR at Merriweather Post.
All right, guys. FanDuel, the #1 sports book for same-game parlays. We love them. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel's the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live all in one easy-to-use app. Right now, well, it's the perfect time to join because new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet hits. How easy is that? So you can bet on the players you love the way you want. All you have to do, head to FanDuel.com/EB to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/EB. FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over, present in D.C. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
We'll give away a pair of tickets to go see OAR right before we talk to Will Dawkins. Will Dawkins scheduled at 8:45, so keep listening for your chance to win those tickets.
Nice.
Because it's coming up shortly. All right, we just went through the NFC Super Bowl realistic expectations of teams we think could be there at the end. So now we're going to go through the AFC side. And you're welcome to weigh in at 800-636-1067 to agree or disagree with our discussion. All right, so we'll lead off with the 1 seed right now, heading into their bye week. I mean, I don't think anybody saw the Patriots being 11-2 through 13 games, but here we are. Drake May is ascending. He's either 1 or 2 in the MVP race. Might be number 1 after Matt Stafford.
He is. He's the favorite
and
now.
the Rams lose.
He's the Vegas
road.
favorite.
He leads the NFL in passing yards, 23 touchdowns, just 6 picks. 10 games this year where he's had a pass rating over 100. As a team, they're averaging 27 points per game. That's 7th. They only allow 18.5 points per game. That's 5th. They have the 10 wins in a row. If it goes through New England, we know it's tough to win there. So I definitely could see them in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I could see them too. I didn't see Drake May elevating himself and his teammates.
You didn't see it? No, you didn't.
In year 2 this quickly, but he has.
And it's not just him. It's the coaching staff because Vrabel and that staff, I mean, they're legit.
Yeah.
Josh McDaniels is the offensive coordinator.
Yep.
It just
shows you how bad that staff was last year.
And a lot like Jaden Daniels elevated guys like De'Ami Brown and Olumide Zaccheaus last year. He's doing the same thing to guys like Mac Hollins, Kayshon Boutte. Stephon Diggs is a stud, but I mean,
he didn't do anything last
night. There aren't a ton of household names on that Patriots offense.
Here's a flaw, though. The running game is meh.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I mean, Ramondre Stevenson is nothing special. Travion Henderson's the home run hitter, runs outside of the tackles. Not great, but I think we're getting a little nitpicky. It's decent. It's not great.
Not every team has a great passing attack and a great running attack. You know, if they could get a Derrick Henry type, it'd be nice. But that's what they have to rely on.
Yeah,
I know he beat him head to head. All right, so the Bills are 8-4. They're like the last team in the AFC right now to make the playoffs. I think they would be the 7 seed.
Correct.
If it's a big spot, even if it's New England, do you trust Drake May and the Patriots to beat the Bills, who have the number 1 rushing team in the NFL?
Yep.
They're 5th in points. They average 28.1 points per game. Now, their defense kind of stinks. And if you look at the last month, they've lost to the Dolphins.
Yep.
And they just lost to the Texans.
Right.
I have faith.
But in a big spot, I might choose the Bills and Josh Allen over Drake May.
I'd be tempted to lean that way too, but I mean, Drake May has already proven he can go to Buffalo and win. That's showing me something.
I think that Buffalo, and you're talking about those losses. They went to Houston and lost. They went to Miami and lost. They went to Atlanta and lost.
They got kind of drubbed by
Miami.
Miami.
Good. They're not that good on the road.
Right.
One of their strengths is, especially in the playoffs, is hosting because the weather is so awful. And
they're not hosting this year.
They're not, right. I mean, unless they win the division, which is going to be very difficult, they have to beat New England.
I think it's borderline impossible for them to win the division at this point.
Yeah, I mean, the Patriots would have to lose to Buffalo and lose to the Ravens,
right?
And then we'll see what happens. But
you could see them in the Super Bowl?
I don't trust Buffalo if they're not hosting to get to the Super Bowl.
Right.
Well, it's unlikely that they're going to host.
I'm just saying I don't trust Buffalo.
So you'd give them a buzz.
Yes.
You can't see them in the Super Bowl.
No.
I can't see them either.
Really?
I think that was my preseason pick. I think I picked Buffalo and Detroit. That's looking a little bit dicey at this point.
I can see them, just because Josh Allen's that good.
He's that good. The rushing attack is that good, but
he's good and he can get hot. But in these losses against these teams on the road, he's been bad.
I know, and they've had turnovers here the last month.
Their passing attack is subpar. I mean, they just signed Brandon Cooks after he got released by the Saints. So they're just trying to find something that works. I think a big key for them is if Dalton Kincaid gets healthy, he can help the passing game.
So you can't buy into them.
Not really buying into them.
Can you buy into any AFC North teams?
No.
Ravens, Steelers, Bengals.
Nope. Not right now.
I think that.
And the Bengals are
The
4-8,
Ravens-
but I'm throwing them in there because they're only 2 games back in the division,
I
and they
can't
got
take
Burrow
them
back.
serious. I can't take them seriously at this point.
I mean, their defense allows over 400 yards per game.
Yeah.
No, and I think like the Ravens Steelers game is obviously big. If the Steelers won that division, I don't trust them at all. I would pick against the Steelers against whoever they played in the first round of the playoffs.
Just fill in the name
if
of
the
the team.
Ravens win the division, they're more scary than Pittsburgh. But you never want to face the Ravens in the playoffs. You don't.
No.
But if Lamar is going to play the way he did this past week,
right. If
Lamar's got to get right.
Vintage Lamar, then I'd be
so I trust
terrified of the Ravens.
I trust the Ravens more than I do the Steelers in that division. But I don't trust.
I would agree with that.
But the Bengals aren't going to win that division.
Could you see any of the AFC South teams in the Super Bowl? Right now, the Jags are currently leading the division at 8-4.
I'm going to give a triple.
Colts are 8-4.
Triple buzz there.
And the Texans is 7-5. Texans have won 4 in a row. So they've gotten high.
I know they have a fearsome defense too.
Defense is number 1. You disrespect D.
I disrespect teams being led by stout defenses.
I
feel like a really good offense is going to beat them most of the time.
I don't trust, even if the Colts win that division and they're hosting a game or two. I just don't trust Daniel Jones. Even though his numbers are good, Taylor's obviously scary. I just don't trust him in big spots in the playoffs.
And nobody trusts. I'm sorry, I'm going to speak for the room here. Nobody trusts Trevor Lawrence with anything.
No.
Even though, he had a nice performance this past week against the Titans. I don't trust him in a big spot in a playoff atmosphere. Not really buying into the Jags, even though they're currently the 3 seed.
By the way, Jags, the Jags play this week. Big one.
The Colts.
Play the Colts.
They play the Colts twice down the stretch.
So right now, you only trust the Patriots. So let's look at the West. Could you see the Broncos in the Super Bowl?
Yeah. I could. Defense.
I have reservations about
defense,
Bo Nix.
coaching. Bo Nix, question mark. But what if they're the 1 seed and you have to go to Denver?
Here's what I can't get out of my brain. The Broncos getting their brains beaten in. Was it by the Giants? Giants were leading by like 26 points in the fourth quarter.
They got butt lucky. Yes.
Yeah, and then the Broncos came all the way back.
Yeah.
I can't get that out of my
Everybody
head.
has bad games.
I
happens.
know.
I mean, every team we've talked about has had a bad game.
At this point, dude, when you have that great a winning percentage, of course I could see you in the Super Bowl. Of course I could.
Yeah.
Especially in an AFC that overall I don't think is that overwhelming.
Well, I think that's the entire NFL. That's the whole point, is that it seems like it's
like
wide
the
open.
NFC
There's
is
no
a-
dominant team. There's no team that you would say, well, they're a lock to be in the Super Bowl.
I feel like the NFC is a little tougher.
I only love
Last year you
one
kinda-
AFC team for the Super Bowl.
That's the Patriots.
The Patriots.
All right, so you don't give the Chargers a shot?
I just think that with the offensive line issues there, I think Justin Herbert's going to struggle in the playoffs.
And what if the Chiefs get in? I know right now they don't get in. They're 6-6.
I would never count them
bet
out
against them.
with the Mahomes magic.
I would never bet against them.
Yeah, I could
Praying
see
it
the
doesn't
Chiefs
happen.
in.
Yeah.
The
If
Chargers.
the Chiefs get in, I would consider
All right,
them.
so I'll give you
Tough to
odds.
beat.
You're gonna take you said you only can see the Patriots in the Super Bowl in
Yeah.
AFC.
Yep.
Let's make it a $5 bet.
All right.
I get the field.
Okay.
You have Patriots in the Super Bowl.
Man, I don't know if this is a good bet for me, Valdez. You're looking.
I'll give you 2-1.
2-1.
Yeah, so you win 10.
Field bet.
I win 5.
It's a lot. I'm going to be right there rooting for Drake May with Jason Bishop. Be right there in the bandwagon. Sure, why not? $5 bet. Put it in the book, Valdez.
That means they're definitely not going. The Chargers.
Your guy.
The Chargers. Get back to the Chargers. They've got to get Hampton back,
Mhm.
and I'm not
He
sure
might be back this week.
he might be back this week. They've got to have an established runner. I know Vidal has been their
He's
guy,
been a pretty good fill-in.
but they got to have another one.
Didn't Vidal go for over 100 this week?
Yeah, he did.
And you know who
he's
else
averaging
scored?
he's averaging 4.5 yards per carry, but I think you need another guy.
Former
if you're
commander
playing the
scored
postseason.
for him. Jarrett Patterson.
That's right.
That's a deep cut. I know it's a deep cut, but I know you
Wow.
root for the underdogs, and that guy's
Yes.
an underdog
I like that.
getting NFL paychecks.
Wow.
But yeah, they do need Hampton back. And if they can get that offensive line right, maybe the Chargers are kind of a dark horse.
Now,
But I don't love them.
Now, if the Chiefs and the Chiefs are outside looking in, but the Chiefs get in somehow, they're not going to win the division. But if they get in and they're playing you
don't want
that's
to play them.
the one team you don't want to play.
You don't want to play them.
Well, similar to the Ravens.
Correct.
Because it comes down to a quarterback that's done it before. Now, Lamar hasn't had great success in the playoffs, but you don't want to face Lamar in the playoffs or Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs.
Nope.
Now, these the bet consummated. Did you have something to add?
Well, you're the worst negotiator ever. It's 4-1, and you took 2-1.
That's fine. Who cares? It's $5. I'm not gonna worry about $5.
The Chiefs play the Texans at home this week. They play the Chargers at home next week, and then they have to play the Titans on the road and then the Broncos at home.
I mean,
they've
So if you had to go-
they've got some toughies.
Yeah.
If you had to go to the window right now,
Yeah.
your Super Bowl game would be not what you did in
Okay.
our preseason predictions.
Current, I have it. Patriots, Rams. That's my Super Bowl. Drake May is just so good. He's elevating everybody around him. He has taken a giant step forward in year 2. And if they get home field, I don't see many teams going in and beating them.
I would have said the Patriots until Cake said the Patriots.
Yeah.
So I'll say Broncos, Seahawks.
Come on, jump on the bandwagon.
Oh, look, I want them to win.
I know you do.
Man, after watching the Broncos against the Commanders,
yeah, are you really sold?
I'm not really
on them?
sold on them. I'm not sold on them. That's why I think one of these teams, I'm Josh Allen, Mark.
Mm-hmm.
He's never even done it. So what am I doing? But I would take the Bills, and then I might go 49ers. They're surviving all these injuries. They got a great coach. They've been there a couple times. You know what? Bills, 49ers.
Those are both the current 7 seeds, but there's still a lot of football.
I like.
left.
Look, the Niners.
I agree with Cakes. I like Patriots, Rams.
Look at that. Very
The
good.
The Niners have 3 pretty winnable games to close off the year. So if they can win the division, you have to play them, and they're the 1 seed in the NFC. They're going to be very difficult to beat out there. But if they don't, it's going to be tough to go to Seattle or go to the Rams and win, depending on if they have to play those teams. I don't trust the Bills if they're playing 3 road games. I don't think there's a chance they're winning.
But they could catch. It's maybe unlikely they could catch New England in the division.
Well, they got to beat them
head to head.
Yep, we got to beat them.
And then they obviously have to have
the
New England
Patriots have
lose.
to lose the next 2 for them to have a shot. They've got to lose to the Bills, obviously. They've got to lose to the Ravens. Comes down to those 2 huge games for New England. They win one of those games, the division's pretty much theirs. And they'll probably have the 1 seed.
This is why the NFL is the best, though, because you really don't know.
Nope, you don't. Questions with everybody. Playoffs are going to be awesome this year.
Can't wait.
They're going to be awesome.
It's going to be fun.
So
Be
many
more fun if the Commanders are in it, but it'll
so
still
many
be fun.
so many storylines with some of these teams and coaches, and it's going to be very interesting. There's a ton more. Last year we would have said Eagles are a lock to go to the playoff or go to the Super Bowl, right?
Of course.
Either the Eagles or the Lions, but most people thought the Eagles and the Patriots. I'm sorry, and the Chiefs.
Yeah.
This year, toss up.
Yeah, I did not have the Patriots winning 11 games heading into their bye.
Nobody did.
But here we are.
But that said, at this time last year, nobody would have had the Commanders making it all the way to the NFC Championship game.
True. That is true.
So you can go on a run.
Teams can get hot.
I feel like there will be 1 surprise team.
Yeah.
I don't think 2.
All right, coming up next, we will pivot and talk about the Washington Wizards with their general manager, Will Dawkins. And keep listening. You'll have a chance to win a pair of tickets to go see OAR when they come to town in July of 2026 at Merriweather Post Pavilion. We'll be right back. When it comes to your money, what's more valuable than peace of mind? At Trajan Wealth, that's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Their fiduciary advisors know that your financial journey is personal. Whether you're looking for a second opinion on your portfolio or want to build a plan for steady income in your retirement, Trajan Wealth has got you covered. CEO Jeff Jr., a Marine Corps veteran who knows the meaning of true independence, founded Trajan Wealth so their advisors could always put your interests first. Turn to the pros at Trajan Wealth for a custom tailored plan to reach your goals on your timeline. Schedule your complimentary introductory meeting today at trajanwealth.com and start working toward the retirement you've always imagined. That's trajanwealth.com. You owe it to yourself to get a second opinion on your financial future. Don't leave your retirement to chance. Call Trajan Wealth today. Here's the number: 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600. trajanwealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com. We're going to hook up caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. You're going to score 2 tickets to see OAR 3 Decades Tour Friday, July 24th at Merriweather Post Pavilion. Tickets are on sale right now. For tickets and more event info, go to thefandc.com/events. Those tickets are courtesy of Live Nation. So 10th caller right now, you will win. We should be joined very shortly by Will Dawkins, general manager of your Washington Wizards, who had a nice home win last night against the Milwaukee Bucks. He joins us now on the Ruud guest hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. It's Will Dawkins, Wizards general manager, the big boss. What's up, Will? How are you?
Good morning, fellas. How we doing this morning?
I'm doing really well, considering my guy Bilal Coulibaly, who I discovered had the massive play last night to seal the home win against the Bucks. I mean, what a defensive play to get the win at home. Wins have been rare. That was a fun one last night.
Our guy Ben said he called him Balalcatraz.
That's a new nickname?
Yes.
Very nice.
Yeah, I think the crowd was great last night. They were into the game and cheering, and when Bilal made that steal and was able to kind of ice the game the way he did, it was a pretty good moment for him, but also for the fans. It was definitely a good feeling last night, but it wasn't just that play. He was pretty tremendous the entire time defensively and made a player like Giannis work all night. So, again, it's good to see him healthy. He missed all the training camp and fine to see legs, but he's one of the best defenders in the league for a reason, and we're happy to see him play well last night.
And what's that like when he holds Giannis 4 points under his average? I mean, that has to be like an A on his report card or the notes that you give him. I mean, that has to be encouraging, right?
Yeah, for sure. When we look at it, like we told you guys a few times, like we're looking at where you force them to take the shots and how you can increase the percentages, whether it goes in or not. And last night they were able to do that as a team, but also take away his assists and take away his rebounds. Like all of his numbers were down and get him in foul trouble. That's how you know the team's playing defensively on a string and really, really engaged. So that was a good win for our young team for sure.
Now, your vets really stepped up. CJ just had a couple big games, had a big game last night. Middleton down the stretch. Is it great to see the vets contributing like that? I know you guys want the young guys to develop.
Yeah. We want everybody to develop. We want everybody to feel like they're playing and getting better when they're here. And it was going to take some time to get used to playing with this young group and changing the offense. And we had a lot of changes in the offseason, but we knew who CJ was. We obviously had Chris here last year and knew what he could bring. And you just learn throughout the year on opportunities where they're going to be ready. And again, well, like CJ's already back up to 40% and back to his averages. So he's going to be CJ. You need him for these type of moments. Our players feel confidence and feed off that. And they're in more games and they're playing well. And that's what we want right now.
CJ, since November 7th, Will, he's got 2 25-point games. He's got 2 40-point games. He had the 28 last night. You already mentioned his 3-point percentage. He's shooting close to 41% from threes this year. I mean, year 13, he is still draining it.
Yeah, I think what you can see about CJ is just the consistency since I think it's 2015, whenever he hit that third-year bump. He shot 40% from three and averaged 20 points a game. Like, that's the definition of consistency offensively. And just his habits, like Bub Carrington's learning from him, learning the right shots to take. Keyshawn's learning when to touch the paint, things of that nature. And the guidance that he's giving him, there's a reason why we went after him and have him around to really help us through this process, because it is about more the outlook and where we're going moving forward and less about the outcomes. But in order to get to the right outcomes, you got to go through games like this. And that's important for us.
Not sure how long you'll have him.
Hey, what's
we
up?
have him here. That's most important.
Hey,
Yeah,
so
we have him now.
I was asking Coach.
Exactly.
Hey, I like to make it awkward.
I was asking Coach last week about Will Riley and him, and being set down so he gets some minutes, and then you guys call him back up, and then I guess he went back down. Ben was telling me he went back down for like 5 hours or so, and he busted like 35 or something like that. Blew up. Talk about his development and what you guys are seeing from him.
Yeah, I don't necessarily like to use the word down. I think when guys go on assignment, they're just spending time with the go-go and getting reps. A lot of this stuff, sometimes fans don't realize it's planned out in advance. We plan these assignments 2-3 weeks out. And with this one specifically for Will, it was, hey, we're in town. We have 2 days off. we play a home game with the Go-Go. Let's send them with them to get some opportunity to just get real minutes, because we know that the schedule is a little dense in January, and especially coming up here in December. So we just wanted him to go down there and get reps, and Will's just building his confidence. He obviously was able to score and put the ball in the hole, but he made a lot of plays, timely plays. And I think you'll see tonight, we'll have a few more guys out. Will get his opportunity. So Coach Keith meets with them before they spend time with the Go-Go. Here's what we want you to work on so that you get your opportunity when you come back. And hopefully he's just continuing to build his confidence. But the second half of the year, I think fans will see a lot more Will Riley, and we're really excited about the player we drafted there.
Talking to Will Dawkins, Wizards GM, on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude's the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. So you mentioned Bub Carrington, and last year in April, he really took off. He averaged 18 points a game, 7 assists in April. We were at the game against Orlando when he put up 32, 9, and 7. This year, he doesn't seem to be playing as much. He's not shooting as well. What have you seen in Bub's game? Why has that, like, that role that he had there at the end of the season, why has that not continued into this season?
Yeah. One, I wouldn't categorize Bub as not playing well this year. I think we're asking him to do different things, and he is in a different role. And the shooting has really jumped. I think he's shooting close to 42 or 43% from three right now. So, and his defense and physicality and meeting guys at half court, we call it the line of scrimmage on our end. Like, as soon as you cross half court, like being there and being physical. So what we're asking him to do has shifted. I think Bub's still on time for where he needs to be. He's a year and a half out of college, where he was kind of a player who was 5'11", 3-4 years ago. So, like, his progress is going to take time, but what Bub brings to the team is the toughness, the competitiveness, the shooting. Mm-hmm. When he gets more opportunities to bring the ball up and handle and make more plays, I think you'll see those things rise. But for what we're asking him to do, I think it's important for people to understand, like, it's just the start of year two, and these things fluctuate, and we're happy with where he's at.
It's a good answer.
Hey, Will, you guys pounded Atlanta a few games ago, and then, of course, won last night. But before that, you guys had lost 14 straight. How do the young players handle losing streaks like that when, you know, the Trey Johnsons of the world's never lost 14 straight, probably, ever. Yeah. You know, Bub, I mean, players who were with good teams in college that won a lot, how do they handle losing streaks like that?
Yeah, as you guys know, that's hard. That isn't easy. But what we've signed up for and the course we've kind of chartered, we kind of expected a little bit of this and a little bit of the difficulty, but the guys had the right mindset. And I got to give Coach Keefe and his staff credit. They focus in on the small wins. They focus in on the details. They try to get better every single day. And when you go through those moments, it's an opportunity to really build your resilience and build your habits. And I think when we were going through it, we could find 1 or 2 games that we felt got away, 3 or 4 games that we felt we were in it. If we did 1 or 2 things the right way, we could have swung our way. And weirdly enough, if you start looking at our schedule the last month or so, it's like, it was really competitive one night, got to figure it out the next. Really competitive one night, got to figure it out the next. And that's a sign of a young and inconsistent team. And over the last 2 weeks, we've tried to put ourselves in better situations. And guys love that they're getting opportunities. Nowhere in the league are you going to see first-year contract guys, 22 years or younger, playing almost 60% of the minutes. So, again, we're trying to expedite their development, and along the way you're going to have some hiccups and some bumps, but they do a great job of coming in and fighting and playing through it. And hopefully we'll finally get some home games here. It's been a really tough stretch on the road, and we're a better team at home. And young players, as you guys know, in all sports play better at home. So we're looking forward to having a little bit more of a stretch here soon.
You face the Sixers next, and that's a team that has kind of changed its character, right? It was a team kind of known for Joel Embiid, and he's still there, but he's on minutes restriction. It's become Tyrese Maxey's team, right? What's the challenge facing the Sixers squad?
Yeah, every team goes through their evolutions, right? When they trade for Paul George, and who I was able to be with, and at one point, and you have an all-star MVP, but they've drafted well. And they have really good young guards over the last 3 or 4 drafts. So tonight will be the switch where we talk about Bilal. You got to lock in and guard someone like Giannis, who's bigger than you, a little stronger than you. And then tonight you got to lock in and guard someone who can really score the ball from the perimeter and is fast, but you have more size. So how do you guard him? For me, those are the challenges I look for on a back-to-back night. Can he guard 2 high-level all-stars and again, force them to not necessarily score less, but take more efficient shots and be less efficient on the floor, and just really bother him with the deflections and lengths and steals and blocks and things of that nature. So I'm excited to have Bilal out there this time when we play against Philly and see what he can do. But again, it'll be a group effort.
Will, any updates on rookie Trey Johnson's strained left hip?
Yeah, so Trey had been dealing with it for a little while through Texas, and then we had to hold him out a little bit during summer league. So we've been managing it for a while. It just got to the point where we all got together and thought it made the most sense to just shut it down and fully recover for a little bit. But he's in great shape. He's already back on the court. We probably expect a couple more weeks and get him right back out there. But again, Trey's someone that, through his learning of the NBA and the ups and downs, still shooting 40% from free without really knowing the playbook. So we'll get him out there. We'll get Alex back out there here shortly and hopefully be ready to push.
All right, Will, best of luck against the Sixers tonight. Let's get 2 in a row. Let's get on a heater.
Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you,
All
buddy.
right, man, thanks. It's Will Dawkins, Wizards general manager. Don't forget, coming up in the 9 o'clock hour at 9:20, Von Miller from your Washington Commanders. He joins us every week here on the show. But before that, we'll get into EB's entertainment page.
I got you.
We'll do that next.
Hey, it's JP here for Dr. Sean Kumra and Elegant Smiles Dental Care in Alexandria. They're awesome. Dr. Kumra is a great guy. Went to JMU, University of Maryland Dental School, high school quarterback. He's been helping patients smile since 2005. Look, I had a lot of dental hesitation, but I went over there at Elegant Smiles, had a great experience. You can do the same thing. His talented team makes it easy. They cater to your schedule, extended hours if needed, even emergency weekend appointments. Book your appointment today at elegantsmilesdds.com or call 703-750-1099.
It certainly wasn't the win they wanted, but it was the type of effort they needed. Dan Quinn and the Commanders actually feeling a little better about things coming off the overtime loss Sunday night.
I love being in this fight the whole way through. You could feel the energy sideline all the way through. It felt more like we recaptured, and I think that's an important piece. So maybe that's what I would take from it. Ultimately, we got to go win it.
And still uncertainty about Jaden Daniels, still not yet cleared for contact, so they won't know for sure about his status until later in the week. Monday Night Football, Patriots pound the Giants 33-15, 10 straight win for New England, 7th straight loss now for the Giants. Wizards stunned Milwaukee last night, coming from 16 down in the second half to beat the Bucks 129-126. Capitals out west taking on the LA Kings tonight, 10:30 p.m. face-off late night Caps here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Junks are brought to you by Crop Metcalf, the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. Don't forget, Von Miller joins us coming up at 9:20. But right now, it's time for EB's entertainment page.
You know, I see Tiger Woods. I guess he's doing a press conference for the Hero or whatever. It's going to be so weird when he basically announces that he's coming back and he's basically just going to play like senior events. That's just going to be weird.
What happened to the indoor league?
Oh, that's coming up.
That comes up in,
oh, yeah. They got all the influencers out there.
When's that start? January?
Is it the TGL?
The TGL. Yeah. They're getting a bunch of people like buying these teams, you know, like celebrities that are, you know, to kind of to help pump it up or whatever.
Who's your favorite team, EB?
I don't really have a favorite. I just love it. They redid the greens and the short game areas. Did you see that? So it's easier to chip and control the ball.
I did not see that.
No, I know you didn't see that.
I missed that tweak.
Yeah, no. So the grain is like it's more advantageous for the players. Anyway, should be exciting. I love the TGL.
It was fine.
I just like to have it
I
on the
love
background.
it.
It's not like I'm locked in or everything. But
And I love watching golf. I didn't love it.
Yeah.
I just get. You're not
If you
really
don't
into the
love it,
numbers.
then I
Does
know
it
it.
move you at all? Like I know you don't really like. You're not really in simulators a lot, or
Yeah,
anything.
yeah.
But like when guys have like 190 plus ball speed.
I mean, I understand it's ridiculous what they're
it's
doing,
absurd what these guys are doing.
but I don't watch the TGL to see those numbers.
I get sized.
I don't know. I just like the competitive tournaments
I
better.
like to see all of it. Their club head speed, their ball speed.
Yeah.
You know, I just get
Oh,
sized.
they're sick. All of them.
I follow this guy on Instagram. His name's Fast Eddie. He's a 55-year-old.
Sell TVs.
He's a 55-year-old long driving guy.
How is he?
And he's just a beast. But the thing is, he has like a beautiful traditional swing. He doesn't have like these long driver, goofy swings.
Right.
You know, where like he's
They
swinging
swing.
his leg up and doing all. No, he just has a beautiful long swing
He
and he
just pummels it.
smokes it.
Yeah.
It's nice for him. He's my idol. Fast Eddie.
Fast
My guy.
Eddie.
Fast Eddie's
I
my
feel
guy.
like we've done an appearance at a Fast Eddie's before.
100%.
Pool hall?
Yes.
Where was that in Springfield?
I don't
I feel
know.
like it might be Centerville.
We've definitely done an appearance at one of those spots.
All
Probably right after we did one at the Shark Club.
Oh, jeez, the
That's
Shark
a good
Club.
throwback.
That was
Way
definitely
back-
in Centerville.
way back in the day.
Yeah.
I used to get hammered at the Shark Club. Oh my
You mean you
God.
drank responsibly at the Shark Club? Yeah.
Okay.
Or you got hammered and had
You know,
somebody
I
else
think
drive
it's
you
safe
home.
to say in my 30s and 40s, man, I wasted a lot of nights drinking. Like a lot of going out nights.
Sure. I
Well, you could handle it back then.
I mean,
Now you
my
can't handle it.
God, we would do appearances and get just obliterated.
Well, the starboard appearances.
Oh. I mean, that was a
those were just
that was
above
a
and beyond.
48-hour bender.
Yeah, it's just. I mean, it's
You can ask Brett about it to this day. I'm sure he'll remind you that I had an iconic 16-hour bender that I just it was like an Iron Man.
yeah.
He was in awe.
You're
of my ability.
unstoppable.
Fast
Stayed
Eddie's
on my
in
feet 16 hours.
Impressive.
Fairfax.
Ah,
Oh,
okay.
it's Fairfax. All right. That's right.
What was it? It was like a bar?
No,
like
that's right,
Like
'cause
a pool hall?
We
Yeah.
did the show from there when Ryan Keel was there, and
Well, it was called Bridges then.
That was
oh,
Bridges.
that's not Fast Eddie's.
Yeah, that's
I'm
not
sorry,
Fast Eddie's.
Bridges.
Gonna go
I'm getting them all screwed
You're
up.
getting all screwed up. You're old.
I think
I
there was
am.
a fire at Bridges.
There was.
Down.
A convenient fire, maybe. Entertainment page driven by BMW Fairfax Cakes, DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner for the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine. Get over to BMW Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. She's the general manager. Promise she'll take care of you. She'll set you up. Of course, you can check out their entire selection of certified pre-owned and new vehicles right there on their website, bmwfairfax.com. Mention me. They're going to treat you like a rock star regardless, I promise.
Treat you like a rock
So
star.
I don't know about you, but so we have big day today and tomorrow, entertainment-wise. Going to be entertained by Cornell Big Red when they play Mason and then when they play Towson.
Yeah.
Okay.
But in between that, I'm entertained. I'm anticipating being entertained watching the Netflix documentary on Diddy that 50
Ooh.
Cent is putting out. I
Ah.
believe it's now streaming. Because I believe
It's
it
on
starts to
Netflix.
stream today.
What's it called?
Uh,
Let me get on my Netflix.
It's called This is a Doc About a Terrible Person Named Diddy.
I saw a clip that 50 Cent was promoting
yeah, they just
where,
released The Reckoning. Sean Combs, The Reckoning.
where Diddy had the cameras following him in Brooklyn and he was signing all kinds of autographs and shaking hands. And then he got in the car, probably a limo, and he talked about how he had to get back to his place to wash his hands because he was shaking
Get
hands
some
with
hand
common folk.
sanitizer. Bring it along with you.
Did
Get
he?
some Purell.
Yeah.
And 50 Cent
yeah,
was
here it
saying that
is.
shows you the type of person he is.
Germaphobe.
4 episodes.
So supposedly, his lawyers last night, last ditch grasper, sent a cease and desist to Netflix to try
Okay.
to get them to stop releasing it. They're like, no, all this footage is obtained legally, etc. I mean, it's coming, and it's
You gonna
on
watch
now.
it?
Well, he
It's streaming.
authorized it. Diddy apparently authorized it at first and now is trying to
I
go
guess
back
part
on
of the
it.
deal is as Diddy throughout his life, being the self-absorbed guy that he is, has had cameras around him his entire life. He's like been filming himself, kind of like Kanye did the same thing, just constantly filming themselves. They say Diddy's been filming himself, basically filming his own documentary since he was 19 years old. So they're kind of claiming that it was like his footage. They're saying no, others are involved. Maybe Diddy did sign off on it at one point. Of course, 50 Cent is known to troll people. He's been trolling Ja Rule for a decade plus.
He had an epic troll of who was it? Was it Floyd Mayweather?
Oh, about reading?
Challenged him to read like one page of Harry Potter.
Yeah. Well, didn't he
that made me slap my knee.
didn't he troll him, try to have him read like Dr. Seuss or something?
Something along those lines.
Yeah. Well,
Basically just calling Floyd illiterate.
he trolls Ja Rule. He'll buy out like all the concert seats. So he has to perform in front of 0 people.
It's pretty funny.
What's the beef?
With Ja Rule.
Yeah,
I don't know.
why
I don't
does
know
he
why
hate-
makes fun of him? I don't know.
It was millennials know this. They had the beef when they had their records coming out.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Maybe competitors at the time.
Murder Inc. was Ja Rule's crew, and then
Mhm.
50 Cent's crew had beef with one another.
Mm.
Right.
But I know
Ever
he supposedly
since.
he hates Diddy because he feels like Diddy was hollering at him.
Well, he says Diddy was flirting with him. He didn't
Right.
appreciate it. He wanted to go shopping with him, buying stuff.
The-
He's flirting with him.
The rumor and speculation is because 50 Cent was shot. I don't know
Mm-hmm.
if it was staged or whatever, but it was from Ja Rule's crew.
Oh, is that true?
I don't know if it's
wanna
true,
go
but
skiing with me?
that was the early 2000s buzz.
Could be. Anyway,
Are you going to watch The
I am
Reckoning?
watching that 100%, probably before I go to the hoop game tonight.
You're going to watch all 4 episodes?
Give a review
There's
tomorrow.
4 episodes?
There's 4 episodes.
Oh, I'm going to watch all 4.
Okay.
No,
I
this
thought that
is
was taking the wind
I'm
out of your
all in on
sails.
this. Oh,
Okay.
no. I can't get it. Hip hop documentaries.
Yeah.
I'm all in on.
You're all,
Oh,
yeah.
really?
all in. All my chips.
How are you doing with that other show you were actually
Beast
watching with
in
your
Me?
wife? Did you give up?
I haven't given up, but it's just like I only watch it because D likes it, and so it's something.
What's the beast in me about?
I don't know. It's some
It's like a murder
thriller.
mystery.
Oh, okay.
But like I was telling them that Dina she'll watch it for 15 minutes. She goes, I can't watch it. I get too nervous. And then she
Too
goes,
dark.
She goes downstairs and then she comes back up. And then she goes, I can't watch it. And then she comes back 5 minutes later.
You would like it a lot. Has Claire Danes
I like Claire Danes. Does she play a psycho?
in it? Yes. Well, not psycho,
It's a
but
little unstable.
yeah. And then it has
She's good at that.
it has Matthew Reese from The Americans.
who I don't even know.
I'm watching 2 shows right now. I've talked about them forever. Mayor of Kingstown and Landman.
Well, Mayor of Kingstown is-
Mobland was awesome too, but that season's over.
That's Sly.
It's awesome.
Mobland is Sly Stallone, right?
No.
Those are all Paramount Plus products.
What is Sylvester Stallone's show?
Tulsa
It's not
King?
Mob-
Tulsa King, Rick.
Okay.
No.
What's
Mobland is an Irish mob family against a British, an English
that sounds
mob family.
intriguing. Sounds pretty good.
It's really good. But Mayor of Kingstown is the you know what I was going to say.
Yes.
Yeah, I think I know what you're going to say.
Right.
Yeah.
So people expected this, and yes, it's
I'll say that on the podcast.
Yeah.
it's happening. Ad creep is making its way into NFL Red Zone. They're saying on Sunday they had 16 spots, and they're just making
They're
people
usually 15
absolutely
seconds.
crazy.
I'm a
And
number. I only watch NFL Game Day live. Don't pay for Red Zone.
You like to be 3 minutes behind?
It's fine. You know what's never behind? My computer or my phone. Live game trackers. Never behind.
The problem
You know what gets
is
on my nerves about that show?
Yeah.
On NFL Network? Sometimes, and I don't know who the host is,
Mhm.
he'll say the score backwards.
I hate that.
So he'll say the losing
20
team.
to 28.
Yes.
That would be like Valdez.
This guy is a
playing
professional
poker and saying,
NFL
I
broadcaster.
have 10 jack.
Yeah.
You don't say
Steve
that.
Smith Jr. said it the other on Sunday.
All right. Well, he's just
Well, that's idiotic.
He
If
goes-
you say the
He goes, I just can't get
worst score first,
Yeah.
the lower score first, you should be deported. I don't know. I don't care where.
what are they doing?
Just deported.
I know.
Well, supposedly, remember when they announced that they were taking over Red Zone, they said it was just going to be 4 15-second ads. Well, now
Okay.
they're up to 16 already.
Well, yeah, of course.
So who knows? I guess I don't know. Doesn't bother you. You're a big Red Zone guy. I don't watch it.
I go back and forth.
NFL Game Day Live is it's fine, but
slower, right? And they're way
slower.
too
They
involved on
way
one
too
game.
many commercials.
Yeah, it's a lot of commercials.
A lot of commercials.
Like these commercials, you still see the game action. It's just like half the screen. It's like a split screen, and it's usually FanDuel or DraftKings
Mhm.
for 15 seconds. And then it's for people that are purists that want zero commercials. I get it, but it's not that bad.
Literally,
by the way,
on a
it's
Sunday,
seven-
I will look at this screen. I will look at this screen on a Sunday
And that's your
between
fantasy.
1 and 7 p.m. Literally 150 times.
What is that
It's a
screen?
live game
Fantasy.
tracker.
Yeah.
Just up to the second.
So you just get everyone's stats.
Everybody's stats.
By the way, EB, it's
I'm a
16
little
commercials
obsessed.
in a 7-hour
Yeah,
broadcast.
I got it. I don't
Where
think it would-
supposedly that guy doesn't go to the bathroom.
now, Jason,
He's got
I
a
don't
G.
b-
Gordon
I
Liddy
don't
jug
believe that.
somewhere.
I don't
I'm
believe
not
that.
buying
Yes,
it.
do you know who Sophie Rain is?
I should.
She's an OnlyFans model, apparently.
She
Okay.
rich. I
I've
know
heard the
that.
name.
Yes, I think she's somebody who's claimed that she's made like $43 million.
I think she made more than LeBron last year.
Right.
At least all his on-court earnings.
Right. She and did I read that she's quit though recently? That she's retired from OnlyFans? Did you?
I don't
did you
know what
read that?
you've read.
Well, I mean, if it's a story.
You just said, "Did I read?" I don't know if you read it.
All right. Well, I mean, if I read it, if it
It
was
sounds
a
like
story.
that was a news story.
Yeah, I feel like that was a news story.
She's hanging them up.
So I don't know what's been showing up on my reels lately, but all these YouTubers, right? So you
Yeah.
know Kai Cenat, and
Yeah.
I know you don't know who Aiden Ross is, but he's
I've
one.
heard the name, but I wouldn't
And
know
this-
him if
this-
he walked
this
through that
nerd,
door.
Neon keeps showing up on my. Do you know that Neon, Jason? This kid, he's the biggest nerd you've ever seen in your life. You couldn't imagine it, and
This
he's
kid-
wildly popular.
This kid would be shoved in a locker.
Oh yeah, and I'm sure he has been a billion times.
He said
You know that your
swirly.
girl, and I think it basically the consensus was it was real.
What my girl?
I'm going to tell you who
Oh, okay.
in a second. Your girl was hollering at him for days on end,
Okay.
showing up in his streams all the time, basically trying to bang him.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
throwing herself
Basically,
at him.
for clout. She's taking her ass, grinding up on him all the time,
All right.
and basically begging him to.
Well, let me Google Neon. His name's
Okay,
Neon.
Yeah. Biggest nerd you've ever seen.
Well, what is he? Neon. What is he on? What is he?
It's on
He's a
YouTube.
YouTube
YouTuber?
Or
streamer.
Twitch or
He's
whatever,
just a
yeah.
streamer guy.
All right,
Your
hold on.
girl Iggy Azalea.
Oh, I
She's
do
been
love Iggy.
Desperate. For
She wants to get with
Neon.
Neon.
Jason loves her so much he stayed an hour late to see her.
Supposedly, these streamer guys are so famous.
Mhm.
They're making so much money that people now they want them more
It's-
than like NBA ballers.
Neon
It's-
looks like he's 13.
Yes,
They're the new movie stars.
they're
Yeah.
the new movie stars, the
I know,
streamers.
Dude, it's so tilting when if you Google like famous birthdays and like 10 years ago, it'd be like people you've actually
Like
heard
Tom
of.
Cruise.
Now it's nothing. It's 30
Yeah, now
YouTubers and
it's
Twitch
Sneeko
streamers,
and
and you
Neon.
want to take your computer, roll it out.
So my son
Steve
watches.
will do
It
it.
gets on my nerves.
Yeah.
So Neon,
No, I do love Brad Owen, poker vlogger. That's my guy.
Oh, okay.
Neon. His name is Rangesh Mudama.
Yeah. Apparently his
Neon rolls off the tongue a little
His
easier.
He's like, is he like part Pakistani or something?
Must be, yeah.
His
What was his
parents
shtick?
his parents had, what do they call it? Disowned him.
Oh, they have.
Yeah, because he admitted that he was doing a bunch of blow and doing all these things to stay
Okay.
up
Right.
and do these like 16-hour streams.
What was his shtick to get over?
I don't
Like to
know.
become popular? Like what was
I think
his
he started
thing?
with video games.
So he's a video gamer, and now he interviews people.
I think he just does streams.
Yeah, I don't think he interviewed. I think he's just
people just come to your house.
Yeah.
Like they come to streamers' houses to hang out, for clout.
Mm.
For clout. To get followers.
I don't get
and-
this world.
Yeah,
It's the
You know
weirdest
what?
world
We
ever.
need to
I
blast
almost
off in
hate
a
it.
rocket
Almost hate
somewhere.
the world.
But it's so bizarre. But they make so much money. They make ungodly amounts
Go get it when you
of
can. I
money.
guess.
My son was watching somebody. This is months ago, and I was like, "What are you watching?" He would just name a streamer.
Yeah.
And I was like, "Well, what are they doing?" He was like, "Nothing really."
Just hanging out.
Yeah, I was like, "So what are you watching?" Nothing.
And they buy Lamborghinis and Bugattis, and they borrow $500,000 from each other all the time. One guy, this guy Steve will do it. Asked just
What does he do?
His name is Steve will do it.
Yeah, because he'll do anything. He'll like drink a gallon of vodka, or he'll drink
Well,
a
if you
gallon.
do that, you're gonna die.
Well, he does all that.
A gallon of vodka.
He does all that. Trust me. But he just called up Dana White, said he needed $2 million. Just need $2 million in cash. And like Dana shows up in a bag, shopping bag, with $2 million.
I tell him to
No
kick all the
questions asked.
rocks.
No,
I give you $2 million.
Jason, I need 10 grand.
Yeah.
There's
Seriously.
a clip going around with this guy Aiden Ross. I don't know why. The guy's worth like $100 million. He goes, he just said he needs money, and Barron Trump hits him back, and he goes, "I need
All right.
$250K."
All right.
And he goes,
Let's
"Okay,
meet.
how do you want it? Ethereum?" He
Right.
goes, "Yeah, Ethereum." Sends him $250K in Ethereum. What's going on?
Don't get it. Don't get the
Yeah,
world.
I don't get it either.
That world. That part of the world.
Anyway,
Steve
So
will
dumb.
do it. I just
will
clicked
do
on
it.
his website. He also has a part which is called Steve will gift it.
Oh yeah.
Buying my mom a Lamborghini, giving a
he
family
buys people
$2 million
Yeah.
pesos in
Mom wants a
Mexico.
Lamborghini.
This is a show. I'm just reading it. Buying my black friends cars and jewelry.
Why do they be black friends? You can't just be
Hey,
friends.
Aaron,
I'm
Aaron,
just reading it.
You should start a stream. EB won't do it.
Yeah.
All the stuff that you don't want to
You
do.
be multi-million.
Yeah.
he just met this
Oh,
girl. Do you know this
He
girl,
won't do it.
Karina, I don't even know why she's famous. Karina Kopp. I don't know if she's an actress or just a model. I don't know if she has an OnlyFans. I don't know why she's
I
famous.
feel like she's with
She's like
one
a
of the
hot chick.
Pauls.
She's a hot.
She's a
chick.
hot chick.
This guy Steve. First day he met her, bought her $100,000 watch.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
He's smitten.
Within 3 weeks, he bought her $600,000 in cars. He said, "Yeah, he doesn't even know if she likes him."
All right.
Just bought her 2 cars.
Steve
total.
did it.
Steve did it.
All right, coming up
What a
next,
loser.
we're going to be joined by like a real celebrity that people know. People know this person.
I know Vaughn
Miller.
wouldn't do that.
Von Miller from the Commanders. He's going to join us next here on The Fan. Let's head out to the Rude Guest Hotline. Say good morning to Von Miller from the Washington Commanders. Listen to Von's podcast, Free Range, on the Odyssey app or download it wherever you get your podcasts. Von is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com. Your clear home improvement choice. What's up, Von? Good morning.
Howdy, guys. How's it going?
What's up, Von? How you doing, buddy?
I'm just chilling, hanging out.
What time did you get to bed Sunday night?
Probably last night at about 9 p.m.
Oh, you just stay up all night?
Yeah, stay up, get an early workout, and the day's already started then.
I don't know how you do that.
What's
man.
it like trying to wind down after an NFL game? I mean, the adrenaline, is
Especially
going
if it's
through.
an 8:20
like,
kick.
What's that like? Even if it's a 1 o'clock kick.
Hard for me.
Yeah, 1 o'clock is 1 o'clock is a little bit easier, and you can watch, the Sunday night football game and, kind of just like chill, grab some food and just kind of like relax. And, when you're done at midnight, it's tough. And then an hour drive home. Yeah.
Right.
It's pretty tough.
Dude, I tweeted about you during the game because, obviously we love having you on the show. And, I know what a football guy you are and your quest to be in the top 10 in sacks, whatever. And there was one play where you were hauling ass chasing, who was he chasing? Case, the quarterback.
Bo Nix.
Bo Nix.
Chasing Bo Nix to the sideline. And I was just laughing. I'm like, he's hauling ass trying to get him, just trying to do anything to get a sack. Do you remember what play I'm talking to? Was that as close as you got? Remind me.
No, it was a couple of plays. But yeah, I know a play. He kind of rode out.
Right.
He kind of rode out to my left.
And I was like, he's never going to get him, but he is hauling ass
He
trying
wants to get
him.
He's trying to make a football play.
I get it.
It's a football game.
But I feel like I'm with him because I know he's chasing these. He's trying to get these sacks. How many times, like per game, how close do you get typically? If you don't get one or if you get one, how close do you actually get? Just like 2 or 3 opportunities, really, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I try to take advantage of, all of my opportunities that I get though.
Yeah.
Von, what's been the biggest difference that you've seen over the last couple of weeks in DQ calling the plays versus Joe?
You keep saying no difference.
Yeah, I don't think it is. I don't think it is a difference. I thought they both, I think they both do a great job, and I think, I think they, been in command of the defense, been in command of the team, from DQ's perspective. Yeah, but. I think they both do a great job.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, there's no question, though, that the execution at least seems like has been better the last few weeks, no?
I mean, after you have a couple of tough, games, real men respond. And I think it's just a response of, trying to play better, be better as a total defense.
Right. Well, I mean, great opportunity this week. I know it's got to be wearing on you guys, but how important is it to just finally get a W and
stop the bleeding?
Yeah, and get some positive momentum going.
Yeah, I think y'all said it.
Yeah.
You just want to get a dub and get the positive momentum flowing.
Right.
Is this the longest losing streak you've ever been part of?
Yeah, probably. I think so. I haven't done research on how many games I've.
I mean, you've been on a lot of great teams.
Something I try not to think about how many games did I lose.
I know he's such a positive guy.
You're very positive.
That he's a positive guy.
Let me ask you this, and you may not answer it because you may not just want to talk about it publicly. But when you lose this many games in a row, does it kind of influence your decision to come back for another year next year, maybe?
No, not at all. I love football, and I got next year on the books for sure.
Yeah, he said a couple weeks ago on his podcast.
So you're definitely coming back.
Oh yeah, he definitely wants to come back.
Well, especially if he's chasing the sack numbers.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, because he knows he's got those guys coming.
That's right.
Right.
Hey, Von, I hate to.
If they have me, I'll be back.
I hate to stay on the topic of losing, but you took you took a major life out when you had to put on that burnt orange Texas jersey when you lost the bet to Sam Cosmi. I mean, you look like the unhappiest guy on the planet.
Looks like he's on death row.
Given the hook 'em horns, you do not look happy in this picture.
Yeah, last week was a tough week for Von Miller. You know, losing to UT and then losing to the Denver Broncos. Yeah, it was tough.
How many times did you lose to UT as a player?
Twice. We went 2-2.
2-2. Okay.
Just to lighten it up for a second, what did Von Miller's Thanksgiving look like?
Oh, it was great. I had the kids in town. My nephews were here too. So all three of my nephews and my two boys was here. So it looked like we had a whole basketball team at the house. So
now, do you serve your chicken? Is that what you serve?
No, you got to do turkey.
Oh yeah. We had chicken and turkey.
Chicken and turkey.
But we definitely had greener pastures chicken there for sure.
Yeah, of course. How could you not?
Right.
Of course.
Are you a gravy guy? Gravy on the turkey and or chicken?
I like smoked and fried turkey.
Okay.
And then the next day they make like that turkey salad out of the leftover turkey.
Yeah. You didn't burn your house down like frying the turkey. You take the proper precautions frying the turkey, right? You've seen all the videos online of like the rookies who don't properly defrost it. And then
what happens?
They throw it in the deep fryer and it explodes. It looks like Hiroshima. It's terrible.
He knows what he's doing.
We made like a casserole with like fried and smoked turkey.
Ooh.
And that was like the highlight to me. We had a lot of good dishes, but to me the casserole the next day with fried and smoked turkey, it was incredible.
Mm-hmm.
So Von, what'd you think of the Broncos? Right now they're the 1 seed, or the Patriots, the 2 seed, but they're right there atop the AFC. Is that a team that you could see in the Super Bowl?
Oh yeah, they got everything that you need. They got quarterback, coach, defense, offensive line, solid, good wide receivers, everything that you need to go all the way. They got it.
What about in the NFC? Like, who jumps out at you? Is the favorite at this point?
Right now, the Bears are the 1 seed.
That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I mean the Bears are playing good football too. I still think the Eagles have a great team. This is something that they typically do throughout. They have like these lulls and they end up coming back.
Right.
I like. It's the NFC is strong too.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. I mean, the Eagles are obviously struggling right now. Lost a couple in a row and lost to the Bears on Friday, but I just wouldn't want to play them in the playoffs because of what they have and because of what happened last year.
Yeah, they got a solid team. The same setup as the Denver Broncos. Coach, quarterback, offensive line straight, defense is solid as well.
So I don't know if you saw Jaden practicing. I guess he did some limited work. DQ said he still hasn't been cleared, but he's ripping the ball. I know you get a bunch of days off. You get those vet days. So I don't know how much you've seen. But from what you've seen and what you've heard, I mean, in the back of your mind, are you expecting Jaden to play this week?
I don't know, man. I know they do a great job with Jaden and, getting him back, and I know the type of competitor that he is. If he's able to play, he'll play.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Have you had a chance to start looking at the Vikings?
Having that, usually I'll start working on, the next team, like right after the game, like that Denver Broncos loss, it stung a little bit.
Oh, really?
I haven't. Yeah, I'll start working on those guys today.
Are there plays that like haunt you? What when you can't get past a game, like are there specific plays that you think about, and if so, which ones?
No, not specific plays. I think we did did as best we could, offensively, defensively, and on special teams. Like, you rather just. I mean, losing the game is tough in general, but like, 2-point conversion when we had a chance to win it is just, hard to let it go a little bit.
Right. Why were they so successful on that one drive in overtime? I mean, you guys played so well defensively, and defensively, I thought you guys deserved to win the game. Maybe even offensively too. I mean, just a really well played game, very entertaining from a fan's perspective. But it was a little bit frustrating that they were able to go down and score seemingly so easy in overtime.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. We did the same thing too. So we did the same thing too in overtime. So
yeah.
We had some penalties, but that pass to Terry and the pass to Debo was incredible. Marcus played an incredible game.
It was obvious to us, the fans, and it's probably one of the few games you've had it because Terry hasn't played that much. How impactful Terry is to this team. Can you describe it at all from your perspective?
Yeah, he's just a lightning rod. He just makes simple plays look extraordinary. And, it was a slant that he had that he caught at 5 yards and he broke some tackles and ended up on the 2-yard line. That's he definitely was missed. This whole season he was missed, and it was good to, have him back.
Right.
Hey, Vaughn, I'm just going to call your shot for you. This might be a 2+ sack game for you this weekend.
Well, if Brosmer plays, too.
J.J. McCarthy, in 3 of his 6 starts, has been sacked 6, 5, and 5 times. Might be a banner.
Yeah, I need that for sure.
Yeah, you do.
I'm sensing it. I think it's going to happen.
Well, Tim, or what's the other guy's name?
Max Brosmer. If Brosmer plays, I don't know, you might get 2 sacks and 2 picks.
Yeah, that could definitely happen.
We don't want bulletin board material.
Nope. Right. All right.
All right, Vaughn, we appreciate the time, man. We'll talk to you again next week. Best of luck against the Vikings. We'll talk to you soon, man.
See you, Vaughn.
All right, appreciate you.
That was Vaughn Miller. You can listen to his podcast, Free Range, on the Odyssey app, or download
he wasn't very
talkative.
That was his least enthused.
He wasn't very talkative today.
He said that Broncos lost took a lot out of him.
It must have.
Well, he also doesn't sleep. When he has these games, he goes like a 48-hour sleep deal.
All night bender of no sleep, and then Orange just kicked your ass all week.
Yeah.
His former team.
Yeah, he's how distraught he was putting on a Texas uniform. Then he had to take a picture.
Well, I'm sure he was.
Giving the horns. Oh.
That was by far his least enthused.
He was not very
into it.
Let's just be honest. You know what? Yes. We should have asked him more about the turkey dinner.
He's a nice guy. He
didn't want to talk about the game or the season.
He didn't want to talk about wearing the Texas.
He wanted to talk about smoked turkey.
And here's the thing: we can ask him about the DQ thing, and we did this. You were gone the last 2 weeks. Yeah. He's not going to throw his coaches under the bus.
He's not going to throw anybody on the bus. And he is a positive guy.
No, but I just asked him what the difference was, schematically, if there's any difference.
Says there's no difference, even though they're playing 100% zone now. He says there's no difference.
Right.
Yeah, for him, he just see quarterback, go after quarterback.
Yeah. That's his
mission. Not that much of a difference.
He said it last week. He's like, I'm a 3-point bet. I just go out there and I just do.
He's just looking for sacks.
I was hoping you guys would ask him if he knew how to pronounce Marcus's last name.
Mariota. Yeah, he's probably completely oblivious.
I'm going to guess the next announcers don't pronounce it that way. Whoever has the call this weekend of Commanders Vikings.
I mean,
I can only imagine the announcing team for that game.
They were mimicking what he did, right?
Yes.
He's the guy that really that we should be grilling.
It's his fault.
Why are you making a big deal about your name now? Yeah. Why didn't you do it 10 years ago?
Drama queen.
Much like he went back to Bish from being Lurch.
Yeah.
I mean, are we going to start calling him Joe Thiesman now? No. Are we going to start calling him Joe Thiesman?
Of course we're not.
It's my nickname really has been Valdez, not Valdez. You guys have been botching it for 15 years.
Yes, exactly. All right, we're the Junks. We'll be right back. Just a reminder, you can listen to the show on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen to podcasts. Also, we're streaming live on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn. So lots of ways to digest this product, my friends.
I just saw this story and it made me shake my head. So the guy that is accused of murdering 4 people in Wisconsin.
Idaho.
No, Idaho.
Or it was Idaho.
Four
Idaho.
college
Yeah,
students.
why did
in
I think it
Idaho.
was Wisconsin? Brian Kohlberger.
He's
He's in prison.
Yeah.
And this is ridiculous. The story says he's become a prison diva and is part of unruly behavior because he's upset at the bananas being served in prison.
Oh my God.
Complaints about too many bruises. Just like Jason's bananas.
Yeah, I mean, those are nasty. I don't like bruised bananas.
But you're in prison.
Yeah.
If you want,
He needs to have bruises on his body.
if you want unbruised bananas, how about you don't murder 4 people in cold blood?
Yeah.
And you can go to a store and pick any freaking banana you want. It's not bruised. Bring it home, unpeel it, eat it. But you're a cold-blooded killer. You're going to live the rest of your life in prison. And like you said, he should have bruises all over his
I
body.
bet you he gets killed in prison.
I
There
mean,
was a
there's
story.
great chance he does.
There was a story
Hopefully
a
he
few months ago
does.
that he was getting threatened.
Mhm.
He felt unsafe.
There's a line in here that made me laugh. I can't say the whole line because it's
I think I know the line.
Yeah. Hold on. Where is it?
Is it talking about
the
prison conditions?
In an August 4th letter, Kohlberger claimed that inmates said he would
blank and blank.
He would say B word F him, and another said the only A blank blank we'll be eating is Kohlbergers. You can fill in the blanks. Those are some pretty I would take those threats pretty seriously if I were him and I'm behind bars with a bunch of other cold-hearted killers.
Have you guys ever gone behind, like, to a prison?
Are you serious?
I don't know.
Are you really asking me that
I did
question?
one time.
No,
Yeah.
the closest I've been is watching Jodie Foster walk down that long hallway towards Hannibal Lecter, which
Right.
he gets in for Silence of the Lambs. That's
Yeah.
about the
Watch,
closest I've
watch
been.
Mayor of Kingstown, and believe me, you'll never want to go to a prison.
Didn't you go to jail, like the local jail, though, for the drunk driving or whatever in Salisbury? Weren't you
In
the
Ocean
drunk
City.
tank? You were in the
Ocean
drunk
City.
tank, weren't you?
No, they never put me in. I was just in the office.
Or you just in the office?
Yeah, they didn't put me in a cell.
They didn't put you in like a holding
No,
area.
no.
Who'd you call?
My Uncle Joe,
I mean,
Did
I
you-
had
our
to-
first agent.
Yeah.
I had to go pick somebody up from jail.
Mm-hmm.
You know who I'm talking about.
yeah.
I won't mention any names.
I saw him recently.
And just being in the outside waiting room of the jail is scary enough. Let alone
Yeah.
being behind those walls.
I took I can't even remember at this point. I mean, I went to law school 94 to 97.
Yeah.
So I took some sort of death penalty. It wasn't a class, but I had to go interview a guy who was
You were in law
on
school
death
when
row.
The Smashing Pumpkins were
Have you
just
ever looked up?
breaking in.
Is that dude dead?
I haven't
Gotta
looked
be
him up.
dead, right?
Wouldn't even remember his name.
Yeah.
I just remember he murdered 2 people in his house.
Yeah.
Like committed arson.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he intentionally tried
when
to
you
do
when
it.
you sat down with him, was he a nice guy?
Yeah, it's right. Hold on. You think he accidentally killed 2
Yeah.
people in his house?
Well, I don't know if
via
he knew.
arson?
I can't even remember
Was it
the
death
deal.
by flaming?
He might not have remembered. I
know
honestly
about
can't
these.
remember the details. Like he might not have known anybody.
Burned at the stake.
Oops! I accidentally tipped over this 5-gallon drum of gasoline all over my.
When you sat down with the guy who was on death row, was he like cuffed?
No.
And then was there a security guy though in there with you?
Hey,
Yeah, it wasn't.
Like, could he have just leapt over
it
the
was
table
somewhat
and strangled
open.
you
It
to
was
death?
somewhat open.
Yeah.
Cakes. It was
Yeah,
eye
but-
for an eye, arson for flaming. That's what the judge gave him.
But I do remember like they had that big like waiting room where people are, and then I went to a different area.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't look money.
Dude, all these pictures they show of Diddy, he's smiling. Diddy
Yeah.
looks like he's enjoying himself.
In the jails.
If
In the
he's
cell.
outside or whatever, yeah.
Did you smuggle goods in for him like Karen and Goodfellas?
I didn't. I just wanted to get my credits.
Right. Were you freaked out the whole time you were there?
A little bit.
Yeah.
I would have been. I mean, that's especially if he's right next to you. Usually,
sitting right across. From
usually
the
they
table.
don't. I mean, maybe it's just Hollywood, but they have that window, that glass window there. you're on the phone talking to him.
Yeah.
Did you ask him?
Like Ben Affleck talking to his dad
Yeah,
in prison in the town.
Maybe that's just Hollywood, but
Did you ask him if he gets conjugal visits?
you love conjugal visits. You love that whole
I
dynamic.
honestly
don't
can't
you think
even
it's an
remember
incredible
much about it.
concept that you can like be in jail for 20 years, but they give you like sex
Like,
once a month
yeah,
or something,
buns are so necessary for
Yeah.
your survival.
or to calm you down. That you can you could fly
Hey,
in an old lady for a weekend.
If it keeps the inmates from attacking the people that are working in the prison, it's probably a smart
I
concept.
mean, I think it's still a thing. Like, I think there are
I
some
don't know.
states that legit have conjugal visits. So you can go to jail, but you can still have your old lady show up on the weekend.
You still pwn.
Yeah. And they give you like a little condo.
By the way,
It's like an Airbnb, a jail B&B.
This move is brilliant. That going back to Koberger, who's in prison in Idaho.
Yeah.
It said his neighboring inmates would take turns yelling into the vents to his room at all hours of the day just so he couldn't sleep. You had better sleep than Koberger.
Hey, did you tell him Koberger should start humming and put magnesium on his feet?
it was like some vibrating plates
Try
for
and
you,
do that.
Koberger. Here you go.
Yeah.
And some really bruised bananas.
Closed mouth humming.
Closed mouth humming. Like,
Yes. Good. Stimulates the vagus nerve. It relaxes you. And I think it might reduce your cortisol. I mean, it's.
I think
good for you.
I think Unfunny Bennett's going to have his vagus nerve stimulated tomorrow when he goes to the Odyssey Company party at MGM National Harbor. He's going to play some roulette.
Nice.
He's a roulette guy.
Are you're a roulette guy?
No, he's never been to a casino.
First time at a casino.
First timer.
Oh, okay.
He's going to pop his cherry over there tomorrow night.
Maybe you should play in the
Might
Cakes
get addicted.
Classic. But you drag his ass in.
I mean, maybe.
They would find out that I don't know how to play.
Yeah.
Oh, is that a problem?
Yeah.
You didn't go in college? You guys didn't play cards or anything? You just watch sports all the time?
A little blackjack. A little blackjack.
A little blackjack. Okay.
I can't play the case. I'm busto.
That's true. You are.
I was telling that like they didn't understand when I was in high school. That was like the biggest poker boom in the world,
Right.
And that's all you and your boys would do is you have that dumb
Huge.
silver box and you're full of chips, and you go play a home game or
Sure.
go play a $10 tournament every Friday or Saturday
Brilliant.
night.
Huge.
Yeah.
Is it still huge now? Like for kids, like college kids? They still
Hey,
do
my
that?
my youngest son and my oldest son, they play poker almost every time they're home.
Yeah, but you're a
D-gens.
D-gen. You're a D-gen.
Table in the basement.
Yeah.
They're ready to fade them
Definitely,
all the time.
definitely played against Greg Merson in college.
Yeah.
Right.
Fade him.
Last time I checked, he's a
Fade
pretty
'em
good
up.
player.
He only won the World Series, Case. He seems to be a nice guy, too. Baltimore guy, right?
He's very nice.
Baltimore
Greg
guy.
Merson.
Mercer,
Yeah.
Merson,
Yeah.
Merson,
Merson.
Merson. That's what I thought.
Yeah. I think it's Merson.
He wasn't even the best player on our floor.
If you want some real entertainment, go back and watch the 2009 World Series of Poker main event final table. It's riveting. It's fun.
Oh, he was in it.
I can't remember which year he won.
No.
I think it's more recent than that.
Oh,
I
okay.
want to say Merson won it like in
13.
12 or
Might
13.
have to YouTube that today.
Plenty,
2009.
plenty of poker content on YouTube.
All right. So
Trust me, I've seen it all.
today's a big day. Driving around. Going to be supporting the Big Red. If you're at home, make sure you watch it. I guess you probably have to have ESPN Plus to watch it.
Yeah, I don't think that
I
game
don't know
will
if
be
people will
on.
have it. If you're in town,
Yeah,
stop
Mason.
by. What do they call the Patriot Center now?
It's
Eagle
Eagle,
Bank
unless
Arena.
it's gotten a new naming partner.
Mason.
Eagle
all,
Bank Arena.
all 5 starters for Mason are transfers.
Right.
I think the first 2-3 guys off the bench. Might be
We
transfers.
actually have a
Might be
couple
the
transfers.
SID. He knows more about the team than Tony Skinn.
Wow.
By the way, it's
Looking
been
him up.
Eagle Bank for 10 years now.
I don't know what it's called. I can't keep track.
Yeah,
Literally
well, I'll be there.
2015.
Yeah, just put it in your GPS. Make sure you get there.
I'll
All right,
be
we got to
there.
get out of here. We'll see you tomorrow. B. Mitch and Finley. They're coming up next.
Cuts. I was trying to get something. I'm here. Did you not hear me the last time? Maybe it was muted. I don't know. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh. Okay. Yeah, no. You never know. Oh.
Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join the 1 million happy customers
Check.
and shop holiday deals before they're gone at audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
You want to take the next step, right? That's the deal. Because you asked any player or coach, there's no moral victory here. But what I did see, were we better than the team a week before?
Seven-game losing streak for the Commanders as they get set to take the road and play the Minnesota Vikings Sunday 1 p.m. kickoff in Minneapolis. For Dan Quinn, there actually was some encouraging signs this weekend despite the overtime loss Sunday night to Denver.
You want to take the next step, right? That's the deal. Because you asked any player or coach, there's no moral victory here. But what I did see, were we better than the team a week before? And that was the challenge. And I said in 1 week's time, we did that.
Jaden Daniels still not cleared for contact. Won't know for sure about him until later in the week. 7-game skid, by the way, tied for the 6th longest losing streak now in franchise history. Monday Night Football, the Patriots, they won 10 in a row with their new head coach, pound the Giants 33-15. Giants have dropped 7 in a row. Capitals are out west this week, so we got late night Caps tonight, 10:30 p.m. face-off in LA against the Kings here on the Fan. Wizards coming off a big win over the Bucks last night, right back at it tonight in Philly. That's at 7 p.m. here on the Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Act like gents.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia.
Rainy District of Columbia.
Yeah. God forbid kids go to school in the rain. Points north, south, east, and west. I imagine out west there's actual weather. Snow, ice, whatever. Inside the Beltway, it's raining.
It's inside the Beltway, Jay, but you got things outside the Beltway.
I hear you. Dude,
I'm going to get you to understand it one day.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
So we'll just start. B and I have been going back and forth on this. I think I'm talking specifically Montgomery County. You know what? Open the phones. Jeff, get ready to answer. I want somebody, if you're in western or northern Montgomery County, Poolsville.
Did you have any little ice anywhere on the ground?
Brian, absolutely not. And I was up early to get. So here's what happened for me personally, right? And I'm trying to speak on behalf of working parents on a morning like this. So they call a 2-hour delay, and that's all good. Like, you got to be safe than sorry. But the government doesn't get a delay. Usually the government is kind of in conjunction with the schools.
Mm-hmm.
So my wife has to go to work on time. So then that leaves Dad. And I got a radio show starting at 10 a.m. 2-hour delay. School starts at 10 a.m.
Yeah.
My concern was I thought I was going to be late to get in here. Luckily, and we're very lucky that our good friends at Stipacevics, the girls were able to go over there. I drove down here. No problems, right? I refuse to believe in Montgomery County there is a lick of ice or sleet or anything. It is raining. Like, you got to be careful.
Understand your
you
point.
got to be careful.
But I'm saying
it is raining.
You have to be careful. And then the thing of it for the schools The school's got to make the call early, just like a head coach of a football team. You make a call, and then everyone gets to come back and second guess what you've done. But you got to make that call at that moment. Like when I walked outside last night to take my car to go charge it, it was frost all over my car. So I was suspecting to wake up in the morning and it was going to be freezing as hell. I woke up, it was freezing, but it was raining. And I understand, like, I don't have to worry about it. My kids are old now. Right. Hell, my kids can work from home, or one of them, she just say, baby, I'm sleeping all day now. You know, she good. But I understand why, because like I used to think the same way. I thought what you said, I just never said it on the radio. but what I'm saying, I would get out and I'm like, damn, it's just raining. But then you will find out in other parts that were closer.
So the phone lines are open. Northern, western Montgomery County. So like Poolsville, maybe Boyd's and Clarksburg. Like I recognize Montgomery County, like down where I live on the DC line versus Clarksburg is very different. I'm cognizant of that. I'm also confident, however, and I've done zero research in my confidence, but I'm confident it was raining in the entire damn county. And I thought of something you said yesterday that I really thought was smart, and it stuck with me. You said NFL refs are the same as flight attendants, where they can mess up and it's still your fault. Because if you're the ref and they mess up and you say something to them, they will throw a flag on you. And if you're the flight attendant and they mess up and you say something, they will throw you off the flight. I think the people making these weather decisions for the schools operate with the same level of impunity that, it's just raining, but whatever, we erred on the side of caution because of lawyers and
I think that's the main thing, because the school is worried about something happened to a kid, and
I want every kid to be safe.
But I think the schools are concerned. And let's be real. Everything that is screwed up in this world is because of
lawyers and insurance
companies. and that's it. Because if something were to go wrong with one person, you're about to deal with this. You know what I mean? And I think that's the ultimate thing right there, where the schools are scared of that. And the lawyers know it.
So my man Strizzy checking in said nothing but rain all morning in Gaithersburg. There was no ice or snow at all. I think, look, I was in studio yesterday at Channel 4, so I got to listen to Amelia provide the forecast, and Amelia is actually going to join us in about a half hour. But she was saying, this was not going to be a snow event at all, unless you're out in the legit mountains. If you're out in the Blue Ridge or up in Hagerstown or something, you might be getting snow. But for us, this was only going to be wintry mix. My man Strizzy says nothing but rain out there. Now, Joe's out in Winchester. You might have got you get any snow out there, Joe?
So this is the deal. I looked at my phone at 5:30 this morning, and it says heavy snow, 3 or 4 inches. I walk outside to take the dog, and it's literally wet. It's raining, and there's a little ice on the bushes and the grass. But other than that, I was really surprised, man. To be honest, it was all good.
Did you guys get off school out that way?
Yeah, I think they were on a 2-hour delay, I believe. Possibly not even that. I know Loudoun County's on a 2-hour delay.
Loudoun County, definitely. I know that.
Yeah, Loudoun County's on a 2-hour delay, but I don't think anything out there in Frederick County, to be honest. But, big swing and miss out there.
All right. Appreciate it, brother. Now, we have somebody from the school system on the line. No names, no. This is inside the Beltway, real DMV here. Hello, sir. How do you do?
Good morning, JP.
How you doing, man?
Mitch.
What's up?
Good. So listen, JP, I got to go with B. Mitch on this one. The school system, man, they're afraid of that. The one kid that gets hurt or injured, or the one incident, is going to send shockwaves throughout the hinterland. So they got to err on the side of caution. But I get it, and I got to be honest. When I was up at 5 o'clock this morning, and I saw that we had a 2-hour delay, I was like, oh, yes, sir. So my heart goes out to you. And look, my wife works for the federal government, and she had to go. And I was like, peace out, homie. I'll see you this afternoon.
I knew yesterday.
Thanks for the call, dude.
There were places yesterday around 6 o'clock already canceling school. I think it was Culpeper. I know Loudoun came a little bit after that.
I saw Page County.
I saw people doing it. I don't even
know where that is.
I saw people doing it at 6 o'clock yesterday.
So Page County is out Luray Caverns. you're probably getting legit snow. That is elevation and mountain.
Yeah, that's how where Greg lives.
Like, like I get that. Page County, shout out to you. You know you're going to get snow. Shut it down. I just think,
but I
understand being cautious. This is over the top.
The thing of it is, like, you have to make a decision based off of, I don't know how many buses are in your county, okay? But it's a lot of them. And some of them are based all over the place. And a lot of these bus drivers come from places, and teachers come from.
DC was wide open. Like, DC was open at 8
But I
a.m.
know, man, most of them walk to school any damn way. Okay, they walk
the
to school.
teachers are still coming from somewhere. You still have all the same, tangential.
But you can't just worry about DC is right in here. So the kids have a better chance of getting to school than outside, because when it comes down to lawyers and cheddar, you're gonna make people scared.
I get it. It's just lame. Like to close school for rain because of fear of lawyers.
I don't think they felt it was gonna be rain. Like, the thing about this whole weather thing, okay, and I respect the hell out of weather people. And we have a million and I dug on all the time. But when you say it's going to do this and it doesn't, you get dogged. But if you didn't say it was going to do something and it happened, then they're going to ask you, why the hell you didn't say it? So you're going to be questioned all the time. And I think they basically look at it based off of what the weather people are saying.
Was your ride-in impacted outside of traffic?
Yeah, but when we don't have any chance of rain or whatever, traffic is crazy. The fact that they started 2 hours late, I thought it was going to be easy as hell. It was way worse today than it was normally.
So my ride, the only thing that impacted my ride was there was a car. I don't know if he was broken down or pulled over.
Right up here?
Right at, like, the bridge under 395, right by the Jefferson Memorial.
I think, like, the front wheel came off.
That dude was the only impact I had. Outside of that, I don't know. Does anybody's how about White Brian, who takes the metro and the bus? Was your ride?
His ride was impacted last night when he saw this crazy quarterback of his.
That's a good point. Was your commute today impacted whatsoever, Dub B?
No.
That's public transit, the whole 9 yards. All right, we got somebody out in Culpeper. Sir, do you have any snow, ice, sleet, freezing rain?
Hey, guys. Yeah, so right now it's just rain. But I work for the post office, and I've worked in a bunch of different areas around here. And, like, in Fauquier County in particular, one portion of the county is basically all mountains. And when you have to deliver, one side of the mountain will be fine, and the other side will be completely covered in snow and ice and just totally treacherous.
So, they got to err on that side of caution.
Exactly, because it's not exactly a good look to see a bus full of kids go off the side of a mountain.
Dude, I'm not disagreeing about Fauquier County, right? I when I grew up and you had to, like, wait for TV to announce when the schools were getting closed, that was, everybody talked about Fauquier County like it was the dream, because they were always closed. Montgomery County does not have mountains. Best I know, Prince George's County does not have mountains.
What is Whiskey Creek? Is that Montgomery?
That's Frederick.
That's Frederick, right?
Yeah.
Because I'm gonna tell you, when I'm in Whiskey Creek, sometimes I think I'm in the damn mountains, because it's cold as hell up there compared to everywhere else.
So
I understand your point, but I'm just saying, when you say it's ran by lawyers and whatever, dude, that's the main thing.
But what I am advocating for, and I am not in this position, right? Shout out to Christian Stipasevic. Like, I was able to make plans, get to work on time. So my boy Curtis, who's a big fan of the show, he's always tweeting at me. He said, JP doesn't like Christmas, which is inaccurate, and wants to see poor kids take a chance on inclement weather. That's not what I'm saying. I think the exact opposite happens when poor kids get stuck at home because mom and dad still have to go to work. And then you got kids home by themselves for these 2-hour delays. And that is I think, the unintended consequences that happen far too frequently.
See, I think, though, and I don't know, people may get mad at me, that's not the school's issue to have to worry about that. The school got to make a decision based off of the safety of the kid. And I think then at that point, the parents got to be able to, sometime when you're sitting up here and nothing is going on, make a plan. Like, I remember when I was at my house, when I was young, my dad had this little plan about what if we have a fire? And I'm like, ain't no fire gonna happen. He said, yeah. But if one were to happen, this is what the hell I want you to do.
Smart.
So, and I was a young kid. He had a plan. So you got to have a plan when this time of the year comes. You know the schools may throw you a 2-hour delay, this, that, and the other. Have a plan
for rain.
For whatever it is.
To that point, Mark Henning tweeted me, said Loudoun County sent an email to parents yesterday at 4:00 saying they got to monitor the weather. And he says that was basically a heads up. They were going to announce a 2-hour delay.
And around 6 something is when Monica got it.
We got an email from the school yesterday afternoon reminding us of the inclement weather policy. All right. We got somebody from Page County listening. B.
All right, Page.
What's up, Page County? Richard?
Hey, it's Rich. How you guys doing?
Good, dude. How are you?
I'm doing well. And it's raining cats and dogs here.
No snow?
No snow whatsoever. We were supposed to get ice and snow, but no, it's raining. Friday, we're supposed to get snow. Hopefully not, because I'm flying to Finland.
Ooh,
and I don't
definitely
want to
getting
get
snow there.
Well, you better leave Thursday.
I think you should connect with Savannah. Sav J that does the updates. I think she's going to Finland. Or she's going to Norway.
Yeah, Norway.
Oh, my bad. I mixed up my Scandinavian countries.
Yeah, my wife and I are doing Christmas markets for a whole month.
Oh, dog.
We're doing 11 countries, and we're doing New Year's Eve in London.
Hey, keep your shades on. That's all I'm going to tell you.
Why?
Scandinavian countries? Have you seen?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
That's like Minnesota. keep your glasses on. You might get slapped if you don't.
Yo, honest question for you, Rich, in Page County.
Yeah.
Are you excited to go to Christmas markets for a month?
Yeah, I've been doing it for about 3 years. I also live in Newport Beach, California. I've called you guys in a couple times. I live out here in Page because my parents have a farm, and I help them. They're elderly, so I fly back and forth and help. But yeah, I've done.
That's a lot of Christmas markets, man. After 3 or 4, aren't they pretty similar?
No, they're not. They have different wines. They got different beers, different food, different vibes. There's one that I go to. It's underneath a bridge that was built by the Romans 2,500 years ago. It's great.
Wow. All right, I've been to a couple. They're cool. Vin Chow in Paris, very good.
Yeah, it's a fun time. My wife's never gone.
Real quick, dude. Do you think you're in Page County? They closed school yesterday. It's nothing but rain. Now, are the roads that rural or curvy or mountainous that they should close for rain?
No, not at all. My folks live, their farm is actually on part of the mountain, and I just drove down to 7-Eleven to get coffee, and it's fine. There's no reason
But see,
to close these
it's
roads.
fine now, but when you're making a decision, you don't know about right now. That's an after the fact thing. It's a what you call it?
NFL refs, flight attendants, and weather decision making.
It's called
impugn.
What you call them? Backseat drivers,
consequences.
Backseat drivers, and sofa quarterbacks. After the fact.
What was the new one that dude came up with? Sidewalk GM. Thanks for the call, Rich.
Thank you, Rich.
Enjoy your vacation, man. All right,
Rich got some cheddar.
Yeah. You live in Newport
Beach,
take a month-long
got
vacation.
A
in
farm,
Europe.
and he go, yeah.
Shout out to Rich.
Yeah. Got the right name.
Yeah. All right. So there was a football game last night.
It was.
And there's a lot for us to discuss from that football game last night. But we got to start here. If you look at the NFL right now, there are the 2 1 seeds in each conference are the New England Patriots and the Chicago Bears.
Yeah.
Now we'll see if that ends up holding, right? But that's what it is right now. And what I saw from New England last night and Chicago, we already discussed, right? Chicago, that was a statement win. You know what good teams do? Beat the tar out of bad teams.
They beat the tar out of them, and all 3 phases make a difference.
Yo, I mean, that punt return set the tone early.
Dude, he was slowing.
95 yards. And it almost looked like he was going slow at first and then took
Did you
off.
watch every time he got a ball, how he attacked it?
Totally.
And I think that's something. This offseason, we'll have some real conversations.
One thing that I found remarkable during the broadcast last night, Drake May was excellent. 24, 31,
I'm sorry,
280.
right, how the hell this happened right here?
Yeah, we're going to play the audio on that when we come back.
Damn, I have never seen that in my life.
Yeah, I look forward to that discussion. But Drake May leads the NFL in passing yards, Brian. Doesn't have a 300-yard game this season.
Last night was his first, didn't he?
He got to 280.
Oh,
they called the dogs off because they were up 30-7.
what is so impressive about that statistic, it kind of reminds me of, and not to extrapolate far too wide, right? But Hank Aaron, before everybody took steroids and broke his records, but Hank Aaron was the home run king of baseball.
Yeah.
And I believe he never hit more than 40.
Yeah.
Like when you could just be consistently excellent, Drake May has hit a consistent accuracy throughout 13 games. That's pretty damn impressive.
It's impressive. And then again, on top of it, he has a running game to support it.
And a defense.
And,
I mean,
and
that's a
defense is good. That special teams, I love how they were hitting. They weren't playing.
That was a Mike Vrabel team.
They put old boy to sleep last night.
I mean, that was
night.
In college, that's an ejection.
But, I mean, you're coming in to hit. This front of the face mask caught him. He didn't hit him with the crown of his head. He hit him with the front part.
And he started falling.
And if you're not a quarterback, you're going to get hit in the head.
I mean, the quarterback, we got to talk Jackson Dart because that dude is on a Patrick Ramsey career path right now. He's going to
have to learn that you're not in college anymore, bro.
We're going to check in on White Brian and his New York Giants. Just an absolute disaster. The Giants are a disaster. I think Joe Shane was trying like hell to finagle that he should stick around and just fire Daboll. That might be a everybody's gots to go situation. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Hey, it's JP Finley here, and you've heard me talk to B. Mitch a ton about all the gear we've gotten from Collars & Co. Anytime you see me on TV in the last 2 weeks, I'm wearing a Collars & Co. dress shirt. I've been wearing their polos. You can go anywhere you want. The quarter zips, the blazers are awesome. Whatever it is, check out Collars & Co. You can wear them on TV. You can wear them to play golf. You can wear them out to dinner. And you don't have to iron. You don't have to dry clean. Just take them off the hanger and get out the door. They've got a new store in Congressional Plaza for all your holiday shopping needs. Collars & Co., it's a game changer.
This update brought to you by the Downtown DC Holiday Market. How about the Wizards last night? Came from 16 down in the second half to beat the Bucks 129-126. Wiz have won 2 of 3. Right back at it tonight in Philly, 7 p.m. here on The Fan. After that, late night Caps hockey out west facing the LA Kings, 10:30 for that one here on The Fan. College hoops, Maryland basketball, Terps take on Wagner tonight, 8 p.m. That'll be on the Team 980. Virginia Tech also in action at South Carolina, 7 p.m. for the Hokies tonight on Bloomberg 99.1. Monday Night Football, Patriots pound the Giants, 35-15. Pats have now won 10 in a row. It's back, DC. The Downtown Holiday Market runs from November 21st to December 23rd, noon to 8 daily. Shop local, grab treats, and feel the holiday magic between 7th and 9th Streets Northwest, downtown DC, holidaymarket.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Landfill doing some elite trolling.
Yeah, he trolling you.
Now we've established on our program.
Let it rain, let it rain, let it rain.
Like on our program, we've established Fritos Honey Barbecue Twists are the 1 seed of snacks. We have an anonymous chip benefactor that sends us boxes of chips. Probably not good for the waistline, but they taste good as hell. He also sent us a box of salt and vinegar chips. Shout out to the anonymous chip benefactor.
Yeah.
CK, the cluster buster, has proposed. He brought in a new bag of Fritos for us to try. He thinks they're better.
What kind is that?
Just barbecue.
Plain barbecue?
So we might have to try that a
without
little
the
later.
honey?
Yeah. Exciting stuff.
Just
We're
barbecue
here on this
regular corn chips, like they're
inclement
not
weather.
twists though.
Not twists.
Yeah, I think I've had those.
All right. I don't know that I have, so we may have to try those
Yeah,
soon.
yeah.
We do, however, need to discuss what is going on with the New York Football Giants. Did anybody watch that last night? Because they just looked so bad early on. Jackson Dart down the sideline gets leveled, and it was a legal hit.
Totally legal.
How long until that kid needs to learn to get out of bounds?
Well, after the game, he doubled down. I'm gonna keep running. And he never said I'm gonna try and take care of myself, but he's gonna keep running.
He just missed what, 2 games for concussion?
The other hit that happened a little later, where he slid super late. The guy had already started the lunge, and then he decided to slide. You're gonna get hit in those situations, and that's what the just like a fair catch. If I'm back returning and I'm fair catch, you coming, and right before you get to me, you're a step away, and I decide I'm gonna put my hand up, I can get a penalty for late fair catch call. They should be able to call a penalty on that damn quarterback for sliding too late, too.
I agree with that.
You know you're going to slide. Go down 2 or 3 yards ahead of him. Don't get right. Step on the guy's foot, then decide, I'm going to slide. And his players, they thought that, he taking, no. Your quarterback's stupid. You need to tell him to stop doing stuff so late. He was inbounds when he got hit on the sideline. He was sliding late the other time. And then he likes to lead with his head.
White Brian is our resident Giants fan. He grew up somewhere between Long Island and Pennsylvania. His team affinities are very complicated, but he's a New York Giant fan. He's not a lot of Giants, Mets, Auburn people in the world, but White Brian's one of them. In the text thread last night, WB, Beamish and I were pretty clear that unless that dude figures it out, talking about Jackson Dart, he's on a Patrick Ramsey career path. Like, you just cannot take these monster hits, especially with concussions. What do you make?
He needs to learn how to slide. It's a shame because he can throw and read a defense so well. Like, that throw to Theo Johnson in the back of the end zone that Theo dropped because he drops every other pass was beautiful. Like, he can throw and read a defense, but he's just going to get himself killed.
I actually like the dude's moxie, but dude, you're not in college anymore. somebody gonna take you out.
These dudes can catch you, and
Yeah.
these guys will crush you. And I think,
and the thing of it is, like, the ego makes you think you're built like that. He's not built like that. You know what I mean? It's like there are some guys who could be running and taking those hits, and they bounce up like it's nothing. Like Marshawn Lynch when he was playing. You know, he's not Marshawn Lynch.
no.
So he better learn that real quickly.
Yeah. And then, listen, the Giants got thoroughly crushed. Do you think they have to fire Shane now? Is this getting to fire everybody territory, Dub B?
Yeah, they should have fired him when they fired Dable.
Yeah. I think you got it. Bro, you're 2-11. You got throttled last night. And by far the most embarrassing part, Landfield, can you tee that up for us last night? There was a field goal attempt last night. I'm gonna let the boys talk here.
47-yard try now by Younghoe Koo, and he stumbled. Gillen gets swallowed up. Patriots ball. I don't think I've ever seen that. Looked like he just stubbed his foot right into the turf. Here it is. Whoops. I guess that goes down as a miss. I don't know. He never touched the ball. Gillen then got pounded. Patriots ball up 10.
Like, often audio doesn't do as good of a job as seeing something, but I think right there really told the story from Joe Buck and Troy.
Yeah. Bro, like, what did I say earlier? I've never seen that. He kicked the ground.
He tried to blame the holder. He said
the ball was sitting in the same spot the whole damn time. If he had kicked the ball, I can take the blaming the holder, because if you saw the holder put it, it was lean too far, then he slid it up a little bit. But kick the ball, dog. The ball was still in the same area. It was just the angle was different, but don't kick the ground a foot behind it. That's like when you go to hit your golf ball and you hit way a foot behind the damn, what happened? You didn't hit the ball.
The Giants special teams last night allowed a punt return touchdown. You had that field goal attempt and then a fumble on a kick return where the dude just got blasted.
And he
Part
went
of his
9-9.
helmet flew off.
He went 9-9.
I don't blame him for fumbling. Holy moly.
I mean, when you sleep, you can't hold on to the ball, dog.
That hit was vicious. You get thrown out in college. I know you think that's okay. The hit last night, you saw it as
that
legal.
hit was legal because the guy, the face mask in the front part of the helmet caught him. That's not targeting. Targeting is when you come in and you lunge
And
with
you
the crown
leave
of your
your
head.
feet, right.
He didn't do that. Well, he was coming in, set up
started
like
to
they
go
tell you to
down.
hit. They say hit what you hit. See what
He
you
was
hit.
coming in with his shoulder.
And then the guy helmet, bam, because the other guy hitting him into that guy caused the problem.
What, Brian? What'd you think of the Giants' special teams last night, Bud? Were you
They weren't
impressed?
special.
They lost me my fantasy football matchup. I was not happy.
Say it with passion.
Brian's so low key. They lost me my fantasy football. I was not happy.
The Giants are just a true disaster. I don't know. I am surprised how much they've bottomed out. Are you?
No, I'm not super surprised because let's be real. Dable tried to use Scatterboo, his intensity, and also this kid Dart's intensity to promote his team. And what he did is make Dart think he's invincible, and Scatterboo thought he ran the damn world. When he ran into the tent and all that stuff, he had an unfortunate injury, and I still like how he plays. But he tried to utilize those kids' exuberance to help him out. Now they both gone.
Well, and then
he's gone and Scatterboo's hurt, and this kid gonna be sitting on the sideline with him if he doesn't learn real quickly. You can't play ball like you play it.
Well, and then I wanted to check in with Jeff Walker, Jeffrey. Abdul Carter was number 2 or 3 overall pick, pass rusher out of Penn State. Abdul Carter has now been benched
twice
for the second time in 3 games. And our guy Jeff was on the case. Jeff, what did you find in your investigation why Abdul Carter was suspended or was benched?
All right, so allegedly Abdul Carter is a freaky fraud.
What?
Oh, he's a freaky frog. He allegedly. This was made up from a fake page, but
you bought it.
It led me to do some investigation.
Well, let's start with what you thought Abdul Carter did to get benched.
Okay, so I didn't think anything. It was news to me that he was benched, and this page just came across. It was like he was benched for watching pornography. So I'm like, no way, this can't be true. Let me go see, look for an ESPN article.
What he does on his own time is his business.
Nah, but the dude said it happened while they was in the coaches meeting. I mean, while they was in a meeting and no headphones was on. But what led me.
No headphones is the most egregious part. That's when you should have been like,
well, no,
this is
I
fake.
thought the headphone fell out. The thing came out and then the noise hit.
I don't know what happened. It just said
went
no
from
headphones.
I see on this play. What the hell is that?
But
What is
look,
that?
It was fake. Let's be clear, it was fake.
What made me go do an investigation, because I was like, no way, this is true. It's just hilarious. So I went to ESPN and it just said he was benched for a coach's decision.
And the coach said that last night, walking off the field. They said, asked him something about Abdul. He said, coach's decision.
Now,
well, the coach make the decision to stop people from playing, right? When you did something wrong.
Now, what did he do? I just want to do some digging, because is he really a freaky frog?
So you think
you in a room with all them dudes, and wait till you get home.
So you actually think he got suspended because he was watching that during a team meeting?
No, I don't think that, but I think it's a possibility. Did you hear about Michael Parsons coming out of Penn State? There's always something going on up there.
No, this has gotten broader.
Well, it was different.
White Brian, well, how much credence do you give to the Abdul Carter watching porn during a team meeting story?
No, originally I dismissed it, but that fake reporter's pinned tweet is Saquon signed with the Eagles, and he just tweeted out this morning that Joe Shane got fired. So I might want it to be true.
This dude might be onto something.
Wait.
And Jeff's alleging that all of Penn State's up to no good.
Nah, I'm just saying, there's always some freaky stuff coming out of there. I wouldn't be surprised,
bro.
There you go. Jeff's on the case. If you want to know what's going on with Abdul Carter, we got our best guy on it. Jeff, please continue your investigation for the people.
Let us know when you find out.
I got you. I got you.
My man. All right. When we return, Amelia Draper is going to tell us if the weather's going to stop and how much snow we got coming in the future. They're saying we could get more this weekend. I don't know what's going on. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Hey, it's JP Finley here for my friends over at Metropolitan Moving and Storage. I've told you how helpful they were when we had everything going on at our house. We had to move out for a while due to the water damage. We had to box some stuff up. The folks from Metropolitan Moving and Storage came in and saved the day. Gave us boxes, helped us pack stuff, helped us store stuff. Whatever your moving needs, whether it's commercial or residential, Metropolitan Moving and Storage can help you too. They can help stage your home if you're selling it. They can pack your boxes. They can build out custom moving supplies if you have fancy stuff, art, sculpture, chandelier. But most importantly, they'll let you know how much it's going to cost up front. They'll send a moving consultant to your house or your office to discuss your move and provide a free on-site estimate. No matter where, if it's local or if it's long distance, Metropolitan Moving and Storage will provide a dedicated truck and crew for your move. That means no truck space sharing, which is a huge deal. I've known these guys for 30 years. Justin's been a friend of mine a long time. Hit them up. 301-279-0090. 301-279-0090. I hope I never move again, but if I do, I'm going with Metropolitan Moving and Storage. DCMetropolitanMoving.com. That's DCMetropolitanMoving.com. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Game of Thrones, they always say winter is coming. Well, winter is here. It got cold. It's gross outside. Much like a baseball game, the weather's in a rain delay. And it looks like it might start snowing, at least according to my phone here. So if you're a parent out there, make sure you don't have your phone on silent mode because you might be getting a call from the school if it actually starts snowing. Helping us make sense of it is going to be our friend Amelia Draper, meteorologist at NBC4. Amelia was on it yesterday. She told me to get ready for the 2-hour delay, which kind of helped at least my family. And hopefully, the parents out there are figuring it out and all the kids are safe. That is the priority.
Yes.
Despite what others may try to say. We appreciate you guys listening on 106.7 The Fan or watching on the YouTube page or watching on Monumental Sports Network. Happy to welcome Amelia on via the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. Amelia, how are you? I know you're busy. Thank you for the time. So I was a little frustrated this morning by a 2-hour delay for some rain.
Mm-hmm.
Was I right or wrong?
You were right.
Oh, victory.
You were right. Where you are, you were right. For most of us, this was just all rain. Now, like in our fringe areas, there was some ice, there was some snow, but yeah, in the DMV, for the most part, this was just rain.
All right. My phone, and this is probably not the app I should use, but I usually just pull up like the Apple Weather app.
Sure.
And we're downtown. We're in Navy Yard. It's saying that it's about to turn to snow here in Navy Yard. Is that accurate?
No, it's not. And it's funny. I was actually just talking to Lauren Ricketts, and she's saying she's out in Winchester, and it's her radar saying there's snow there too, and it's just rain. So that is not accurate right now.
Okay. Do we expect any snow today?
Wait, say that again?
Do we expect any snow today in this system? Is it all just going to be this heavy rain?
No, it's just going to be this heavy, cold rain. It's like 37 degrees and raining right now, which I think is more miserable than if it was 32 degrees and snowing. So this rain's going to wind down here in like 2 hours. And then we're just cold after this. Like temperatures are only going to be in the 30s and 40s for highs the next 10 days.
Do the school systems ever reach out to you all to find
They
out? Okay. And they get your information and then they utilize it, or do they say, okay, well, you go to your lawyers and say, look, this is what they say. What you think we should do?
I don't know, Mitch, what they do after they talk to us, but they do talk to us. Now, no school system reached out yesterday, but, I think, too, you have to think this is our first kind of dealing with winter weather. There was some ice, there was some snow, very minor this morning in parts of the area, but I think, a 2-hour delay, as long as there's not a cancellation. If there was a cancellation, I would be extremely frustrated, more than frustrated as a parent today.
I agree. 2-hour delay is manageable, and you gave me the heads up to expect it yesterday, which kind of helped my wife and I plan. I don't know this. I'm also a wimp about the cold. I'm a wimp about a lot of things, Amelia, I'll confess. But it seems way colder for this time of year than it usually is. I feel like usually right now it's like in the 50s kind of, and it's okay, but it's legit cold. Are we running on a cold streak here?
Yeah, we are. I mean, our average high is in the low 50s, and we've been just seeing our temperatures running below normal. Also, the air has been super dry, aside from today, obviously, but overall the air has been pretty dry. So I think when the air is like really dry at night too, it almost feels a little bit colder. But yeah, we've been running cold, and we're going to continue to run on the cold side.
Could it snow Friday?
We could have like a little bit of a mixed Friday, later Friday. So no frustration with schools, but there could be some ice, some rain, some snow Friday night. I'm not super concerned about this storm. I think that might stay to our south. But, holiday parties, it's like the season for holiday parties. I feel like everybody has a holiday party this Friday night. So hopefully that system doesn't impact us, but that is the next storm that we're keeping an eye on.
Well, Brian and I get to travel. I mean, where everybody wants to go in December, B and I get to fly to Minnesota. on Saturday.
They handle snow better than we do.
Yeah, but how is getting out Saturday going to be from DC?
I think getting out is going to be just fine. I have to say, you guys have like the most amazing travel destinations. The last I spoke to you, you guys were heading to Erie, Pennsylvania, and now you're heading to Minnesota. When are we going to get a Caribbean in here or something?
Hey, Amelia, the travel to Erie, JP rode a long way.
You like driving. I was happy to let you drive.
You looked like you were dying, like you were sleepy, so I wasn't going to let you drive.
I drove us to Breezewood, dude. I made it to Breezewood.
Listen, all I know is it's the cloudiest place you ever been to, going to Erie.
Yeah, that is not on my list of places I'm returning to. Did you work there or something?
True. There are always a lot of clouds there for the most part.
Did you used to work there?
I did.
Did they get just a ton of snow with the lake effect and all that stuff?
Oh my gosh, they get so much snow. When I worked there, they got 150 inches of snow for one of the 2 years.
Oh my
I
God.
was there.
In 1 year?
Insane. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a
You forecast snow there in feet. So quite the difference from how we live here.
How are we looking like just for the winter overall? Is it going to stay really cold and like will we get big snow or should it be okay? Can I play golf on New Year's
This is where I'll
Day?
defer to Doug because, Doug Cameron, our chief meteorologist, he's super into his winter forecast. So he's thinking that we're going to have a little bit above normal snowfall, 18, 20 inches, something like that.
Wow.
And we are going to have cold snaps, and the cold snaps will help to bring the snow in.
But
we will see.
To make you feel good, JP, high of 16, low of 2 in Minnesota.
Oh my God. I'm just not going to go outside.
You have no choice but to go outside.
When do
You
you
guys
think
need to figure out like a good bowl game to go to or something. That's sad.
we got to do something? When do you think we get our first, like, kids are off school a couple days, we got a shovel kind of snow?
Oh my gosh. Hopefully not anytime soon. Hopefully not anytime soon.
I hope the same. One thing people always hope for, what are the chances you think of a white Christmas?
There's a slight possibility this year, but I have to say in our area, like on average, the odds of a white Christmas are about 10%. So less than 10%. So it's pretty low, but just the fact that we're kind of in this cold pattern, it can be a little active as the storms start to line up right. We could have a white Christmas, but of course that's a ways away. So we'll have to wait and see. But I have to circle back to like days off of school. Kids just had days off of school with Thanksgiving. I think like all the parents are like, they need to be in school for a little bit before we have days off of school again.
Yeah, dude, we need kids in school. Should this be a good East Coast skiing winter though?
It's already amazing. Like New England has a ton of snow. The one place that is having a snow drought right now is Colorado. So, the New England ski season is like awesome. Now in our area, we're always like right on the line here. But with this cold, they're going to be making snow. So that's great to, build up their base for snow. But yeah, farther up to the north where they don't have to worry about making snow as much, it's already been like a boom year to getting a ton of snow.
Wow. Okay, cool. Well, Amelia, as always, we appreciate your time. Everybody give Amelia a
Thank you,
follow
guys.
on Instagram.
Good luck in Minnesota.
Yeah, thanks. You want to come with us?
No, I'll be watching the game from the comfort of my own home with crab cakes and lamb chop lollipops.
That sounds
man,
terrific.
I think I'm gonna stay there.
That sounds terrific.
We come to your house.
Yeah.
We can do the
Always
shows from here.
invited.
Thank you, Amelia.
Thanks, guys.
Take care.
The great Amelia Draper. Give her a follow at Amelia Draper. We're going to be all right today. It's just rain, people. Nobody go anywhere.
Sponsored by Door Pro America, garage door service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Commanders headed up north to Minnesota, don't you know, for a 1 p.m. Sunday game against the Vikings. Still don't know about the quarterback, though. As Dan Quinn mentioned Monday, Jaden Daniels still not yet cleared for contact.
The practice portion, for him throwing, like ripped a bunch today and threw it hard, it's the functional movement that he'll continue to work with. And that's the step, that we need to see.
Probably not going to know about Daniels until late in the week. NBA Wizards stunned the Bucks last night, 129-126. Right back at it tonight in Philly, 7 p.m. on the Fan. After that, late night Caps hockey, LA Kings 10:30 face-off tonight on the Fan. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal. Call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan, 11 a.m. on a rainy, cold day in the district. Appreciate you listening wherever you are. If you're on the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, you're listening to the podcast in the future, we're time travelers. If you're watching on the YouTube stream, let's check in on the YouTube stream. What are they talking about in the chat? Lord knows. Deb Debo says, I'm in Howard County. I don't know what that says. Locked on Law, we need to point this one out. The Wiz won last night.
Yeah. Which come hit a 3? CJ McCollum.
Now, since we had that discussion last week about who's going to win more games, the Wizards have now won 2 of the first 3 since we had that discussion, and Washington is 0-1.
Yeah, but we did it with we had it with Ovi too, though, and Ovi's running away with it. I think
Ovi is running away with that. The Wiz have now won 2 of their first 3 games since we said the Wiz had 14, Washington has 6. Given the chance, I voted for the Wiz. You voted for the Commanders. I think Jeff voted for the Commanders. I can't remember White Brian or Lampville, you were on the Wiz too, right?
Yeah.
Dub B, what were you on?
I wasn't here when you guys had that debate.
Oh, of course. You were on your 8th vacation of the year.
You finally found somebody to take more vacation than you.
Yo, my man. I'll start with Jeffrey. Jeff, the Wiz have won 2, and they have 11 remaining. Washington has lost 1, and they have 5 remaining. Wiz up 2-0. Do you care?
They have 11 remaining?
Till the end of the year was our stipulation. Remember, they had 14. Yeah. Now they have 11. I think Jeff called Washington winning the table, if I'm not.
He did.
Do you care to change your tune, Jeffrey?
Yeah, man. The Wizards might get a couple more wins out of the rest of the year.
So you're now on the Wiz.
I'm on the Wiz now.
It's hard not to. They got a 2-0 advantage. Washington only has 5 games left. Brian, do you care to change your side of this?
No, I'm staying where I was.
The Commanders could win the next 2. The Giants are a train wreck. Minnesota, it looks like it's going to be J.J. McCarthy again. He's better than Brosmer, but he hasn't been very good. Wiz play again tonight in Philly.
Yeah, I got to stick with the Wiz.
You got to flip to the Wiz.
Well, flip with the Wiz. Yeah, I gotta
stick with anything.
I'm just talking about stick with changing my bet, but the way the Wizards have been playing, and it's starting to really look like they're coming around. Like the young guys are getting more confident and taking shots and driving.
McCollum's balling too.
Sarr is doing his thing.
I don't even think he played last night.
No, I'm just talking about for the season, the stretch.
Yeah.
They're starting to come around. So yeah, they might win more games than the Commanders.
CJ went for 28 last night. Giannis, it was cool. I saw Toby posted a picture. Basically, it seemed like he went to the game just to watch Giannis, which I understand. That's the kind of player that's worth attendance. Remember back in the day when you were playing, I was a kid, and the Bullets back then were so bad that they just advertised the other team's stars.
Come see the Bullets play the stars of the NBA.
That was like their promo.
Yeah.
That was the
And then
marketing.
They also said we have the tallest and the shortest guy. They had what? Muggsy Bogues and what is Manute?
Yeah, Muggsy and Manute. All right, so shout out to the Wiz. I think they're going to get
Muggsy Bogues, Manute Bogues. This is that we had the MB square.
Now, what could obviously make an impact, we saw Washington play a lot better against Denver. They still lost, though. But there's a lot of conversation about getting Jaden back. Dan Quinn was asked yesterday about Jaden a couple different ways, and here was the head coach's explanation of where Jaden is now.
It's a little different, John, at the position because of it's not the normal contact like a linebacker or a running back. So it's more of the functional contact. Think of stiff arm on a bag. Think of, diving on the ground. So there's like more functional movements that he'll go through. He did some of that today, and he'll do more of that during the week. So the practice portion for him throwing, like ripped a bunch today and threw it hard, it's the functional movement, John, that he'll continue to work with. So some of that actually will be an individual and, working to the side, but we'll continue to work that part. And that's the step, that we need to see from the, let's say like a functional evaluation, functional contact. And it's not traditional in the sense of like taking a hit.
What do you hear, B?
I don't really know if he's leaning one way or the other. I think that they are concerned about the fact of the inconsistency of how you get hit at that position, and have to brace yourself. Quarterbacks get hit, they have to put their arms in front of them. They get hit, they gotta brace behind them. All those different things. But I was happening to be looking at this video, and I remember Corey Detmer dislocating his elbow, and he bounced back from it, and started playing again, and never had an issue with it again. So I'm leaning to that. And I know also they're a little leery right now about letting him go back. You probably want him to go back, but you're worried about it because you don't want to see nothing else happen. So I can understand this is going to be a delicate one here.
This is definitely
I almost gave
delicate.
you a 6-7.
I feel like he's going to play. Apparently, there was a video of Regina leaving the game Sunday saying he's going to play. That is not going to be the final say.
Listen, if anybody knows how he wants to push things, and she does, you know what I mean? I'm sure he wants to and things like that, but you might have to put a brace on it or something like that. I would say to protect.
Yeah, what can you wear for an elbow like that?
They have these different little braces. Like some of them can be as much as you've seen the ones that offensive linemen wear look like a damn knee brace.
Right.
But then you have the other ones that looks like a sleeve, but you have the little what's it kind of thing? They have like the little hard plastic stuff in it that laces your arm and kind of give you some extra support. You can wear those. They have them also with sleeve, and they got the little hinge at the elbow part with the two little strips that come down. One goes up the arm, one goes down, to where you can still move your arm around and bend it how you normally would bend it, but you have that extra layer of protection.
You know what he needs? Remember, Barry Bonds is the greatest baseball player I've ever seen. But do you remember once he got all roided up and was just hitting jacks all
And
the
he was
time?
wearing that, what's called?
Remember that giant joint he wore?
Yeah, but
on
see,
his left elbow?
that's the one I'm talking about. It looks like a damn knee brace.
Right.
That's a little clunky. I don't know if he needs one that clunky.
What does your gut say about Jaden playing Sunday?
I will probably go 50-50 at this point.
What about then New York the following week?
If he doesn't play this week, I'll go 75-80% he will next week.
Is there a point for you? Because I've said this, if he doesn't get on the field until, for me, my point has been, if he doesn't get on the field until the last two games, because you got Christmas and you got Cowboys and then the Eagles, I'm not sure it's worth getting him out there with 2 games to go. I think with 6 it was, with 5 it is, with 4 it is. If it gets 2 or fewer, I think you just rest him. Do you have a point, or do you think even if it's just the last game of the year?
I think you go whenever.
So even if he just is ready for Philly on January 4th.
If you're looking for him to be like 100%, which I say people never get to, but if you're looking for that to happen and the closest he's going to get to that and he gets there, go with it. Listen, I think you can learn a lot from it. It can teach you a lot when you're dealing with those situations. I will never be the person to just shut people down. I don't believe in that. You know, I watched Joe Burrow come out and play, and he went out there and balled the hell out.
6 games left and a chance at fighting for the division.
I understand
title.
it. I understand that, but still, you can set a mindset for coming into the next year. Like, we always talk about learning how to win. You don't want to get comfortable with learning how to lose and not how to play neither. So, if there comes a point where you feel that it's ready to go, go. But we can't be overly concerned about, you know, how many left or this, that, or the other.
I tend to agree with you. I guess I tend to agree with you to a point. I think you get to 2 games or certainly 1 game. It's not, I don't think there's value there. But I think Jaden needs to play. I think he will play. I think if it's not this week, it's next week in New York. The other, like the Jaden stuff was by far kind of the most interesting part of DQ's presser. I asked him a question though, and I'm curious where you land on this, because this team has veteran players playing a lot, and they're playing well. Ertz went over 100 yards Sunday night. Bobby Wagner had an interception Sunday night. But in a lost season, you're 3-9. I mean, let's say you get to the Eagles in 2 weeks. Let's even say you win 2 of those. You're 5-9. At a certain point, though, do you have to see more young guys on the field to figure out what you got for next year?
See, this is where I'm at, and I see so many people.
I'm asking it.
I know, I understand, but I watch and I listen on so many text threads and chats. Everyone is saying who deserves a chance to play, who should be playing. Don't you all know that the coaches are watching them every day? And if they're not getting a chance, you ever thought that they don't get a chance because they haven't proven that they can play, or they proven they can handle the job just yet? I know they're younger, but just being younger don't mean better. Don't being younger means ready. They may not be getting on the field at this point because they don't do the things you need to do consistently to get done. You know, so if there are guys that have really, like, we've listened to them, the guys that they have faith in, they discuss. Like McGee, even when he was hurt, they were discussing him high and on a regular basis.
So it's interesting you bring that up. So I asked Dan Quinn, and I said it just like I just asked you. I was like, you got veterans that are performing at a high level, but is there a time where you want younger guys on the field? And he said, I think you want to see a balance of both. It's winning now, which, like, those moments matter. Although we're not going to have a winning record, that doesn't mean you're not creating winning habits and standards and fundamentals. But a guy like Treylon Burks, I know he's not a first-year player, but he's new to us. And to see him take his space and go. McGee getting extended reps. I do want to see both winning now, seeing those guys perform, but also the development of others. We got our first look at TJ Magaranyaga, the DN.
Yep.
So I found it interesting. I think the big questions for a lot of this are these higher draft picks that really aren't playing that much. And I'm talking Sennett, Coleman, Johnny Newton. You know what I mean? Like, that's where I think people are wondering, why aren't they playing more? But I wonder if the answer is in front of them and they just don't want to accept it. Like, if they're not
Coleman played well last year. Coleman moved inside, and when they moved him out of it, don't you think things seem a little better? I don't
He's
like
just not playing.
But my thing is, do you just move somebody out just to move somebody in because they're young? Like, we always talk about, if Jaden don't have so and so and so and so playing, you don't put him out there. So we're gonna just put guys out there just to put them out there to see. That's another way of putting somebody at risk, right?
Again, I think these are fair questions. I don't know the answers. I like a guy like Johnny Newton is a second rounder from a few years ago. You've had significant injuries along your defensive line, and Newton is playing through 12 games, 33% of snaps.
Like, but Johnny has never been the guy even when they drafted him, you look at his build, he's more of a situational guy. So I never expected him to be playing the bulk of them.
I think what you start to see is that a miss? Because Johnny Newton's supposed to be this excellent interior pass rusher. And he the size doesn't necessarily help you against the run. And I think we've seen the latter for sure. And I don't think the exceptional pass rushing has come along. And maybe it's because you're behind Kinlaw and Payne, but you drafted this dude, and then a year later you signed Kinlaw. So you like some of the answers to these questions, unfortunately, I think are there. Now, the second rounder that was playing a ton and playing really well was Trey Amos. Then he gets hurt.
Yeah.
So it's not all misses, and it's not all tit for tat. You know what I mean?
But the thing of it is, when you're building a team and you're formulating a team, you want to get the best people on the field consistently, right?
Sure.
So if the people in front of somebody is better and they're playing well, why do you have to automatically just put the other guy in there?
I think that's a fair counter. I think the question is then, did you miss on some of these higher picks?
But you may not have missed. It's just that the guys that are better are playing that good, and they and some of them are in such shape they don't have to take a lot of breaks.
Well, dude, I think the Ertz situation is really interesting, right? Because Ertz has played at a high level. Last year, he was excellent. This year, he's been good. There have been some drops. There have been some false starts. Ben Sinnott was a second rounder 2 years ago. Ben Sinnott has played 25% of your offensive snaps.
Yeah.
And I think it said a lot. Last year, it was reasonable. They signed Ertz as a veteran. We know what we got from him. We're going to work to develop this dude. Then they brought him back again.
Yeah.
Like, I think some of these answers are telling you how they view it. Yankoff got the target the other day.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But that's what I look at. People say what Sennate's supposed to be doing, but you see Yankoff getting opportunities. And you see Yankoff making plays a lot of times when he get opportunity. Why is it just because he's supposed to get an opportunity? I mean, maybe just like some people, like I said all the time, most people don't step into the NFL ready to go the first year. Some of them not ready the second year. They probably got to hit their third. But if the person don't get it sometimes, it could not be, the coaches could be giving you everything you need, but the person not utilizing them when they're on the field. See, I have watched guys, when that coach has that sheet before you go into the huddle, or they are talking to you before you go into in practice, they do everything right. But when you're on the field by yourself and you have to think about everything and you have to remember the tidbits and the things that you got to be looking for in that, they are a little slower. And what I say, if you're thinking on the field, you're in trouble. So have they not hit it to where they can just react?
The tricky, totally. And the tricky part, if you want to look at year-over-year team building, you take Coleman in the third round last year. He starts for you basically his entire rookie year. Missed a little bit of time.
Oh.
But then this offseason, you trade for Tunsil.
Yeah.
The Tunsil trade looks great. You got to pay him. He's been fantastic. Then you draft a kid in the first round at tackle. So you're kind of telling yourself, whether they're going to say it or not, they're telling you what they think. Like the actions speak far louder than the words.
But the thing of it is, Coleman was a guy who many thought was going to be a guard in this league, not a tackle.
Right.
And they tried him at tackle. Okay. And I think when they went out to get Tunsil, nobody was upset at that because we felt that there were things he did at tackle that you can't have that. So we felt he'll be better moving inside because he showed such promise outside. Then he moves inside, and then all of a sudden he wasn't
then
playing.
They draft Connerly,
but Connerly is a tackle still,
right?
But he wasn't playing when he moved inside, and he was healthy.
What happened? Inactive.
What happened? Okay, did he show that he wasn't able to make the transition, or did something else happen that kind of got him in the doghouse or something? I was wondering because when I see a guy healthy, all of a sudden go from playing and not even dressing out, I'm concerned about that. But then he had a chance to go back and tackle because Tunsil got hurt a little bit, and he was good at that. So what you're building, what I'm seeing is we want everybody to play. Everybody can't play at the same time. But the thing about Coleman, what he does give you seems to be depth at the offensive line position. And if you're going to build a damn good team, you need to have depth at every position.
One player for Washington has taken every offensive snap this season.
Who?
You want to guess?
Biotic?
Biotic has taken all but 3. Biotic has taken 99.6% of snaps.
Wiley?
Connerly.
Connerly?
So for all the talk about the rookie, he is.
But, and he's gotten better. Like,
yeah, I agree.
See, this is, I get lost when I'm hearing a lot of comments, how guys are playing this. Nobody hits the ground running and just great the first time.
Jaden did.
He still made some rookie mistakes too. You know, he showed you great promise, but he did make rookie mistakes. And I think the ultimate thing is nobody's perfect. I'll say that. No one is perfect when they first get out there.
Sure.
And I think we look for perfection. And we all know it doesn't happen.
The problem is at some point, if this, it speaks to the disjointed nature of this past offseason, right? Is it a rebuild? Or are we going for it? Is it a rebuild? Or are we going for it?
They went for it. I mean, they got so close that they decided we're going to take this chance.
But these young guys they've drafted, which is how the plan is to build, at this point through 2-3 years, you got questions about them because they're not getting on the field. And they're not getting on the field because they're not proving they have to be. It's a meritocracy.
Mm-hmm.
You force your way on the field.
That's it.
It's interesting.
And see, this is the thing. I think I heard a comment last night. Let's take a break. We'll come back and get this. I'll take a break.
When we return, we also got to talk about defensive coordinator for next year. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
Brought to you by Main Street Bank, Cheer Local Bank, local Main Street Bank. So the Commanders not yet sure about Jaden Daniels' status for the game Sunday at Minnesota. We won't know for sure likely until later in the week. Vikings, though, expect to have J.J. McCarthy back behind center. He's expected to clear concussion protocol and be back as their starting quarterback. Last night, Monday Night Football, Patriots pound the Giants 33-15. On the hardwood, Wizards with an impressive win. Came from 16 down in the second half to beat the Bucks 129-126. Wiz in Philly tonight, 7 p.m. on the Fan. After that, Caps hockey at the LA Kings, 10:30 face-off for the Caps tonight here on the Fan. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Metcalf 5-star sports desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Your misery down on me.
Who sang that song?
I believe his name Garbage.
Let him.
It's a her. Shirley Manson.
Let her.
I think I got that right.
You got that right? You heard what I said?
Yeah, I heard you.
Yeah.
So I think the Connerly season, the rookie first rounder, it's pretty encouraging. You got asked to switch positions, had a rough start to the season.
Yeah.
Has really played well. I think the Washington offensive line against Denver was very, very good. Dan Quinn yesterday said he thought Sam Cosmi played his best game yet in his return from injury.
And that's coming back from injury, finally hit his stride.
Yeah, dude.
So I'll hit you with this. Okay. I heard him talking yesterday, where they said Drake May was told by Vrabel, go out and be a leader now. As a quarterback, you don't have that time to wait. So you pick people in certain positions that some positions you can wait, you learn. Other positions, it's your job to do. Because if you're a quarterback in the huddle trying to step in there and you have no confidence, nobody's listening to you. Now, there are some other positions out there too where you have to learn the game, but you don't have to learn how to lead or follow. You hear what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So there are a lot of young guys that come into this league that were the big dogs where they were in their colleges or whatever. Then they get to the NFL and they feel as if, well, because I'm young, I got to just give everybody this high respect. You respect everybody, but you don't bow down to no damn body. And if you don't learn that quickly, you end up in your 4th, 5th year and you still waiting for somebody to tell you to lead. You got to figure that out on your own. And that's something that once you figure that out, luckily for me, I was a quarterback all my life. When I got to the NFL, I didn't sit here and wait for nobody to tell me when I could lead. You could talk to anybody I played with, from Charles to Darryl to Raven Caldwell, Jerry Clark. They will tell you, day one, I acted like I was supposed to be there. But you know what I did first? I learned every damn thing I had to do. So when I got out there, I can go full speed. See, some guys, they don't learn their stuff. They waiting for the coaches to implement it. If they give me this playbook right here, and they say we putting in the first 4 pages, is there any rule that say I can't look at the next 75, 80 pages? So if you look at a playbook, just like when you learning different subjects, it guides you into the next stuff. So if you know everything and when you get on the field, you going full speed, the coach is like, okay, this kid, it got something. But if you wait till the coach implemented that morning, then you go out there and you're feeling yourself through stuff, they're like, okay, something is holding him back. You know what's holding most guys back? They don't know what the hell they have to do. So they got to think about it instead of just doing it. So I would tell every player, when you get here, learn your ish, okay? Learn everything you got to do and be in the top shape you've ever been. Whatever you were in to get drafted ain't going to be what you need to be in to keep you here. So get in the best shape you possibly can and learn. Like I hear all the veteran players telling these guys, learn a routine. And once you get that routine and all, perfect it. So whenever you get on the field, it's not like, well, I got to try and find this energy. You know you got it already. Most of them don't believe in themselves. So when he was telling Drake May, because he already knew, dude, you're a leader. Go be that. But everybody don't get somebody to tell them to do it. Either you do it or you don't. And then when you don't, sometimes you don't start showing it, people start losing faith in you.
I think that's the question with Connerly. Like with some of these situations, I think the Connerly stuff is really encouraging.
Yeah.
But you look at 2024 where they had what they were loaded. Remember, they had 5 top 100 picks.
Mm-hmm.
McCaffrey, they lost to injury. I thought Luke was playing well.
Mm-hmm.
And then obviously Jaden played pretty darn well.
Damn well. Yeah.
But 2 seconds.
Mikey played great.
2 seconds and a third. Right. Mikey has played well. This year wasn't as
This
good
year
as
took a
last year.
step back because I think when he moved inside, that's different.
But it's one thing for guys to be playing and having ups and downs. My concern is dudes not playing. Sennett and Coleman are at 25% of the snaps on offense. Johnny Newton's at 33% of the snaps on defense.
Okay. See, it's like Jay, if the people in front of them were pooping the bed and they weren't playing, then I'm concerned. But the guys in front of them aren't pooping the bed.
Specific to Coleman, they went and got guys to put in front of them.
Well, they went and got we all felt last year when Coleman was playing tackle that he'll be better inside, did we not?
Yeah.
And they did exactly what we thought based on our football acumen. They did what we thought they should do. When he moved inside, didn't hit. He didn't grab hold to it as quickly. But that doesn't mean he's done. Even like Mikey, like people say, well, Mikey stepped back. Mikey leading your team in damn in interceptions right now too, though. So Mikey still has what he had in him last year. It's there. And I watched that dude. That dude right there, he gives a damn about it.
Totally.
I don't think he all of a sudden lost everything he showed us last year. But you hear a lot of people saying that. That's because a lot of people don't understand sometimes. Playing cornerback outside is probably easier than playing that slot. But we always look at the slot as the third best corner. That's what we look at. Sometimes that damn slot might be your better corner because he can go both ways on any side of that damn field. So if then you give him a chance, if he's outside, he gets to use the sideline. That helps him out.
I think specific with the Samerstill stuff, the Lattimore trade is the one. Like Jaden, we can decisively say was a home run.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Like there are a few moves that we could decisively say were fantastic.
Yeah,
Lattimore's I'd say at this point the only move you could say definitively that was a failure.
Yeah, Lattimore was.
One, you had to give up a bunch to get him, and 2, this year when he was supposed to be healthy, not only did he not perform, but it also might have impacted another important player in Samerstill.
But the thing of it is, when Mikey was playing outside last year, every person I know involved with this team was saying, oh, man, you get him to move the slot, and then you can get an outside guy. You got you something there. They did what we all thought he should do. And it just didn't hit as quick. I think Mikey's growth was stunted by the fact that he didn't have a consistent pass rush. I think if he has a more consistent pass rush, he's a much better corner. He's a much better slot guy. But taking a chance with Lattimore, I think it was necessary. But it didn't work.
Right.
But I think now that doesn't mean Mikey can't grow even more. In another spot, you can pick somebody else for that position. Hell, what if you say, okay, well, we thought Mikey was better outside. You put him back outside. Get somebody else to play slot. I'll take chances with it. But I'm going to tell you what's going to depict how all those guys play. That pass rush has to improve. The consistency of the pass rush has to improve. And I don't...
the pass rush, I think, was totally undone by injury.
But see, for me, I'm not one that's going to sit here and just act like, oh, it got to be off the edge. I think the most disruptive pass rushers in the league are the ones that come straight at the quarterback. Chris Jones, when Reggie White was around, when Aaron Donald was doing his thing. Those guys that come right up the middle that are sitting in your face. And I know people go, oh, well, look at the outside rushers. You know why the outside rushers get so many sacks? Because you watch when the Houston Texans play. They have guys that are collapsing the interior of that pocket. Quarterback can't step into the pocket. Last night you watched when Drake made, and I think Troy focused on it. When he took a slide up and the guy went right past him, he said, well, he worked on that because he was giving up sacks like that last year. This year he's avoided those sacks by just stepping in the pocket. Well, if he had somebody collapse in that pocket, he couldn't step up and he would have got sacked last night 3 or 4 more times. So you got to figure out that up the middle as well.
B. Mitch and Finley coming up at noon. Sam Cosmi will join the program.
All
right, B, we're going to switch gears here for a minute. Going to France.
Francais.
Si, oui.
Oui. Oui.
Everybody knows France had they robbed the damn Louvre, the world's most famous museum. They were able to get in there. I think France might have a police problem because it doesn't seem like they're too on top of stuff. But I'm not an expert on French culture and or government procedures. I will confess that. Brian.
All right.
But now we got another heist. Close to 1,000 pounds of escargot, worth over $100,000, have been stolen from a French snail farm in the Champagne region of eastern France.
Oui, oui.
Producer Jean-Mathieu Daverne told La Parisienne he was shocked to find that the Michelin star-bound snails had been taken. An incident he said occurred between Sunday night and Monday morning.
Michelin star. That's like that restaurant in Issa we were at.
Yeah, this is that's as fancy as it gets. I imagine these are among the most fancy, expensive snails in the world.
Yeah.
Obviously, I assume this is a cash grab.
It is.
Do you think some dude is out there just eating 100 grand worth of snails?
No, he's not eating 100 grand worth of snails. He probably have gone to some place and say, look, I got Michelin star grade snails, 100K worth. Give me 20. The guy know it's going to cost 100,000 or more to get it. And you give me, if I can get it for 20, hell, I'm going to get them.
He ain't going to say nothing.
Yeah. And then when you selling it to your clientele come in, we have some special snail tonight. Special escargot. Instead of, look, I'm going to throw a price out there. Instead of $49.95, we charging $59.95. At another place, it might be $100. I want that.
A police officer in the town of Epernay, Commander Remy Dubois, said he believed the thieves were likely experienced and professional. The missing delicacy was the farm's entire annual supply, leaving them to resort to purchasing from other producers to satisfy orders.
Wait. That's their entire annual supply? $100,000? That business is not going to work.
Maybe that's all they had left for Christmas. Maybe they sell them year round. I don't. Again.
But what I'm saying is they were professional. Yeah, of course they were.
This was an inside job, right?
Basically.
There's no way this isn't an inside job.
Man, look, somebody inside knew something.
Jean-Mathieu Daverne better look at his employees. Check their pockets, son.
Or you might want to look at John Matthew.
You think he's trying to get the... Can you get snail insurance
They
money?
got insurance stuff going on with that.
Do you like escargot?
No, never had it.
I don't know that I've ever had
I don't know if I like it or not. I just never tried it.
Don't taste bad.
It's just kind of like...
Isn't it hard to get out of the little shell?
Yeah.
I thought they already have it out of there for you.
Nah, it's like, feels like mushy. If I could, it tastes like warm oysters to me. Like it don't really have a taste.
I believe I have tried them. I can't place the taste right now. If somebody wants to bring us it, if it's possible that one of our listeners stole all these snails from France and wants to bring some in, you have my blessing.
Yeah.
What do you think the odds of that are?
Odds of that?
Yeah, pretty
probably
slim.
0 to none.
So Landfill has a good question based on this $100,000 snail heist.
Uh-huh.
What food would you want $100,000 worth?
Wagyu steak.
Wagyu, okay.
Lobster.
I thought you'd go seafood.
Lobster.
No, you only get one.
I only get one, and I got to eat it for how long? All right. What I want $100,000 of, give me some Chilean sea bass.
You love
Bam,
sea bass.
right there.
You need a freezer. How much do you think 100 grand gets you?
I got enough freezers.
For these robbers, these thieves, what is the transport for 10,000 snails?
I don't know.
Is that like a bucket or do you need like a truck?
You don't need I don't think you need no damn no bucket for 10,000. I mean, you don't need a truck for 10,000 snails.
But if you wanted 100K worth of sea bass, you're going to need a truck.
100K worth of sea bass probably will not be no whole truck. But sea bass expensive.
Yeah. I don't know. Landfill, what's your $100,000 food?
And are you getting it? This is the first, hold on, Landfill.
Yeah.
Are you getting it before it's cooked or once you get it to a restaurant? You get into a restaurant, 100K ain't gonna be much.
I feel like you could go either way on that, but you just get like $100,000 worth of any one food. For me, it would be ribeye.
Yeah, ribeye's good.
I know what you would pick, JP.
Maryland crabs,
that Louisiana blue crab.
There you go, Jeff. There you go, Landfill.
If I was going to get 100 grand worth of crab meat, I think I'd want 100 grand worth of crab meat like picked.
100 grand of picked crab meat, you're not getting a lot. Not as much as you think.
Yeah.
Crab meat expensive as hell.
I know the simplest way to get $100,000 worth of food. I got the easiest transportation of $100,000 worth of food.
Mm-hmm.
They sell them in the little kitchen right here. 100 grand bar. Just get one of those. You grooving. Jeff, what's your 100K food item?
Man, give me some chicken. I'm gonna sell some. It's a lot of chicken. Chicken probably the cheapest thing
Boy,
on
I
the market
tell you,
right now.
But Jeff,
I'm going to make
Jeff
100K back.
Jeff, you took the one moment to give the stereotypical answer.
hey,
You want some watermelon with it?
Man, I didn't say fried chicken.
I just said
chicken.
Yeah, but I know what I'm saying though.
Because man, I'm gonna fry some, I'm gonna grill some, I'm gonna jerk some, pause, and I'm gonna sell it. I'm gonna sell it. Let's make that 10K back.
No, it's 100K, Jay.
Let's make that 100K and more back. My bad.
Landfill, if you rode upon
Ooh,
Jeff
boy.
on Central Avenue selling chicken, how much would you buy?
Just like selling chicken out the back of his trunk?
I wouldn't sell it in Central Avenue. I would go to the closest city that never seen a black person before, fry up some chicken and be like, yo, come here, I got it. And we good.
He really leaned into the stereotype there. What is Leo in Delaware? Is he talking about snails? What is this?
Yeah, he's talking about it. Escargot.
Let's go with it.
All right, Leo. What's up, Leo?
Sounds like that egg heist
You just
a couple weeks ago in Maryland.
Uh-huh.
Remember they had that egg heist about 2-3 months ago in Maryland when the eggs were really high in price?
Oh, yeah. I remember
Eggs got stolen?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they said it was an inside job. I think it started on the Eastern Shore, and then that tractor trailer, but they never solved the crime.
I see one. There was a theft of 720 eggs at Tacoma Park.
Yeah, I saw that one. That one was last weekend too. Yeah.
You think it was the same people as the snails? Like they're just traveling around the world stealing high
around the
value
world, man.
foods?
You imagine
anyways,
stealing
I
the
enjoy your
world's
show.
Thanks.
Still a Skins fan, regardless. Okay.
Thanks,
All right,
bro.
man.
Yo, you take the 3 dudes that stole 700 eggs at Tacoma Park, then flew to France to steal the world's most valuable snails.
That's not the same
Yeah,
level.
it's like Ocean's 11, but with food.
Looking at a picture of these fellas, maybe. It took 3 dudes to steal 700 eggs.
Got to carry them. Can't break them.
That's true.
Yeah.
Got to break some eggs to make an omelet. Nobody go anywhere. Sam Cosby next.
Sponsored by Door Pro America, garage door service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Commanders aren't going to be really sure about Jaden Daniels until later in the week. Dan Quinn saying his QB1 still has not yet been cleared for contact. May not know until Friday if he's going to be available to play Sunday at Minnesota. Washington, by the way, a 1.5-point favorite. Monday Night Football, Patriots win their 10th straight. They pound the Giants 35-15. LA Chargers QB Justin Herbert had surgery Monday in a broken left hand. Still a chance he could play next Monday night against Philly. College hoops, Maryland tonight taking on Wagner. 8 p.m. tip-off, Team 980. Virginia Tech in action at South Carolina. 7 p.m. Bloomberg 99.1. We've got Caps at 10:30 at the LA Kings. Before that, Wizards and Philly tip it off at 7 on the Fan. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or brand new garage doors to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877 Door Pro today. Ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
On a love train.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. It's high noon in the District of Columbia. And we're fired up for our weekly Paisanos Players Chat with our guy, Sam Cosme. Sam, what's up, dude? How are you?
What's up, fellas?
I want to start with an interesting question. Yeah, this one's going to catch you by surprise, I think. Over the weekend, somebody in France stole $100,000 worth of escargot. I'm not accusing you of that. I know where you were this weekend. However, if you could steal $100,000 worth of food, what would it be?
Steaks.
I kind of figured it would be that.
Yeah, 100%. Some exotic or like Wagyus or something like that.
That's what
Yeah,
B
steaks
said
for
was
sure.
Wagyu.
I said it.
Yeah.
Hey, because you know what? You don't need as much when you're getting Wagyu. It's gonna go away quick.
No, yeah, and you can freeze it. You
Yes.
know, that's the beautiful part about that, you know? So, yeah, it'll last you a while.
Speaking of, listen, obviously Sunday night was some heartbreak, but let's start with something you enjoyed on Saturday night. Texas A&M. You don't post often, but you did post a picture of Von Miller wearing your Texas uniform. How sweet was that, and how did that go with Von, getting him to pay off that bet?
Yeah, so, I mean, we kind of had this early in the year. We've been talking about it, you know? And, yeah, it was just a quick little, you know, hey, my team wins, your team wins, whatever jersey, college jersey. So I kind of took it as like a win-win for me. You know, like it would suck if Texas have lost, but I get to wear a Von Miller Texas A&M jersey for a day. That's pretty cool. You know, I don't know if it's as cool for him for a Sam Cosme Texas jersey, but yeah, I mean that was kind of the bet, and my guys were able to pull it off, and it was you know I thought Von looked good in burnt orange, so yeah.
I think I don't know that you weren't around then, but many years ago, Sam, Maryland and Texas played a home and home, and somehow the Terps beat the Longhorns twice. And at that point, Colt McCoy was playing for the Skins, and Colt and I had the Maryland Texas jersey bet, which was all upside for me because nobody thought on the planet that Maryland would win, and they did. And when Colt put on my Maryland T-shirt, you could see the pain in his heart having to deal with that as everybody took pictures. Do you remember that at all?
No, I don't. But that sounds awesome to be on. Like for your perspective of just like I kind of got to witness that with Vaughn. I mean, you can look in the picture. He was not happy to put on that burnt orange.
A lot of angst on his face, huh?
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about this week's game. Just heartbreak. That one really had to be tough. How you feeling a couple days later?
Yeah, I mean, you know, from our standpoint, I felt like, we gave it all we got. Like it was a hard fought game on both sides of the ball. I feel like we played really good ball all through and through. You're never going to play a perfect game, but like we played really hard. And how close it is to winning that game. And we saw the last play, and I think it was J-Mac was wide open.
Yeah.
Just batted ball. It's just that close. A lot of these games are that close. And, props to Denver. They've been able to, win in the fourth quarter and over two close games. And, props to them. They're a really good football team. And they've been doing a heck of a job, and especially in the fourth quarter and those big time moments. So hats off to them.
I totally agree with you. I thought that was a heavyweight fight, and you guys just traded haymakers throughout. They were able to make one more play, and I loved the decision by Dan Quinn to go for two there. As a player on the field, was that what you were hoping would be the call?
In that situation, we know we're going for two. So, we're gonna we have the belief and utmost confidence that we're gonna have to go for two. Yeah.
And when you look at that play, it was blocked perfectly, wide open. Do you take any solace in the fact that, look, they made the right call, just didn't get it there?
Yeah, like I said, made the right call. On paper, X's and O's, it looks good. But that means we're all individuals, and they have playmakers, and they're playmakers, and we'll make a play. So, like I said, X's and O's go so far. Player's gonna make plays, and that's what he did.
Specifically for you guys, I thought the O-line was fantastic in that game. And, I don't know that you know this, but DQ came out yesterday and said he thought that was your best game back since the injury. How do you feel you played? How do you feel the O-line played?
Yeah, from an individual standpoint, I felt really good. For me, like every week, just personally, my knees getting stronger and back in the groove. Like it's not a, hey, you're back, you're 100% healthy. It's, hey, you're still working through some things. Like, for injury like mine, it takes up to a year to fully, or 2 years to really 100%, heal. So I've been battling, doing all that. And yesterday I felt really good. I felt like myself again. And so that's really good that I was able to display that, and they were able to see that. And then the O-line, man, we battled our asses off. We knew what we had to do. They had a good unit. We had a great game plan, and for the majority of the day we won our 1-on-1. So hats off to our guys for putting in the effort and working hard, and all the preparation we put in. So yeah.
Sam, you're next to a young guy, and I see him improving as the year goes on. What are your thoughts on what Connolly has done so far?
Yeah, I think he's gained that confidence in himself. In the National Football League, it's one of the biggest thing for you is to have that confidence in yourself, and he's been also, I'm, the third guard he's been with, this year too. So, he's a young player. He's talented, like I've said before. And I think you kind of see he's starting to get in a groove. He's learning. He's absorbing knowledge. That's, rookie year, that's all you're doing. I remember my rookie year and all the stuff that I was trying to balance and figure out and do all that. I mean, it's just a whirlwind of things you have to learn, and for him, I think he's done a phenomenal job growing from, his mistakes and understanding that, and, like that hold that he had in the game. I just remember as that play went, I'm like, you got to pass, you got to move on, like next play. And the next play, made a heck of a block, and we got the ball down to Debo, and I was like, it's a race, you're good. That's the whole thing about next play mentality, So, I've been pretty proud of how he's been able to learn and really absorb his knowledge and become better each and every week.
Yeah, it's certainly been impressive. And I don't know that you saw this, Connerly threw 12 games, the only player on that offense to take all 100% of the snaps. Biotis is right behind him at like 99.6, but pretty impressive for a rook, man.
For sure. I for me, I'm really happy I get, the ability to, be there for him, help him through this process, and obviously see his growth. So it's pretty cool.
Now it's time for our Paisanos Players Chat with our guy Sam Cosme. But first, no one appreciates 106.7 The Fan listeners more than our friends at Paisanos, and they're proving it. Score 30% off any order of $30 or more with promo code FAN30. You can load up on pizza, wings, pastas, salads, whatever you're craving by using promo code FAN30 at checkout. Paisanos is not just pizza, but something for everyone. Paisanospizza.com. Dude, so I heard some folks in the background there. Are you at the facility right now?
Yeah, I'm getting treatment as we talk right now this week.
Like, what is that? You getting on your knee or what?
Yeah, knee, just anything else that's kind of bothering me, but yeah, primarily the knee right
Maintenance.
Annual maintenance.
Maintenance.
Weekly
Exactly.
maintenance.
Exactly. Yeah, my daughter calls me Humpty Dumpty. So.
Dude, speaking of your daughter, how is mom? How we doing with baby watch?
Yeah, like, again, it's every day is like, are you ready? I don't know. We'll see. I'm just waiting for that phone call or, hey, we're already packed up whenever that comes. But like I said, it could be any day, any week. I don't know. It's right around the corner.
Oh yeah, they come when they're ready.
With I don't know what players do, and I think it's totally reasonable for everybody to handle it differently. Do you even have the discussion of like, okay, because this is the last real long road trip left going to Minnesota. Everything else is just the farthest you're going is New York and Philly. Do you just say, all right, let's just get through this week and we'll figure the rest of this out?
Yeah. I mean, try to get through the week. We kind of talked about, hey, obviously game time decisions and stuff like that. But like for the most part, I'm like, hey, babe, like, at this time, I'm playing the game. Like, but like I'll try to make it there before and then hurry up. But I'm playing in the game. So, yeah, we've kind of talked about it. And figuring out, but yeah, it's definitely, fingers crossed it comes at a good time where none of that has to happen.
Sure. Just so you know, I'm committed too, Sam. I was blogging in the delivery room while my wife was recovering. So I understand the commitment.
Awesome. Yeah, that's awesome.
I made it from Kansas City to the delivery room.
You were on a free agent visit too.
I was on a free agent visit, and I told Marty, I say, I got to go, dog.
Yeah,
he said, what do you mean? I say, wife calls, I'll talk to you later.
Yeah.
I got to go.
Yeah, 100%.
Yep.
Sam, what's it like a week like this? And I thought, dude, the guts Mariota showed Sunday night was incredible. On some of those design runs, he was taking some big licks. And I know what you guys believe in with Marcus, and I know what you guys believe in with Jaden. What's it like on a week where there's some question, at least publicly, maybe privately that's different, but there's some question who's going to get the start Sunday?
Yeah, I think the great part about our situation is that, regardless of Jaden or Marcus, we have faith in both of those quarterbacks. I think that's pretty rare to have a backup quarterback that, everybody, you can plug him in and the whole team has faith in him, and Marcus has put that on display countless, times, and he plays hard like we've all seen, and I mean that 1 4th down, the pass interference. I mean, he was just doing everything he could to fight to get that ball out, and gave us a chance, and they got a PI. I mean, if he just stops and just gets tackled there and doesn't fight,
totally,
the game's over. So like he just countlessly just puts it on display every time he's on the football field.
So I don't know how much, like when you're in the huddle, especially late in the game, play call comes in. I don't know that you think about the play call or just like think immediately about your assignment, but I got to ask you one specific. So late in that game, in regulation. You guys are driving to tie it up. That was an incredible drive. I mean, just the guts you guys showed on an 18-play field goal drive. But it was, I want to be sure I get this right. 3rd and 3, you're down 3. And I don't know if it was the designed quarterback run. It sure seemed like it was, where you're out of the shotgun and Mariota takes off to the left. Was that the play call for him to run for that first down? Were you like, oh my God, what if he gets tackled in bounds? We're going to have a lot of trouble. Like, what's going through your head in that moment?
Yeah. So normally I'm not thinking of anything like that. I'm whatever they call, we run it. Yeah.
Mhm.
So there's very few times where they have a call out there and I'm thinking to myself, like, what the heck, but like, like he said, hey, we're going to let, and then Marcus, I think on that specific play made a great play to get out of bounds.
Incredible. Incredible.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, like I said, they call it, we run it. So that's just the mentality we have. And like I said, Marcus was able to make a play to get out of bounds. Yeah, I like, in those type of situations where it's very high tense, you just got to really just focus it and zone in on your assignment and what you're doing and what they call,
Totally.
So,
yeah.
What kind of lift does having Terry back on the field give you guys?
Oh, everybody loves Terry. I just having him on the field and his presence and just his positivity, just and his personality too. I mean, you can have guys that have for a guy like him to be a star and have a, kind of like a star, I don't know, like wide receiver mentality. He's just so down to earth and we just all love him, dude's a great guy. And anytime he's out there and seeing his energy and the energy he brings to the team and the plays he makes, I mean, it was so nice to have him back out there.
Playmaker.
So
he hits the ground running, man.
Totally. I mean, for you as an O lineman, that life's all about physicality, and to see a receiver that plays with that physicality, does it stand out?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. It's nice because it's like, we're able to, our job is to make, block the guys that we need to block in order to make our playmakers make a play. And to see him put the effort and the physicality he does, it just makes us block even harder for sure.
So I was curious on a personal level, just, I've covered Terry like you, like I've known you guys since you're drafted. The touchdown throw in overtime goes to Terry, called back on the penalty. I was really happy he then caught it on 4th down. Does that make any sense that he still got in the end zone there?
Yeah. I mean, again, that's. I thought Debo scored on the play. I didn't know he was short, but yeah.
And then they moved it to the 2. I was like, how did he get to the 2? He was at the goal line.
And he hit.
Yeah, there's a lot of things in that game that was just kind of like we're just standing around waiting, them making decisions. It was a very interesting game.
Well, I'll say it for you so you don't get fined. The refs were god awful in that game.
Yeah, the what's it called intentional grounding. Yeah, with a receiver standing right there. Yeah, right. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. They made calls. I can't say much more.
You don't have.
Don't worry, I'll say it. B-Man said it, not him, not Sam.
Well, Sam, as always, dude, we appreciate you. We appreciate the time. Rest up, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Commanders right guard Sam Cosmi had a tremendous game against Denver. You like to think that O-line blocks like that against Minnesota might be coming home with a dub. That was our weekly Paisanos Players Chat with Sam Cosmi. Keep in mind, no one appreciates 106.7 The Fan listeners more than our friends at Paisanos, and they're proving it. Score 30% off any order of $30 or more with promo code FAN30. Load up on pizza, wings, pastas, salads, whatever it is you're craving by using the promo code FAN30 at checkout. Paisanos, not just pizza, but something for everyone. Paisanospizza.com.
Brought to you by Elegant Smiles Dental Care. Busy night in hoops and hockey. Start with the Caps out west this weekend. The Caps have won 4 straight, 7 of 8. They're now just 2 points away from the top spot in the Eastern Conference. Caps take on the LA Kings tonight. Late night Caps hockey, 10:30 p.m. here on The Fan. Before that, Wizards right back in action at Philadelphia tonight, 7 p.m. on The Fan. Wizards coming off an impressive win over the Bucks last night, 129-126. College hoops. Maryland basketball. Terps take on Wagner tonight, 8 p.m. on the Team 980. Virginia Tech in action at South Carolina, 7 p.m. for the Hokies, Bloomberg 99-1. Right now, early morning action, George Washington on the road with a 60-53 lead at Army with about 12 minutes to play. Elegant Smiles Dental Care in Alexandria has been creating confident smiles since 2005. At Elegant Smiles, you get dentistry with a touch of elegance from a talented, caring team. Visit ElegantSmilesDDS.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Shout out to Counting Crows, not the Black Crows. Shout out to Monica Mitchell. That piece of chicken I just got was banging. Jeff's been claiming gumbo's coming, but eventually B and I gave up and just had our own lunch.
You know,
I have a salad and I made myself this morning.
yeah, boy, you really cooked that up.
Yeah. Some turkey, cold cuts. This should be cool. In about 20, 25 minutes, we're going to be giving away Motley Crue tickets. Motley Crue, man, people love the Crew.
Yeah, been around a while.
They've been around a while. Where is it? I assume that concert's at Jiffy Lube this summer is my guess. I mean, the names of these dudes are pretty legendary. Vince Neil, Nikki Sixx, Tommy Lee. Imagine those concerts in their heyday. You know, like the stuff that was going on, I can only imagine. So we're giving away some Motley Crue tickets here. Yeah, it looks like Jiffy Lube in August. I bet Johnny Cakes Allville will go to that. That seems like a band he'd be into. Now, Brian, I did want to circle back to something we were talking about earlier. Dan Quinn spoke yesterday, and we've talked about kind of the development of Josh Connolly's been really good, and some of these other players, there hasn't been that much on-field, in-game development that we've seen, period.
Yep.
But over the last 2 games, one of the interesting subplots is how much better the defense has looked. And it could be a factor of who the opponents have been, right? You played some really explosive defenses and then you offenses rather, and now you've played some not as explosive offenses. But they've just looked more cohesive. There's been some more aggression and then just different looks, whether it's like actual blitz or simulated blitz. Like, it's looked different through 2 games.
It looked more crisp.
Yeah, and I think there's probably layers to it. Multiple things can be true, but some of it is Dan Quinn taking over the defense.
Yeah, I think so. I think the thing of it is when you see that change as a player, you recognize stuff as well. If the head coach has to come back to calling plays now, it's not going to all be blamed on him. So now stuff can be blamed on you too. They playing faster. They have less coverage breakdowns as they did before. So I think the offenses have not been as dominant, but I also believe the offense haven't been dominant because of what they have done defensively. I'm watching Deron and Kinlaw now play like madmen in the middle, and they're collapsing pockets in the middle. So they're doing what we've expected them to do. Why wasn't that? Some of the things that are happening now could have happened before, no matter who's calling the plays. It just seemed like the guys now have taken a different approach to it. And I can understand that. When, big man is in there making the calls now, what you going to say? because I called this. I watched what we did, and Joe could have done the same thing, but I think it's different coming from Dan.
I agree. I think it's looked different, right? So I think this is premature, but Dan Quinn yesterday got asked about, all right, you're calling the defenses now, kind of what is going to happen in the future, and is it possible you continue to call the defenses? It was a good question from Ben Static. Here is Dan Quinn's answer.
Dan, this is more of a future question, but I'll just ask it now. You obviously chose to have Joe Witt be your defensive coordinator because part of your thinking was you wanted to delegate a bit more. Now that you've done this a couple games, is there a world where you could be the play caller next year?
I think, there's a possibility of that. As we're going through it, I'm finding a battle rhythm to go. So I'm not sure where I'm at on that yet, Ben. I haven't, discussed or gone down that road too far yet, but I would say that's a possibility.
What do you hear?
What I hear is a man with a lot of experience. If he says no chance at all, more questions come. He says that's a possibility. He didn't say yes. He says a possibility. Questions subside. See what I'm saying? He may get to a point where he may have to do it for a little bit and also have people learn a little bit from him, learn the rhythm of things, how things seem to need to go. And he can go back to what he was doing. But if he had said, no, I'm not going to do this, that doesn't stop right there. You know what I mean? Dan is savvy, dude. He's ultra savvy when it comes down to those questions.
Yeah. I think he's like, yeah, sure, it's possible.
Yeah, it's possible, but he never guaranteed it. I mean, but it's possible. But if you shut it down completely, we know how this works. Well, why not? You've done better. The team seems to respond better, and you're not going to go back to doing that. You don't want back yourself into a corner, dog.
Right.
And I think he left it to where it's a possibility, but he also left it. If I can get things going in the right way, get things going how we think it needs to be, I can always slide right back to what I was doing.
I don't think Dan Quinn's calling the defenses next year. Do you?
I don't think he is.
I think they hire a new D coordinator. I think last year there was really very little turnover on the coaching staff. This year, I mean, hell, you've already seen it with Tavita Pritchard taking the Stanford head coaching job, which I called months ago.
He should have taken it.
Totally. Like,
that's a great opportunity for
coaching turnover isn't necessarily bad. Good staffs get picked off.
Mm-hmm.
I said on this show that Tavita was going to be the Stanford head coach 2 months ago. Like I saw that one coming. They're going to move up David Blau. I think that's good for Blau. I think it keeps him around. I think there's brighter things in the future for Blau on the NFL level. I think you've got this looming what will Cliff do question. And maybe his name's not getting thrown around now like it was this time last year. But, I mean, look around the NFL, dude. You're going to have a ton of jobs open up.
Yeah.
And that has nothing to do with all the college football jobs that are open up right now. Like, just going through the divisions.
Start off in this one.
Aaron Glenn's going to stick around with the Jets. He's in his first year. But Mike McDaniel could easily be out in Miami. I don't think Sean McDermott's out, but that Buffalo situation is hardly terra firma. Like Cleveland, Cincinnati, maybe even Pittsburgh could all be something. Like
possible.
You go down south.
Do you think Pittsburgh has always been a defensive-minded franchise? Will they stay there?
I don't know. The Steelers are in this like purgatory, dude, where they're never bad enough to draft a top quarterback, and all these attempts at finding a veteran have just gone poorly. Now Aaron Rodgers has like a broken nose. I don't even know what the Rodgers latest is.
Yeah. That was a force upon the head coach.
I don't think Cincy will make the move because they're cheap, but if Cliff Kingsbury got a chance to go to Cincinnati with Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase,
He'll go yesterday.
no question.
Yeah.
Can Cleveland keep running it back with Stefanski?
Well, is Cleveland a place where a lot of people just don't want to deal?
Maybe.
They know they got to deal with ownership.
Yeah. I mean, if I was Cliff, I would not go to Cleveland. I know there's only 32 jobs, but.
Well, Jay, depending.
We know the Tennessee
Depending
job.
on what that old number is.
Sure. The number always changes things. Tennessee is going to be open. They already fired their coach. Tennessee is going to be open. Do you think the Raiders will open up?
I don't know about that one at this point.
It sounds like some weird stuff over there.
Yeah. Antonio Pierce had a lot to say about him the other day.
Yeah. He also got fired there. So,
yeah, but
take
like you
some
said,
salt with it.
Coaches come in, all these different coaches come in, but the mindset don't change above them. It don't make a difference who's going to be the coach. If you still have front office and ownership running everything how they do, it's going to stay like it is. That makes sense to me. Some people are scared to ever say the truth, no matter if they just left a team or not.
Yeah.
Because they're always worried about it. Sometimes the truth needs to be said.
Let's keep going around then. In the NFC East, Daboll's already been fired. So somebody's going to get hired for that Giants job. Even at 3-9, I don't think there's any change coming to Washington. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Kevin O'Connell ain't getting fired in Minnesota. They've gone through 8 quarterbacks. O'Connell's, I think, won Coach of the Year twice. They were 12-5 last year. I don't think there'll be any coaching changes in the NFC North. The NFC South, Kellen Moore just got that job with the Saints.
He's not going anywhere.
Dave Canales has the Panthers playing well. Todd Bowles isn't going anywhere.
Nope.
Raheem Morris in Atlanta?
This is his first year or second year?
It's at least his second. Might even be his third. It's at least his second.
But like you look at that deal, they had Kirk, they gave him all that money, and then they draft Penix, and he's hurt. He may be able to make it through that one.
It's his second year in Atlanta as head coach. In 2 seasons as a head coach in Atlanta, they're 16-24.
Mm-hmm.
Last year, they started hot, fell apart. This year, it's just been bad. I don't know if you fire a guy in year 2. Maybe there aren't as many NFL openings as we thought. Honestly, I mean, looking through this, as far as what are the definite openings, Arizona, you think Gannon gets canned?
Close. It's about time.
So let's say Arizona's 1. I can't definitely say Atlanta. Giants is 2. We can't definitely say the Raiders.
Titans is 3.
Titans is 3. I think Dolphins, but the Dolphins are now 5-7.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's 4. Now, there's always some surprises. So say you get 5 or 6. I don't know. It's going to be interesting to watch.
Oh, yeah.
What I don't think happens is Dan Quinn calls the defenses next year. I think he wasn't just going to say anything definitive.
No. Smart man.
Last week, they knew Terry McLaurin was playing on Monday, and he told me we're excited about the possibility.
Yeah.
They leave doors open over there.
Got to. You never know what's going to happen.
1 o'clock, Barstool Nate joins us when we return. We're giving away Motley Crue tickets. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Appreciate everybody listening as they drive around dreary, rainy, cold Washington. Maybe you're hanging out on the YouTube stream. Maybe you're watching us on Monumental Sports Network. Shout out to our guy Donnie, who was today years old when he found out we're on Monumental.
Yeah.
Only been happening for a month, Donnie.
Yeah, Donnie.
No big
And
deal.
You supposedly were watching the show.
Yeah, appreciate you, man. Thanks. But wherever you are, we appreciate it. We got our B. Mitch and Finley AAA poll question of the day. Let's get to it, B.
All right.
Brought to you by AAA. Level up with the new AAA Commanders MVP membership. Get all the benefits of AAA, plus exclusive experiences, discounts, and tickets. If you're already a AAA member, upgrade for free or join today at AAA.com/Commanders. Tonight, Brian, is the debut of the NFC East Hard Knocks.
Ooh.
Will you watch? Or are you fired up? Will you watch it?
I may watch a little bit of it. I never watch a whole show. I'll see how much it holds me.
I
watch anything is a yes.
I will absolutely watch. I will probably watch and take notes. I love this stuff, especially these in-season ones. It's going to be fascinating. Which team, with the season they're having, let's remove Dallas because Jerry loves the cameras and doesn't care. Jerry just wants all the action, right?
Yeah.
The Giants, full-blown train wreck. Washington, it's gone poorly, but injuries are a bigger factor.
Mm-hmm.
And in Washington, I don't believe there is nobody's seat is hot, right? Like Peters, Quinn, they're not operating with hot seats because of last year's success. The Giants have already seen a coach fired, and the GM might well be on his way.
Yeah.
Philly is a weird situation.
There could be some things going on. They need to just talk to some of the fans. They'll tell you what they think.
Which fan base do you think will be the most upset at how their team looks at the end of Hard Knocks?
The Eagles.
Really?
Yeah.
They could also win the next 4 in a row.
Yeah, they could, but they won the Super Bowl last year, Jay. And they're playing like they're playing right now. I wish it had started like 2 or 3 weeks ago instead of just this week. Because if it started 2 or 3 weeks ago, you get 3 weeks of content that would really blow your head up. They have no problem speaking exactly what they feel.
Agreed?
Yeah.
I think it's going to look bad for White Brian. How nervous are you about another Hard Knocks embarrassing the Giants?
I won't be watching.
I don't
It never
believe you.
happened.
I don't believe you at all. Jeff, are you nervous how Washington's going to look on Hard Knocks?
Not at all. Not it's Hard Knocks. It's football. Nothing is going to look beautiful. Like it's just not.
I'm talking more if there's like locker room discord or something's not going right.
If that were, we already know that.
Yeah, I was about to say we would have known. It would have shown, but it's football. We've all played sports before. We know sometimes it's not. Look, I went to Fairmont Heights. Out of my 3 years that I was there, we won 2 football games. Like
bad.
I'm not gonna be mad or anything. It's the game.
Linfield, what'd you think of Jeff's comparison to NFC East Hard Knocks to his high school football career?
I mean,
he worked himself in there, didn't he?
That was kind of a wild take.
Nah, I'm just saying, like, if you've been on a bad team before, you already know what it's like. And this is a bad season. We know what to expect. I mean, shoot, the fans were saying Terry McLaurin needed to be cut when he got injured the first time. Like,
It'll show you that some of them were crazy.
I don't think
some
that
of them was
Hard
on that
Knocks-
Lala juice.
Yeah, I don't think Hard Knocks could get any worse than Twitter.
Will you watch, Jeff?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll definitely watch. Landfill, will you watch? I don't know what it's on tonight at 9.
I believe 9. Yeah.
Okay. And how does that fit in your nap schedule?
That'll be post nap, so I'll be awake at that time.
Okay, so you'll watch then.
When the hell do you sleep, Landfill?
I sleep whenever I need to.
What is your typical? So 2:00. Say you get out of here around 3.
I got a text for 12 from Landfill last night.
Yeah, that's true.
And so he said he takes naps at 8. and 6 and stuff like that. He texted me at 12. I woke up this morning, I saw my phone ring. It was Landfill.
Like 12:30.
I'm like, when the hell is he asleep?
12:30 is usually when I go to sleep.
All right. Okay. So I will definitely watch. I'm a little worried I'll be behind tonight. So we do an annual Christmas dinner with all my boys from high school. That is tonight. Shout out to Abdul and Bazad at Capitol Grill. They take good care of us. I don't know that I'll be home by 9, but I'm going to DVR it. You know me, B. I'll try my damnedest to be home by like 9:30 or 10, and then probably watch it.
All right.
So I hope to have a full review tomorrow. But if it goes a day later, don't blame me. All right. I'm playing paddle for the first time this year tonight.
Don't come here with a hamstring pull tomorrow.
Well, thank you for that encouragement.
I mean, I'm just saying, though, Jay, like when you are not really doing anything, you just shut down.
Although it would be better for the show if you did pull your hamstring, just to be clear.
Well, I just wouldn't come to work, Landville. I'm at least taking a day.
Hamstring has nothing to do with your voice.
Yeah, that's a good point, B.
Getting to
you come up here with the rock
long
voice
walk.
sometimes. You good?
You don't walk. You have a car.
No, you got to walk from where you park.
I get
to
you.
where you going to carry me?
No, I have them come pick you up on that little golf cart.
The thing about being out in Ashburn is they have a lot of people there that know how to deal with pulled hamstrings.
Yeah, they can massage you.
At various times out there, I have asked about various injuries, and I've gotten good advice.
And
but couldn't you just, when I'm like, oh, I'm playing paddle tonight, I haven't played in a while. Couldn't you just be like, well, good luck, bud, instead of don't tear your hamstring?
Nah, if I say good luck, bud, that wouldn't sound like me.
Jeff, I'm playing paddle tonight for the first time in a while.
Good luck. Good luck, JP. Good luck.
Man, Leadville, I'm playing paddle tonight for the first time in a while.
Pull a hamstring.
On that note, let's give away some tickets. Caller number 10, 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Caller number 10 wins 2 tickets to the Crew. Motley Crue, the return of the Carnival of Sins. Monday, August 3rd at Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. B, you know what they're going to sell a lot of at the Motley Crue Return of the Carnival of Sins concert?
What?
Beer. We'll be right back.
Brought to you by AeroVironment, built for defense, built for DC. Two struggling football teams meet in Minneapolis on Sunday. Commanders, 7-game skid. Take it on the road to play at Minnesota this week. Vikings haven't been much better. They've lost 4 straight and 6 of their last 7. Minnesota, a 1.5-point favorite, and we likely won't know for sure about Jaden Daniels' status until late in the week. Hockey, the Caps have picked things up lately. They've won 4 in a row, 7 of 8 Caps in L.A. to face the Kings tonight. 10:30 here on the Fan. Before that, Wizards basketball right back at it after an upset win over the Bucks last night. Wiz playing Philly tonight, 7 p.m. for the tip-off. Wizards basketball tonight on the Fan. AV is built for DC, built to innovate at the speed of intelligence, built to deploy solutions that give our warfighters the edge, built for now to defend our future. When the mission matters most, DC turns to AV. Visit avinc.com to learn more. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
John.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Appreciate everybody checking us out on YouTube on the 1067 The Fan page. Appreciate everybody checking us out on Monumental Sports Network.
Yeah.
We're there. Watch it. And everybody listening in their cars, on their AirPods, wherever you are, we appreciate you. Joining us now via the Rude Guest Hotline is our guy, Mr. Barstool Nate, Eric Nathan. What up, Nate Dogg? How was your Thanksgiving back in the DMV?
Guys, I want to make a New Year's resolution for us where now that you're on TV, I think the world needs to see my face. So let's figure out Zoom or something. Let's get my
I
big
think you
mug
want to
up
not
on
do
the
that,
television.
Nate, because they got targets on your back already.
Oh, you're trying to get ratings up, so you want to keep my face off the TV.
No. Well, that would make them go down if they saw your face.
I will.
But,
I think the two people that it could work for are Nate and Neil Greenberg, because you guys are always on like consistently at the same time.
Yeah.
Landfill and Joey, how plausible is that? Getting Nate via in on Zoom. Is that more of a Joey question than a you question?
Joey.
All right, let's get Joey rolling on it. We have a month to figure it out.
I wouldn't hold your breath, but I don't hate it as an idea. I'll be honest.
All right, well, I am a genius, so but my Thanksgiving was good. It was good to be back in Virginia. How was yours?
It was good, dude. How was that Caps game? That Caps game's always a pretty electric night, and the Caps all of a sudden are hot.
All right, B-Mitch, you remember at the very beginning of the season, what did Barstool Nate say? He said, this Caps team is as good, if not better, than the team that won the East last year. Went through a little bit of a lull a couple weeks ago. Caps are back, have won 4 in a row, 7-2-1 in the last 10, climbing the standings, 2 points out of first in the Metro, 2 points out of first in the East. I was right again about the Caps. They are electric. They are great. They are fast. They are hungry, and probably have the best goaltender in the NHL right now. So, the Caps, if you're not on board 26 games into the season, now's the time to get on board because they are incredible.
Well, Nate, you already ready. What's your prediction for the year then?
Stanley Cup.
Man, I mean, you know hockey as much as anybody. It's tough once you get into the playoffs. You know, I think this team can win the Stanley Cup, but you know, we'll see if it goes our way. It would be quite a script if Ovi wins another cup and then announces his retirement, something like that. That is, it's definitely plausible. I would not count the Caps out of a Stanley Cup.
I love that. And I think, we were talking about this yesterday. It's kind of widely believed that this could be Alex's last year, but it's hardly a definite. And he's played so well all of a sudden. He's gotten hot again. Yep. And I think it's okay to get to a place where we realize, like, Von Miller, right, was once the absolute best pass rusher in the NFL. He's still playing now, and he's kind of a situational guy, but he can still help you. Do you ever think Ovi would take a role like that, or is he not Is that not?
No, he's all in or nothing. He's not going to do, a 50-game schedule. It's either living in Virginia or going back to Russia. I don't really see an in-between for him. In my heart of hearts, I do think this is his last year. I think he's done all the jersey swaps with the stars of the other teams for a reason. I do believe it's his last season. If he decides, hey, let's give it one more go, I wouldn't be shocked because he just loves hockey and he loves the Caps and the team and the community so much. But deep down, I do think that he hangs up the yellow laces.
Didn't he say he wanted to play once at home before he hangs it all up? So he have to save something for that.
Oh, back in Russia?
Yeah.
I think he's kind of gone back and forth on that. I don't know if he's given a definitive answer, but it would be cool to see him play until he's 50 over in Russia. But as far as being a Washington Capital, I would love if he never retired. I mean, he can score 30 goals a season for another 5 years. He's so good once he sweats out all the vodka from the summer. And we're seeing it right now. He looks as good as ever. So hopefully the Caps just, play into June. And
what makes you think he stops after the summer?
Yeah. He gave an interview where he kind of talked about it. He's like, I can't do what I used to do. I actually have to take care of my body now. It's kind of a funny thing for an athlete to admit. But Tom Wilson, he's on an absurd scoring pace. The defense, the system is just top notch. Everybody's playing their hearts out. The Caps are just a wagon.
Our radio program usually hits its stride about 10:45, 11 once I get everything out of my system too. So I kind of get it. Talking with our friend Barstool Nate here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude is the most reliable heating and air conditioning products
about bagels, though.
in the DMV.
Big Macs and bagels.
You can give Nate Dogg a follow at Barstool Nate. Dude, Hard Knocks starts tonight. Will you be locked in? How interested are you in that?
Zero interest
Really?
at all.
Why?
Yeah, no, it ain't for me. And especially with a season this depressing, I don't need to see the inside of a Joe Witt Jr. Meeting. I think this season can just.
I think by the time the cameras got there,
it started the last 2 weeks, so you won't be seeing it.
Yeah, it's just I'd rather just leave this season behind. Even though this last Sunday night game, which I'm sure we're about to talk about, was very exciting, and it was some of the more fun I think we've had watching football in quite a while this season. I don't need Hard Knocks. I don't need to see the Eagles. I don't need to see anything with Jerry Jones. I'm gonna leave that to other people.
You're supposed to know everything, Nate. You're not supposed to just be on the team when they're doing great. You can't be a fair weather fan, man.
I'm not a fair weather fan. I just we're 3-9. I don't need to see it.
You may be able to find out what's the problem. You're very attentive.
Joe Witt Jr. was the problem. Now the problem is everybody's hurt. So, one thing.
It might have been hurt for a long time, dog.
Jaden's still not even cleared to take contact. Mariota played great. I loved watching Mariota play and throw the ball 50 times. A little concerned that Cliff kind of got away from the running game. I thought that was kind of a head scratcher.
He said that also. I think that's a fair place to land when Mariota throws it 50 times and the running backs get 21 carries.
Yeah.
They were kind of chasing late, but
yeah.
I tell you what stood out to me.
Can I give you guys a take while we're riffing here? I got a hot take that I'm sure the callers will disagree with or agree with, kind of be polarized about. I don't think losing Cliff this offseason to a head coaching job will be a huge deal. I like Cliff. I think he's a good coach. I don't think he's the end-all be-all of offensive genius minds, and I think another young guy can come in and work with Jaden and just pick up where we left off. I will be happy for Cliff, go get another coaching job. I thought last year would be bad if we lost him, Jaden's development and all that. But I'd be, I wouldn't lose sleep if we lose Cliff.
Is there somebody you would want?
I'd have to do a little more research. Nobody comes to mind, but I'm saying, I don't think it's necessary that Cliff and Jaden stick with each other for his entire career. I don't think Cliff has put together a full 60-minute game consistently enough that it will be a huge loss moving him. I think we see it every week, very questionable play calls. He does some great play calls as well, but a lot of questionable ones. And I'm not dying to give Cliff some huge OC contract to keep him.
The Cliff thing, I think, will kind of play itself out. Brian and I actually just went through. I'm not sure that this is going to be the craziest season of NFL job openings either. Like
4 to 6.
4 to 6, I think, is kind of standard. But like, if you start going through it, you need teams that you're just unsure what they're going to do. Like, is Cleveland going to fire Stefanski? Would Cincy actually fire the world's most nondescript dude, Zach Taylor? Like, because a lot of these bad teams have first-year head coaches where generally you're not going to make a change.
Miami, possibility.
I think Miami, like
Pittsburgh, maybe.
The possibilities: Miami, Atlanta, maybe Arizona, probably. But like of the definitives, like the Giants and the Titans, it's already happened. And the only other team that's that bad, I would say, is the Raiders. But they got a first-year dude they're paying a boatload to. So
right, yeah.
And if you're Cliff, I do think for Cliff, let me ask B-Mitch this. I don't believe, but I'm curious what you think. Do you think Cliff would consider a college job?
Head coaching?
Yeah.
A head coaching college job pays probably more than an NFL job.
It's got more headaches, too, I would think.
Yeah, but
way more headaches.
I'll take headaches, but as a college coach, you are truly that CEO. You sit back. You got recruiters. You got all that stuff. You just come in to close deals. What did Lane just got 7 years for 90-something million? It's like 13, 14 million a year. I can deal with headaches for that.
Like, they're saying that, did UCLA hire the JMU guy?
Yeah.
Officially, yes, I believe so.
So I'm just looking at like what top jobs there are. Like Cliff doesn't strike me as a Penn State guy.
No, they're getting the BYU guy.
Not Penn State, but he was in college at one point. What it comes down
He was
to
a year at USC.
If he goes to college, he's calling shots. He's gonna be the head guy.
But I also think it's got to be a super rich school in nice weather.
All of them got rich lately.
Hold on, Penn State's getting the BYU guy?
That's the current rumor. That whole thing is a mess, just like kind of the the Lane Kiffin 2.0 now with Penn State. The Crumble Cookie CEO is pitching into BYU to try to keep him there. Penn State's rolling out the red carpet. It's a fun watch on the Twitterverse right now.
Well, get me up to speed then. Penn State's top booster is the Crumble Cookie guy?
No, BYU.
Oh.
The price of cookies is going up, I'll tell you that.
Penn State.
Yeah, my daughter helped him pay for that, I guess.
Kalani Sitake? That's the guy's name?
That's his name.
He's a cool coach, though, man.
Okay.
He comes out dancing and everything. He can coach, though.
He better.
Played at Utah. Did he play at Utah, right?
I thought he played at BYU.
I thought he was at Utah, then he was playing against because he was at BYU, they were playing against Utah. I thought he was there with what's the boy? He was at Urban
Meyer and Alex Smith.
Was it Urban? Yeah, I think, yeah.
Urban Meyer coached at Utah.
I think he was there
Florida.
at one point.
So apparently Jimmy Sexton is the super powerful college football agent for head coaches. And Todd McShay is saying that Sexton and Penn State AD Pat Kraft have beef. And that's what's going on. Are you seeing that on these internet streets, Nate Dogg?
I'm telling you, it's wild out there. I don't pay that close attention until stuff like this. Like the Lane Kiffin saga was unbelievable. I could have watched that like a reality show for another month. So this is kind of like season 2 of the coaching carousel with the boosters and the money and Crumble Cookies, everybody and the beefs. Everybody's getting involved. It's very, very fun to watch.
Did you see Tavita Pritchard got the head coaching job at Stanford? Tavita's a really good guy. Was actually hired by the Ron staff, kept by Dan Quinn's staff. I'm happy for Tavita. I'm excited for him and wish him well.
Yeah, and then the only job that didn't become available is the Mike Locksley Fighting Maryland Terrapins coming back for year 8. Couldn't be happier.
Yeah, I hear you on that. I think you have a reasonable stance. The record is bad.
Anytime you can lose the last 5 games, giving up an average of 40 points per game, losing 8 games in a row in year 7, you got to bring back that coach. You got to.
Like, this is one of these places where you're impossible to talk to, but I'm recognizing that you have a point. I would have a point too, but I don't even feel like making it because I don't feel like fighting with you.
Yeah, because they're lining your pockets. You can't dare say a thing.
That's so false, and I don't appreciate the suggestion. I make $0 from the University of Maryland ever. The math equation between me and the University of Maryland is decidedly one-sided in their favor, not mine.
Yeah, Jim Smith is taking you out to Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
I'm
so you don't
currently
say
eating
fire lively.
gumbo. What's our guy's name that brought the gumbo in? Danny? Doug. Shout out to Doug.
You just say a D, right?
Yeah. I was going for it. Do you want to see Jaden on the field Sunday?
I would love to see Jaden play when he's healthy. I understand the other side of it is the season is done. Why risk it? But if Jaden's healthy, he should be on the field playing. He's a competitor. He didn't work his whole life to get to this level to be sitting on the bench when he's healthy enough to play. Long term, if you're running a business, it's like, you need the best draft pick possible. Why would you give yourself a better chance to win? I get that line of thinking, but if Jaden's healthy, he is our starting quarterback. He should be on the field getting better if he can. Like that's just is what it is. Jaden should be playing if his arm is not broken.
If draft picks were 100%, they were going to be whatever they were when they were picked, then I would understand that. That's not even much of a fact. You can draft somebody number 1, they could be garbage. You can draft somebody in the 7th round, they could be great. So I don't fall for that one.
Plus, he's missed so much time, and I think he wants to play. He's not a guy who can just sit back and be content. And I think it would lose the locker room as well if Dan Quinn had to look them in the eyes and say, our franchise quarterback isn't playing, we're tanking. I think that loses the fans, it loses the locker room, it loses trust in the organization. You just can't do it. If Jaden's healthy, he should be on the field.
I tend to agree with you there, dude. I think if it's not this week, it's in New York. Will we see you in New York? Will you leave your apartment?
Ooh, what week is that?
Not this weekend, but the following.
Ooh, I think I'm really busy that week.
Yeah. Brushing your hair?
Yeah, I got to take a shower that weekend. There's a lot going on.
If they were good, say Washington was 9-4 coming to the Meadowlands next week, would you get on the bus from the Port Authority and go to that game?
That's definitely a possibility. Depending on the weather, depending on a lot of other factors. But yeah, I do owe you one game at the Meadowlands. That's for sure.
I don't think you'll ever pay me. I don't think you'll ever pay on that debt.
He won't.
I do think I will.
I definitely don't.
I do think I will. I think one time I will go to a game at MetLife.
We'll call it even this week if you fly to Minnesota and check out US Bank Stadium, which is super dope. And frankly, I think should be the kind of blueprint for what they're going to build at RFK.
I've never been to Minnesota. Let me check my calendar. Maybe I'll book a flight to Minneapolis, Minnesota on December 7th.
He's not coming.
Listen,
everything was maybe.
There's 0% chance I'm flying to Minnesota in December. Come on now.
B, let's be real for a minute. A lot of work travel ends up taking us to really cool spots, and we're really excited for it.
Mm-hmm.
How excited are you for Minnesota on December 7th?
I'm excited. I have no problem with it. Listen, man,
if
I could be inside.
PK and Odyssey wants to pay for my ticket and put me up in the
No, you work for Barstool. Y'all got enough money.
Yeah.
You were gambling 20 grand and stuff. You got money.
Yeah.
Buy your own damn ticket.
Buy your own damn ticket.
I'll think about December 14th. I will put it in the maybe column.
B and I went.
We're gonna think about
Barstool
next
party.
Tuesday at 1.
Well said. All right, Nate Dogg, we're gonna go.
All right, I appreciate you guys, and I will talk to you. I'll see you at the stadium. I'll see you in Minneapolis next Sunday.
See you there. Goodbye. Just an absolute fool.
That's your friend.
Let's take a look at what Vegas thinks Commanders Vikings this weekend. Nobody go anywhere.
Brought to you by the Main Street Bank, Cheer Local, Bank Local. Commanders on a 7-game losing streak, hitting the road Sunday at Minnesota. But you know what? Even a loss to the Vikings wouldn't necessarily eliminate the Commanders from playoff contention. It's amazing. The official playoff scenarios are out this week. Commanders would be done if they lose or tie at Minnesota, but they would also need a Philly win or tie. Monday night against the LA Chargers, 27 teams across the league are still alive, but there are no clinching scenarios anywhere this week in the NFL for Week 14. Caps are on the road tonight at the LA Kings, 10:30 here in the Fan. Before that, Wizards play again on the road at Philly. The Josh Harris Cup at stake tonight, 7 p.m. on the Fan. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
That landfill.
Shoe in
Considering we're all
trouble.
going to Minnesota, you can play as much Prince as you want all week.
I never met you cause you any pain. You only want one time see you laughing.
I love Prince. You're listening to B. Mitch Finley, and the Commanders are getting ready to go out to Minnesota to take on the Vikings. The Minnesota Vikings. Shout out to Lizzo. Also, shout out to my man Doug. Check out your local cellar if you're looking for some really good wine. B, it looks like JJ McCarthy is going to be back at quarterback for Minnesota.
Okay.
He has been bad. I like McCarthy coming out. Then he gets the big injury as a rookie. I'm not ready to close the door on any second-year player.
Yeah.
Especially a quarterback that only has 6 career NFL starts.
I'm with that.
However, Stephen A. impression. He's completing 54% of his passes with 6 touchdowns against 10 picks. He's been sacked 20 times in 6 games. He can run a little bit.
He was in college. That running game protected him a lot, and then he had so many open guys to throw the ball to.
He didn't throw it much.
I know, but then when he finally threw it, they were wide open.
Right.
So I wonder if it's just going to take a little time for him to realize, like, you got to be more of what you were in college, bro. A lot more than what you were in college. Say like that.
Couple advanced numbers for you. This is from Pro Football Reference. Take away spikes and clear throwaways. Take away pass attempts that are technically pass attempts but aren't trying to complete a pass.
Mm-hmm.
He's throwing a bad throw, percentage of poor throws per pass attempt. 1 out of 4. 24.4%.
Damn.
It's hard to win.
Yeah. Because he has receivers.
Using the same math, excluding spikes, throwaways, throwing it out of bounds, on passes that are intended for a receiver, he's on target 61% of the time. You're not going to win much with that kind of numbers.
Not.
So getting J.J. McCarthy back, I don't think is that problematic for Washington. Now, that said, he might show up this week. Right?
But Washington got to play. They got to play better. They got to hit their stuff when they need to. They got to take advantage of things. If he gives them opportunities defensively, got to take advantage of it. And offensively, you're going to have to keep pace or set the pace.
Now, the Vikings defense historically, since Brian Flores has been there the last couple seasons, has been very good. This year, I think it's a result of turnovers. They're 10th in yards allowed, but 18th in points allowed.
Mm-hmm.
When you look at numbers
They'll come
like
at
that,
you.
Minnesota leads the NFL in giveaways.
Offensively.
Yeah.
But defensively, they're going to take chances and come at you. And you got to know where they're coming from, where they're blitzing from. They blitz from every damn where. It's not always some damn stunt with the linemen. They got dudes coming off the slot. They got people, the safeties will be make you think they're walking up, and they're coming. So it's been alert.
Dude, they have played 12 games. They're 4-8, so one game better than Washington. How many picks do you think Minnesota quarterbacks have thrown in 12 games?
12 games, I'm going to say they throw on 16.
19.
Dang.
Carson Wentz threw 5 in 5 games. J.J. McCarthy's thrown 10 in 6 games. And shout out to my man Max Brosmer last week. In one game, he threw 4.
He threw 4. Where is he from?
He started college at New Hampshire before transferring to University of Minnesota. So my guess is just a gut feel on this. He's your third string quarterback. Local boy does good, makes the roster. There's some excitement surrounding that. Then he gets in the game and yeesh.
They go, well.
Undrafted guy.
Yeah.
And I'm not here to dunk on Max Brosmer. I don't know enough about Max Brosmer. He might be a terrific fella. Justin Jefferson, 62 catches for almost 800 yards, only has 2 touchdowns on the season.
He's pissed.
Clearly.
Yeah.
I am surprised it's gone this bad for Minnesota. How much do you think they're wishing they kept Darnold?
I think they made a conscious effort to let him go. I don't think they're sitting up here trying to second guess it. Because their thing about it, they're not trying to just make it to the playoffs. They're trying to go. And he showed them when he got into the big moments, he couldn't do it. That's where you got to live, man. You know, I see so many people second guessing every move that people make. When you make the move, you make the move. You got to be comfortable with it and move forward. No need to look back. He or she was wrong. Keep moving forward. That's all you keep telling yourself. Every time you think about that, oh, nah, they wasn't good for me. Keep moving.
Yeah. I think the tough spot for them is, what do we do next year? Is this just JJ coming back from injury? Do we ride it out with JJ? Whatever. Washington at least isn't in that situation. They're having a down year, but I think they understand it's injuries. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. But they have to ride with him. They made that move to go get him. And they have a guy who they believe can make quarterbacks play better. I think they're going to ride with it.
All right, so the line this weekend is kind of interesting. I thought it opened as a pick 'em. So Washington played November 30th, right?
Yeah.
So the first line after that game I see was the Vikings by 1.5. It's pretty much held there. Depending where you're shopping, you might see Vikings by 1, Vikings by 1.5. What do you think of that line? And how much do you think that moves if Jaden is playing?
Is Washington 1 now?
Washington's
favored by 1?
On FanDuel, they're a 1.5 underdog.
Okay. If Jaden were to be playing, they'll be a 2.5 point favorite.
Think it swings that much?
Mm-hmm.
I think about that too. A 3-point swing for Jaden, especially you have Terry back. You might have Noah Brown back. You know what I mean? Like, things keep happening here, and Washington's getting healthier. They're playing better. It's funny for the draft pick crowd. It's like, oh, you know, I want them to lose. I want them to lose. How many calls, or even Nate just said it, like, man, I enjoyed watching that game. It was the first one I enjoyed watching in a while. You know, like, it's a better product when they're good, when they have some of their guys out there.
Totally. That's it.
And, dude, I think for the draft pick crowd specifically, I don't think they're going to lose out. I don't think they're going to finish worse. The teams that are in front of them for the draft pick, Cleveland, Vegas, the Saints, the Giants, the Titans, Washington's better than those teams. I don't think they're getting a top 5 pick. The Jets actually just won. So the Jets now have the same record, as do the Cardinals. Washington
just won 2 or 3 games.
Washington, Arizona, Cleveland, and the Jets all have 3 wins.
Oh, wow.
It's kind of interesting. In some ways, this is like a draft position battle with the Vikings. Because the Vikes right now would pick 11th. I think Washington finishes drafting around 10 somewhere. I think they get to 5 wins. The way they've played defensively the last 2 weeks, and then knowing the teams they're facing the next 2 weeks in Minnesota and New York, I think they could win these next 2.
Very possible. But the thing of it is this. For needs that you need, I don't think it's impossible to find somebody in the top 10 picks. Like, you're not looking for the quarterbacks coming out and have to hit the first one. Right now, you're looking at other positions. And I think in the top 10, you could damn sure find somebody. Top 15, 16, you can find somebody.
I personally, though, if they land at 6 or 8 or 6 or 7, for the people that want that joke, pick a stud. I am not going to sit here for months and tell you got to trade back. You got to trade back.
I'm not with that either. Listen, man, I believe in looking for a guy who I know is proving himself. Then to say, oh, let's trade back and get some other guys when you don't know what they're gonna hit. You don't know if they're gonna hit or not. So I mean, I understand that you get more people, you got a better chance of somebody hitting. Well, but if I get better talent, I got a better chance of him hitting.
If you get a chance to get a stud, take the stud.
Mm-hmm.
The Ohio State's chock full of them. That linebacker, the safety, you know what those dudes do? Help you win games right away.
There you go.
And I think we don't know enough, and it's too early to draw conclusions, but 2 years ago, they had 5 picks in the top 100. Of those 5, only 2 of them are playing for you regularly in Samerstill and Jaden.
Mm-hmm.
Luke was coming around injured. Coleman, if you get a good depth piece out of your third-round offensive lineman, that's not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah.
The Senate pick, the Newton pick look questionable at this point. Like, it's like baseball, dude. Whenever there's these trades where you trade a star and you get these pieces, Mackenzie Gore, James Woods, certainly, CJ Abrams. Gore and Abrams made a couple all-star teams, but I think that's more of a result of every team gets one than necessarily he's an all-star, right? Gore has been good, but on a really good rotation, is Mackenzie Gore maybe a 2? He's not a 1.
Yeah.
James Wood could be an absolute superstar. He was fantastic the first half of the season. Second half of the season was not. Like, you know who's better than all that, at least today? Soto.
Yeah.
The always wanting more. I can understand it. But when you have a really high value top 5, top 8 pick, try to get a stud.
Yeah.
What happens if they were able to add a dude like Jackson Smith and Jigba to this offense?
But see, the thing of it,
Ibuka.
you hear all those people saying trade back, and then we start wondering why why all the first rounders and second rounders we need. You ever notice that?
Yeah.
Same people though.
Yeah, I mean, that's the nature of the beast, right?
I don't
Second guess
care.
everything.
Listen, man. Sometimes you can find the guy. Everybody else may be looking at somebody else just because they didn't go to certain schools. But if you can find a guy and he fits and you know what he can do, get him.
Get him.
And then let him play.
Let him play. Nobody go anywhere. We got bets to make. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Guys, you've heard me talk about the upgrade at our house with Door Pro America. We got a new garage door, and it is awesome. Well, they can upgrade your house, too. You can get a new garage door like I did, or you can hit them up for maintenance, repairs, replacements, whatever it is you need, because Door Pro America has been serving the DMV for over 50 years, keeping garage doors running smooth for folks like me across the DMV. Maybe you've been putting it off to save some cash. Now's the time to act and save big. You can schedule an appointment today and get a $0 trip and inspection fee on service calls. They'll come to the house for free. Plus, they'll give you a free estimate on a new garage door. And while you're at it, ask about the Door Pro Advantage membership. It's a smart move for homeowners who want discounts and annual maintenance to keep everything on track. Trust me, upgrading your garage door doesn't just make life easier, it adds money to your curb appeal and your home value. So if your garage door is due for a little TLC or you're ready for an upgrade, level up and score big with Door Pro America. Call 877-DOOR-PRO, that's 877-DOOR-PRO, or check them out at doorproamerica.com. And be sure to tell them JP Finley sent you.
Mm-mm.
Train roll on down the line. Well done, Landy. Well done right there. B. Mitch and Finley about to wrap up. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Boys got a packed show coming your way. I think they talked to Bill on Tuesdays. It's always fun. Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt. We got Wiz and Caps tonight. Wiz going to Philadelphia. They're going to be without a number of players. Keyshawn George listed as questionable with a big toe contusion. Trey Johnson not playing. Kispert not playing. Middleton not playing. Alex Sarr not playing. But whatever. They're riding a one-game winning streak. They've won 2 of their last 3. So maybe the Wiz get it. Caps playing out west tonight. If you're up for some late-night hockey, maybe you watch Hard Knocks and then tune in to Caps Kings.
What time does Hard Knocks come on?
9 o'clock, I believe.
Okay, I'll be up there then.
Caps Kings comes on at 10:30 from LA, from Staples Center. What's Staples called now? Bitcoin Arena? Crypto Arena? I think it might be crypto. Kings are favored in this one. Not significantly. So could be a fun game. Total's 5.5. See if the Caps have won 4 in a row. See if they can stretch it. Win some games out west. I can't imagine the boys mind a little West Coast roadie as the weather gets gross here at home. Enjoy the sunshine. What do you think the weather is in LA right now?
Probably about 75, 78.
I'm going to pull it up. Los Angeles. Today, high of 66, low of 50.
Damn. But it don't feel like it.
Getting a little warmer on the weekend, up to 71 on Sunday.
But if you still probably just put on a short sleeve.
Well, and you know what that's better than?
What we got outside?
What we have outside.
Yeah.
Currently 42, feels like 36, and raining.
Rainy.
It looks like the rain's clearing out, though, for the evening. So by the time I'm walking into Cap Grill tonight, should be got to pick these kids up, though. It'll be raining then. Not raining men, Jeff. Raining then. Landfill, let's make some bets. There is a really cool video right now. The NFL just tweeted out of Tavita Pritchard saying goodbye to the Commanders. It's funny. We see stuff in college football like this Lane Kiffin saga, or some of these smaller teams. The Tulane coach is going to go to Florida, I believe. Some of that stuff is not happy goodbyes. There's a lot of emotion, a lot of vitriol. I think with Tavita, it's all good luck.
Yeah.
It's all love.
Yeah.
And
Happy for him.
On a personal level, I'm happy for him.
Damn straight.
Also heard from a Penn State insider, self-declared Penn State insider, who claims Penn State is hiring Ohio State wide receivers coach Brian Hartline, that it's a done deal, and they agreed to just not talk about it until after Ohio State's season, which I think would be a really good hire. I'm not sure if that's actually what's happening per my Penn State insider that all 5 of us know, but that's certainly what he says.
Well, the whole thing is, are they still interviewing people?
I don't know.
And he knows that. Nobody else knows.
I think plenty of people have thought that, but I don't know.
Okay.
White Brian, how'd we do last night? I know me and Landfill lost.
Everyone else won, and B. Mitch hit his parlay.
Bow!
Yo, what is your parlay streak right now? You hit 3 or 4 in a row?
I hit a lot of them. That's what I do.
Are you putting them in?
Huh?
You
No, man, I don't put none of that stuff in.
Even richer than you already are.
Hey, man.
Give me the Wizards plus 13.
I like it, Jeff.
They won last night, Jeff. Losing by 15 tonight.
The Sixers started out really well, and then Paul George came back, and then they've been bad. Is that accurate on Philly?
Paul Jeezy.
Playoff P.
Is Wembanyama still out?
Don't know.
Okay.
Is there college football tonight? Damn. No. Got to wait till Friday for college football. Then we get Kennesaw State, Jacksonville State, and Troy against James Madison.
All right.
Wemby is still out.
Okay, cool.
Terps play tonight, B. Hoops.
Terps playing hoops. Not touching it. I'm going Warriors plus 12.5.
Okay. Brian, do you know who the number 1 ranked college basketball team is in the country? I found this out about 40 seconds ago.
Gonzaga.
Oklahoma State.
Purdue.
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 I saw them when I was flying from where was I flying from?
Purdue in the tournament.
When we were leaving the last game. Oh, no, we were coming back
Madrid?
from Madrid when we were in Charlotte. I saw Purdue.
Shout out to Purdue.
I saw like
4
4 guys about 6'9", slim. I said, oh, okay. Then you saw the Purdue on the jacket.
Damn, Purdue basketball doesn't travel charter?
They were all walking together. So they probably just went on a big plane.
Interesting.
Basketball ain't number like 15, 16 people, dog.
Yeah, but I thought the Big Ten SEC teams travel private.
Nah, they go right through the airport.
Interesting. Could have been the volleyball team.
That wasn't no volleyball team. Oh, brothers, no.
Landville, what'd you take?
Sixers.
Hater. South Carolina hosted Virginia Tech tonight. You can listen to that game right here on one of the 106.7 The Fan family of stations. I'm going to take the Gamecocks hosting the Hokies. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program. Thank you to Sam Cosby and Barstool Nate and Amelia Draper. Grant and Danny next.
Sponsored by Door Pro America, garage door service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Hoops and hockey take center stage tonight. The Capitals have turned things around after a slow start this season. Caps have won 4 straight and 7 of 8 out west this week. They're back on the ice tonight at the LA Kings, 10:30 p.m. Late night Caps tonight on the Fan. Before that, the Wizards coming off that surprising win over Milwaukee last night. Play tonight in Philly, 7 p.m. for Wizards basketball tonight on the Fan. Maryland hoops, Terps take on Wagner, 8 p.m. on the Team 980. Virginia Tech at South Carolina. That's 7 p.m. for the Hokies, Bloomberg 99-1. And playoff scenarios are out for this week. The Commanders will officially be eliminated with a loss or tie at Minnesota and a Philly win or tie Monday night against the Chargers. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door. To boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Good Tuesday afternoon. Welcome into Grant and Danny. We are with you on the Fan live from our Half Street studios in the Navy Yard in D.C., and we'll take you all the way up to 6:30 this evening. We've got our fastest 16 minutes to take you around the NFL at 3. We're giving away Leonard Skinner tickets at 4 ahead of the Beltway Blitz, and Bill stops by. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt is on the show today at 5 o'clock. Lots to get into. Danny, I'd like to wish you a happy Hard Knocks Day. For the first time in team history, the Washington Commanders will be featured on Hard Knocks tonight. Not what I would have envisioned, what I always dreamed about. They are sharing the spotlight with 3 other teams in the division. The NFC East takes center stage on Hard Knocks tonight. And, of course, the Commanders are on the precipice of being eliminated from the playoffs, despite it only being December 2nd in a nightmare injury-riddled season. Having said that, I will not look this gift horse in the mouth. Tonight is the night, people. Hard Knocks, Commander style.
It's not what it could have been. And we all know that. Everyone's aware. And with all due respect to this disaster of a season at 3-9, it's not the biggest train wreck going in the division. That's the Giants, man. They've already had a coach fired. The GM deserves to be fired, should have been fired multiple times over multiple years, and hasn't been. They're a disaster. Everybody's hurt all the time. The reason for excitement for them is hurt. I know Washington's got their own injuries too, and they're probably the most disappointing team in the NFL this year, given the fact they were the NFC Championship representative last year, or in that championship game, and have fallen so short, among the worst records ever for a team in a conference championship the following season. They're on pace for that. But the Giants are a bigger train wreck. They're not terribly interesting talking about Washington to the masses, maybe. But for us, any morsel is a good morsel. It's not the feast I was promised, but it's still a nice little meal.
Well, sadly, they're the number 4 most interesting team, to your point, because the Eagles maybe carry the show in this first episode with all of their drama and them being leaders. Dallas is the Kardashians of the NFL.
But they're honestly pretty interesting. I mean, they've ripped off wins against Super Bowl champion and runner-up over a couple of weeks, playing great football after being terrible for a while. Jerry Jones is patting himself on the back. They're pretty compelling.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, it's a fascinating team, and they're hard-charging, and they've got an MVP candidate at quarterback in Dak Prescott, who's playing lights out, and 2 superstar receivers, and they have had the best calendar week of anybody in the league, to your point. And then you've got the Giants, who have a rookie quarterback who's taking big hits and have an interim head coach, and they've got a top 5 pick who's multiple times over now, not gotten to start games because he's missing meetings. So there's not only them being bad and them firing people and a GM who's coaching for his job, or I guess in this case, executive-ing for his job, decision-making for his job. But so the Commanders are kind of 4th of the 4 teams. I hope it's not reflected in terms of time on screen in that way. I hope it's pretty evenly distributed for us. But 9 East time tonight, the debut of Hard Knocks on HBO. Anything interesting Commanders-wise, we'll discuss on the show tomorrow. Speaking of the Giants, Monday Night Football last night to wrap up Week 13. The Patriots just destroyed New York, 33-15. Here's the one issue I have with all of the down talking New England, which is mostly accurate. They have had a very easy schedule, bit of a paper tiger, have only played a couple of good teams. Really, there's two problems. One, they beat the teams that are good that they played.
Yep.
Both of them, including the team everyone thought was going to handle them pretty easily in the Bills at that time. So that's the number one issue, is when they've played good teams, they've beaten them. But the number two issue is it's not like most of the time, Danny, that they just win by a field goal as they're playing these bad teams. They beat the Giants by 18. They beat the Jets by 2 touchdowns. They beat the Browns 32-13, the Titans 31-13. They have a 42-13 win over the Carolina Panthers. Like, they have mostly been dominant. They're good defensively. They can run the ball. Drake May's the favorite for the MVP. He's the most accurate passer in the league. He's been fantastic. They've got the coach of the year on their sideline in Mike Vrabel. Other than that, they got some questions.
Yeah, this is a really good club. And people that knock you, all you've done is beat bad teams. Okay, if you were doing what the Broncos were doing each and every week, where you come back against the Browns, come back against the Titans, eke out a win against a Burrow-less Cincinnati Bengals team, I'd go, okay, there's some credence to that. But since they started 1-2, losing in week 1 to the Raiders, which, by the way, how laughable does that seem now, right? Just kind of given everything that's happened.
They'd like to play that one again.
I bet you they would. And frankly, not being terribly effective against the Steelers in week 3. They, again, did not look good in that game.
Turned the ball over 5 times, including 3 times, I think, inside the 10, twice at the goal line.
Since then, you don't have to make a big list to find where they rank in the NFL. Like, that's you don't want to say they're 1, that's fine. Call them 2, call them 3, 4, 5, whatever. Point is, they've handled their business. They've been really, really good.
Here's the other point. When you win 9 in a row, as Joe Gibbs would say, up here, when you win 9 in a row in the NFL, I don't really care that much who you played. Now, I will acknowledge, yes, they are not as good as a team that has had a tougher schedule doing what they've done. And you can poke holes in what they've done because their schedule is crazy easy. As a team projected to win 7.5 games coming into the year, I mention this stat all the time because I thought it was just wild. On look-ahead lines, when you can see before the season starts, like every week's betting line, they were favored in 11 games, which is asinine. I mean, that's just a ridiculous thing for a team projected to win 7.5 games. But there's still this element of 9 straight wins in this league. You see it all the time. The Commanders just almost beat the Broncos. Every week, a really good team loses to a really bad team. The Packers, as an example, have lost as 13-point favorites multiple times this year to Cleveland, who the Patriots blew out, and to Carolina, who the Patriots blew out. They have not played down, so they should get some credit for that. The other thing I'll say is we know what this is like. Washington last year, all year, didn't beat any good teams. Regular season-wise, they won 12 games. And everyone wanted me to apologize for that around football, and I wasn't going to. I don't apologize for winning. Sorry, not happening. But guess what happened when they got to the playoffs as this quote-unquote fraud who hadn't played anybody? They go out and they beat the Bucs on the road because Jaden Daniels was really good. I mean, there were other things that happened in that game, but that was part of the reason.
Biggest reason.
Then you go to Detroit and everyone says, oh, this team, are you kidding me? They haven't beaten anybody. They lucked out last week against Tampa Bay. They won against the division winner that stinks from the NFC South. And what'd they do? They went to Detroit and they whooped the Lions' ass. So there's something to, yeah, they might not be as good as a normal 11-2 team is. It's still really hard to get to 11-2.
Yeah, they're not a 6-10 team. I'll tell you that.
Really hard to win 9 straight. And when the playoffs start, none of that matters. Does their defense play like it has? Does Drake May play like he has? Because they can make noise if that is the case.
Without a doubt. You have to be above a certain threshold to do this. And I think that's the most important point. Like, you look at their defense, and as you said, it's pretty good. Now, they haven't shoved it on the elite offenses in the sport because they haven't had a chance to play them yet. But you've got to be above a certain level, whatever you want to call that, to be able to do what they did to bad offenses, right? Where you don't let the Titans breathe. You give the Browns no chance, the Falcons no chance, the Jets no chance, the Giants no chance. Again, I'm not saying those offenses are any good, but how many times have you seen it? You mentioned Green Bay. It took a fourth quarter miracle, great, unbelievable hero work for Green Bay to eke out the Giants. The Giants were never in that football game last night because New England is good enough to not play with their food, to whack them and make it done early on in that ball game. And you got to look up and down. I mean, obviously Drake May is unbelievable. Josh McDaniels is the kind of quintessential, he should always be an offensive coordinator. No one should ever hire him as a head coach ever again, but he's now kind of above grade as a really, really excellent OC living in New England. He's home there.
He is a fantastic play caller.
So you've got that going in the perfect situation in Storm. Mike Vrabel, the culture builder, the definitive guy. That's the dude I wanted from Jump Street. I can't believe the league said no to him last year. That's insane to me, even still, just watching this happen, as you said. The front runner, if not the favorite to be the coach of the year this year. You watch this renaissance with a couple good free agent moves. A lot of people said, what are you doing with Stephon Diggs? That makes no sense. Early on, not a great start for him. Now that he got his sea legs after that knee injury, I'm not saying he's the same Stephon Diggs that he was in Minnesota going for 1,500 yards. He doesn't have to be. They got everything going. They got everything that you need to beat anybody in this league.
Well, it's simple. When you have a coach who's considered to have one of the best seasons, coach of the year candidate, and a quarterback in the MVP conversation, you're going to win double-digit games and you're going to make the playoffs. We saw it here last year.
Yeah.
When Daniels was back in top 5, I don't know where he finished, top 7 in the MVP hunt. And Dan Quinn did what Mike Vrabel's doing this year with a soft schedule, coming in after a coach who just didn't have it before him and changing the culture pretty quickly. Guess what? You get to click your heels 3 times like Dorothy and you win double-digit games. We'll see coming up in the next couple of weeks. New England's about to get their stiffest tests of the year out of their bye week. Whether or not they can actually become the 1 seed and have a bye to kick off the playoffs, because that'd be a huge deal for them. Plus, if you have teams come outdoors to New England playing in the cold, maybe in the snow and in the wind, that would be a potential game changer as well. So some really important football coming up for them. Few storylines from last night's game I wanted to hit on the Giants side of things. Jackson Dart comes back from missing 2 games with a concussion. And the week leading up to this game with Giants media was spent on basically this idea that he needs to take fewer big hits. And in the first few minutes of the game, he took 2 massive shots, including one on the sideline. I was just reminded of the Robert Griffin days, where we used to talk about how this guy is not protecting himself, doesn't really have interest in protecting himself. And I remember as soon as he got to Cleveland, I don't remember whether it was preseason, regular season, but I remember this play where like he was on the sideline and he did exactly what Dart did, where he's like skirting up for 2 or 3 more yards, and he just got destroyed. And Dart after the game is defending it. This isn't soccer. This is how I've always played. Anyone who's ever watched me at every level knows this is who I am. That's not what you should be saying.
And make it not who you are. Pretty easy.
Pretty obvious that he's not getting the message, but he got completely rocked by Christian Ellis on what I thought was a clean hit on the sideline.
Yeah. When you want to put yourself in the lion's pit, don't be surprised you get bit. That's what it was. This was a try to fire your team up, tough guy, lower the shoulder, out in space, get the extra couple of yards like you're a running back trying to, quote, finish the run. That's folly. That's stupid.
I love that the league is cracking down on this too, because I thought it was so unfair that defenders were expected to kind of pull up when the quarterback is, and it's Mahomes does this all the time, but there are other guys. The big ones, Josh Allen, do this too. But like that get to the sideline and now I'm just going to get 2 more and reach the ball out. Oh, wait, you're not hitting me because you're afraid of a flag? Well, then I'll get 3 or 4 more. And they were doing this constantly. And I think what has happened is the league has said, it's already too hard for you guys. We totally get it. They went to teams. They sent a memo out this offseason and said, quarterbacks, if you are still on the grass, even if angling out of bounds, we will not protect you. You get out or don't. But this gray area, which used to be a flag, is not going to be anymore.
You said it. Mahomes was literally special at this. And they got so well drilled in Kansas City where he's angling out of bounds. His right foot, just for the sake of argument, if he's heading right, is in the air. Most of his body's out of bounds, but his quote still in. He gets touched at all. The instantaneous, the sideline going crazy, begging for the flag. Right there, the official who's on the scene is listening to a coach, 15 players, 9 coordinators, the get-back coach, Mahomes himself. The lobbying over all those years worked. It was like Krzyzewski at Duke back in the day, lobbying for charges, right? So they could beat North Carolina. And that's what happened. And it became the norm. If anybody's near the sideline showing that they're going to go out of bounds, you get hit, you got the flag. I'm so glad for that course correction. I'm with you.
You can get out earlier.
Yep.
Or you're going to get rocked. And they're going to let you get rocked in that situation. They'll protect you in the pocket. They'll protect you when you're sliding in the middle of the field. But if you are putting a defender in a bind by trying to use the flag against them, they're wising up to that. This was Dart talking about taking not only that shot, but others in the game coming back from a 2-game break with a concussion.
No. Look, like, I understand the question, but like this is football. Like, I'm gonna get hit if I'm in the pocket or outside the pocket. Like I feel like I've played this way my whole entire life. There shouldn't be like any shocker to anybody if you've followed along with my career. And we're not playing soccer out here. Like, you're going to get hit. Things happen. It's just part of the game.
So I do love we're not playing soccer out here. And this is a dog. Like, this is why he's popular in the locker room. I think it was, who was it? Was it Aikman last night that compared him to Jim McMahon? And he said basically...
That's actually a great comp.
It is. But he said his entire team feeds off of how he plays. It's a hard thing. I understand. I'm sitting here as a fat in this chair telling you how to play football, this fast, violent game. And your teammates feed off of this element of you that gets you in trouble too. It's complicated. This is a really narrow runway to land this plane on, but he's got to do better. And it's clear to me that mentally he's not in the right spot yet because he's still so defensive of even the idea that he should not have taken that hit. The craziest moment last night happened on a field goal attempt. This was one of the all-time national TV blooper moments for the NFL in recent history. If you're Younghoe Koo, I think you have to just leave the country and go live in some village where no one knows where you are somewhere, some cave.
No internet, no Wi-Fi, no TV.
You just move to West Virginia and you get like a house in the woods that doesn't have electricity.
Tell Bib your name is Steve and you're just happy to be here.
You can never get on the internet again after this.
I mean, wow.
Because the memes are Toby's still making memes probably. Younghoe Koo, who missed 9 times last year for the Falcons, right? Then he misses to start this season, so they finally cut him. This was one of the best kickers in the league a couple years ago.
At one point, hyper accurate, yeah.
The Giants never ask him to kick, but he's 4 for 4 when he's kicked for them, when he hasn't stubbed his toe accidentally. But he, for those of you that didn't see it, is approaching the ball on a chip shot field goal last night and just like jams his foot into the ground 18 inches from the football. What happened, he said after the game, was that he saw the holder, who's their punter, move the ball, which did happen slightly. And I guess it threw off his timing and he paused, and that was like his mechanism to slow the whole thing down, was just to jam his foot into the ground. But man, was it weird looking. This was Younghoe Koo last night. Do we not have that? Okay, so don't worry about it. But man, was that field goal attempt embarrassing.
I can't imagine the steps that led up to it. Like brain malfunction, short out, then a follow-up short out, then a follow-up malfunction. And even still, you would just kick the ball badly and then just kind of go, oh my God, what did I do? Like, it'd be like a basketball player at the free throw line that would take the ball from the referee and just sort of lay it down on the ground and look at it. And then the 10 seconds expires, you just walked away. Utterly bizarre. I have not seen anything like that in all my time watching sports. I've seen terrible kicks where guys were freaked out, or the run up was bad because the timing was messed up because the hold was muffed or the snap was off, so the mechanism went bad. And they've still sort of like not known what to do. This is just sort of half step, attack the ground violently with my right foot, and then just kind of slowly limp away in pretend anxiety.
Troy Aikman was belly laughing.
I mean, it was so bad.
At the slow motion replay. He could not stop himself from laughing at, not really with, just at what had just happened. I mean, it's crazy. The comp I have is, you see this rarely, but like a pitcher in baseball who throws 15 feet above the catcher, like to the top of the screen, or when a pitcher slips and falls pitching, or just something that is so amateur that you go, oh, a guy in the crowd would have done that. How does a big league pitcher do that in that moment? I think we have the audio now.
Whoops. I guess that goes down as a miss. I don't know. He never touched the ball. Gillen then got pounded.
Aikman is cracking up. I mean, it was wild.
I've never seen that.
And that was probably the most embarrassing thing that happened for the Giants last night, but it narrowly edges out another candidate. Their number 3 overall pick, their first-round pick, Abdul Carter, who I'm shocked by this because I thought he was going to wreck the league. He has 1.5 sacks so far in 13 games. For the second time in 3 games since Kafka's taken over for Daboll as their head coach, they benched him to start the game based on presumably being late to or missing meetings. So last time he missed a drive. This time he missed a whole quarter. Clearly, the memo did not get through. But that's 2 out of his last 3 were DNP early. First quarter, first drive, coach's decision. He hasn't been on the field. And then after the game, the media is asking him about it, and he says, S happens. I'm not going into it. S happens. Like, this is going terribly.
Yes, it is. It's
Oh,
going
by
very
the
poorly.
way, he got his first full sack of the season last night in Week 13 on a play that really wasn't even a sack. It was like a Drake Mays climbing the pocket, going back, and runs for 0. That was the big flash moment for him so far this year.
It has been a disaster. I mean, you would see this with the Wizards all the time, where they would draft objectively a good player. I remember going to they were then the Bullets, but they drafted Rasheed Wallace, who would go on to an unbelievable career. And I remember before the game, everybody was working on their stuff and going through the motions. He was shooting hook shots from 60 feet. Like, that's what he was doing. Everyone else was like getting their sweat in, their pregame shoot around, like getting shots from where I would get him in the game, working pick and roll, post ups, turnarounds. He was shooting hook shots from 60 feet away. Nobody said anything to him. And I went, maybe the culture's bad. Maybe at some point, someone should go, grab him by the lapel, go, fix this, do something different. We're trying to be serious here. But they weren't serious then. And that's what's going on with the Giants now. There's a couple of guys that are trying to, be the lead geese through the breach, right? Scatterboo and Jackson Dart. Follow us. And everyone else is kind of a goofball, and nobody's really has the authority to do anything other than, well, I guess you won't play for a quarter. Like, no one's getting through to that guy. And obviously a lot of it's on him too, but it just seems to be a terrible culture, a terrible time in New York. A place that I used to think of as pretty stable, even when they weren't winning.
Well, they've been terrible for years.
This has now been almost, decade and a half where they can't get right.
Yeah, no, they stink. They need to probably blow out their GM now, Joe Shane. We'll get more intel, I'm sure, on Hard Knocks in the weeks ahead on that. But yeah, Abdul Carter, 1.5 sacks. Can't start because he can't make meetings. And this was him after the game.
Was it justified with the bench?
Yeah, I mean, I let my team down today. First 2 drives, I was out. They scored 17 points. I take responsibility for that. I got to be out there. I got to do better.
That's pretty good there. I mean, he was willing to kind of wear it. But yeah, entertaining game overall, even though it wasn't that close. Last thing, we talked yesterday about the MVP race and the fact that May could help himself. Before the game, Matt Stafford was the favorite, and now Drake May is the MVP favorite again. Right now, he's on pace to, and I don't do quarterback wins, but I found this stat interesting nonetheless, even though I don't think the win percentage is a May stat. But he is on pace to be the 4th quarterback ever, Danny, to lead the NFL in win percentage, completion percentage, passing yards, and quarterback rating in the same season. The other guys did it. It was Otto Graham in 1953 as a 32-year-old, Kurt Warner in 2001 as a 30-year-old, Tom Brady in 2007 as a 30-year-old, and 23-year-old Drake May right now.
How about that?
Would be the 4th quarterback in the group. So he's putting together a hell of a resume as it pertains to hunting down the MVP award.
He's been fantastic. There's no way around that. The growth, the going back to pre-draft, the thing that I kind of went, give me Daniels over May, was simply because you'd have one out of every, whatever you want to call it, 25, 30, 40 throws where you'd go, what are you doing? Like, his feet were all weird, and he's throwing it to either like someone like the popcorn guy in the 10th row, or a defender, or like he missed a screen by 10 yards. All of that stuff has been cleaned up, and the athleticism, the ability to throw from all kinds of different arm angles, the way he moves around, he is splendid.
Huge, big arm, accurate.
Yep.
Total package for the Patriots right now. Talking of Jaden Daniels, though, let's get back into Washington's franchise quarterback and whether or not he's going to play this week against Minnesota. The Commanders are getting ready to go to the Vikings. Do we think Daniels plays? Last week, we thought he was going to. Do we still feel that way? It's starting to trend. It feels like the momentum might be in the other direction. So let's get into that next. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
This update is presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable business grows with PVI. Last night, Monday Night Football, Patriots beat the Giants 33-15. The Patriots improved to 11-2, are first in the AFC. The Giants fall to 2-11. Tonight, Hard Knocks NFC East premieres at 9 o'clock. NBA last night, the Wizards got their third win of the year, beating the Bucks 129-126. Second half of a back-to-back tonight in Philadelphia against the Sixers. 7 o'clock tip-off can hear the game right here on the Fan. Chris Middleton, Trey Johnson, Alex Sarr all out for the Wizards. In hockey, late-night Caps night. They're on the West Coast in L.A. taking on the Kings. Puck drop at 10:30. You can hear that game right here on the Fan as well. If your office setup is looking like a busted play, call the pros at PVI Office Furniture. They'll come to you to help design a game plan that actually works. No hassle, no stress, just a game-changing upgrade. Score big when you call today to score 15% off your purchase. Get your office in championship shape at PVI.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Sunday, the Commanders are at the Vikings in Minnesota, and so are me and Danny. The G&D radio show, Darius is accompanying us. You can't go on a road trip without Dad leading the way. That's what I've always said.
Now, is Darius going to get his haircut before we go?
Oh, that's a good question.
Because
Darius
last time he didn't, he was all fatutzt about it.
And this is about as long as I've ever seen his hair. I'm going to say he's already got a appointment to get his hair done before we leave.
I'm going to say he doesn't yet, but plans to.
Wow. Danny knows his guy. Man, I'm disappointed.
I knew better, if I'm being honest.
He's not an amateur procrastinator. He's a pro.
Right. There's no chance you were like way ahead of the game on the haircut, but I just wanted to give you the benefit of the doubt.
I do plan to schedule the appointment, but it won't be until I'll be scheduling it for Friday morning, I think.
But you said last time that you were going to get your haircut and then something happened and you couldn't get in.
Yeah.
That doesn't scare you a little bit into maybe making an appointment this time?
Nah, I'm feeling confident.
Okay.
I'm feeling good.
And what are you going to tell him when you sit down in the chair?
That's right. Keep it dark. And
I'm sorry. Forgive me.
Cut the sides low and keep the top dark. That's what I say.
If someone said that to me,
yeah,
I would have no idea what to do. I'll be like, am I dyeing this? What is that? Is he want me to dye like a couple of white hairs in his head?
Is it just for men time? What are we doing?
Yeah.
No, we're just keeping the top dark. We don't want to, don't want to shave it all the way down.
Now, just imagine you were talking to a 46-year-old white who didn't understand what you're saying.
Sure.
What could you explain that?
If you sit down in Danny's chair, what are you saying?
Yeah. I would ask you if you knew what it meant to keep it dark.
And I'd go, no.
And then I'd be completely lost because I don't know what else I would say.
You would go to a different barbershop.
I probably would.
Yeah, my barbershop wouldn't do. But what does that mean? Like a certain length?
Yeah,
so there's still a shadow.
It's a length indicator, right? Yeah, I don't want to basically be like
if you see scalp, it's because scalp is lighter than your regular.
Correct. Yes. So this would allow there to be more hair up top. Yeah, but not as much as there currently is.
So what I would say.
Yeah.
I'm going a little off the top, please.
I'm admitting that I'm terrible.
Style it.
I'm terrible at this barbershop thing.
Right.
Like, the bane of my existence is going to the barbershop.
But I'm saying,
I hate it.
In my situation,
go for it.
What I would give a number with clippers.
Yeah, see, I've never done that.
So I would say I want 2 on the sides with a 4 on the top or whatever it is.
I don't know what that means.
It's
so that's
the length of
the clipper.
Yes, it's the you're calling it length, I believe. It's the length of the clipper, exactly.
Yeah, of the Kawhi Leonard.
Yeah. So if you want the length of the Keon Dooling, you just tell them that, and now they know how long it's supposed to be.
Wow, that's fascinating. That's news to me.
They'll go into their drawer, they'll open it up. There's a bunch of DeAndre Jordans laying there, and they'll pick out the one that's the correct length, and then they'll just use it.
How many different Bradley Bills are there? I just don't are there a lot of options?
There's more than you think.
I think there's probably 8 to 10 different lengths that you could use.
Okay.
There's your standard 1 through 10, 11, 12. Then you get the half guard type situations. Then you get the ones that are just going over the ear.
Don't forget the Chris Kaman. It's always completely only for the back of the head.
Yes.
Is that the one you're referencing?
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
That's a wacky joint.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So anyway, so I can't wait to see your haircut, or you on the air, just crestfallen on the airplane that you didn't get a haircut because you showed up on Friday.
But
and
it's
they couldn't
different
do
than
it.
being like he's embarrassed in a way.
He's bothered.
It's just because I know I'm going to show up in pictures and stuff. I'll be on you guys' Instagram and things like that. Kandori Murad's Instagram. Like, I want to look presentable.
Well, can't wait. Minnesota's going to be freezing cold. Got the email last night from our guy Wasim, so we're ready to go. It sounds like we've got some surprises planned. There are 3 different activities on Saturday that are a few hours apart.
So much room for activities
with such specific times as well. The time frames for them.
That's the thing. Let me look at this email here. Travel itinerary. Okay, it says, additionally, we have a few events planned for you guys for Saturday at 1 p.m., 4 p.m., and 7 p.m. What could
Such
it
a
be?
good bit.
I mean, it's great, but like 3 hours apart, that's a day.
So that's a lot of activities.
One of those has to be a meal.
One I'm betting is a Juicy Lucy situation.
That would be great.
The others, I can't imagine what they are. Ice skating? Are we going bowling?
I'm going to say it's not ice skating, but it's a good guess. We're also been told to dress warm.
Yeah.
So could be a hint. Are we going to axe throw? Maybe the boys are going to be axe throwing.
How about this one? The Timberwolves play the Clippers at 8:00 on Saturday. That's 7:00 that time.
Oh, I would be butt-sized. If we're going to the Clippers, no less, after all the shtick
After all the Clipper talk,
I would be steamed.
Gonna see John Collins in person?
Yeah, that would be good. If we end up seeing the Wolves and the Clippers, I'd be sized for that. Here's the better question, though. When we go to the Commanders football game that we're going there for on Sunday, which is at noon local, and they play the Vikings and Brian Flores' blitz-happy defense, will Jaden Daniels be at quarterback? Last week, all week, I assumed that he would be. My guess was yes. I am leaving open the possibility to change my mind as we get more information. But Danny, right now, this second, if you made me bet on Daniels starting or not starting, I'm going to say Jaden Daniels does not play on Sunday. That Adam Schefter report from this past Sunday morning, just a couple of days ago, spooked me a little bit. Where he comes out and he talks about how he was limited all week and the team is not guaranteeing that he'll be back this week. And he still hasn't been cleared for contact, which, by the way, as we sit here and talk, closing in on 2:40 on Tuesday afternoon, to our knowledge, he has not been cleared for contact. Unless that happens tomorrow, I think it starts to trend toward he comes back to go to the Meadowlands and play on that gross turf against the Giants for the first time since he got hurt against the Seahawks. So right now, this second, I say no Jaden Daniels on Sunday.
And I get that. I know they're living, well, let me say I know is probably strong. The feeling that I get trying to read the tea leaves and interpret the various open-ended phrasing and kind of their hiding behind, their return to plays and the cliches that they use. They're leaving the door open, this is my view, that he might not play. Instead of making it definitive. We're targeting Sunday. We hope he's going to play Sunday. They're never going to do that. They just won't give me the thing that I want, which is fine. They're not required to. So I'm left to do this, and we're going to ask questions every week. We do this willy won't he dance all the damn time. But I think they're leaving the door open so that in case certain metrics, whatever they are not met, they can say, no, we never confirmed. You can't be disappointed. Not allowed to be upset because we never actually said he's playing Sunday. I think he's going to. But that's not based on my confidence level went from 85, 90% down to like 51.5. Like it's way closer to a coin toss now because I think they're purposely, I think you're reading the same thing I am, leaving the door open for him not to play.
But he's not cleared for contact yet.
Right.
If he gets cleared for contact on Friday, he's playing Sunday, you think? Now, I know that in practice, you don't deal with contact anyway.
Well, you're not hitting him anyway. But
So
but the point
it's not
stands.
like it would matter. But I feel like I asked Logan this on our new episode of Take Command. Essentially, does it matter to you as a player mentally getting over whatever hurdles there are if you're cleared now as opposed to the end of the week? And he said for him it did because he liked to be cleared earlier in the week because, like, let's say he had, I mean, this is also just a Logan who's a bit of a crazy guy, but he had a sprained AC joint. He's going to go out and just ram into someone at 1,000,000 miles an hour and practice with his shoulder to make sure it's okay. He's got a jammed finger. He's going to go like bang it against pads.
Yeah, that's how he checks it.
He's just making sure no matter what happens in the game, it's going to be okay. I'm going to take 100 balls off the jugs machine harder than they would come at me in the game to make sure that I get all the pain out, basically. And so that's how some guys are. They want to go through everything. I know at quarterback, there's only so much contact he's going to take on anyway.
Friday would be more precarious. So
right now, though, you're betting he plays.
That would, if I had to. Again, I'm not confident in that. I was confident, but then same thing. I saw the same thing you did with the Schefter report. I'm kind of going, they're definitely leaving the door open. In fact, ushering new wind in the room with the door wide open for him not to play.
So last week, all week, I was like, yeah, he's going. He'll be back for the Minnesota game. And now I'm skeptical. I actually want to take calls on this and open up the phones. 800-636-1067 is the number if you want to give us a shout. 800-636-1067. Do you think Jaden Daniels returns and plays against the Vikings on the road? We could also get into the landing spot. It's a much easier matchup a week later against the Giants and that defense if you can avoid the blitz-happy Vikings and Flores, who are coming off of a strong defensive game. I thought they played maybe their best game up front defensively against Sam Darnold in Seattle. So could you maybe try to avoid them and just give him a better matchup to come back and get some confidence with in a week? That's a possibility. We'll take calls on that next. 800-636-1067. Really quickly, someone just tweeted me. I'm at Grant H. Paulson on Twitter and Instagram. This is a listener here, and he says, the activity could be ice fishing. By the way, I would be psyched. I don't know why. God, I hope it is. Like, that's a random thing, and I doubt it is. But I'm not joking. That would be like a top 10 thing I've ever done. If we go ice fishing in Minnesota.
Like we have a guide who cuts a hole in the ice.
Correct.
And we're just sitting around in easy chairs with.
We're just dropping a string and trying to pull fish up. I'm not even doing a bit. That would be the coolest thing I've done in a long time. Ice fishing?
Ice fishing.
Who has gone ice fishing?
I have not.
Of course you have.
I've not.
That would be insane. How cool would that be?
That would be something I get to say that I've done.
Now I'm now rooting for ice fishing, with all apologies to whatever the actual activities are, which are going to be a blast. They're batting 1,000. We had a great trip to Cincinnati. But ice fishing? That's so cool.
But is there enough of a window to do that? Each thing is 3 hours apart.
How long do you ice fish?
I don't know.
I think that's our 4 p.m. activity.
Well, it's not like you're going down the street. Like we're on Half Street. It's not like you go 2 blocks over and you're on ice to fish.
Is one of them a meal is the question.
It's got to be.
So 1 o'clock, Juicy Lucy. 4 o'clock, ice fishing. 7 o'clock, let's hoop.
So I think meal, mystery box at 4. That's the mystery one. 7, I sort of feel like it's a Timberwolf situation.
I would love that. Now, last time in Cincinnati, we did a ballpark tour. Target Field in Minneapolis. I don't know if they do ballpark tours in the frigid cold, but is that something? Maybe a 1 o'clock Target Field, 4 o'clock Juicy Lucy, 7 o'clock Timberwolves. But then when do we ice fish? I guess
when is ice fishing?
How could we possibly ice fish at that point? Is Jaden Daniels going to play? Grant and Danny on the Fan. With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Thank you for making the show part of your day. We'll give you our fastest 16 minutes covering all the NFL games of Week 13 coming up at 3. And at 4 o'clock, we've got Leonard Skinner tickets for you here on The Fan. 5 o'clock on G&D today, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt stops by our conversation with Bill a little over 2 hours from right now. Hard Knocks tonight. Looking forward to seeing the Commanders in the NFC East under the bright lights of HBO's terrific show. But we're talking about Commanders-Vikings and whether or not we see Jaden Daniels return on Sunday. I was convinced when we heard he was back at practice to start last week that by this coming weekend, he would be playing again. But because he was limited all week, because he still has not been cleared for contact, I am no longer confident. And I would now bet on him not playing, barring something changing between now and Sunday pretty significantly. Danny's still holding out hope and thinks that he will play.
Yeah, this is not a lot of conviction, though. What percentage-wise, what were you at last week?
When he came back to the practice field to start the week, 80%?
Yeah. I was 80, 85, somewhere in there.
Now I'm like 35%.
Okay. I'm just a hair over 50, so 50.1. It feels like they are absolutely making sure that nobody could call them a liar or get mad if he doesn't play. It's like they've set the stage for them to make that call and to pull the ripcord to make sure that we're doing another week. But it still feels like when he came back to practice and was able to practice in full last week. I know they did that for 1 week previously with somebody. I'm blanking on who it was, where he was able to practice in full. They said, no, we're going to wait another week. Totally fine, because they didn't go back on their word. But it still felt like they were gearing up for this week, and it was never about Denver. Maybe that's my wish casting on it, but again, there's a coin toss chance to me that he doesn't play as well.
Let's go to Shane in Virginia. Wants to hop in. Shane, is he going to play in Minnesota?
Commander Danny, Lieutenant Grant, how you boys doing today?
So, buddy,
doing very well, sir.
I believe he should play, but I don't think he's going to play. What's the point? I mean, no, I don't think he's going to play. I mean, I know Terry played, and but I think that right now we need to rest Daniels, but who knows what they're going to do? I mean, with this organization right now, I believe he needs to get out there. I think we need to go out there and play and see what we're working with still. He's still got the injured bug from last year and this year, even in college too. Don't forget about that. But I just want to see if he's still the future of this team right now. And that's I know everybody's giving the key to the city already, but let's see what he can do on that and get out there. I know he's got the talent. But look, you can have all the talent in the world if you can't get on the field. But let's see. I mean, I wouldn't play him. I truly wouldn't. Right now, no. There's no point. What's the benefit?
Appreciate you,
Thanks,
Shane.
buddy.
You're answering, I think, a different question than we're asking, frankly. You're answering the question, would you play him if he was healthy? Which we're not asking that because he's going to play when he's healthy, and he should. We asked that a few weeks ago. I'm kind of past it and over it. I don't understand the people that don't think he should play. I think it's silly. If he's healthy, he's a football player. Herm Edwards told you, football players play football, especially young ones that need to develop and need time on the grass. But you're answering, I wouldn't play him. Is quite literally the question right now is he going to be cleared? Physically, is he going to be able to play? If he's cleared, there's not is there a benefit? Do they want to play him against the Vikings? No. He has not been cleared for contact yet. So that's the question, is he going to be ready to return by Sunday? If he is, then he's going to be playing in the game. If that doesn't happen until next Wednesday, then he won't play until he takes on the Giants. Shane mentioned, college. He did get banged up a few times. I remember him leaving the Alabama game with a concussion as an example. But he started 55 games over 4+ seasons in college. And the only year where he really missed a bunch of games was COVID
time.
And that was when they shut it down, I think, a month into the year. So he only played 4 games that year. But otherwise, in 4 seasons, he played 12, 13, 14, and 12 games, which I'd imagine is every single one of the games for Arizona State and LSU. So while he may have gotten banged up and taken some big hits and gone to the blue tent or whatever during games, I don't know that he missed time. I mean, there weren't really injuries throughout his time in college.
No, it wasn't like this, certainly. But this was always kind of on the table, given the frame. We've kind of gone through that a lot. But, yeah, I mean, to me, this is one of those, if anybody in the room, like let's say there's 10 people, 10 experts, and my 9th expert goes, I'm not so sure, because right then I'm shutting him down. I think that's kind of the point of the conversation you and I always try to hammer, meaning if he's not 100% able to protect himself. There's no favoring anything. There's no compromise type deal where he's got to, making sure he's compensating and we're worried about something else then happening because of it. If there's any doubt, he's not playing. The instant he's ready to go, he's going to go. And that's what we're debating right now is, do we think he's actually ready?
Well, and is he going to be cleared for contact is the question. If he's cleared for contact Friday, do they play him Sunday, or do they wait until the following week to let him take on whatever very limited controlled contact there is in a practice? You're listening to Grant and Danny. We'll go around the league with our fastest 16 minutes. In a moment at 3:25, we'll give you the State of the Union on Terry McLaurin coming off of a huge game. Where is the fan base on this team's number one wide receiver after his biggest game of the year? This is The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. The Commanders getting set to take on the Vikings next Sunday. Commanders have dropped 7 in a row. Sounds like J.J. McCarthy is going to clear concussion protocol and should be able to go for the Vikings on Sunday. Jaden Daniels still has not been cleared for contact. Unclear if he's going to be able to play on Sunday. Last night, Monday Night Football, Patriots beat the Giants 33-15. The Pats are now 11-2, first in the AFC. The Giants fell to 2-11 tonight. Hard Knocks NFC East premieres at 9 o'clock. In the NBA, the Wizards beat the Bucks last night, 129-106. Second half of a back-to-back tonight in Philadelphia, taking on the Sixers, 7 o'clock. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. Hockey, late night Capitals. They're on the West Coast, taking on the Kings in LA. 10:30 puck drop. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today. For more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Thanks, John Carlson. Good luck to you in the Capitals tonight. Toby just told you, late night Caps out west. Going to be a tough road trip for the boys. 3 in a row in California. The show's brought to you by the law firm Condori & Murad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are there to protect you and your family. They're great to the show. They're taking us on the road to Minnesota this weekend. Schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com and mention us to get a discount on any work they do for you. kmlawyers.com. Did you see that Lavernius Coles of Washington Redskins fame caught 82 and 90 balls back in 03 and 04? Went for 1,200 and 950 yards in back-to-back years before being traded to the Jets straight up for Santana Moss. Is now a cop.
Yeah, I was going to say, you mean Officer Coles?
47-year-old Lavernius Coles, who played in the NFL from 2000 to 2009, and I didn't look this up, but made millions, presumably, in that era.
Sure, he did fine.
What he did is a police officer in Jacksonville, former NFL Pro Bowler. That's a really, really cool story.
I hadn't seen a word about it. And then, for whatever reason, all of a sudden, in every little social media outlet and channel and platform, whether it was Instagram or Twitter or Facebook, whatever, within 2 hours, I saw it 10 times.
Well, there was a feature story written on him.
That must have been what it was.
Nationally today that came out, and that's how people found out about it.
Pretty wild. I love stuff like that. Like, remember for like 5 minutes where Shaq was like a marshal, like a U.S. marshal or like a local law enforcement guy, and then like he's like, no, I'll just go back to running Papa John's and movie theaters and stuff like that, making all the money.
So I could be wrong, but the Shaq one, like, I think he did it to some extent, but it was a little bit of a gimmick.
Yeah.
I think this guy, Lavernius
This
Coles,
is a constable on patrol.
He is a full-time police officer, is what's happening at 47 years old. Just decided I could very easily continue to live my life, but I'll be in service to the community. Why not? All right, let's spin you around the league out of week 13 with our fastest 16 minutes. We will start you off in the NFC North. Go back to Thanksgiving Thursday. The Packers got a much-needed win over the Lions, 31-24. The game really didn't feel this close. Green Bay led by 10 points going into the fourth quarter. And Detroit Lions, while they were competitive for the most part, just didn't feel like they were in this thing for much of the game. Jordan Love throws for 4 touchdowns on 234 yards. Josh Jacobs returned, ran for 83 yards for Green Bay. Micah Parsons had 2.5 sacks and 8 tackles in a dominant effort, one of the highest pressure totals in a single game in the NFL over the last couple of years. Christian Watson has come back healthy, finally, the speedy receiver for Green Bay. He went for 80 yards and this touchdown, a 51-yard strike for him in this game.
Love loads up, going deep. Christian Watson down there. He's got it! Touchdown, Packers!
Kevin Burkhardt, Tom Brady on Fox working on the holiday. The Packers are 8-3-1. They are currently a playoff team. They are a half game back of the Chicago Bears, and they are ahead of the Lions, who currently are in third place and on the outside looking in the NFC postseason picture.
Two big notes from this one. Dontavian Wicks had the game of the season for him, 6 receptions, 94 yards, 2 touchdowns for Green Bay.
How about the catch he made to win the game, losing his cleat before he went up the ladder?
That was pretty good if you like that sort of
crazy.
thing. Yeah. Amon-Ra St. Brown injured very early in this one for Detroit and hasn't practiced either Monday or Tuesday. They got a quick turnaround, remember. They got to play Dallas on Thursday this week. They were just a playmaker away, like in this one looked like. So Green Bay was able to load up on Jahmyr Gibbs, didn't have any of those home runs, 68 yards on the ground despite only 20 carries. They got the ball to Jameson Williams with 144 yards and a touchdown, and this one a couple explosives in his own right. But when they don't have all their weapons, all of a sudden they look way more human. You took Amon-Ra St. Brown away and you shoved it on Gibbs. They were willing to let other people beat them, and they couldn't. Green Bay won.
They're without Sam Laporta. As you mentioned, St. Brown's not playing in this game this week against Dallas. Their O-line is banged up as well. They're putting a lot on Jared Goff's plate right now to be great. And he's going to need to ball out against Dallas if they've got any chance to beat the Cowboys. All right, let's go to Dallas and to the Cowboys, who are going to be hosting a second straight Thursday game. The Chiefs went to Dallas on Thanksgiving and lost despite 4 passing touchdowns from Patrick Mahomes. Dak Prescott threw a pair of touchdowns. In this game, CeeDee Lamb goes for 112 on 7 catches. George Pickens, another huge game, 13 targets, 6 grabs, 88 yards. The Cowboys had 457 yards of offense, 7 yards per play. Dallas is the best offense in the NFL right now.
Different situations that come up to make it a 7-point lead. Prescott, second and third options. He's looking, has to release it, and it's caught. It's Pickens who got him most of the way there.
Chiefs fall to 6-6. They've got to win out. They don't have a single tie-breaking metric that looks good for them in the wild card. So they're going to have to go 11-6 to get in, which means 5 straight wins. They've got a huge one coming up against the Houston Texans this week. The Texans are the first team out. The Chiefs are the third team out. Basically an elimination game, certainly for Kansas City on Sunday against Houston.
This wasn't a fluke either. Kansas City was hanging around, going to do the Kansas City thing where they just kind of stole one at the end, but they were the second best team here throughout this game. Dallas outgained them, outconverted on third down, outpossessed them, outrushed them, outthrew them, forced more turnovers. They only punted 1 time in this game. They were the better team, and they played really, really well. And Kansas City, frankly, just doesn't have enough horses. They are in trouble, as you said. They're on life support. They're not dead because they have the unkillable monster that is Pat Mahomes and that combo of he and Andy Reid. But my goodness, you just keep waiting around for them to figure it out, and they haven't yet.
The Chicago Bears on Black Friday beat up and just bullied the Philadelphia Eagles in Philly at the Link. 24-15 final for Chicago. Now 9-3. The Bears have won 7 straight games. They are 6-2 in the conference. They are the number 1 team right now in the NFC, and nobody schemes up a running game like Ben Johnson. They ran for 281 yards.
Ben Johnson alert. Ben Johnson alert.
7th round pick Kyle Monangai went for 130 and a touchdown. DeAndre Swift went for 125 and a touchdown. Caleb Williams was missing throws left and right. I mean, this guy leaves a lot on the field. But 154, a touchdown, and a pick was enough for them to go 24-15 winners at the Link. Cole Kmet, the recipient of Williams' lone touchdown.
Approaching the 5-minute mark, 2nd down and 8. Williams rolling, throwing, open, making the grab, touchdown. Cole Kmet into the end zone.
That was a good ball. Al Michaels on the call on NBC there.
You go, Al Michaels, a little bit of excitement happened. I saw it. Good for you, buddy. Good for you. You said it, though. 255 yards on the ground between Monangai and Swift. That's the story. That's the beginning, the middle, and the end. The running lanes they were going through, those cutback lanes, the entire backside of Philly's defense, this group were used to, frankly, shoving it on people and pushing them around, they were cleaned out. These lanes were unbelievable. You, me, Darius, Ryan, Toby, Jeff Walker, JP Finley, anybody who works here, especially Brian Mitchell, should be a Hall of Fame running back, could have gained yards running behind that offensive line. That was a dominating, bulldozing, road grading performance for Chicago, who you have to take off the caveats now. There's no more asterisk with them. They're good. They weren't good when they were winning games earlier than a negative point differential, right? Where they're sort of playing around and they're sort of lucky with some turnovers that weren't really sustainable and an offense that was up and down. You now have to get rid of that stuff. They are good.
You see Ben Johnson ripping his shirt off post-game too? getting all the fans in Chicago hot dogs.
I did see that.
Team
Ben Johnson alert.
not bad for a non-leader of men. The boys are believing. All right, let's keep it moving. We will tackle the Panthers and the Rams. Carolina, a 31-28 winner. Here was your shocker of the weekend, Danny Rouillet. Carolina 7-6. I'm going to stop betting on Panthers games. I'm just telling you now. And I may
Just
not
steer clear.
have another Panthers game in against the spread confidence points picks. They are schizophrenic. Lost to the Bills, beat the Packers. Lost to the Saints, beat the Falcons. Lost to the Niners, beat the Rams. Every other boy, girl. You just never know what's going to show up. Bryce Young was great. 206, 3 touchdowns, efficient, 15 of 20 passing. This time it was not Rico Dowdle, who'd been their bell cow. It was Chuba Hubbard who ran for 83 yards. Dowdle ran for 58. Those two guys combined for 35 carries, by the way. Matt Stafford was picked off twice, also lost a fumble. Carolina had a defensive touchdown in this game. They beat the best team in the NFL.
Four-man rush. Stafford gets brought down. That ball came out. Derek Brown the hit, and DJ won him the ball.
Adam Amin with an excellent call on Fox. Who's got a better resume of wins than Carolina? They've beaten the Rams, the Packers, the Cowboys. They've blown out the Falcons by 30 points. Like, they have some really, really good wins on their resume.
They certainly do. They are a pain in the butt to play against, I'll say that. But it felt like as you're watching this game, okay, yeah, the Rams had a bad moment. Oh, yeah, another bad moment. Okay, there was a fumble. But they're going to win this game, right? Right? And Carolina kept making play after play after play. That fourth down touchdown was a game changer from Young. I think that one was either Coker or McMillan. I can't remember which. I'm going to get them confused. But Chuba Hubbard had a nice little catch and scamper. They are good, this Carolina Panthers team. Sometimes. Other times, I have no idea who's going to show up. I know that's a blip game for the Rams. I still have them as excellent, but they're not invincible. I think they show that. That's the worst game they've played in a long time, and they still had a great chance to win it.
They lose the 1 seed for now because of that loss. Carolina still outside looking in. In fact, they are 10th in a field where only 7 get into the playoffs. They're going to have to keep stringing wins together if they plan on making the postseason. All right, let's go Dateline Cleveland here. 49ers, Browns, start number 2 for Shedeur Sanders. First home start. He was okay. Threw for a $149, touchdown, no picks. For the most part, gave them a chance. But they just didn't move the ball enough, didn't have enough going. They managed all of 8 points and went 3 for 11 on third down. That was the real issue. When they got into obvious passing downs, just wasn't going to work against San Francisco's defense. Brock Purdy throws a touchdown. Christian McCaffrey runs for a touchdown. George Kittle goes 4 for 67 to leave San Francisco. Jawan Jennings catches Purdy's touchdown pass. San Francisco, despite all their injuries, who's done a better job handling that kind of adversity this year than Shanahan's Niners? They are 9-4.
It's a goal to go right now from the 7. Purdy to the end zone. Caught for the touchdown. Grab by Jawan Jennings.
That's Kevin Harlan's music on CBS.
A player for Cleveland we should keep an eye on. M. Garrett. I think it's Myles Garrett. Had another sack in this game. He is already knocking on the door of the top 30 all time in NFL history in sacks. He's that great. He's a half sack behind Simeon Rice. By the time this year ends, he could be in the top 25 in the history of this game with years ahead of him.
Simeon Rice was a great player.
People sleep.
I think of him with Tampa Bay. He was awesome. The Texans beat the Colts. They are back in the hunt very squarely in the AFC South. They needed this win. 7-5 Houston now. Hard charging, the first team out in the playoff picture as they get ready to play the Chiefs. For Houston, that's 4 straight wins and 5 of 6. Their winning streak, including victories over Jacksonville, Tennessee, and now more recently, the last 2 weeks. How about these wins? Buffalo and Indianapolis in the AFC. They have the hottest defense in football. They're just shoving it on clubs at this point. The Colts had just 281 yards. Jonathan Taylor was held in check, 4 yards per carry. For the Texans, C.J. Stroud came back, had an interception, no touchdowns, threw for 276. Nico Collins is just a beast. 5 for 98 for him. He ran for a touchdown in this game.
Shotgun for Stroud. Fake it and then give it to Collins. Looking to turn it upfield. He will for the touchdown.
That's the Birdman, Ian Eagle on the call.
Remember those Jets teams that went to the AFC title game a couple years in a row where Rex Ryan was eating snacks? Remember them? That's what this Houston team is kind of morphing into. That's not what you wanted to be. That's not what they thought they were going to be before the year.
Sanchez?
Yeah, he's more.
That's not a comp you want anymore.
He's not. Listen, he's not. Well, especially now, but he's not the Stroud they thought they were getting. I think early in the season they were like, he's going to be prolific for true. You watch. We'll sling it down the field. He'll throw that old pill around. Nico Collins goes for a grand. We'll run the ball. We'll be exciting. They're not. They are ground and pound. They are Woody Marks and a cloud of dust and a nasty, mean, angry defense that is shoving it on people right now. They are winning gross games. They're not going to blow anybody out. I don't know if they have that unless, get a defensive touchdown or something like that. But they're winning a lot of 2016 kind of games as they've turned their season around. Their losses are not bad. That is a frisky, pain-in-the-butt club.
Jets improved to 3-9. They get a home win over the Falcons, 27-24. Nick Folk made a 56-yard field goal at the horn to beat Atlanta. Tyrod Taylor got the start in this game. He was mostly ineffective, but 172 and a score in a win. Adonai Mitchell had 8 catches for 102 yards and a touchdown, a big 52-yard strike. The Falcons just write books every week on how to lose games.
They put clinics.
They gave up a touchdown on a muffed punt inside their own 5-yard line. They gave up a 90-yard kick return to lead to another short field. Kirk Cousins got the call, goes for 234 and a score without turning the ball over. Kyle Pitts bounce back effort. Terrible with 3 drops last week. 7 for 82 for Kyle Pitts in this game. He's going to be a free agent at year's end. And Bijan Robinson's just the man. 23 for 142 and a tutty on the ground. Goes for 51 as a receiver. Basically 200 all-purpose and a loss. Nick Folk's game winner from 56 never got like 8 feet off the ground. It was the weirdest kick ever, and it went in bottom left corner.
From the right hash, from 56 yards out. His career long is 58. And Folk's kick is good.
Kenny Albert making me feel 13 years old again on the call.
Is that a Redskins preseason game or a Jets game? Same record as Washington, by the way. The Jets now 3-9 did themselves a lot of damage in terms of finding their quarterback in the future.
Crazy, by the way.
Yeah, 3-9.
Wow.
A couple of 3-9 teams
the
going at it.
Commanders have the same record as the Jets.
The same as the Jets.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
6th pick in the draft, and they're 1 game out of being second with some tie-breaking help. Think about that.
I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it hard.
Like we're talking worst team in the league, not named the Titans status.
The Titans are going for that number 1 pick. I mean, they are going hard for it.
Good for them.
Yeah.
The Cardinals were in Tampa Bay. The Bucs survive a scare, win 20-17, despite a late touchdown pass from Jacoby Brissett to Trey McBride, capping a 73-yard fourth quarter drive to make it a close game with 5 minutes to go. The Bucs hold on to win. Baker Mayfield just shy of 200 yards and a touchdown. Bucs still playing without Mike Evans, but did get Chris Godwin going, 3 for 78 as he's back in the lineup. Trey McBride is just a fantasy stalwart. Volume PPR maven, 9-target, 8-catch, 82-yard game and a touchdown. Jacoby Brissett slinging the pill. 300 yards and 2 tutties for Jacoby. Watch him work. Bucs were just better, and Bucky Irving was finally back, 17 for 61 on the ground.
On 2nd and 5, it's Bucky Irving. Got a block. Towards the goal line. In for a Tampa Bay touchdown.
Bucs are 7-5. Cardinals are 3-9. Tampa Bay's going to win the NFC South probably. I mentioned Carolina being on the outside looking in the playoff picture. Well, wild card is actually less likely. Where they need to start really focusing their attention is on the division. I mean, in the NFC South right now,
half game back.
They are 1/2 game back, and at 7-6, they still control their own destiny. They play Tampa 2 more times. So with 2 games, that division is very much up for grabs.
Tampa just trying to tread water, I think, until they get all their weapons back. Getting Chris Godwin back was massive. Hopefully, Evans is able to return for them and they can be themselves again. But they just kind of didn't have the horses for a month as they were just getting beat up. I still think they're the best team in that division. When I've seen them at their best, they've been pretty damn good. Carolina, though, is right there on their heels, and if they're not careful, they could absolutely take over that division.
Jags all over the Titans, 25-3, a rare clean sheet for Trevor Lawrence, who went for 229 in a pair through the air. Jaguars couldn't really run the ball in this game, but didn't need to. Jacoby Myers, 90 yards and a touchdown, acquired at the trade deadline. And Brenton Strange, the big tight end, back in the end zone.
Here in Nashville. Lawrence from the gun, protected, throws towards the end zone, wide open. Strange, touchdown.
Spiro Ditas on the call on CBS. Let's keep it moving. Back to the NFC and to the Seahawks hosting the Vikings. Can I hear more about Max Brosmer, please? I mean, how many people last week were telling you they've unearthed this gem? Wait till you see this guy. I got people on Twitter like pinning tweets. You heard it here first. The world's not ready. You guys don't know what's about to happen. Well, no, I didn't.
You're right, I guess.
I did not expect 4 interceptions and a shutout for the first time since 2007 for that Minnesota offense. Here's how bad it was. They can't wait to get J.J. McCarthy back out there this week. I mean, think about that.
He rolls. He's pressured. He's in trouble. Heaves it up. Oh, no. Ernest Jones. House call. He will take it all the way. A game-changing play from Ernest Jones.
Did you hear the Paul Allen call?
Oh,
that
no.
pick 6? Dad, you got to find it. We should play it later. He's just so crestfallen. He's like, he threw it to no one. He threw the ball up at no one. It's returned for a touchdown. This guy sucks. Get him off the field. I'm joking. He doesn't really say that, but that's what he's thinking.
That's in his mind, yeah.
But he's literally just so angry. I love Paul Allen.
The only thing that could stop Jackson Smith and Jigba and the train that was inevitable for 2,000 receiving yards, maybe a record, and the offensive player of the year was a garbage Minnesota team turning it over 1 million times. He wasn't needed. They just handed it off, and they just waited for Minnesota to give it back to them after a few minutes. Only had 23 yards, 2 catches for 23 in the game. It's a bummer, honestly, that Minnesota wasn't more competitive. We would have seen a lot more of 11.
26-0 for the Seahawks. Here we go.
It's 4th and 1. Snap. Brosmer rolls out to the right. He's in trouble. He's going to throw the ball up, and it's picked off. Awful decision by Max Brosmer, and this is going to be a defensive touchdown for the Seattle Seahawks. It's Ernest Jones off board with the first touchdown of his career, and Seattle has taken a 9-0 lead.
I just love Paul Allen. That was a bad blooper. You got to set that highlight to the. He's like falling down, throws it with the wrong hand. Very Wentzian, essentially. The Chargers beat the Raiders. Kind of an uninteresting game. Don't need to go too deep into this one, but it was kind of just death by paper cut for the Raiders. Chargers were better, 31-14. Justin Herbert's got broken bones in his hand. He's going to try to play through. He threw for a couple of touchdowns. This was a closer game than the score indicated, but in the end, they just kind of bled them out.
Yeah, my only note was that broken hand, and he's going to try to play through it. So we'll see if he's available to do so.
Trey Lance came in through the final pass of the game. Kamani Vidal's good.
Yeah.
The running back that has gotten a shot because their starter is
Omarion
hurt.
Hampton.
Vidal ran for 126 on 25 carries. He's just a workhorse. Touchdown in this game. And old friend Jarrett Patterson had 50-plus yards and a touchdown.
That Jarrett Patterson, by the way.
The same one?
Yep.
The one you're thinking of. Finally, Bills, Steelers, Christian Bedford with a scoop and score for Buffalo. Pittsburgh is broken, just like the bones in Aaron Rodgers' hands. 26-7, Buffalo all over the Steelers. It was a close game, 7-3 at the half, and then the Bills just poured it on.
Rushing in that first half, he's talking about 9 carries, 33 yards. Rodgers surrounded by Bosa, and the ball comes out, and Bedford has it, and the Bills have a scoop and score to start the second half.
How about the 8-4 Buffalo Bills? By the way, now they're snorting. Now
Somebody's singing.
Is this over the air or just in my ears? For a little while, I was just checking their.
He's going one.
Levels.
Yes.
Yep, we hear you.
So whatever you're doing, don't do that anymore.
Whoever you are very much on the air. Grant and Danny on the Fan with you, and whoever is snorting behind us.
Very
as
uncomfortable.
Well. Beltway Blitz coming your way at 4 o'clock. We've got those Leonard Skinner tickets we're giving away at 4 at that time. Next, let's go State of the Union on Terry McLaurin after a huge game. How are we feeling about the wide receiver one? Hey, what's up? It's GP. for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. FanDuel is the number one sportsbook for same-game parlays. I had one going last night, and it hit. I had Stephon Diggs catching 3 passes, caught his 3rd pass with a couple minutes left. That was a sweat. Drake May over 200 passing yards. That one was easy. He got that in the first half. And then a Patriots money line win. But you can put together whatever you want as far as these same-game parlays go. Points, rebounds, threes, assists if you're playing the NBA. FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live. Here's what you're going to do. Go to FanDuel.com/GP so that new customers, that could be you, can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Bet 5 and win, get $150. FanDuel.com/GP. Got to be 21 in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bet expires in a week. Restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Vikings next Sunday. Commanders have dropped 7 in a row. Got an update on Jaden Daniels yesterday. Still hadn't been cleared for contact for the Vikings. J.J. McCarthy is expected to clear concussion protocol. He should be good to go for Sunday's game. Tonight, Hard Knocks NFC East premieres at 9 o'clock. Last night, Monday Night Football, the Patriots beat the Giants 33-15. The Patriots first in the AFC with an 11-2 record. They go to their bye week. The Giants also go into a bye. They are 2-11. In the NBA last night, the Wizards beat the Bucks 129-126, their third win of the year. Second half of a back-to-back tonight. They'll take on the Sixers in Philly. 7 o'clock tip-off right here on the Fan. Hockey, late night Caps tonight. They begin a West Coast road trip taking on the Kings in LA tonight. 10:30 puck drop right here on the Fan. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Game decider. Mariota inside McLaurin. Touchdown.
That's Mike Tirico calling Terry McLaurin's what would have been a game-tying or game-winning touchdown if the Commanders could have gotten a 2-point conversion moments after. Batted ball ended the game, a loss instead of a win, 7 straight L's for Washington. But one of the big stories was McLaurin looking like Terry McLaurin again. 14 targets, a season high, a career high, 7 catches, 96 yards, and a touchdown. He scored in back-to-back games. The game he came back originally from this injury to play in was that Chiefs game where he had the awesome play in the end zone, the really nice play on the sideline where he got hurt again. But this is now 2 games in a row, and it's the only 2 games he's played since week 3, frankly. So I get that that's an issue where he's done Terry things. But Danny, I find the entire relationship right now that this fan base and everybody has with McLaurin to be fascinating because there are the diehard fans that, all they care about is who's wearing burgundy and gold and are they on the field. And like every time the team's in the red zone, there's a third down, they're chanting Terry, Terry. And then there's a lot of people we hear from on the phones who have kind of decided they're keeping it moving. They don't feel the same way about him after him for the first time in his career, not being team first and doing some diva stuff to try to get paid. I didn't have a problem with it. I think it's business, but a lot of people did. Now he has this great game again, and I just find the juxtaposition of it all really interesting.
This is such a fascinating case study in this sort of deal, right? Because you mentioned it. There are some who don't understand how team things work and salary cap sports work and just yelled, pay him, like as if you're supposed to go above the market and make an irresponsible contract happen because he's Terry or something, when that's not the reality. Then there are those that are going, he's selfish, you should show up to work. That's also not the reality. The truth is always kind of somewhere in between, right? We have to, we try to live in a world of nuance and understanding that there are push and pull. There's always trade-offs. But the falling out of favor to some degree for a guy that was the golden child has been clear. I mean, I think that's a thing, right? Where the bloom is off the rose to some degree, especially given how disappointing this year was. And you can really trace the bad vibes, the bad juju, whatever, to that prolonged battle that went way deeper than it should have. Whoever you want to blame, the answer is yes. It's totally fine. And then his unbelievably disappointing and exasperating season where it's one step forward, then he doesn't play for a month. And we've done that twice. And now it's over with. And here he comes back reminding you all, hey, if everything was normal and I was myself, we probably wouldn't be 3-9. See you guys later.
But see, you just said at the end what I think is most important. I think him falling out of favor while it was brought on by the summer can be undone and can be fixed so easily. He's got to stay healthy. He's got to play. That's it. If this guy's on the field, he's going to produce. And if he produces, people forgive you. It's not like he committed a crime.
Right.
It's not like he got in trouble for doing something terrible off the field. This is a really, really good guy. This is a true professional, legitimate mensch of a human being. This is a guy that does all the right things. You'll want your son to grow up to be like him. You want your daughter to date a guy like him. Like, that's what we're talking about here. A model citizen type. And has his relationship with the organization changed? Absolutely. I think his relationship with the media has changed a little bit. He's gone major stretches where he hasn't spoken this year. This is a former multi-time, good guy award winner. And frankly, let's be honest, it's easier to go out and talk to the media and to be the good guy when you're going for 1,100, 1,200 yards than when you are being questioned because you're constantly hurt and you're holding out and the coverage of you is more negative. So obviously you're not going to be quite as amicable, friendly, whatever. But this is a really, really, really good person in a situation that got sidelined. That's the way I view this. And I do think, as you've seen in the Chiefs game, and maybe more accurately in this game, he still got it. Like, he can still play. This is not someone who hit the age 30 and ran into a wall and he's not going to play at a high level anymore. So whether it's the rest of this season, which I think is very possible, if he goes out and scores 4 touchdowns in these final 6 games and puts up, an average of 85 yards a game or something, you go into the offseason with momentum and it's a completely forgotten thing. Everybody's chanting your name as you walk out to the training camp practice field for day 1 of practice next year in what is frankly probably going to be his final season with the team. I think that's where we're headed here, is that next year's the last year. But if he goes out and has a 1,100, 1,200 yard season where he just acts like Terry McLaurin every single week, I think you let bygones be bygones. Think about this like a political figure. His approval rating. His approval rating was always a 99%.
Was really high, yeah.
I think the rock bottom of his approval rating may have been, if it was at, say, like 52% when he signed the deal, and it goes back up to 65 or 70% because a lot of people say, okay, it's business and it's in the rearview mirror. Then he gets hurt multiple times. You go into the year and Jaden Daniels doesn't have him and he regresses and the offense misses him and it regresses and the season gets off the rails and his injury is a big reason why. His approval rating probably bottomed out at like 35% or something, but it's back up around 50. And I think there have always been that loud minority that are going to chant Terry every time they have the ball in the red zone.
Sure.
They're not going anywhere.
Right. He is whether it's his fault or not, a microcosm of this season, though. Right. No one's doing this for Noah Brown because he didn't hold out or hold in and go through the whole shenanigans and have a press conference at Eastern Motors where your job's your credit. The whole offseason was about Terry McLaurin and the expectations of this team that they were carrying that they earned, quite frankly. It's good to have expectations because people expect you to be good. They're excited. You went to the NFC title game last year and Terry was one of, probably you don't have to go too far for the reasons why. He was spectacular, had his career year for a team that did more than any Washington team had done in more than 3 decades. But he was the offseason story. Then when it doesn't go great, not even go great, when it goes as bad as it could possibly go, and you're not playing, you're not helping, regardless of whose fault it is, he's going to be kind of the poster child for that, which whether that's fair or not, that's the reality. And that comes with the expectation.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. We'll give away Leonard Skinner tickets to somebody in 22 minutes ahead of the Beltway Blitz. Let's go to the phones. Elijah's in D.C. on G&D. What's up, Elijah?
What's going on, Grant and Danny? Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
I wanted to talk about 5, but I know we've moved on, man. I'm happy for my man Terry. He's legit. And my dad told me this as a kid. He said, people only remember you from the last thing you've done. Unfortunately, you could have done, whatever. But it's
so true
for him to have an opportunity just to remind everybody what a legitimate one looks like. How on time was this offense? And just to see them really operate on time that you just can't even quantify like how important having a number one bona fide guy, certain looks just against one of the best defensive backs in the league, certain things he was able to do. You just kind of got to observe and say, Debo was able to play within his ability, what he was supposed to do. So you kind of just got to kind of pump the brakes on some things because we didn't get the best look. And
look at
weeks
Ertz.
Ago,
yeah.
Look at what Ertz was able to do. 10 for 100. He said after the game, basically had more operating space in the middle of the field than he's had all year long. And we've wondered, he's been much better lately, 40 yards in a bunch of games in a row. But this has not been last season, Zach Ertz. Right away, 10 for 100. He's got more space. He's getting an ideal matchup against the nickel corner where he's too big, or against the linebacker where he's outrunning those guys or boxing them out and plastering them a little bit. Terry just changed everything in terms of the matchups that guys were getting. But you're right. It's just a really good reminder. As I said on the show yesterday, we've talked a bunch about who's the biggest injury this year other than Daniels, and I've had different answers at different points. There's only one answer, though. It really is McLaurin, and it's not that close. Matt and Manassas, what's up?
Hey, I was just wondering, did they so thoroughly win the negotiation with Terry that they put themselves in a position where they've got to do it again next year? Or is that, like you said, maybe next year is just the last year and he goes on? They won the negotiation too much so that, oh, we can get out of this real easy. But is it so easy that now they're sort of, if he has a great year, you're like, oh, we got to do this again?
It's an interesting question.
It's a great question. So they have an off-ramp after this year, talking about the team. They're under no obligation to cut him. They don't have to. They've got him for a fairly affordable deal, I would say, if he does have the kind of year that everybody's talking about at this moment, where you don't have to get rid of him. You would have some cap savings, but you would have a dead cap hit. You could retain him, and this wouldn't be a thing. We only talk about it as a team win because they have that out. They're not going to be sitting left there holding the bag. You would think the worst it can be is maybe one more year of Terry McLaurin. Let's just say this happens again, not this coming year, but the year after. You go, oh, that's a bummer, but you'd be able to wash your hands of it. It's not one of those, they're counting down the days Steven Strasburg till they don't have to pay him.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be on the team next year. Let's start there. There's way too much dead money otherwise, and there's no reason not to bring him back anyway. It's an $18 million cap hit next year, which for your top wide receivers, nothing. It's only $500,000 or so more than what he was against the cap this year. And the dead cap would be $42 million you'd have to spread out to do anything else. So he's on the team for 2026. The question is the out in 2027, which they will take before his cap numbers are 34 and 39 million. At that point, there's 18 million in dead money that you can divvy up over a couple of seasons. You're going to probably eat some cash. I don't know what the penalty would be to trade him, but if he plays well next year, it might be very possible at 32 that somebody would trade him. The problem is going to be trying to trade that contract, because you'd essentially be trading like a 2-year deal for what would be right around $73 million or something crazy like that. That's just hard to imagine being able to move at the receiver position. So you're probably going to have to eat some money there, but you move on and you'll have another wide receiver one likely after that. But he's going to have to just show up and work next summer. Not to mention, you now know you can't play chicken with Adam Peters in this team because they're not going to blink. So you saw what it got you this year, not the money that you wanted, and a worse season probably. You're doing that again?
Yeah, that's not something anyone willingly should sign up for.
I'd bet on a much better year for him next year, even though he'll be a year older. Double play is next. We got those Leonard Skinner tickets at 4 o'clock. You're listening to Grant and Danny.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. You've heard me talk about my partnership with Fanatics Sportsbook and their one-of-a-kind fair play injury protection covering all first-half pro football injuries. But did you know that fair play covers first-half pro basketball injuries too? That's right. And that's why there's no better place to bet than Fanatics Sportsbook. Monday night proved my point yet again. Phoenix, LA, right? All-star guard goes down with a lower body injury in the first quarter and does not return for the rest of the game. Fanatics Fair Play voided all pro player prop bets across straights, parlays, and same-game parlays instantly. Some books protect your bet for just the first quarter. Some do nothing at all, but not at Fanatics Sportsbook, where they flip losing bets into winning bets for the whole pro basketball season. I got the numbers right here. Fanatics Sportsbook's Fair Play policy saved 32% of same-game parlays. So don't wait for that bad beat from other books. Bet with the book that always has your back. It's Fanatics Sportsbook. I'm telling you, winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Or MD visit mdgamblinghelp.org.
It's time for our double play, driven by your local Washington area Honda dealer. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today. Should remind everybody, Danny, that we're going to be in Reston at Craft House. We're excited about this. Friday from 2 to 6:30 for our field trip series. So 2 o'clock, 4.5 hours of radio live from Craft House in Reston. Great menu, awesome bar, a lot of fun, good location, tons of listeners out there. So we will see you on Friday before we fly to Minnesota on Saturday. Come check us out, Craft House Reston.
I love those Craft House locations. The not Tyson's Corner, the Fairfax location we've been to a couple different times. Went at that restaurant one as well. That's going to be a hoot. Let's do a little double play action, GP. What do you say? You into it? What would it take, honestly? What would it take? Like, honestly, we can go around the room. Someone's like, you got to run a marathon this year. This coming year, you've got to run a marathon. Well, like, what would it take for you to say, you know what, I will do that. I agree to your terms.
26 miles?
Yeah, 26.2.
Losing 100 pounds?
But like money, like someone's going to promise you tens of millions or this house or whatever. Like
physically, I couldn't run a marathon.
Right. That's
if
kind of my
I
point.
could walk a marathon, a lot of money would allow me to do that over many, many hours. But my interest is zero, and just physically, I couldn't hold up.
Right. Same here. I could not physically run a marathon. Could you imagine running more than a marathon? How about 50 kilometers or kilometers? Depends on how you pronounce it. There's
how many
different ways to
miles
pronounce
is
it.
that?
That's around 31.
No, I mean, again, there's less than zero interest.
Now imagine you have to stop at 9 different Taco Bell locations during the marathon. Could you do that? Probably not. What about if they added to that Taco Bell situation? You had to provide all the receipts at the end so they say that you did it. And at least one of the stops, you have to eat a couple of the heavier items, either a Supreme Nacho or a Chalupa. Can't just get away with like your regular basic old taco or something small at the Taco Bell. You've got to do one of the significant heavy Taco Bell items.
So I've heard of fantasy football losers having to do a Taco Bell mile or something where you run a lap around the track, then you have to eat a couple Taco Bell items, then you have to do it again until you run your 4 laps in the mile and you feel like crap. So this is like that on steroids.
Yeah.
To quote Ryan Clary.
The Burrito Supreme, I think, is one of the items you have to do. So my guy, Mike Wardian, who I've gotten to know a little bit, I play pickleball with, he's in his 50s, but he is a world-class extreme athlete. Like he'll do super marathons where it's like you wake up in the morning, you run until you go to sleep that night and you camp out on the side of the road and you run some more. He's run a marathon on every continent.
He's like a guy that Real Sports with Bryant Gumbel is interviewing for some reason.
Like seriously, like this dude is superhuman as far as I'm concerned. He's great at everything he's ever done. He's incredible. And I've told him, and I've said this to him personally, I'll say it now on the radio, he's both the most inspiring and depressing person I've ever met. Like, you're like, wow, well, look at your accomplishments. I'm so inspired. And then I get depressed thinking I can never do any of the things that you do. I should just eat some Doritos and wait for the shadows to take me. He is he saw the original of these in Denver or somewhere in Colorado and said, why don't we bring it here to DC? And I think they had 1,000 people show up to this Taco Bell super marathon. And it got all sorts of coverage and blew up everywhere and did it really well in freezing cold temperatures. But the Taco Bell Super Marathon run by my guy, Mike Wardian in the DC area.
That's wild.
Insane.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Time for my double play. The wife's been working hard at the house. Looks like we are almost completely decorated. Got the text that the tree is going up today. Against my better judgment, like most fights, I lose this one. I'm a live tree guy. Big live tree guy, but not the Paulson family. We are not a live tree family. We are a fake tree guy. And so we've got the fake tree growing up. I need to have just all the candles going so that I can smell what a live tree would provide in the household. But the wife has done a very nice job decorating. Everything is pretty much good to go here on December 2nd. Now, if I had my druthers, it'd be November 2nd. We're a little bit late as far as I'm concerned.
November 2nd.
But the wife is a wait till after Thanksgiving guy. That is not how I roll, but kudos to her. We are good to go. How about the Rouilles? What percentage of our holiday decorating is done?
0. That is a 0%.
0?
Yeah, we went Thanksgiving, which everyone should respect and honor and not do anything before Thanksgiving. Then, because we were out of town, we came back. We basically had a handful of hours to put our life in order before school starts this week and everybody had to go back to work and stuff like that. So we hadn't had a single chance to do any of those sorts of things.
So this weekend,
I'm hoping, but you and I are out of town, as you know. So like
That's
any of the pick up the heavy thing and move it over here, which is what I'm good at one thing, and that's pretty much it. I can pick something up and I can put it where she says to put it.
Yes.
And that's it. Other than that, I'm in the way. I bother her.
I did a lot of that.
Yeah.
Go up and get this out of the top of the garage.
Step and fetch. I got that.
Bring this down. Get the ladder out. Carry these crates in. There are lots of crates. We're looking for this or that. Is
Mhm.
it in this bin? So we're still working on that.
Yep.
But I would say we are 90-ish% complete
Wow.
with our decorating. Even the exterior, some of the lights are up. Are you guys exterior light people?
Yeah, I don't quite go full Chevy Chase vacation and staple things to the gutters and stuff, but yeah, we got a few things.
What do you do?
Kind of the minimum to let you know that we know. Like, hey, it's we understand it's Christmas time. Here's some lights.
You're not paying to have someone come in and do a beautiful job?
No, we don't do any kind of big, massive thing. There are people in our neighborhood that do incredible showcases.
Well, they should.
And it's phenomenal. And it's awesome. And I'm like, good for you guys. That's great. We're not doing that.
So you're doing like a net over the bush.
Yeah.
Maybe a reindeer.
Like, remember Office Space? Office Space? Of
course.
When Jennifer Aniston's character, when she's like, I've got 15 pieces of flair on. He's like, what would you say about someone that does the bare minimum? When you want to do a little bit more to stand out? We do the bare minimum
nothing
to not get fined at Flingers or Tchotchkes, whichever one it is.
G&D on the Fan. Let's go blitzing next. We'll give away those Leonard Skinner tickets as soon as we return.
The Commanders are getting set to take on the Vikings on Sunday. The Commanders don't have a full update on Jaden Daniels if he's going to be able to play. He still hasn't been cleared for contact for the Vikings. J.J. McCarthy expected to clear concussion protocol and will likely start for the Vikings on Sunday. The Commanders looking to snap a 7-game losing streak. Injuries around the league. Lions wide receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown didn't practice for a second straight day. The Lions getting set to take on the Cowboys on Thursday Night Football. Hard Knocks NFC East premieres tonight at 9 o'clock, and the Steelers and cornerback Darius Slay have mutually agreed to part ways. In the NBA, the Wizards won their third game of the year last night, beating the Bucks 129-126. Second half of the back-to-back tonight as they head up the road to Philadelphia to take on the Sixers. 7 o'clock tip-off can hear the game right here on The Fan. Hockey, the Capitals begin a West Coast trip as they'll take on the Kings tonight in L.A. 10:30 puck drop. Can hear that game right here on The Fan as well. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Thanks to Toby for getting us up to speed. Let's go caller 10 right now at 800-636-1067. Congrats, you're winning a couple tickets to go see Leonard Skinner and Foreigner Double Trouble Double Vision Tour. This is Saturday, July 25th. Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events. This is courtesy of Live Nation.
We are exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Morad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
It is time for your Beltway Blitz on Grant and Danny. We'll cover the Wizards, the NFL, and the Commanders. Let's get it started. We'll even crowbar in a little Caps, perhaps, as they get ready to go out west and play 3 games on the road in California. But let's start with the Wizards. They are at the Philadelphia 76ers at 7 p.m. tonight. Second evening of a back-to-back, and Varun Shankar, who covers the team, joins us now. What a win. What a fun game. What a good environment last night. Varun, I know you were there for the post covering everything against the Milwaukee Bucks. That was a rare, strong, fun outing. 129-126 winners. What'd you see?
It was a really good game for the Wizards. You could tell even midway through the game when they were down by 10-plus points that they were playing okay. It was just that their three-point shot wasn't falling. And eventually, the three-point differential started to even out for both teams. And you saw the Wizards come back and play with some real poise. Their veterans really took over down the stretch. And then you saw Bilal Koulibaly's defense was great all night, and he shined really at the end, getting that steal on Giannis Antetokounmpo and going all the way for a dunk that all but sealed the game.
So I wanted to ask about Koulibaly's defense. It stood out. I mean, yeah, the steal and the dunk obviously is awesome, but it felt like throughout the evening he was harassing Giannis or whoever he was covering. That was a pretty impressive showing there.
Absolutely. It was interesting because I feel like in earlier matchups when the Wizards have played Giannis or players with similar body types to Giannis, they put Keyshawn George on him. I thought that's where the Wizards might go, but they started with Bilal Koulibaly, and you could see that even if Koulibaly struggled sometimes to deal with Giannis' size and his strength, and who doesn't, obviously, he's one of the best players in the league, Koulibaly's quickness, his length, and his anticipation really helped him disrupt plays and really bother Giannis. I mean, you know, the big man had more than 20 points, but he had 5 turnovers as well, and he was not the usual dominant player he was. He was just a step shy of that.
Varun, as far as the late minutes last night, McCollum made some huge buckets. Middleton was great. How should I feel where all I care about is the kids and I don't really care about the veterans that are, you know, having good moments in a lost season? What do you take out of the performance as far as building blocks go?
I mean, CJ McCollum keeps having performances like this. He might have some legitimate trade value at the deadline. Long way away from that, but it's something to keep in mind and something to think about as we see him bounce back a little bit more of this last couple of weeks. Beyond that, I think it's still good for these young players to get experience in it. Yes, McCollum and Middleton were the ones who had big shots, but Keyshawn George had a couple really good assists late where he drove inside, despite not having a good offensive game, and was able to get those jump-off passes to Marvin Bagley. And you saw him really play with some pace and composure despite struggling on earlier in the game. And then, of course, Koulibaly's getting these kinds of experience guarding the best players. And now, where before he would do well, but maybe not have success. Now he's having success and led to a victory, which isn't something you can say very often for the Wizards.
Varun, thank you, buddy. Have a great rest of your week.
Thank you. Same to you guys.
See you, my friend. Hit that cap sounder, please, Darius. Oh, Grant and I will do that. GP, the Caps pick up a little 3-game West Coast road trip starting this evening against the Kings, who we just saw feels like a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, and the Capitals are playing better hockey. They have gotten right at this point. Look at the standings in the Eastern Conference. They're one of the hottest teams in the East right now. Winners of 4 in a row, 7 of their last 10. In fact, no other team in the Metro can say either of those two things. The Capitals have 32 points. With a win, if they get a little help tonight, they could be tied for the top spot in the division. So how quickly things turn around. They do have a game in hand on some teams behind them, like the Penguins and the Flyers. So you go out there and you lose 2 out of the 3, or you only get, a point, let's say, out of these possible 6. You're going to come back here and you're going to be near the bottom of the Metro again. Everything's very jumbled up, but you got to like how they're playing. They're scoring a lot of goals finally. The kind of lid is blown off on that end of the ice.
So they coming off a stretch from towards the end of October through the beginning of November where they lost 8 of 10. Now, you just mentioned the streak that they're on. I think it's, what is it? Is it 7 of 8 that they've won? What's the difference that you see? Like in terms of comparing that bad stretch to the good stretch, what's kind of the main driving force? Line shuffling, just the way they're playing? What is
strength, they've been good all year. I think special teams were killing them and haven't as recently. Their penalty kills gotten better. Their power play is not great, but it's been a lot better. I'll tell you who's been a game changer on their power plays, Ryan Leonard. Leonard's having an awesome run right now in a stretch where they're using him more. He's getting minutes. He's working with guys that I think offensively can allow him to look a little more skilled and gifted, which is critical. But I think they've been better on special teams. And frankly, they were... I know people don't love hearing this, but like the metrics said, they were a lot better than their results.
Yes.
It was going to happen, especially their expected goals and some of those things on that end of the ice. So if you go back now over the last 4 all wins, they pummeled the Blue Jackets 5-1. They beat the Jets 4-3. They beat the Leafs 4-2. And then they throttled the Islanders 4-1. They've outscored their opponents here 2-1, basically, going back over these last 4 games, and it's 4 or more goals. So offensively, they've been a lot better. Alex Ovechkin has been hot at an empty netter last time out. Tom Wilson's on pace for 47 goals. Here's what I'm interested in from a Caps perspective. The Olympics are this winter, I want to know which of their players make an Olympic team. I mean, they have a case in several possibilities here. Logan Thompson should be in net, I think, for Team Canada. Tom Wilson probably should be on this team. I saw that Jacob Chikrin is now getting a lot of noise to be an Olympic player as well. All possibilities. The question is, remember, the rules in the Olympics are different than the NHL. There's no fighting. There's not a lot of physicality or hitting like there is in the National Hockey League. Might you go with like smaller, faster skating skilled players than a Tom Wilson?
Yeah, it depends on how you want to build.
I still think the way he scores and the way he skates at this point as a power forward, just his size, I would still want him on that team. But if they were playing NHL rules like that tournament at the All-Star break last year with the fights and stuff with all the countries coming together, he'd be a no-brainer. I'll be curious to see if he makes it, if Chicky makes it, if LT makes it, like who gets into the Olympics.
Do you want them to?
Oh, hell yeah.
Or is it I wouldn't mind a veteran team have more guys with their feet up.
These guys want it so badly. So yeah, I want Tom Wilson to have, and there would be a career defining moment outside of the cup for him. Supposedly I was talking to someone who said, I mean, this is like, he's desperate to be on this team. So yeah, I think it'd be good for them and their development, and being around stars is always ideal, I think, to just help guys get comfortable on that stage. I think it'd be good for the organization, and selfishly, I cannot wait for the Olympics. So yeah, I absolutely want those guys in. Game 1 of 3, as Danny said, out west. Late night Caps, 10:30 start locally as they take on the LA Kings. All right, let's keep the blitz moving. We will talk football with our buddy Ian Hartitz. Not just all things fantasy, but a very sharp football analyst wherever you want to discuss, whether it's the betting market or just all things reality as well. Ian, I want to talk Cowboys-Lions with you. The Detroit Lions are home on Thursday night, taking on Dallas. Are they a loss away from being cooked? If they don't beat the Cowboys, are they done?
Sure seems that way. I mean, you look at kind of playoff percentages, and this just seems like one of those good old-fashioned, loser leaves town sort of matches, just in the NFL instead of WWE. So, going to be a fun Thursday night one. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like the Lions are going to be at 100%. Sun God Amon-Ra St. Brown came out today and said he, isn't going to completely close the book on playing, but just trying to have that quick turnaround coming back from the ankle sprain. It would be surprising. So going to need some big games from Jameson Williams, maybe Isaac Tesla, who's flashed with his opportunities. Obviously, Jahmyr Gibbs doing his thing as well. But, man, as we've seen, guys, that Cowboys defense has gone from, a complete dumpster fire to maybe just bad ever since getting Quentin Williams and some of these guys.
How good is Myles Garrett? Like, quantify what we're actually seeing here.
Well, he's 4 sacks away from breaking Michael Strahan and TJ Watt's sack record, so that's a pretty good start. But just seeing what he was able to do, even against Trent Williams last week, was really the crazy part to me. I mean, we're talking about someone who's been arguably the best left tackle in the game for the last 10 years, and he just had no answers for the guy. And how could you? I mean, you see him with his shirt off at a press conference every now and again, and the fact that dude can be that big and also that agile just really isn't even fair. So kudos to the Browns, man, because this dude obviously wanted to trade during the offseason, and the Browns rightly realized, hey, we don't trade someone who is arguably the single best football player in the league. So we'll see what happens, guys. I mean, he's got the Titans this week. Cam Ward, someone who's taken a ton of sacks already. And just, regardless of who he's playing, it seems like you can go out there and rip off 3 to 4 on any given afternoon. So absolutely incredible season. And honestly, man, in the year where I know Drake May's done a ton of amazing things, and he deserves to probably, be the MVP front runner, but it would be really cool to see Myles Garrett at least get a few, real MVP, not even defensive MVP votes. That's just how good he's been.
Yeah, if that team was in the playoff run, I think you'd hear a lot more about that probably. Ian Hartitz covers fantasy for Fantasy Life. He joins us here on our Beltway Blitz. So you've got Lamar Jackson, I think you guys do, outside of the top 5 in fantasy quarterbacks this weekend. There's a lot of people either in the playoffs or probably on the precipice of, if you're in that 8-5 range or whatever, you're trying to get into the postseason. What's going on with Lamar? Can he still be counted on as don't even worry about it, QB1 on your team, or is this a matchup thing now?
I got him at QB7, which, again, I think in all my years doing this is probably the lowest I've had him ranked since going back to his rookie season. So it really has been a new low for him. The easiest answer is indeed just him not being at 100%. They can say whatever they want to the media and this and that, but I do think just looking at the injury report, continuing to see him missing those Wednesday practices to start off the week tells us all we need to know. So, guys, I mean, again, the factor ends up being just 3.6 fantasy points per game from rushing. Normally he's well over 7. So when you really do cut that part of his game basically in half, it is going to, show up big time in the box score. I will just say, I think better days could be ahead. Now, obviously, this Sunday we got, a good old-fashioned AFC North rock fight, with them taking on the Steelers. So not saying we're going to see a bunch of fireworks or anything there, but despite the rushing not being great, Lamar's still averaging 8.1 yards per pass attempt. That's the second highest mark of his career. It's the third best mark in the league, and it's one that would be even higher if we didn't have some shenanigans going on last Thursday night. Zay Flowers having the iffy OPI, Devontae Walker letting a couple of chunk games go off his hands. Heck, I mean, he would have had an extra touchdown to his total. I should say a touchdown to his total if Isaiah Likely just could have held the ball going across the goal line. So, again, hasn't been the usual Lamar. I'm not trying to be, Captain this here, make a ton of excuses, but I do think that, maybe not quite as bad as we may have to be when we add something to gain context. I do think better days will be ahead.
Are the Tampa Bay Buccaneers good?
Yeah, quick and right to a question. I think they're okay, man. Like, the defense has been better than, I'd say, average for most of the year. They had that horrific 3-game stretch where they had to face Drake May, Josh Allen, and Matthew Stafford back to back. But overall, when you got Vita Vea holding on the line, I think they just generally do a good job of making opposing offenses one-dimensional. And then when Baker Mayfield is healthy enough and not just having one of his shoulders freaking hanging off his body, he's obviously capable of playing at a high level as well. So I just hope we see them kind of get to full strength. Lest we forget, didn't have Bucky Irving for a good 2 months of the season. Mike Evans is a candidate to return to practice soon. And really encouragingly, guys, we did see Chris Godwin return to action 2 weeks ago. And even last week, he actually was looking like his former self in terms of making guys miss after the catch. So overall, this year, have they been good? I think they've been okay, but they might actually be getting good again when it matters most here in December. So we'll see what happens down the stretch.
Ian, I'm going to give you some of the teams atop the standings, and I want you to tell me, yes or no, are they an actual Super Bowl contender? As in, can this team actually win the title and it wouldn't shock you? So I'm going to go rapid fire here. Patriots.
Yes, I mean, Drake May is playing as good as any quarterback in the league right now.
Broncos.
No, I think Bo Nix has been inconsistent, and as good as that defense is, I don't trust the offense.
Jaguars.
No, haven't seen enough from Trevor Lawrence. Defense really living off of takeaways. Kudos to Liam Cohen, but I'm going with no.
Those are the top 3 teams, by the way, in the AFC. Crazy enough. Bears.
I'm going to say no. It's a real nice step in the right direction. I don't see the defense as a legit threat. And unfortunately, as much as Ben Johnson has turned that run game around, still too much inconsistency from Caleb and company in the pass game.
Ian, thanks, buddy. Good catching up.
Thank you, guys. Talk soon.
Thanks, dude.
Let's talk Commanders football. Localize the conversation with our guy, Mitch Tischler of Monumental Sports. Mitch, why don't we begin with Sunday night's game? You and I enjoyed that one together from just a few feet away. Can you take solace in that? Like, are we at a point where you can go, hey, moral victory Tuesday here. They looked a lot better after 6 losses, and then that one making it a 7th. I can deal with this.
No, I mean, there are no moral victories. I think what I take away from it is we saw a team go out there and fight hard. Very, very infrequently this season, we've seen the team come out and play well on, pretty much in every phase of the game, and also have some fight and some grit to it. I like that happened. Maybe part of that is getting some guys back healthy, getting Terry back on the field makes that offense a totally different unit than it was without him. But at the end of the day, I mean, they've lost 7 straight. They've looked terrible. I think these next 2 games are going to be pretty big as far as how we look at the rest of the season, or as we look back on the season, because these are 2 winnable games, Vikings and Giants coming up, and you hope they're able to continue playing hard and playing with that same kind of will that we saw on Sunday night.
Does Jaden Daniels play this weekend?
I sure hope so. I think it's a great game for him to come back for. Then you have one kind of warm-up game before you get to the gauntlet of the final 4 games against the NFC East, which I think are also equally as important for him to play in, both, because he's a guy who needs to see the field and get a little experience. Also playing those 4 NFC East games in a row. Those are teams that he's going to see, for what you hope is the next 10 years of his career. So you want as much time on the field against those guys and as possible. So I want to see him this week, but ultimately I think, most important is going to be those final 4.
But do you think he gets cleared? Like, I'm with you 100% on him needing to play more football this year. But for this Sunday, he hadn't been cleared yet. Do you think that's going to happen?
I don't know, but I certainly think so. I mean, when you listen to Dan Quinn talk about it, because it's his left arm, not his throwing arm, it's more about, getting contact and hitting the ground and all those different things. And quite frankly, you see it with knee injuries all the time. I think he'll be out there with that giant bulky brace on his left arm. As long as he's able to kind of freely move it, I don't see why they wouldn't clear him. But ultimately, you got to trust the doctors, and you got to trust those guys that are in charge, and it's going to be up to them. But I think he'll be cleared. I think he'll play Sunday against the Vikings, and I think you'll see kind of that big bulky elbow brace on him, similarly to what we see with Sam Cosmi in his knee or other guys.
Why were they so much better able to run in the natural running game, handing it off to running backs against a really good defense in Denver than they'd been in some time?
I mean, I don't want to oversell who Terry McLaurin is, but I think having a bigger threat on the outside makes a huge difference. And Terry played a complement of plays. He wasn't out there every offensive series or every offensive play, but the more explosive players you have on the outside, the less defenses are able to stack the box, the more you're going to be able to run the ball. I also think getting the ball into Chris Rodriguez's hands has been a big difference maker. I mean, we've seen it the past couple of weeks, and we saw it kind of build, I'd say over the last 5 weeks or so with him. But he's a much better between the tackles runner than Jacory Krusky-Merritt is. And I think that, if you're able to kind of, use some of that power and get some of those dirty yards between the tackles, it opens up everything else on offense.
Mitch, thank you. Much appreciated.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, guys.
Monumental Sports' Mitch Tischler as part of our Beltway Blitz. Guess who's calling the Commanders game against the Vikings? Something we won't in real time have to worry about because we will be at the game on Sunday in Minneapolis. Adam Amin and Drew Brees, the new broadcast team, because Brees took over for Mark Sanchez. So Drew Brees will be on the call of Commanders football for the first time. I'm excited for that.
That is nice. I think he's sharp, man.
after, but yeah, he got that limited chance on NBC, and everyone said he was terrible. He did like 2 games. It's a hard thing. It takes some time. I think he could be a very, very good commentator.
I definitely think that.
Which member of the 5-person Grant and Danny radio team would make the best boyfriend prospect? Who gets the most green flags for how we live our lives? We're going to find that out next on G&D.
What's up, guys? Grant and Danny here for our pals at Window Nation. Do you need to replace your windows, but you put it off because of the cost? It's actually a good thing you waited until right now. Take advantage of Window Nation's end-of-year sale. That is 50% off all window styles. You can get 0% interest financing for 5 years. Replace those old or builder-grade windows with custom-built, high-quality windows from Window Nation. I did it. So did Grant. We haven't looked back.
Yeah, that's right. Half off all window styles and 0% interest financing for 5 years. Find a better deal than that. You're not going to. 8+ rating, Better Business Bureau. 50-point inspection every window before it leaves the factory. 20 more points of inspection of every window when it is installed. It's why I love Window Nation. It's why Danny loves Window Nation. Over 45,000 5-star reviews, including mine and Danny's.
Window Nation has installed millions and millions of windows around the country. They know what they're about. Give them a shout, 866-90Nation, or go online. Get yourself a free estimate right now at windownation.com.
This update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. In the NFL, the Commanders have dropped 7 straight games. They now get set to take on the Vikings. Roster move for the team today. They signed wide receiver Robbie Chosen to the practice squad. Injuries around the league. Lions wide receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown didn't practice for a second straight day. The Lions take on the Cowboys on Thursday Night Football. Hard Knocks NFC East premieres tonight at 9 o'clock. Steelers with some moves. They agreed to part ways with cornerback Darius Slay and claimed wide receiver Adam Thielen off of waivers. Tonight for the Wizards, second half of a back-to-back after they beat the Bucks for their third win last night. They'll take on the Sixers in Philadelphia, 7 o'clock tip-off right here on The Fan. Late night hockey, the Capitals on the West Coast taking on the Kings in LA, 10:30 puck drop right here on The Fan. This December only, score 10% off windows with a 5-window minimum and 10% off doors at Paul Henry's Window Installation. And through December 29th, get an additional 5% off Vitex windows. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
What the hell did I do?
Commanded the funny.
Why did I earn that?
You're the lieutenant commander of the command force.
Was I rude, Darius? Is that what happened during the break?
This is one of those things where, like, I saw it and I was like, huh, this would be funny to play this right now.
Unprompted. Unbelievable.
Been a little while. G&D, welcoming you back on The Fan. So I saw this list, and I figured this would be fun for the show. I don't know if this was actually voted on by someone or if this is just a woman's opinion, but a lady on social media a couple weeks ago tweeted this out, and it went viral. And I said, okay, I got to quiz the boys at some point. And now is that some point.
Okay, here we go.
So here's how I want to do this. Darius currently is a single bachelor, as is Toby. Ryan is technically not a bachelor, as he has a girlfriend, but I think bachelor just means you're not married.
That's what I thought it meant.
So I guess he kind of is in pencil. But Ryan lives alone. Toby lives alone. Darius has his own spot. So basically, we are going to go through this list. You and I will have to play along based on our time when we were single and living alone.
Sure. Or a Thanos snap type situation where you and I are single again somehow. We could put ourselves in that headspace.
But this is just about your apartment, essentially.
Oh, I
it's
see.
Literally your living situation. So we go one by one here. And so we've actually been there, done it. Did we, yay or nay, like check or X on these things? So here's how we'll do this. I think it's called green flags in a man's apartment. And whoever has the most green flags at the end of this wins, and you're the most dateable, eligible, intriguing member of our show.
You are the number one bachelor seed.
So here's where I'm going to start. Do you have a collection of expensive candles that you burn in your house? Now, this is actually one where I'm green flag Paulson. I am team scented candle, always have been. I love buying candles, lighting them, burning them at my house. So this is a yes for me. Danny?
No. I mean, I had a candle or two, not a set of expensive
You live
candles.
by yourself at an apartment. You're not going to go buy some nice candles at like Yankee Candle or something.
No, I mean, I always had a candle or two, but not what they're talking about. So no.
Darius, candles?
I am a sucker for some Bed Bath & Beyond 3-wick candles. That is a green flag for
3
me.
John Wicks? Wow.
Dad's
3
got
John
a
Wicks.
green flag. Toby.
Ryan can collaborate this story. I was actually showing him a candle earlier today. I don't think this would count as expensive, but I was showing him a KFC bucket of chicken candle that I was considering buying. If that counts, then yes.
It does not count.
I wanted to say yes so bad.
So
I like how we started. It's like, Ryan's been over to my place. He knows.
Yeah, exactly.
He can corroborate. It smells wonderful.
I think you said collaborate or corroborate.
Corroborate,
I don't
yeah.
remember. Okay. Tobes, do you have expensive candles in your house right now?
No.
All right.
Tobes is
No
no.
green flag for Toby. Ryan.
I actually do. I have a $50 candle.
Okay. However,
Wow. Whoa.
here's the caveat we need. Current Clary is different than single Clary. So you have a bunch of stuff that your girlfriend has probably brought over because she cohabitates and lives there with you.
Uh-huh.
So this is like before you had a girlfriend in your apartment with Dylan. Did you have nice candles?
We actually did.
Okay.
We were a candle household.
Green flag. I'll give it to you. Love
Wow.
that.
All right. So we got 3 yeses and 2 nos
All right.
so far.
Nice hand soap. So this is not just run-of-the-mill hand soap. Like you buy a nice hand soap to have on the counter in all the bathrooms at all times? Mine was no. This is nubby. I always just had like a bar of soap right there on the counter, or I would buy something super cheap, like a couple $1 hand soap to spray. But I never had nice hand soap.
Super cheap hand soap. So not the bar, because the bar is nubs.
Yes,
and even I got to that point where I go, that's too much, because now it gets stuck to the
it is gross.
The kitchen, to the counter, or whatever. That's not.
So these are red flags for you and me.
2 reds.
Darius,
I can't go anything over $2 for hand soap. So
it's
yeah,
a no.
it's a no for me.
What clarifies is nice?
I think non.
You know when you say
mill, like you just walk in and you buy the first. Do you care about hand soap or not? Do you seek out hand soap?
I love the milk and honey hand soap.
That's a yes.
I think that's a green flag. For
Green
Tobes.
Tobes.
So do you seek it out? You go to a store to find the certain soap that you like?
Yeah, I love that hand soap.
And then you'll have that on the counter when you walk. Toby gets a green flag?
Green.
Larry.
Red flag. I use Dawn dish soap at dish soap. Dish soap. Yeah, at our old place.
What?
Wait.
Dawn.
On your hands?
Yeah, it was bad.
Use Down dish soap?
Dawn or Down. Whatever.
I want to stop this segment and do nothing but
it
talk
was
about
bad.
this.
I know.
Are you talking about dish soap?
Yeah, dish soap. It
The
was
gross, sticky.
clean, man. It got us clean. So it's a no. It's a big no.
I cannot believe that. I want to come back to this later, just so we're all on the same page. You understand the question?
Hand soap in a bathroom.
Right.
Yeah.
You can't use dish soap
You
for
put
your hands.
dish soap in your bathroom?
We used to.
You put Dawn dish soap in the bathroom.
There is Dawn. I
It's
can
not
call
even meant to wash hands.
I
It's
can
not
have-
for skin.
You're right. I can call my friends ask me
So
all
you
the time.
routinely did this, like more than just for a week or two.
Oh,
in a
like,
pinch.
oh, shoot, we're out. What can I wash my hands with? Let me go grab a little Dawn in a pinch. You place Dawn dishwashing soap in the bathroom.
Yes. And our old place, the new place that I have now, it's like a $2.
Well,
So no. But
yeah, you and your girlfriend have a place.
I'm sure.
This is very different. This is not the touch of a woman. This is you and your roommate. This is Bachelor Clary.
Dawn dish soap.
Oh my God. All right. Actual toilet paper, not a single ply situation. So this would be, I guess, quote unquote, a more expensive, nicer toilet paper. I'm a yes here. I always want multiply. I want the best toilet paper money can buy. This is a green flag for me.
This is my only green flag, probably. I want to wipe with a cloud. I can't have any scratchy mess back there. It's going to get a lot of use. Stuff that I'm going to use a lot, we're going to go ahead and pay up for that. Absolutely.
Dad.
The nicest you can buy.
That's so funny.
The Rolls Royce of potty paper for me.
Yes, green flag. Have to have multiple plies. One ply just won't do it. It's
Dad's got
unbelievable.
2
Anybody
green
would do
flags.
that.
I'm not in prison. All right.
Toby?
Luxury. Only the best for my behind.
There we go, Toki. Let's go. So that's back-to-back green flags.
Ryan used Dawn dish soap for his.
Ladies, Toby is an eligible bachelor. Just saying. He's got back-to-back
He's
greenies.
got two greens.
Oh, yeah. We're a Charmin household. So, I mean, absolutely, we are going all in on that.
All right. That's 2 for
Charmin.
you, I believe, as well. Charmin, by the way.
Mm.
You know, he's a charming lad.
He's a Charmin guy.
So he uses Charmin toilet paper.
Charmin down there.
All right. I'm out here. Big time red flag. No clothes on the floor. In your bedroom, are there clothes on the floor? Do you throw them into a pile at some point? I absolutely do. Always did. So this is
You're a pile guy.
Red flag for me.
So let me ask you this. This is probably, you didn't do the study, so you're going to be annoyed.
So easy. Do you ever put clothes on your floor?
Like, has it happened in history? Yeah. But like, if I think someone might come over, I'm not
No,
living
no,
in
no.
there.
This is not if you're cleaning up for company. On a random Wednesday, someone shows up at your
Then yes.
house. Are there clothes on your floor?
Most likely, yeah.
Me too. Red flag.
No. I always make sure my clothes are in a basket.
You don't have any clothes strewn about in your room?
I like if post laundry, I'll have them like on a little couch or whatever. And I might get to them in like 2 days from now. But as far as like if I get home and I'm putting my clothes in a basket. If they will not touch the floor.
Green flag.
The question is more so how big is the red flag for me when you can see more clothes than floor?
It's a pretty big red flag.
Gigantic flag,
Topes. Clary, it's like the flag across the whole field at Northwest Stadium before the game. The American flag.
My closet's a mess, but my actual bedroom is empty. Like zero clothes on the floor.
Ever.
Then
that's a green flag.
Green flag?
Yeah. Closet's allowed to be a mess.
So far, Ryan leading the clubhouse, by the way. He and Darius tied at 3.
Okay.
Mr. Dawn Dish Soap over there.
Yeah, exactly. They should lose a couple for that. If you're just joining us on Grant and Danny, I saw this thing online. These are green flags in a man's apartment. We're seeing who the most dateable of the members of the show is. No dishes in the sink. This would have been a green flag for me at all times because I never cook when I live by myself. And if I did, it was like I'm using a paper plate. I'm throwing it away. I'm fairly cleanly. There was never dishes in my sink. So I'm a green flag here.
Yeah, never. Never. And it's for the same reason. It's not because I'm using them and leaving them for later or letting them soak. I think when I lived with myself, I don't think I used a dish in the 2.5 years I lived alone.
I'm a let the dishes soak kind of guy. So yeah, I have dishes in the sink pretty often, I would say.
Let the dishes soak is so nubs.
It's so nubs.
It's a terrible
That's just,
bit.
you're
It's just all I
lying
know.
also, but you're lying.
What do you mean I'm lying?
Well, they don't have to soak. You could just clean them and put them away.
Or I could let them soak and then put them in the dishwasher later, which I do.
You could, but you don't need to. It's
Let
just
them soak.
I mean, are we talking about pans or are we talking about plates? There's no reason to ever let a plate soak.
You're more so talking about like pans and bowls and stuff like that. Plates probably less so. Yeah.
Tobes.
This is as big a red flag as one of those big flags out front of a Perkins. Remember those? Yeah, red flag for me.
Right now, just a sink full of dishes.
Oh, yeah. Thanksgiving just passed. I cooked a few things. Sorry. It's going to soak for another week.
You still got plates from Thanksgiving in the dishes.
Oh, we're pre-Thanksgiving as well.
Oh, Toby.
Man, that is tough, Toby.
In that Dawn dishwashing solution there.
That is good.
I might use Ryan's hand soap.
I was going to say Ryan's hand soap.
Ryan's going to go wash his hands on those plates. Okay, Ryan.
Never. I get Sice to do dishes. It's one of my weird chores that I actually really like.
That's strange. All right, so give Clary another green
green flag.
Wow.
Look at our dateable young man.
She doesn't know how good she has it, apparently. All right. Uses face wash. Do you use face wash? Face wash, rather. Bonus points if it's not a 3-in-1. I guess whatever that means. I never used face wash. I would wash my face in the shower. I've never once used like an ointment and rubbed it on my face.
With the same soap that you're washing everything else with?
Oh, of course. It's not a bar though. I use like a bottle of face wash, a loofah, or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'm not a face wash guy, so no.
Huge face wash guy. Grooming Lounge all day.
But you weren't using Grooming Lounge face wash when you were 26 years old.
Definitely was.
Really?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
I've been a face wash guy forever.
Okay.
Yes, I do use face wash. Sparingly, but I use it.
A couple times a week, yeah.
We'll give you a green flag for that.
Okay.
You own face wash? You use face wash? Go for it.
Every day in the shower. Yes.
Owns a hairbrush. I own a brush and a comb, so that's a yes for me, I suppose.
Owns
I'm more
hairbrush.
of a comb than a brush guy, but I did have a brush in my house.
I've never had the need for a brush my whole life.
I think I probably used a brush like 2% of the time, but I had one.
Is that just in case someone comes over that needs it?
I think it's like
because that's tough to hold that against somebody. I mean, no, I've never owned a brush. I've never used a brush. I have a comb. I comb my hair. I have short hair.
Yes, do have a brush and comb and pick and all that for the beard. So
I don't have a pick.
Well, you don't have a thick beard like I do. So
That's a good point.
You would need one for that.
Yeah, hairbrush does nothing for my hair, so it's just a comb.
Perfectly reasonable. Ryan?
Hairbrush guy.
And you've said that before.
Yeah.
I've never gotten you being a big brush guy, but I appreciate
I mean,
that.
look at all these green flags. My God.
Plants that are living plants in your apartment. This is a no for me. Absolute, unequivocal no.
No, what a giant waste of time. No.
Absolutely not. No.
Toby, living plants?
No chance.
Red flag?
Hard pass. Hard pass.
Clary gets a red flag on this
that.
one. All right, these are green flags in apartments. We're seeing who the most dateable member of the show is. Wine glasses that are not stolen from a bar. I guess I had wine glasses, but I always lived with a brother or something and they were theirs. So I have to think about this from the perspective of, like, if I'm by myself and I only have the things I bought, I would never have bought a wine glass. So for the sake of the exercise, I'm going hard pass on this.
Yeah, I did not have a wine glass that I bought. Like, it would come from an event or something and they didn't match, but it wasn't a set that I got. No.
Yeah, I've never purchased wine glasses or owned any wine glasses.
Yeah, I'm in trouble as well because my drinking cups are from Capital One Arena, so
you can drink wine out of that.
You just have a bunch of souvenir cups.
Yeah, if you want to
Capital
celebrate
One
the 2024 ACC tournament being there, then great.
That's right. You want some Merlot in the 2024 ACC Tournament Cup?
Pour her some nice white wine in the ACC Tournament
It actually
Cup.
helps to let it breathe a little bit. The tannins will
Well,
come out.
this one's a keeper. This is the CAA 2019. Clary, what do you got?
I got red Solo cups. I don't have wine glasses.
Red Solo wine. Who could do it better? All right, so that's red flags all around for the boys. Let's go. Let's get some green flags for the boys here.
Come on.
Clean sheets that smell like detergent, not boy. I've said this before.
This is Zach Gelb with
something
Odyssey Sports
playing
Minute.
really
this is how I
loudly in
think
my
the latest
ears
college
right
football
now.
playoff rankings will look
Zach
later
Gelb
tonight.
Sports Minute.
Ohio
Zach
State,
Gelb, that's a
Indiana,
red
Georgia,
flag.
and Texas
And
Tech will
what
on
we'll do,
bye,
we'll step
while
away, we'll
Oregon
come
will have
back and
Tulane
finish
come to
this next
Eugene
on
to square
Grant
off
and
in the
Danny.
5-12 showdown, followed by Texas A&M hosting Virginia in the 6-11 spot, with Ole Miss welcoming in Alabama for the 7-10 matchup, and then finally Oklahoma hosting the Fighting Irish of Notre Dame in an 8-9 showdown. I'm Zach Gelb.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. This Christmas holiday, enjoy exclusive savings on our high-quality rechargeable hearing aids. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and shop Christmas holiday deals before they're gone at audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sports Minute. This is how I think the latest college football playoff rankings will look later tonight. Ohio State, Indiana, Georgia, and Texas Tech will have byes, while Oregon will have Tulane come to Eugene to square off in the 5-12 showdown, followed by Texas A&M hosting Virginia in the 6-11 spot, with Ole Miss welcoming in Alabama for the 7-10 matchup, and then finally Oklahoma hosting the Fighting Irish of Notre Dame in an 8-9 showdown. I'm Zach Gelb.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. This Christmas holiday, enjoy exclusive savings on our high-quality rechargeable hearing aids. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and shop Christmas holiday deals before they're gone at audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Coming up at 5 o'clock in 12 minutes on Grant and Danny, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. Bill stops by. We'll also talk about Dan Quinn yesterday addressing the media and suggesting he might call plays defensively next year. Not something he has ruled out after taking over the coordinating duties from Joe Witt. Things have gotten better over the last 2 weeks. I guess that's a path for Joe Witt possibly still being here and having a gig next year. If Dan Quinn's going to be the play caller and you just want somebody to work under you that's not calling plays to help you all week long and be the de facto coordinator Monday through Saturday, maybe that's a job Joe Witt keeps, and then Dan Quinn calls plays on Sunday. My guess is, though, you'd like to go find someone who can call plays and bring someone in from outside the building who's battle-tested. Like if that Brown staff gets blown out and a Jim Schwartz is available or something like that, maybe that's the route you go.
You would think, right? You need to go more experience there, probably. Some instead of the, hey, this guy got promoted from a previous role and he was a hot candidate. Maybe some more pelts on the wall here might do you better.
All right, so I want to tally up the green flags before we move on to see who the most
This is Zach
member
Gelb
of the
with the
show
Sports
is.
Minute.
But
This is
there
how
are
I think
two
the
more
latest
very
college
quick
football playoff
categories
rankings
here.
will look later
The
tonight.
first is
Ohio
clean
State,
sheets
Indiana, Georgia,
that
and
smell
Texas
like
Tech will have
detergent. I
buys,
told you before,
while Oregon will have Tulane
and I'm
come
not
to
proud
Eugene
of
to
this,
square off in the
but when I
5-12
lived by
showdown,
myself, I
followed
would
by Texas
go
A&M hosting
weeks
Virginia in the
without
6-11
washing
spot, with Ole
Now,
Miss
when I was in
welcoming
my young
Alabama for the
20s,
7-10 matchup,
it was
and
not
then finally
crazy for me.
Oklahoma hosting
So,
the
like, after
Fighting
a
Irish of
couple
Notre
months, you're
Dame
like, oh, I
in an
should probably
8-9 showdown. I'm Zach Gelb.
I know that's gross, but I'm just keeping it real with you. So I would have to say they smelled like boy, whatever that means.
This is the story of the one.
My
As
sheets
the
were
purchasing
never as
manager
clean
at
as
a
these.
manufacturing
Correct,
plant,
100%.
she knows the only thing more important than having the
Probably
right
ones
safety
of times,
gear
like
is
count on
having
one
it
hand.
there when you need it.
When I live by myself.
That's why she partners with
How much of an
Grainger for auto
unmitigated
reorder.
pain in the ass that was?
So her team members
I
can
don't think
count
I
on her
ever
to have
washed them just to
cut-resistant
wash
gloves
them.
on
There
hand,
were times
and
where I
each
would
shift
go,
can run safely
okay, I'm
and
doing
efficiently.
laundry.
Call
I might as well do my
1-800-GRAINGER,
sheets.
click
But like you
Grainger.com,
said, I mean,
or just stop by.
I just don't even remember how many
Grainger,
times that would have been.
for the
So I'd
ones
swap them out.
who
I had
get it
multiple
done.
pairs of sheets, right? So what
Well,
I would
that's what
do
I would
At
like
Audion
cheat sheets
Hearing,
from, like,
our
Walmart
mission
and
is
throw them on
simple:
my
So I
to
actually
make better
liked having
hearing
nice
affordable
sheets,
for
but what I
everyone.
would do
This
is I'd go,
Christmas
I'd build
holiday,
it around the
enjoy
holidays. So like when I'm
exclusive
going home for
savings on
Thanksgiving,
our
for example, see
high-quality
my parents,
rechargeable
you
hearing
damn right I
aids.
bring that big
Clear,
load of laundry
comfortable,
and I'm
and
doing it
ready
at
to
my parents'
use
house.
right out of the
But
box.
there's a
And
lot of
here's a
months
study worth
unaccounted
hearing.
for where there's
Research
nobody
shows that
washing my
wearing
sheets.
hearing aids can
Green
reduce your
flags
risk of
in a man's
dementia by up to
department, the list. We're going
61%.
through the
Join
10
over 1
categories.
million
This is
happy
number 9.
customers
We're seeing
and
how
shop
many of
Christmas
us
holiday
can get
deals
green
before they're
flags and who
gone
gets the most
at
of them. Terrace,
audionhearing.com.
clean sheets
That's
that smell good. How often do you wash your sheets?
AUDIENhearing.com.
I'm like a once a month-ish
And it's
guy,
not going to
so I
work.
don't know if that counts.
It's not going to
Yeah.
count.
That would
Yeah.
Not for
that
this.
flag's not green.
Amazing by my standard, but not by
What
theirs.
colors the baseball team play in Cincinnati? What do they wear?
They wear the Reds.
Yeah, that's a
They're
red
the
flag
Reds,
for
yeah.
you. Toby,
Massive red flag.
how red?
Pretty red like yours was.
When is the last time you washed your sheets?
Oh man, that's tough.
He went full Spurrier.
Can you remember?
I don't know if the
What year?
Nationals were still playing. Maybe training camp was going on.
Oh,
Summer.
goodness.
Summertime.
You can
I
rub
think-
a little Dawn on there.
I'm
and it
trying to
cleans it right
remember
up.
if Mackenzie Gore had just thrown 13 strikeouts on opening day or not. I don't know.
So you cannot remember the last time you washed your sheets.
I can tell you it was past opening day. It's been months. Let me put it that way.
Okay,
right.
so you're saying like opening day was in April. So you're going back to winter, spring.
No, I'm saying like it's sometime in the fall. I think sometime during football season they have seen
more recent than opening day.
Yeah.
All right.
I think by the time the Commanders started disappointing me, I had washed the sheets at some point in there.
All right, let's just put Toki down for a red flag. I think, and by red, I mean like red like an apple. All right, Clary.
Red flag. Red flag. Big red flag.
Finally, last one. More than 2 things in the fridge without anything expired. I'm going to up it to 5 things in the fridge without anything expired. The idea is having some food that you could cook, I guess. And the answer for me to that is no. That's a red flag for your boy. I just never, ever, ever cooked. I guess if you could have like frozen things, that's mostly in the freezer though. So I wouldn't have had like cold things that often in the fridge. I'd have a bunch of stuff in the freezer I could throw into the oven. Maybe some snacks, but those were never in the fridge. So no.
Yeah. So at that age, I didn't want to clean up. Like cleaning up to me was the worst thing, and that would make a mess if I cleaned. So the answer was no, I wasn't going to do that.
So I got 5 green flags out of 10. How many did you get?
4. No, check it. 3.
Oh,
3.
Okay.
3.
Darius.
I do keep, I do cook. So yes, I do keep things in the fridge. When things expire, I throw them out pretty much close to immediately. So yeah, a green flag on this one.
How many
5
green
for
flags?
Darius.
All right.
Darius got 5.
Yeah, I'm all right.
That's
I'm
not
all right,
bad.
guy.
Toby.
Yeah, I mean, if we're just going with things in the fridge, fine. But as soon as you throw in the not expired bit, we're in trouble.
Oh, that's true. Because there's a caveat here. None of them. You know what? I don't think that's fair, though. Even in my current fridge with the wife running the shop, we have a ton of things in my fridge that are expired.
Yeah, but
sauces and stuff.
I mean, if sauces count, then we're good.
I think she's talking about like rotting food.
Meaning, like, can you come home at night and prepare a meal?
Exactly.
That's what you're getting at.
Like, what is expired in your fridge that you're worried about technically here?
I just bought new eggs because my other eggs expired.
Oh, so that's tough.
Yeah, so that's a no then.
So we're gonna go red flag.
Call it a
for
flag
Toby.
there.
So how many flags did Toby get?
Toby's got 3 greens.
Oh,
that's a 3 green
Come
situation.
on, I wanted you to have like 9.
Danny gives me hope.
I was gonna sell
Danny
you to
gives
the
me hope.
masses here. All right, Clary.
Green flag.
Clary.
I'm a silly cook.
Chef Clary.
Chef Clary. I'm always cooking, always making sure things aren't out of date.
That Clary casserole don't cook
This is
itself.
Zach Gelb with Sports
mixed
Minute. This is how I
vegetables,
think the
man.
latest
How many
college
green
football
flags for
playoff
Clary?
rankings will look later
6
tonight.
situation.
Ohio State,
6
Indiana,
winner.
Georgia, and
Mr.
Texas Tech
Hand
will
wash in the
advise.
bathroom
While
sink
Oregon
with
will have
Dawn
Tulane come to
dishwashing
Eugene to
detergent
square
has
off
the
in the
most green
5-point
flags, has the
showdown.
most data.
Followed
But
by
he
Texas
loses
A&M
3 for
hosting
the Dawn
Virginia in the
dishwasher.
6-11
man.
spot.
So
Ole Miss welcoming
Ryan
in
Clary.
Alabama for the
Soap's
7-10
got it good.
matchup.
Let her know.
And then finally,
G&D
Oklahoma hosting
on
the
the
Fighting
Fan.
Irish of Notre Dame in an 8-9
There you
showdown.
go.
I'm
Danny
Zach Gelb.
Rouillet, 3. Garris and me, 5. What was Toby was 3.
Yeah.
And Ryan, 6 green flags. All right, we got
This
Bill
is the
coming up
story of
top
the
of the
one.
hour. I want to
As
get
the
into Dan
purchasing
Quinn as a
manager at a
defensive play caller
manufacturing
in the next
plant,
season.
she knows the
Other
only thing
areas
more
of this
important
team
than having the
trending in
right safety
direction
gear
going into
is having it there when
2026.
you need
We'll
it.
do it all this hour.
That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. This Christmas holiday, enjoy exclusive savings on our high-quality rechargeable hearing aids. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and shop Christmas holiday deals before they're gone at audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Vikings, coming in on 7 straight losses, looking to improve on their 3-9 record. Today, the team signed wide receiver Robbie Chosen to the practice squad. Jaden Daniels still not cleared for contact. Unclear if he's going to be able to go on Sunday. J.J. McCarthy expected to be able to start for Minnesota. Lions wide receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown didn't practice for a second straight day as the Lions get set to take on the Cowboys on Thursday Night Football. Hard Knocks NFC East premieres tonight at 9 o'clock. Steelers and cornerback Darius Slay have mutually agreed to part ways, and they claimed wide receiver Adam Thielen off waivers. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Sixers tonight after their win over the Bucks last night, 129-106. 7 o'clock tip-off in Philly. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. The Capitals on the West Coast taking on the Kings for the start of a West Coast road trip. 10:30 puck drop in LA. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Sponsored exclusively by the law firm Condorian Murad. We're Grant and Danny. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com and be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Remember, it is Commanders Survivor Day. Go to facebook.com/Grant and Danny to vote a commander off the island to give a commander immunity going into week 14 in the National Football League. Washington set to head to Minneapolis, frigid Minnesota. Luckily, they'll be playing indoors in one of the most beautiful stadiums in the NFL on Sunday. But right now, let's get to the Ruud guest hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And welcome onto the show our buddy Bill. It's Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt joining us on Grant and Danny. Bill, good to talk to you again, man. How are you?
What's going on? I'm doing good. How you doing?
Good, buddy.
Doing very well.
How y'all doing?
I got to say, even though it was a loss in overtime, that was a super entertaining, fun game on Sunday night. What was it like to play in that one, a 1-point overtime game, taking on one of the best teams in the NFL?
It was definitely exciting. You like games like that, especially when it's that competitive. And I mean, you just want to capitalize and win it. So definitely hurt not to come out on top. But I mean, that's what you like, those competitive games, and just seeing the fight in your team. Like you just need to come out on top.
Their defense is really, really good, but you guys were able to move the football, score some points, do what not a lot of teams have done to them this year. How were you guys able to find so much success on the ground, Bill?
Just not trying to make nothing up, basically. Just sticking to our routine and like just executing. I feel like that was the main thing that helped the run game. And I mean, guys was just on point with what we needed to do.
Yeah, 142 rushing yards in the game. When you go Mariota's 55, Rodriguez had 41, McNichols had 30. You added 20 on your 4 carries, and you had a really nice 12-yard run that looked like earlier this season when you were going at peak, where you bounce it back to the right, you find some space and get downhill. Did that feel like, how you were going when you were grooving early in the year? That had to feel good.
Yeah, it definitely did. For me to go out there and like just create an explosive play, that definitely felt good for sure.
That's such a good pass rushing group over there in Denver. They came in leading the league in sacks. What did you guys have to do as running backs just to make sure that they didn't get to Marcus?
Yeah, they have so many different looks, so we just had to make sure we know like who was who and like who was our guy, and like just basically a lot of film study because they can disguise things so well. So it was basically just locking in more on film and understanding what they like to do on defense and who they like to bring.
Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt with us on Grant and Danny. To that point, along those lines, the Vikings are one of the most blitz-happy teams in the NFL. Brian Flores is dialing up blitzes from the parking lot. He gets off the bus. I mean, they blitz more than anybody. What kind of film study is this for you, just to be in that backfield, to know where things are coming from? They're going to do exotic stuff you haven't seen. Like, how do you prepare for a team that blitzes as much as the Vikings and Flores?
I would say just knowing who my ID is, who my guy is, and just knowing my assignment on this play right here, and basically just staying true to my read, even though they may give us these different looks and try to disguise it as something else. But it's basically just making sure you just stay disciplined until you read, and like just gotta trust everybody to do their job. Which you and the O-line just have to be on the same page.
In terms of being on the same page, is it hard to have different quarterbacks kind of come in and out? I know Marcus has played a bunch, and hoping Jaden plays with us this weekend or coming up soon. Do you have to prepare differently at all for different cadences or different tendencies with each guy? Is it a challenge to kind of have different quarterbacks?
I wouldn't say it's a challenge for me. I think both of the guys run the system the same, so it's really not a difference like about who's at quarterback. So I feel like we all get the calls. We all get the calls the same. So it's really not a huge difference. You just gotta know. Your assignment and like just communicating the calls with the O-lines and the quarterback basically, so we can understand what protection we in.
Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt of the Commanders. They're 3-9 going to Minnesota, trying to end a 7-game skid. Kind enough to join us here on G&D. Give us a couple of minutes on the Fan. Bill, as far as Terry McLaurin's game goes, it just felt like a good reminder of what he's capable of. You know, all year long we've talked about the injuries, and dating back to the summer, the holdout was such a big story, but that was a grown man performance. I mean, was that a reminder for you guys too of just how much he can impact things and how different things are when he's out there?
It was great to have him out there, but we definitely know what type of player he is already. So it was good just to see him just back on the field. It was definitely exciting to see him make the catches that he had, and like just him even being physical after the catch, and like just his presence made things fun out there for sure.
Speaking of physical, Ja'Cory, you're playing a lot of games, man. It's a long NFL season. It's a grind. I know, through no fault of your own, you didn't get to play as many games in college last year, certainly. How's your body holding up? How are you feeling mentally? Where are you?
I feel like everything's going smooth. Body's feeling great. Just making sure I can take care of it week in and week out. So body's feeling good, and like mentally wise, I mean, it's a long season, but you just gotta stay focused and take it one day at a time, and like not look too far ahead, and just attack every day the same. So I mean, I feel like I'm handling it pretty smooth. I don't think it's nothing too much that I can't carry.
Bill, we'll let you out on this one, but I just wanted to get your thoughts. I hadn't talked to any players about this since game night. The 2-point conversion to try to go for the win instead of tying it and extending overtime there. Danny and I were both cool with it. I loved it. I thought it was the only decision, but I'd be curious to hear from you. Like, did you guys know the whole time if you got down there you were going to go for 2 and go for the win? And what was your reaction to that?
Man, I loved it. I mean, I really didn't know, but whatever his decision was ready to go out there and execute the play. So I mean, it was whatever he called, we was gonna be fine with it. But we was okay with going with 2 for sure.
Hey, let me sneak in one more because Hard Knocks is tonight on HBO, and I'm so excited. The Redskins, Commanders, football team, whatever they've been called, has never been on this show, and I've wanted this. So many of us have wanted this for years. Have you noticed the cameras? Like, have they sat down and done interviews with you? Just how involved have they been, or intrusive, or otherwise? Has that process been? And are you excited to see what it becomes here on HBO for Hard Knocks?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely see the cameras around. and like it's cool just to like. I mean, you grew up watching the Hard Knocks, and now they're here. But yeah, we definitely noticed the cameras around, and like I haven't been on one yet. I haven't sat down and done an interview with them yet, but it's definitely different just having like a film crew around and like cameras in the meeting rooms and stuff like that.
You gonna watch yourself tonight?
Oh yeah, for sure.
I would too, buddy.
What time do it come on?
9:00 tonight on HBO.
Okay. I'll definitely have to check it out.
If you don't have HBO Max, text me. I'll give you my login.
All right, I got you.
Jay, if it asks you, we live in the same family. It's me, you, and cousin.
I bet.
All right, if you want, you can add cousin's little decal right there. It could be a little puppy right on my HBO Max account.
No, I got you. Appreciate that.
All right, you just got to give me your Hulu or something like that.
No, we can definitely spot something out.
I'm just messing with you. All right, Bill. Be good, man.
I know.
Good catching up.
No.
All right, enjoy.
See you, buddy.
There's Ja'Cory Cross to Merritt. It's Bill season.
Bill
season.
season.
Grant and Danny every Tuesday at 5:00. Hard Knocks tonight, 9 p.m. on HBO. He's going to watch it, I bet. He's going to tune in.
I would.
I'll text him and make sure he has the login just in case. But I think he's probably got HBO Max, right? I don't know. He's watching like Real Time with Bill Maher or what's on HBO these days?
Yeah, right. There's always like some sort of show where it's like one word, like a catchphrase. It's like terrifying or some sort of weird word. It's like a mystery, and some guy's like rubbing his forehead a lot.
I can't wait to see what Hard Knocks brings this evening, episode 1. Have you guys seen the video circulating, the teaser? I think they've got one for every team. The teaser for the Commanders is the club finding out that Tavita Pritchard got the Stanford job. And so here's what's interesting to me about this. We'll play the clip for you in a second. But Jeremy Reeves walks up in front of the team, as in safety and special teams player Jeremy Reeves. Now, he is one of the longest tenured players on the team at this point, behind only Tress Way. He was here with Ron Rivera, as was Tavita Pritchard, remember. He came in before this staff, and they kept him on as they were looking for their quarterback and eventually drafted Jaden Daniels. So maybe they just have a relationship that goes back based on that and him being around longer. But I did find it really interesting that it's Reeves that goes up to shout out Pritchard and give him the credit in front of the team and not one of the QBs, like either Jaden or one of the veterans that he works with in the QB room every single day. But here's a teaser, little trailer from Hard Knocks from a Commanders team meeting with Dan Quinn and Jeremy Reeves addressing Tavita Pritchard.
Morning, everybody. What up, Revo? As we know, man, we had a special thing happen for one of ours. We want to give a huge commitment of appreciation to the dude that I've personally been here with, do a lot. We've seen every aspect of this building, man, and now he's on a new journey. We're super excited for you, brother. I'm happy for you, man. So us and the fellas want to give you a huge commitment of appreciation for what's to come, man. New head coach, Stanford. Holy
I don't even think he said Tavita at any point. They just kind of all jump up and go crazy. And then Tavita Pritchard speaks, which if you can grab that, I'd want to see that as well, Darius. But what do you make
really
of
cool
Jeremy Reeves making the announcement? I mean, he is truly one of the leaders in that room, obviously.
Yeah, he's like the tenured professor. You know what I mean? Like,
Correct.
Who's been around through all the different regimes. And if there's something to be done, it's like you'll turn to one of your leaders. It's not just Bobby Wagner's a leader because the bona fides. He walks in, my gold jacket size is X. As soon as I'm done playing, I get it. This is a culture guy, team leader, been through it all. You know, again, cutting across multiple regimes. If you've got something special, you run it through him.
There's two ways to look at it. I think one is very positive, which is to say the brotherhood knows no bounds. That a safety is shouting out the quarterback's coach who got the head coaching job. And like anyone can give this speech because we're all brothers in the brotherhood. But at the same time, I also, I guess I would just wish, like, it would have been cooler if that clip was Jaden Daniels. I don't have a problem that it isn't. I'm not, like, knocking him. But if Jaden stands up in front of the team and his direct coach that he just got this job, basically, just got the Stanford job. But I have a lot of questions, too, leading into it. Like, maybe we'll see this. Maybe we won't. It might just cut straight to that scene and we won't know how it started. As if at the end of the meeting is Dan Quinn going, anybody else got anything they want to address? And, like, Revo just walks up to do that out of the goodness of his heart because Tavita got the job and nobody's mentioned it? Or is that something he's told before the interview or before the meeting, rather? Hey, we want you to go up there and make the announcement that he got the job. Like, those are some of the questions I have. This was Pritchard, the quarterback's coach, when he addresses the team after getting called up in front of the group that he had just been named the head coach at Stanford.
Water knots here. I feel full of gratitude right now. And I'll tell you this, when I came into the league a year ago, I knew I was going to learn ball. Like, that's what you always hear. You know, get your PhD in football. What I wasn't prepared for since Q got here and AP and you guys was learning that brotherhood happens, like brotherhood equaling winning happens on the highest level. And like you guys have proven that, you've shown me that, and what you've allowed me to take back now in this new role. Again, I'm grateful, because I go back with a strong conviction that that's what it's all about. And so thank you guys for that. You guys are going to have some Commanders fans in Palo Alto. Because my boys are like that. We're still going to cheer for the Commanders. I'm like, yeah, we're you still got some fans there? Our doors are open, man. You guys are ever in the Bay, please come by and see me. I can't thank you enough, Q, for everything you've done. AP, the whole staff, like that brotherhood that I talked about with these guys you guys showed me. But all of you on staff, the special connection that we formed, it'll last forever. And as we say in this thing, man, football is very cyclical. It's not goodbye, see you later.
Right on, TP. Good for Tavita Pritchard, the quarterback's coach here in Washington the last few years with Rivera's regime, and then 2 years with Dan Quinn's regime, who's now the head coach at Stanford. He played at Stanford with Andrew Luck. Luck is now the GM there, who interviewed him for the job, so they have a long-lasting relationship. Pritchard, he said the other day, I think I saw somewhere, that he was at Stanford between his playing and coaching days for like 18 years. He does not seem old enough for that to be the case to me, but let's say it's close to that, whatever. It's a homecoming for him. It's a huge deal. So
it's awesome.
Congratulations. And how amazing is that to get a head job at a program like that? I mean, that's significant for Tavita Pritchard. You're either going to have a shot at an OC job in the league in the next year or two, or you're already going to be a head coach in college, which is pretty amazing.
No, it's pretty awesome. The thing that I heard the most, though, in Reeves' speech and then Tavita Pritchard's speech, remember when Josh Harris was talking about the name, right? He's like, I think, the commander tag actually means something now. I heard that. And it's annoying. It makes my eyes roll and my stomach upset. Like, it's cringeworthy to me, but here Reeves, like, I want to give a commander shout out, or like a commander thank you, or a commander congratulations. It's like we're doing Mickey Mouse type stuff. I want to give a special Mickey clap. Woo-hoo-hoo. Like, that's all I hear. And he's like, you're going to have some Commanders fans in Palo Alto. It's like so cheesy, but they're in on
saying
it.
the name of the team.
No, I know, but they're in on it. Like, you would say,
well, here's what I got out of the video, and maybe it didn't translate as well audio wise as video wise. Dan Quinn jumps up and takes his cap off his water bottle for some reason and starts spraying water.
Yeah, they're doing a little whoop
over,
and holler, which is fun.
Celebration bit, which is great. And then the whole team is jumping up and down and going nuts. Like, the brotherhood is alive and well.
No, it's real.
I mean, it is like what they have built. Now, last year, it all made sense. You knew it. Just turn on the TV. They're going to win another game today somehow, some way. And it made sense. This year, somehow they never win. They can't win no matter what happens, no matter how much the Dolphins try to give them the game.
It's a different brotherhood.
It's not the same thing. But my God, dude, they love each other. They want to be there. I don't think anybody wants to go home. I think it's like a sleepover at your buddy's house where everyone's just so happy to be hanging out and dudes doing dude stuff. And you could see it. Like, they really, really like each other.
Pritchard was a quarterback at Stanford from 06 to 09. And then he immediately jumped into coaching with Stanford from 2010 all the way to 2022. So yeah, that's 16 years.
I mean, that's a long time.
It's a long time.
How about that? And he's been in the NFL for better part of the last 8 years, I think it is. So he is headed back now at this point. Or I guess 5 years, whatever it is, he's been in the NFL. All right, let's talk Dan Quinn calling defensive plays. It has worked well so far through 2 games. Is it something he may do next year, or would he want his coordinator to do that, whether that's Joe Witt or somebody else? That's next on The Fan.
Commanders getting set to take on the Vikings next Sunday. They are coming off 7 straight losses. Today they signed wide receiver Robbie Chosen back to the practice squad. Also a schedule change for Week 16. The Packers and Bears have been moved from the 5 o'clock time slot to the 8:20 time slot. Commanders and Eagles have moved from 8:20 to 5 o'clock for the December 20th game at Northwest Stadium. Lions wide receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown didn't practice for a second straight day as the Lions get set to take on the Cowboys on Thursday Night Football. Tonight, Hard Knocks NFC East premieres at 9 o'clock. The Steelers, a couple moves today. They mutually agreed to part ways with cornerback Darius Slay and claimed wide receiver Adam Thielen off of waivers. In the NBA, Wizards beat the Bucks last night 129-126. Second half of a back-to-back tonight. Wizards taking on the Sixers in Philly. 7 o'clock tip-off right here on The Fan. Hockey, the Capitals beginning a West Coast swing. They'll take on the Kings in L.A. at 10:30 tonight. You can hear that game right here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Half a dozen DBs in for Quint. Nix double punch and he threw an interception of Bobby Wagner. The veterans got it at the 36-yard line.
Mike Tirico on the call of Commanders-Broncos action from Sunday Night Football. Washington's lost 7 in a row, 8 of 9. But over the last 2 games, they've showed major growth defensively. If you compare any of the numbers from their first 10 games in the last couple, you're going to see not only are the results better, but they've also done some different things. They were not playing nearly as much zone coverage as they have with Dan Quinn calling plays. Now, here's what I don't know, Danny. Did they start playing so much zone because of the injuries to their starting cornerbacks? They, for whatever reason, trusted Marshawn Lattimore in man coverage, and to a lesser extent, but as the year went on, maybe equally, Trey Amos in man coverage. And that was their plan in camp. It's what they ran throughout training camp against their bad wide receivers. They didn't really have a problem doing that. So they were going to run a lot of man, and they did. In the last 2 games with Dan Quinn as their play caller, they have had collectively 5 and 10 total plays in man coverage. They were averaging 17 per game before. When you think about that, they just had 70 plays they were on the field for defensively and just 10 plays in man. That's pretty indicative of the percentage being way, 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 way down. So it's a lot more zone coverage. I think it's partially because of the injuries at corner, but it's also because of a new look that Dan Quinn is throwing out there. He's calling things differently, and you got to give him credit. I'm not saying it's perfect. They're still flawed with their personnel. There's still some real warts that are going to show up in big moments, but they're a much more professional, normal level of bad than they were when they couldn't even force a punt for weeks at a time.
That's the way to put it. They're just regular, not good. And that's fine. You do this all year long. It's a much different season than they frankly have had.
That was always the expectation.
That was the hope, honestly.
You and I kept saying, just be normal, okay. Just be normal, disappointing.
Yeah, hover around 21st. You'll be fine with what we hope the offense would be. But yeah, I mean, so a couple things. I got the sense earlier on that they didn't think their pass coverage could hold up for all that long. So they were willing to blitz a little bit more, willing to, to do a little bit more to try to get after the passer. The reason you don't run zone is if you don't think your 4, your 3, maybe sometimes your 5 can get home, right? If guys are just getting into areas, you hold an area and then a receiver can move around where you're a little bit more static. If you can't hold up or can't get to the passer in a certain amount of time, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4, you're going to be picked apart. And that was going to happen. So once Dorrance Armstrong went out, once you saw Dietrich Wise go out and Frankie Louvu wasn't getting home like maybe they thought he would, or whatever the case, they kind of went, okay, we got to blitz a little bit more. We can't just sit here in zone. We'll get picked apart. Well, something happened, whether it was losing Lattimore, whether it was just a reevaluation. I don't know exactly what. Maybe it's the fact they didn't play 2 prolific passing offenses in a row. I think that's probably part of it, right? Dolphins run it pretty well. They don't throw it great, haven't in a while. And then you go to this week, certainly against Denver. That's not a prolific passing offense. They're, I think, around the 20s in terms of yards per pass attempt. That's probably part of it too. But just the zones look better disguised to my untrained amateur eye, and they look better. That communication buzzword we always hear about looks like everyone knows where they're supposed to be, and things are just working normally.
So we get to the same result. The only thing I would take issue with from that is they were blitzing a lot from day one on. Like that's always been what they have been this year. And they're playing a lot of man from week 1 on. It's not like they started doing that in season. remember the talking point in camp was how much better the corner room was, and now we can play man coverage, essentially. That was the shtick. That was what they were saying, and then they did it, for better or worse. Early in the year, against the Giants and against the Raiders, I guess, technically, until the second half when Trey Tucker ate their lunch. Like, it was for the better. But they were basically defensively doing some of the same things without a whole lot of changes. Now, there were games where they do a lot of both, to your point, but I just think that by necessity, they had to do this, and it has actually been a godsend. They've also gotten better play on the outside from Mikey Sanders, in my opinion, than they were getting at a Marshawn Lattimore. A lot of people listening right now said, why don't they move Mikey outside and not play Marshawn Lattimore as much? They weren't willing to do that. They didn't want to kick him outside of the nickel. For whatever reason, they've never really been that high on Noah Igbenogany, it doesn't seem like. Remember, the rumors were they were trying to trade him on cutdown day. Then he was inactive. He was never a part of the plan to get on the field. I never really got that because I thought last year, as a former first-round pick who came over from Dallas because Dan Quinn knew him and liked him and vice versa, I thought he played okay last year, didn't you?
Yes.
Guess what? He showed up and had a pretty good game, I thought, in the slot, in the nickel this past week.
I mean, it's a tough ask. He's not a world beater.
No, and it's the
you'd like to do better.
To play in the secondary.
Yeah, you'd like to do better, but that's not available to you right now. The guy that you thought was going to be the answer was Sanders still. I don't want to say the gavel's slammed on that or the book is closed, but it has not been a successful transition there. He's good on the outside. Maybe that's just what you do.
So I asked Logan Paulson this question on Take Command today about Mikey Sanders still. And I think what I asked him was something to the effect of, have we seen enough now to say he should just play outside? Because he's been really, really good out there. And the inside part of it hasn't gone nearly as well. And he made a really good point, which is to say it's too early to say that. And specific to this year, and I thought this was actually smart, he's like, he's being asked to do so much less outside right now than he was asked to do inside. When you were playing man in the slot, it's just an impossible ask. Like, you're going up against, I'm just going to throw a guy out there, but like Amon-Ra St. Brown, one-on-one in man coverage in the slot. You're hoping not to give up 8 for 127 and 2 touchdowns. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Whereas when you're in zone a ton on the outside, there's a lot of plays where you're just kind of standing there in an area of the field where if they're not threatening that side of the field, you're just kind of out on that play. You're not doing a whole lot. So this week, the numbers were pretty good. I think it was 5 targets, 4 catches, 22 yards, long of 12 against Mikey Sanders still. And I think 2 things can be true. He has played a lot better outside than inside, but maybe it's a little too early to slam the gavel and just say, all right, he should be an outside corner and they need to go find a nickel. But that might be the direction they go in. What I'm curious about, though, is we now have a 8-quarter plus, because 2 overtimes, but a 2-game sample against Miami where you gave up 16 points, against Denver where you gave up the 27, 20 of which were in regulation, where, while it's not perfect, it's way, 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 way better. And obviously, Dan Quinn replacing Joe Witt has been a huge success. What do we think of the possibility of Dan Quinn calling defensive plays next year, though? That's the question I want to hit on with you guys on the phones at 800-636-1067. This was always just kind of a stopgap solution, it felt like. This was not the long-term answer. This was duct tape. It was not concrete. You can't pull into your driveway because, you're getting your mailbox fixed. So for a couple of days, you're parking in your yard. But you don't just park there forever. So is that something that could work? Are we interested in that? This was what Dan Quinn said when he was asked about this in his press conference a couple days ago.
Dan, this is more of a future question, but I'll just ask it now. You obviously chose to have Joe Witt be your defensive coordinator because part of your thinking was you wanted to delegate a bit more. Now that you've done this a couple games, is there a world where you could be the play caller next year?
I think, there's a possibility of that. As we're going through it, I'm finding a battle rhythm to go. So I'm not sure where I'm at on that yet, Ben. I haven't, discussed or gone down that road too far yet. But, I would say that's a possibility.
I was surprised with that answer.
Weren't you? Yeah.
First off, he rarely just directly answers something that candidly. I would have thought he would have said something like, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. We'll talk about that this offseason. Hey, I got enough going on. I'm not thinking about 2026. But he was willing to engage. And then second, and maybe more surprising, you would think based on that, there's a really good chance that either he's having fun doing this, he thinks it's working well enough, he thinks that it's a seamless enough process that it's not distracting to the head coaching obligations and duties, that he might be down for this. Like, this could be something he wants to do into next year. And if that is the case, then there is a path maybe to Joe Witt still being around as the DC, because he could keep the role he's in right now without the play calling, and Dan Quinn could just, throughout the week be the head coach, and then on Sundays call the plays.
Yeah, he's helping you with your game plan, helping you with your, what calls, assignments, checks, reads, watching film, etc. Yeah, that would be the path. I was really surprised by that, both for the reasons that you stated, that we're not used to him saying like, yeah, that might happen. It's usually, some sort of vagary, a couple cliches, dance around without actually saying anything. That was a, hey, this is on the table answer to me, which I thought was surprising. But also, I just got the sense that he didn't want to do it. I don't know where I got that exactly, but just that's kind of how I felt, is that if there was any kind of doubt when he first got hired, it was, no, Joe Witt's going to do it. Like, I brought someone in to do it specifically. Like, that he'd graduated from that. He wanted to be the head coach, the CEO, everything is coming through him, and he'll weigh in on, we're going for it on fourth down, and this is when we feel
to
goal.
my knowledge, he never called plays in Atlanta. I don't think he's ever wanted to do it. I don't know if
as the head coach,
as the head coach, right? As a defensive coordinator, I've made this point a bunch. I'm pretty sure the numbers are something like, as a DC, his defenses have always ranked top fives. As a HC, his defenses have never been better than 14th or something like that. My point is, get more involved. Like, you're really good at the D coordinator part. You're really good at the play calling part. Your defenses have always been awesome. Get involved. Do that. You've got this guy calling plays who is struggling immensely. The results have been awful.
Horrendous.
Where are you? I mean, you're a defensive-minded guy. It would be insane if an offensive-minded head coach was in here and their offense was terrible with a first-time play caller, and they didn't react or do anything about it, or help take over the play call.
One of the great frustrations with Rivera, watching Del Rio's defenses really flounder, and it's like you got all these defensive guys, a couple of guys that were made their bones as star linebackers, and the linebacking position was terrible. The defenses were, again, horrendous. I understand not being top two because you don't do nothing. It's not like you just did nothing but spend 80% of your salary cap on every draft pick on a defensive player. But again, you can't be at the bottom, and they were at the bottom, and they didn't do much about it.
I found this answer from Jay Gruden yesterday on the show pretty compelling. We asked him about doing both because, as you remember, he was a longtime head coach and offensive coordinator. He called his own plays at times, although when he got here, he initially kept Sean McVay on to be the play caller. And Jay, at that time, kind of ceded those responsibilities to McVay, who had a rising star. I think it was a way they kept him in the building, frankly. Eventually, they hired Kevin O'Connell, and he called plays under Jay here as well. This is what Gruden said about doing both in Dan Quinn's case.
I think that's up to Coach Quinn, how much he wants on his plate as the head coach and play caller on defense. And I think this is a good test for him. I know he's been a head coach before in Atlanta. I'm not sure if he called defenses in Atlanta, but, it's all Coach what he feels comfortable with, and or if he has a play caller that he has in mind that's going to be on the streets. And there'll be 7 or 8 coaches are going to be fired this year in the NFL again, so there's going to be some good coordinators available. So if he finds a coordinator that he likes that calls plays, he'll probably do it. Otherwise, I think he'll do it himself again.
Jeff Ulbricht's a name that comes to mind. If Raheem Morris gets blown out in Atlanta, Morris himself could be your D coordinator.
That's a name, yeah.
He's been on both sides of the balls, but Ulbricht's the DC in Atlanta. I think he's worked with Dan Quinn in the past. I mentioned Schwartz from Cleveland earlier, who's done a really good job. Awesome coordinator, long time guy, kind of a Del Rio type who's been a head coach, been around the league forever. If Stefanski and the Brown staff get fired, like that would be an interesting name. But there's going to be some hot commodities at the position. So I would guess, and we're going to take calls on this next, I would guess they have a new play calling D coordinator that isn't Dan Quinn. And Joe Witt's out, and Quinn goes back to just being the head coach. But I would have thought that was pretty much a lock before hearing that answer. And now I think there's a real good chance Quinn just decides he wants to keep doing this, and maybe he's enjoying it. What say you guys? 800-636-1067. Would you be cool with Quinn being their play caller and their de facto coordinator as their head coach next year? Or do you think there's a possibility that either Joe Witt gets that gig back or they go outside the building? That's next on The Fan. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. It is a Commanders Survivor Tuesday on G&D. Facebook.com/Grant and Danny to vote. So you can go vote right now. We need a player booted off the island. We need to give a player immunity. Again, Facebook.com/Grant and Danny. How do you feel about Dan Quinn, defensive coordinator, play caller in 2026? Could this work? Could they run it back a year from now? Let's go to Josh in Upper Marlboro on G&D. Josh, thanks for the call. What do you make of Quinn so far through 2 games?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is obviously night and day versus what we saw at the beginning of the season. So it makes sense. We don't know for sure that another play caller will be better, but we know for sure that they've been a lot better with DQ. And so, I mean, I'm fully comfortable with this, especially if he seems to enjoy it. May I slightly derail us with a separate proposal that I spoke about with Toby Altizer?
Sure.
I'll allow it.
Okay. So a couple segments ago, we heard a lot of good things about some stand-up fellas, green flags all around, especially for one Darius Dameron and one Toby Altizer. By the way, I didn't mention that I was including Toby in this, which is why he put me on the phone. They are cooking food. They're throwing stuff out on time. Darius is washing his sheets way more than we all ever did.
Yes.
These guys are bona fide catches that would make some woman very, very happy. I think there needs to be a G&D dating show featuring these two dudes. You could call it Grant Me Love with color commentary from Danny.
Yep.
The dating pool, could be a lot of us have friends or little sisters, like my little sister's 28 years old. Others who we could see if they'd be interested in calling in and having a conversation with these guys and maybe even going on a date. There is not one person who has listened to the show over the last couple of years and not said that Darius Dameron is the type of guy we'd want our sister to marry. And so I just want to propose this to us that we do.
I love
Grant
it.
Me Love.
Wow.
Yeah, what do we think here?
I love it. I'm in.
I'd like to swipe right on that.
I'd like to send Darius and your little sister to Mike's American Grill.
I mean,
for a nice steak dinner.
This is
now,
incredible.
I have to get her approval first.
Of course, a huge part of it.
Yes.
Huge part of that.
Her approval is very important, I would say.
Like the four of us came up with a great idea. She needs to have a yes.
One of the big things about this show is that we believe in consent.
We are
around these
huge
parts.
on that.
Yes.
Yeah.
But Josh, I like this.
Now, Darius can sing too, right? I mean, I'm just thinking about all the good
Great
qualities
singer.
about
He's got
this.
the pipes.
That's a green flag.
Now, he can only say one line, unfortunately. But if she just wants to hear him whisper, "Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag," right into her ear,
Yeah.
he's very good at
That
saying that
sultry
over and over
baritone?
again.
Listen, as a volunteer listener producer, I'd be happy to help in whatever way that I can. I'm sure lots of other G&D ones, that's our version of P1s, would help as well. And we're all in. Let's offline.
All right, so
on this
here's
thing
what you
and
got
play
to do.
together.
I need you to chat with her. Also, you guys can hit me up on Instagram at Grant H. Paulson or on Twitter at Grant H. Paulson. If either you are interested in taking part in the dating show or you have I was going to say significant other.
If you have a sister.
But that would be weird. But if you have a loved one that you think would be a good match for Toby or Darius and be a part of the Grant and Danny listener / producer love programming that we're going to be doing as a side. This is shoulder programming.
This is a side program.
We're going to do this off of the 2 to 6:30 show.
Like if you want us, you have to have that show
I
also.
see Darius is warming up his pipe.
Look at this. On command.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag.
Yeah.
You know he plays every instrument in this too?
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag.
International man of mystery.
He laid down the whistle track first.
The other day, he lives not, kind of close, but not that close, but kind of close over to like Northwest Stadium. So when I was coming back from the game, I had something going on with my tire, and I'm like, Darius, would you take a look at it for me? You're such a man. And so I pulled up at his house. He like looked at it, banged a couple things. He said, "Oh, it's actually your carburetor non grata." And I'm like, "You're kidding me."
No.
He fixed that.
Yeah.
And then right as I was about to leave, I realized like, oh, I got to get some hot chocolate, whatever. So he took me into his house. He gave me some hot chocolate.
Isn't that nice?
He started playing the didgeridoo right there. I'm like, how do you know how to play
do you even know?
didgeridoo? I didn't even know what a didgeridoo is. Mark's in Largo. Hello, Mark. How are you?
Hey, how you doing, guys? That was a journey back down memory lane, guys. That really was.
We
I
went
loved
somewhere.
it. I really loved it. No, I don't think he's going to be calling plays next year. I think the guy I would get if I was him is Jim Schwartz. And I think Jim Schwartz would be amazing to get. I think Jim Schwartz, the last two spots, he won a Super Bowl in Philadelphia, and what he's done in Cleveland is just crazy. They don't have anything in Cleveland, but they got a good defense, and I think that'll work. But I also think this too, man, and Grant, you tell me, maybe you guys could talk about this the other day, another day. I also think I think Cliff is going to leave. I would go and get Stefanski to be the OC as well, too. And I'm going to tell you why. I think Cliff has done a great job with Jayden. No one's knocking that. But I think there's something that I started thinking in the last couple of weeks. Is this the right system for Jayden? Whereas I think the system may not protect him. And we're sitting up here talking about Jayden, but it may be the system. And maybe if you put him in a Stefanski, which is a Shanahan offense, and you're very familiar with that, both of you guys are, this would be a better offense, and he could play 15 years in this offense.
Look, I'd be really excited about a more traditional kind of West Coast NFL. You're calling it Shanahan, under center, 12 and 13 personnel play action offense. I've been begging for this. I love what Cliff has done the last year and a half, but I would like to incorporate into what he is doing. But I don't think Cliff's leaving. Unless he gets a head coaching job, he'll be calling plays next year. Right now, I wouldn't think he's a favorite for a head coaching job. It's very possible he does. Tavitas Pritchard, who's now the head coach at Stanford, was the guy they were grooming in the event that Cliff got a job. So he's out. Cliff would